surface level, a lot of women are heavily influenced because they vote on emotion, and it was designed that way to get them to vote for that reason. And we have stats and data to prove it. All these horrible leaders and policies we had overwhelmingly.
So a lot of men do the same thing. So why would they be in favor of a subset?
Yeah, that's a negative. That votes against the best interests of the country, but it's not overwhelming. Overwhelmingly, men vote for the best interests and policies of the country. So we have enough men to weed out the retarded men that vote and have no idea what they're voting.
See, in Saudi Arabia, we don't have this problem.
After the last question, I'll shut up. What's wrong with restricting the voting to property-owning men? That way,
I would be in favor of that. Yeah.
So that's what I meant by a subset.
For veterans, you serve the country, you give it to the country. You show some level of responsibility to understand how money works, economics work, infrastructure works, protection works, sovereignty works. As long as you display some type of action that demonstrates you've got a thorough understanding, you have a responsibility to gain that understanding. I'm all for it. And even rhetoric on women in that position, I changed my stance a little bit and said, if I couldn't restrict it to just men, I would be in favor. But you got to show some level of having some type of responsibility economically.
Absolutely. So you're in favor of restricting the vote, but you understand that because where we are, it's almost impossible to turn the tide on that, right?
Yeah, we got too many sissy beta men. And 1 second, I'm gonna let you jump in. Merry Christmas to you. Welcome to the stage. I know it's never gonna get that way. We got too many fucking beta men, and then we've got a system that benefits off of women's stupidity, naivety, and
I'm sorry to shut up because I don't want you to talk about Chris Brown. Yeah. Would you be okay with women still being part of the political process in terms of, picketing, rallying, involving themselves in the political process, just not being able to vote?
Absolutely not. If you can't protect this country, if you can't go and go on the front lines and die protecting the country, then absolutely not. No, sorry.
You don't think they should be able to picket or rally?
No, absolutely not. I think women should be in the kitchen doing their domestic duties, what they've done for a million years.
No, but what if they're no, I'm talking about the women who don't have a family, women who, for one reason or another, decided not to marry or have children. Why can't they be a part of this shit, not vote, but be a part of the process in terms of that kind of stuff?
Because they're not responsible for building and sustaining and protecting the societal infrastructure. And too, man, I'm sorry, I'm not a Christian, but I
sorry.
With what the Bible says, I think the Bible's written the text for a reason. The Bible clearly states women have one sole place in society. And I think when we stuck by those rules, society was best. Once we started breaking that's when society started falling for the worst.
I tend to agree. Okay, so not even part of the political process. But you can take that as a compromise. If we had to go back, if we could go back and women said, man, just let us pick it and we'll give up our right to vote. We could do that, right?
Yeah, because there's the thing. If women pick it, women can't defend what they shout for. Men can. So you and I can get on the mountaintop and shout for our opinions and what we want, and we can physically defend it, but they can't. So unless you're able to physically defend what you're fighting for and what you're shouting from the mountaintop for, absolutely not. You have no place.
Are you a misogynist?
Negative. I love women. Okay. I love women so much, I want to protect them and keep them out of harm's way.
You cherish women.
I cherish women. I cherish motherhood. I just had a baby a month ago. My wife just had a baby a month ago, Infinity.
Congratulations.
Thank you, brother. To see
the precious blessing.
Thank you, brother. To see the beauty of motherhood and how women nurture and care for children and babies and that value they bring, bro. I don't want that to be tainted or corrupted, bro. I just don't. With all the harsh shit men have to deal with out in the world, I don't want our precious, valuable women who offer so much in that realm and so important. I don't want to be tainted by all this bullshit out there. I love women so much. I don't want to be tainted by this shit we have to do.
not have this problem because we are men and we never let our women vote, only men vote. And also, we do not have other social problems like you have in America. And when a woman commits a crime, we behead her in the public square. So all the children can see the blood from her neck flowing into the gutter where that dastardly woman who killed the person. That is how we do it in Saudi Arabia. Habibi!
Just didn't fit in the grand scheme of things of getting the mission accomplished. So I had to sit on the bench a couple times. It is what it is. Everybody's got a role to play, bro.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely true. Spot on.
Yeah. Well, that's the difference between men and women. We understand this. Why? Because we've had a million years of evolution of men going out and figuring out the world and figuring out all this hard, cruel, harsh, dog-eat-dog shit that exists out there. We've had a million plus years head start to figure this world out when they just don't have the experience. I equate it to this, man, Vanity. Putting women in charge who don't have the evolutionary experience of figuring the world out and learning how to manipulate it to get the benefits that we have today, which is a civilized, medically sound and safe society. It'd be the equivalent of taking a 10-year-old and making him the CEO of Apple. Watch how quick Apple crashes and burns when you got a 10-year-old inexperienced child running it.
Explain certain industries or certain companies within certain industries who are led by women that progress or make that achieve certain levels of success. Would you just chalk that up to a fluke, or would you say that there are exceptions to every rule?
Yeah, there's exceptions to every rule. If a parachute company, 1 out of 10 parachutes successfully deployed, that's not reason enough for me to use that company to go skydiving, bro. Sorry. I'm walking away from that company.
So women shouldn't be in the pilot seat. They shouldn't be in the seat. They should just literally be wives and mothers.
Yeah, that's my sole belief, yeah. But in reality, that's not the case. So the best thing we have is meritocracy. So I think we should have one standard across the board for any industry. Either make it or you don't, regardless of whether you have a vagina or a penis. Or both. There are some women out there, there are some stellar women out there. There are women who mentally and intellectually run laps around my retarded jarhead ass, right? I will admit that. I've ran into these women. I have no problem with those types of women. But it's because they've earned it through their works and character, not just because they have tits in a vagina.
So, I want you to look at my PTR in a second here. I'm about to, you can see it. I went to a fire department graduation for PTR, and you see the graduating class. You see the very top. You see the tiny one.
magnificent Megatron, glorious Megatron of the Bible and Quran, never-ending brain rot mind virus room. All hail Megatron! All hail Megatron! This is a guy named Megatron. He gave Mars. So Megatron, you left your room open like 2 nights ago, and I think it was on the weekend, and I was able to read about Megatron. It was kind of a nice synchronicity. I don't know, Daniel, did you listen to the meditation that I did? So, Barth, I mean, I know you're like a family man and you're working and you're here, but this room in this house has been crushing it. Like, if you could record this in a studio, it would be gold. But I know you're on the move, so it's like you can't record it. But the number of...
You're more than welcome to record the rooms. I'll keep you in fucking... Just put a thing in here that records. You record the fucking rooms. I don't give a shit. I don't care that you record the room, so I don't care if anybody cares to record the room. I just don't record it because we're all family guys and we talk about our personal lives and shit. That's it. You're free to record the room if you want.
Well, I don't need to record it. Other people are recording it, so I'm just... I just record generally when I come in the room, but in terms of like, I've left it on maybe sometimes, but I generally...
I'm not a stickler about people recording me. You want to record me, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
So, other people are kind of like iffy about it. Me, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I mean, obviously
I don't really share anything personal about myself anyway that much. So, you're free to record anytime you want. It doesn't bother me.
Daniel, why do you use all these big words like, exegesis, exegetical? Like, you use all these like big technical Christian terms that like Christian organizations utilize in some type of weird debate about nothing. Why do you do that, Daniel?
What do you mean?
Like,
They're
what?
used within like Islam and Judaism and after Jesus going into hermeneutics are just like parts of literature, period.
So
It's not
what?
just that to do with just that it doesn't have something to do with religion per se.
Well, I'm saying you bring it up. You use the terminology all the time.
You learn this stuff over this.
No, I get it. I understand. It's like going to a Christian Baptist school and a Baptist debate club, going to some Protestant college debate club and arguing about,
Exegesis and hermeneutics have nothing to do with religion. It's just the way that
So explain to me.
when you're reading the book, when you were reading a book and interpreting it, you're engaging in the method of hermeneutics and exegesis. Like when you read any book,
Okay.
regardless of this shit, these are the strong government syllogism with these. Anyone who is created by a direct act of God's Spirit, without a human father, with a unique design for humanity, and is called a pure son, possesses divine origin and status.
Well, Daniel, I don't know if you know this, but my parents hated it. My parents had such a conflicted marriage that, like, I'm technically, my mother's a virgin, and technically I'm like, so what is it called? Autogenesis? Because my mother is a virgin.
A
Parthogenesis. And my father is a carpenter. I'm just saying. And then you come out and look at your parents look at your kids' PTR and find out. I'm a Scorpio, but look at CM. All I'm trying to say is that, like, if we were to all send a PTR to our parents right now, and CM sent his, what do you think CM's parents would say about CM?
Oh, that actually looks like my son. My son is not.
Do you believe that CM really went to college, or do you think that these guys are fucking I don't know if he's doing like so much love. I don't know if he's doing so much love that he just lost his fucking mind. Like, oh my god, but he's not wrong. The alcohol has just gotten to his brain so much.
You can start with drinking while you're still got these things.
I don't know.
You can't justify your world. I know that's what.
Oh my god, would you
Oh, go!
Alright, what the fuck are we doing now, man? I don't know. These people just want to come in here.
Hey,
CM fucks up every room.
He attacked me first.
What room? No
I
matter
did.
what.
Listen to Enrique's proof of God. God exists because of the Catholic Church. And then the Catholic Church. You asked me. Hold on. You asked me. So obvious. You asked me. Okay, so you just believe that this logically, my God doesn't. She doesn't even know what that word means.
I don't know what this analogy means.
I don't know what it means. think non-epistemology is just about what I think in non-epistemology. It matters when I identify with it. Now, my epistemology says that, yeah, we operate in a world that has objective morality, that has objective reality. Otherwise,
That's a claim. You have any proof of that?
oh, yeah, because I know you're exclusive.
Change.
Oh my God!
Why are you answering him seriously? Like,
No, I know.
objective morality is what we're here discussing.
No, yeah, objective reality. Because really things, yeah, because if there's no objective reality, how do you know how
I said morality.
Yeah, perfect. I said two things, right? So we'll address morality later.
Well, you said morality.
I said both, but you don't.
You said morality.
Oh, I said both, but
You said morality.
I said both. Fucking
And
faggot.
even if you said reality,
Yeah, so it's okay, perfect. So if there's no objective reality, how do you know I'm not just a
I believe in objective. No, I'm fine with objective reality. Objective morality is fucking nonsense.
Okay, objective morality is nonsense, right? So I can go rape you if I'm right.
Yeah, and you know what? The universe wouldn't be mad at you or fucking punish you. Or it's not a law. Here's the problem. Here's the problem with your. Don't talk to me, bro. But here's the problem with your line of thinking. Go back. Wait. You want to grow up to like 30 IQ points. Okay, wait. Wait. Hold on. You're missing a chromosome or something, bro. Stop. Dude, let me deal with it. You believe that morality? You let me finish. You believe that morality? You're not capable of thinking. You believe. But hold on. You believe that morality is subjective, correct? And you were. I explained it to you yesterday. Hold on. Wait. And this guy's complaining about. You believe that morality is subjective. You don't. In your own paradigm, you have no right to say that the Christian God is immoral.
Exactly.
My standard is immoral. This guy is so stupid. My Christian God is a fucking war on the response.
No, you're right. I agree with Megatron at this point. No point.
Why are you trying to engage with him in a serious way?
You're right. It's a waste of time.
It's a waste of fucking time.
It is. You guys seriously are not capable of discussing. Go fucking
Conclusion one,
He's
therefore Allah
walking
has
around.
Conclusion one, therefore Allah has Conclusion two, that son is Isa.
honestly, you guys are worse than the Muslims. You go worse than the
Conclusion, let me just read out my syllabus.
Where's the reasoning than Muslims? Look, Jesus remembers Enrique's
Therefore, Allah has a son. Conclusion two, that son is Isa. Conclusion three, therefore Isa is divine and thus God. It's from the Quran itself. Premise one, whoever originates directly from God's Spirit without a human father, has a unique son and mercy from mankind, possesses a divine origin. Quran 19:17, Quran 19:19-21, Quran 66:12. Premise two, Isa is called a pure son and was conceived when God breathed his spirit into Mary. Quran 19:19, Quran 66:12. Premise three, Isa had no human father, and his conception was a direct act of God. Quran 19:20, Quran 6:101. Premise four, Isa was made a sign for all mankind and a special mercy from God, unlike ordinary created beings. Quran 19:21. And the conclusion follows necessarily.
Pay attention to that. You don't say it's wrong. It's logically consistent. Do you believe that the Christian God is immoral? By my morals, yes. By my personal morals, it's about a lot of the Catholic Christian God or Jewish God. And a lot. We had this yesterday. You're only using
Bro, do you understand what you opened up? You just opened Pandora's box, bro.
Yeah, this is Pandora's box. 100%.
And
Oh, you can't do that.
It's just terrified of me. I'm gonna be here for pretty soon. It is what it is. You're only using precise language now because you know you self-contradicted yourself yesterday.
Enrique, what's this guy's name again? Enrique.
Enrique.
If you can
Zero.
Nobody's here to talk to you, bro.
Ribono Shalom. That was like the greatest thing I've ever heard Megatron say to anybody. Goo, how does that make you feel? And CM, how does that make you feel? Projection alert!
Why do you think Chuck Kitover is mentally ill? Honestly.
Did you just slip into rap hip hop as you were trying to continue to roast me?
Bro, that fucking album came out in 98. You fucking crackhead.
It came out in like 94. What are you talking about, bro? I thought you were older than me, Gordon. And you're from New York. You should know this. Anyways.
Bro, I had that on the
screen that he took, like the YouTube. I'm pretty picky about putting on women. I'm only gonna really, but I mean, yeah, obviously not a woman to like just chill with, but like to have kids with.
I'm telling you right now, the next fucking girl you have sex with, you better not fucking pull out. Because that's gonna be your last opportunity. I'm just letting you know right now. And when you get to fucking sleep with a girl, you better fucking blow the biggest fucking load you ever did in your life, and you better pray to God she doesn't fucking take a plain B pill.
Dude, I gotta worry about the opposite. I gotta worry about like nutting in that bitch's face and her running in her pussy.
Okay. So you tell me you're not gonna try out a kid.
I mean, it's gotta be a kid. Me and the girl on the same page with how we're gonna raise them. My kid is gonna go to. If I were you, I would just. Yeah, my child is MIT. That's how you. Yeah, MIT.
You better be lucky. A kid's not gonna be like a child his whole life. Listen, just have a fucking kid. That's all I'm trying to
Yeah, I want to. I want to have have to.
Just don't pull out. Just don't pull out. Even if it's like a Colombian. Even if it's a Colombian.
Exactly. I'm not trying to have. I'm not trying to knock up a Colombian whore who's gonna like divorce me in 3 years.
What do you have to offer a woman though? Think about this. Like, what do you offer a woman?
A lot. Dude, it's that I'm an idiot. I should be a sperm donor. I'm tall. I have
the way you talk
4
about
college degrees. Like, I mean, this is the type of shit that they put like into this.
What, in Clown House University? You got 4 degrees from Clown House University? Is that what CM stands for?
From Clubhouse University. I got my degree on the dark web. Like, I still have.
Yeah. Supposedly he was like this prodigy math kid, and then he just fizzed out. And then what happened?
So what happens? Like, you get to such high level of mathematics, and then you start spurting out, and you become like schizo after you get to like the highest level of mathematics.
You know what? I'll show you guys my dissertation. You guys want to see it?
Yeah, publish it. Put it on Scrib. Let's see it.
Not John. He's mentally ill. But I showed
Oh, thank you very little. Is that projection?
Yeah. I should, again, you're about 110 pages of original mathematics. You're going to be like,
Well, CM, you know,
like 100 pages out of
CM, you may have 4 degrees, but I've got at least 4 days of you talking on this app concurrently. That's like 96 hours of talking about nothing. If that degree means anything, my recordings mean you're still retarded. So how do you defend yourself?
I mean, no, all it means is I'm here to fucking entertain myself by talking shit to like flat earthers. That's all it means.
Oh, so you think your degrees qualify you to argue with fucking African-American people that want to sit there and troll you about the earth being flat, the earth being flat? That's how you use your degrees. Oh, I see, it's cheap entertainment. So what you mean to tell me is you go to the black casino.
Don't you believe like every conspiracy known to man?
You
You
go
don't
to the
believe the flat earth conspiracy?
you go to the black casino because it's cheap entertainment for you. Does that make you a low class racist? I mean, 4 degrees and that's how you choose to use your fucking time?
I'm literally never gambling.
Never mind, Megatron. If I keep talking to him, please kick me from the room, Megatron.
Yeah, no. It's insane.
Bro, do you know like you're being live streamed to YouTube right now, right?
By who?
Who do you think? Take a wild guess.
It doesn't. You want to know something? These things don't bother me.
I know. Because you don't care about Randall onto live.
Can you maybe update the title, not just the poll? Thank you very little.
I personally, like, for me, like, they can live stream me all you want, but see how many views, let's just think, how many views do you think you can get if they put you on a YouTube channel? How many views do you think they would get?
I'm being put on YouTube right now.
No, I'm just saying, how many views do you think you would get if you were to start the show?
At least a few hundred, maybe a few thousand. I got videos for some 50,000.
You have a video starting. Alright, how many videos do you have of you alone? A few thousand.
All of them are me alone talking about math.
How long have you been online?
I mean, and I have some going back to like 2015 probably.
2015.
When this dude said shit, he's not lying about it. I thought he was. I looked at it. There's no way that
He's coming in since 2015.
he's coming in. Yeah.
Like tiny math lectures.
What is the 2015 videos? Let's see.
Yeah, send it to me, Megatron, so I can screen record it and put it on YouTube. Thank you very little.
Thank you.
Nothing. I don't think there's anything to diagnose. It's the same diagnosis for everyone. It's a waste of fucking time to be on this stupid app. That's my diagnosis.
N bombs on this motherfucker like anybody.
Why did you lie? What N bombs did you drop on me? Why are you lying?
You know, James, you're not gonna be black, right?
Why are you lying?
Listen, James, if you are not from the United States, you are not a fucking.
You're from Puerto Rico. You're a fucking wetback. You are not from the United States either.
Again, a booty scratcher. You will never.
I live in a country where everyone has health insurance. We have no death penalty, right?
Well, so
And all the children have health insurance. Tell me how wonderful America is.
Only pure niggas.
Yeah, American sport is killing children in school. That's the only thing you're good at, you piece of shit.
You on the other hand, you're just a lonely homosexual.
Yeah, but I have a Dutch passport, which is welcome anywhere in the world. What kind of passport do you have? Okay, Puerto Rico has a passport, huh?
I have an Israeli
Passport
passport.
that Puerto Rico have. You're a fucking American colony.
I have an Israeli passport.
how do you have an
I
Israeli
don't know why Israeli passport. Why didn't you fight in ID if you got an Israeli passport? You fucking lying cretin.
It's like a
Like you. My primary estate is in New York.
Remember when I asked you, Bob, are you an engineer? Guess what, Bob? Belong to an engineering union. You fucking idiot. CM has got a PhD. You've never been to college. Why you to call him out?
Nepotism.
nepotism. I'm the first person.
You're fucking stupid. And Kitover, you'll never be elected to Congress. Never, not even MAGA wants you.
I'm looking for the nigga who pulled his pistol on my homie, and I told him, your life is what you owe me.
Damn, you're a sinner.
Regardless of your motherfucker, I want you to witness your motherfucking murder, nigga.
Damn, John Barnes. Hey, yo, Barnes, did you know about, I just came from a room where Nargis ripped Daniel's head off. Like, she's super mad at him.
What?
So apparently Sam was trying to get Nargis to go onto Discord with them, and he recruited Daniel, and they were, like, really bothering Nargis for, like, a long time, and eventually they were trying to get Nargis on there so they could ask her for, like, nudes or something. Somebody said that, I don't know. And then she kept declining. She was getting mad. She's been mad at them for a while. And then fucked it. This is where I told him that I don't know if I could help. Okay. He called Nargis. What was it? Fat and ugly. What was it? He called Nargis fat and ugly. He's like, oh, the reason you won't come on like Discord live with us is because you're fat and ugly.
Okay.
And now she blocked them and everything.
Oh, she blocked him. Okay. All right.
Daniel is a dumbass, and he says stupid shit like that.
He was apologizing. It was really hard to be nice.
I know. I'm not nice.
Rainbows
I am sunshine and fucking rainbows. Hi there, James. I missed you.
I can't recognize your voice. I don't recognize your voice.
I know, honey. It's been a while.
You don't recognize her voice, but you defend the fucking girl all the time, James. It's so funny.
I defend people who are worth defending. I defend my friends and people I respect.
James, you know something, James? How could you not remember her voice, James?
Dude, I speak to thousands of women every fucking week on Clubhouse and in real life.
Wow.
Burn
It's
down
been a
this
while.
fucking guy. Burn down this guy, Daniel.
So refresh my memory.
How come? Wait a second. Before you tell me, okay? This guy is always got my shit. He's always on my ass about this shit. And the fucking nerve of this guy to say, I don't even remember this woman's voice.
Yeah, but the difference between you and I, Bob, I have never called a woman a cum dump. I've never called a woman a cum dump. I've never done that.
Wait a second. Who did I call a cum dump?
You called it a cum dump. I heard them say,
It's not.
Yo, he doesn't even remember her voice.
It's okay. I remember his.
He doesn't even remember her voice, and yet he's constantly talking about death. He got death in the room, and he doesn't even know he's in the room.
Well, when's the last time I spoke to Death Hippie?
It's been a year.
Probably longer, Death Hippie. Probably longer.
I still love you, James.
So I'm not looking against you, Death Hippie. I still like you.
I spoke to Death Hippie every single day after that.
Yeah, but why? What? So you think you can say something to someone, and then the next day you're sorry? You say sorry. That makes it okay. That makes it okay.
Who the fuck are you?
You're a fucking kid. Be responsible for yourself, Bob.
You. This is what I want to know is, who the fuck are you to play police?
I'll tell you who I am. I'm the guy who's much smarter than you, who's much stronger than you, and I'm the guy that can give your wife a better orgasm than you ever can. That's who I am.
Listen to him. Listen to him. Listen to how upset he gets. He doesn't even remember the girl's voice. And yet he's this is a
Yes, I am. You know what else I don't do, Bob? Unlike you, I don't tell lies.
James.
I don't lie. You know why I don't lie? Because I don't fear anyone. Lying is what thieves and cowards like you do. I don't lie.
Kill yourself, James.
I've never pretended that I'm academically educated or, I'm not an engineer, but I belong to an engineering union. I've never said that. Have you said that?
Yeah. I'm pulling up.
You're not a fucking engineer. Otherwise, you would have said you're an engineer. You idiot.
I'm part of Local 14.
You're a glorified artisan. That's all you'll ever be. Maybe a boilermaker at best.
What are you talking about? I'm one of the best, strongest fucking locals in
You're not strong in anything. Fucking let's meet up and let's see how strong you are. You wouldn't last a minute with me.
Listen,
You wouldn't.
You don't have to believe
You
me.
wouldn't.
You don't have to believe me.
Not intellectually, not physically, not otherwise.
Listen, you can go on the website.
You are even more effeminate than John Kitover, and that's saying something.
I'm trying to tell you something. All you're doing is over talking. You don't want to have a conversation. You just want to yell.
Why should I? Everybody's laughing at you.
No one's laughing. Only CNN. He's the only one.
Daniel is laughing at you.
So James, I'll tell you what local part of. I'm telling you what the local part of. I'm part of the Local 14 operating engineers. Oh, like,
Are you an engineer? Yes or no?
yeah.
So why did you say when you asked if you're an engineer that you belong to an engineering union? Why did you say that?
That's the local. Go to New York City. Go to New York City. Go on.
That's what he means. Not that he's like
An operating engineer.
I'm not a civil engineer. I don't believe that.
No, you can't add
Go on the fucking website. Oh my
2/7 plus like 3/8 is it'll take him the rest of his life to get that. Without a
This
It's got no reasoning. It's got no logical trains to it. How can he be an engineer?
precisely.
James, my title is operating engineer.
I didn't ask what your title is. I asked you, do you have a degree in engineering? Yes or no?
I do not need a degree in engineering.
So you don't have it. So you're not. It's like me saying,
But
I'm not qualified.
when
No, I'm a doctor, but I've never been to medic. Or even better, I'm a medic, but I'm a surgeon.
when I was
See how
21
stupid
years
you
old,
are?
when I was 21 years old,
Stolen valve.
Yes, definitely well said, CM. Stolen valor.
You see how he can't have a conversation. He has to.
Because you lie, Daniel.
If you never get,
Wait, you know why I can't have a conversation with you, Daniel?
I'm gonna kick you out.
Because I don't say because your track record is bad. I don't give a fuck. Kick me out the room, you little bitch. Kick me out the room, you little
I'm gonna
bitch.
kick you out of the room if you don't let me speak.
I don't give a fuck. Kick me out the room. What, do you think I'm learning something? I came in the room because of PM and Daniel, not because of your dumbass.
Everybody says that when they come to my room.
Why? I came here for Daniel and for CM. I don't, dude, Andrew was talking about you. Andrew was talking about you. Read, you and Andrew talking or debating on Clubhouse, nobody at any time, anywhere in the world, Andrew called you stupid. Andrew's a dumbass, and then he called you stupid.
What is he talking about? What is he talking about? I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm trying to tell
I was in the room. I was in the room when Andrew said that. And the whole room laughed at you.
I'm so.
See, were you in the room? They always say, I think you can do.
Can we stick to one topic at a time? Can we stick to one topic at a time, guys? Can we stick to one
You guys-
alcohol?
Bob is getting buttered. Bob is getting buttered.
I know, trying to
There you
have
are.
a conversation.
Realize Bart just wants friends.
He's not
trying
trying to have a
That's why he opens, that's why he opens Clubhouse. He's very popular because there's only 9 people in the room.
Giving me a fucking headache. It's giving me a headache. I can't have a conversation with the guy. He just won't shut the fuck up.
James, I've missed you.
The guy just won't stop. And then look, he's gonna take over the chat now.
Come to the way.
Yeah, he's just gonna take over the chat. The guy's fucked up in the head.
I like
This is what,
James.
see, this is what you're gonna be like when you get older if you don't get a girl pregnant and give yourself a life.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is what you're gonna become.
I'm gonna take you right.
You're gonna become, no, this is the thing. You're gonna become a 60-year-old homosexual.
James has a bunch of kids.
Cursing everybody
James has
out.
3 kids, bro.
He has a bunch
I
of
don't
kids
give a fuck. And ask him.
that he
As
loves.
far as I'm concerned, he doesn't have any kids. And he's a fucking sweet homosexual.
You can't function.
Guy. He doesn't stop talking. He won't stop talking.
I'm
You
sure.
know why you masturbate every day? You know why Bob masturbates?
It's impossible to have a conversation with this guy.
It's like old times.
If I keep inviting him up, I'm going to kick him out of the room. Because it's just impossible.
I didn't
All he wants to do
invite
is
him up.
insult people.
I didn't
All he
invite
wants to
him.
do is insult
Oh
people.
my god.
That's all he wants to do. And then and you want to know something, Daphne? His main thing with me is all I do is insult women. But yet he's been on the stage insulting me the whole time. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Like, seriously, like, take a chill pill, dude. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I don't care how many kids you have. I never asked you how many kids you had. I don't care about your fucking kids. Your kids can die in a pool full of shit for all I care.
Oh my
I don't give a
god.
fuck. The fuck do I care about your fucking kids?
What did I wake up to?
He's telling me about his kids. And ask you about your fucking kids. Look at the fucking chat. Look at the fucking chat.
I still love James, and
It's like a fucking Christmas tree.
if I was in his local area, we would have tea.
He would rape you.
No, he wouldn't.
He would rape you. Yes, he would. He would rape you.
No, he'd treat me like one of his.
Rapist. He's a rapist. Come on. Look how aggressive he is online. I think he's gonna be telling you, you better fuck me. You better fuck me, you fucking whore. Look at the way he talks online. He's gonna talk to you like that in person. You don't
He
think,
doesn't.
how do you,
He doesn't
how
talk
do
to
you
me.
think, how was he different? That's just in the beginning. No, I'm just saying, that's just in the beginning. Eventually, he's so used to talking mean to people. Eventually, he's gonna talk that way to you. I mean, how long do you think the nice shit is gonna go for?
He's been doing that since I met him. He's been nice to me. Ever since
But
I
he's
met
been
him.
mean to everybody else.
Consistently.
But he's mean to everybody else.
Because people are dumbasses.
This is the thing. This is why women date psychopaths or date murderers. Oh, he loves me. He won't kill me. But he kills everybody else. But he
He's a
doesn't kill me.
police officer.
Yeah, he doesn't kill me. He won't
He's
kill
a
me.
police officer.
He's so full of shit. I can't believe you believe anything this guy says.
I can't believe you're friends with Daniel. For fuck's sake.
Can't believe you're friends with James.
Well,
Can't believe you're friends with James. The fucking rapist. Oh,
he's not. He is not. That's a false accusation.
how do you know?
I'm
Why do you have troll me? I don't get it. Like, why troll
not
me?
trolling. I'm not trolling you.
Well,
What you do is.
So I'm politely, please, Joe.
No, I just
I don't want to get into it with
it's
you.
over.
No, I don't want to get into you. You
Where's
don't,
that one?
you don't want brimstone from me.
I know.
So,
I don't want.
you know what's amazing about these people on the
Okay, honey.
You know what's amazing about these people
I'm
online?
terrified.
These people online, they block me, but then they come into the room that I'm in. You know how often that happens to me? They have me blocked. Stimming in my room has me blocked. Wants to speak to me, has me blocked. This guy comes into my room, has me blocked, wants to speak to me. He's dying to come up. Watch, look, I'm gonna invite him up. I bet you he comes on stage. I'm gonna send him an invite. Look. Oh, now he rejected it. Somebody else send him an invite. Somebody else send him an invite. I guarantee he comes up to speak to me. I guarantee the moment he comes up, he'll start cursing me out. But yet he has me blocked, and he's in my room. It's you cannot, like, the mental illness. It's just insane.
You can come up if you want to.
Invite him up now. Because, right? Because I called out his shit. He's got too much pride. Come up and show his ass. Because he's gonna show his ass. He's gonna come up on stage, and what is he gonna do? He's gonna talk to me. And yet he's the one that hates me. Oh, you'll blow up the chat. You can blow up the chat. Blow up the chat. Look, you got the chat lit up like a fucking Christmas tree. Go ahead, cowboy.
Like a Roman
James,
candle.
I must say this about
Roman candle.
James doesn't seem to be a liar to me, as far as I've seen.
What does I know? He's a rapist.
Gosh, the slander.
No, it's not.
You don't know that.
Have to be stopped, please.
I don't like him.
Wait.
You're being weird.
So he's got you all, like, thinking that he's this nice guy. And
Oh no, he says, don't go by what I've done in my past. He at least is a truthful person.
Yeah.
He is.
What does he say to you? I only raped 4 women. I'm
No,
not gonna rape
he
you.
has not done
Not
that.
gonna rape you, sweetheart.
Oh, darling.
Just here, have one of my drinks.
I don't drink.
Have a drink.
I don't
I'll get you
drink.
some coffee. I'll get you some coffee, sweetheart. Don't worry about it.
I'm so glad that I don't drink too, because the debauchery usually that is like followed by drinking.
How fucking boring are you in the back?
You'll never
Just
know.
probably
You're so fucking vanilla.
probably excited.
So honestly, you are. You're like vanilla.
All that energy she's got.
Hey, Boris, can you bring up Dr. Z?
Who the fuck? Wait a second. CM, who the fuck are you? I've been trying to figure out, like, why do you come? What? This is.
I was in a room with Dr.
Oh,
Z.
CM is
What
awesome.
is wrong with you?
I like
I
CM
want to be in
too.
a room with replay, bro. This room doesn't have
You're
replay.
another one that doesn't want to be in a room with me, but yet you keep coming back in the fucking room.
Yeah,
You're another
That's
one.
what's hilarious.
I want to talk to Daniel and to Dr. Z. You like Dr. Z, man. Bring her up.
I love Dr. Z.
I invited Dr. Z to talk about it.
But you're not going to be respectful towards her,
She
so.
said CM is
This
cool.
is, yeah, well, if you're respectful towards her, I'll bring her up. But if you're going to be an asshole,
No, man.
I'll just kick you out.
Where-
Charles, what do you got, Charles?
Let James up too.
You're the darkest person in this room. James is also black.
Why'd you have to bring? Oh my god.
Yeah, because James thinks I'm racist, so I might as well act. Go ahead, Charles. One mic on Charles.
Yeah. I mean, I guess my first question is, who is John Kitover, so I can figure out how to vote for that question.
We have no idea who that guy is. Some people know who he is. I have no idea who the guy is.
He's in Chicago.
Yo,
He's in
I want to find out what it is. Go in the comments, scroll up to where you see a YouTube link, click on that YouTube. Then you're going to see John Kitover, which is AI, the guy in between us. Literally live streaming this very
Don't
conversation.
rob a bank. Charles, don't rob a bank with CM. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Hey, James, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate you. Let me, I'm about to go check out and see what this John Kitover got. But, what's the topic? Are we talking Bible Week Quran tonight? Are we still on that or what?
What's the name of the channel? Or the,
What are we on, Charles?
The topic says Bible and Quran.
Yeah, are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian. You can call me that. I have a lot of views that disagree with some mainstream Christianity, but definitely not Muslim. Make that clear.
Well, what's the problem with Islam? I mean, they love black people.
I mean,
that was racist.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean,
That wasn't racist.
So they get a hang will take you, you're black.
No, I said they love black people. The Muslims, I mean, you see all the people in Africa that are Muslims, they love Islam, bro.
There's a lot of people in Africa that are Christians.
Are they?
Yeah, well, I just think
It's being this chat is being live streamed to 0 people.
Zero people. See him as a fucking movie. Yeah, he's
How
just
do you live
streaming.
stream to 0 people?
Zero people. That's what I'm saying. Like, why are you guys so afraid of him? Like recording. Yeah, who gives a fuck?
I agree. Who cares?
It makes him happy. Let him come do it. As long as you don't hurt anybody. I don't know. We're watching.
That's his thing, bro.
He's hurting himself.
Hurting himself. This is the greatest art project any artist has ever accomplished in any artist's life. Over 50,000 videos. I'm the new Cecil B. DeMille.
now I understand the question.
He thinks he's working over here. You can't call this work.
So Charles, did you ever know about this? She was a civil rights activist, and she was this black lady, and she did this thing where she was just big on recording live TV, and she recorded. She has thousands upon thousands of videotape, beta and VHS tape, and she recorded live television for about 20 years. They had 4 apartments.
She's calling me a septic tank douche nozzle.
Completely packed with VHS tape. She was recording live television. We're talking about 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 41, and 47 in New York. And she basically had over, I can't tell you how many videotapes, but it was like 3 apartments, whatever. She videotaped from, I think, the 80s all the way till she died in 2016. Do you know who this lady is?
I have no idea who this is.
Yeah, there's a documentary about her. And Internet Archive has all of her videos. And actually, her videos, you should be able to prove that
You cut out.
Cut out.
I was saying that her videos should be able to prove that all communication is hypnosis and that propaganda is real and that we have been doing it to ourselves.
Propaganda is real.
I don't know that we need 3 houses full of videotapes to prove that propaganda is real.
Was there any value in what she was doing?
Not really. It's probably there's value in it because it's content, and she's technically a historian. I just want to say all communication is hypnosis.
James wrote, Kitover is in a committed relationship with his left hand and lotion.
Alright, so let me tell you, I'm gonna have to end this porn because I wanna post the video. I wanna post the video and show you who she is. Thank God for YouTube Shorts. If you
Yes. The lady that recorded the news was for 35 years. Holy shit.
Yes. So 35 years, this woman did this. Now, he was afraid, right? This was her thing. He thought when she thought that they would give propaganda, but because nobody was recording, he found when people, because nobody was actually censoring what was coming out of the news, they can tell you something today, and then within a few months or a few weeks or whatever it was, maybe a year or two, they tell you something different. So she archived all the videotapes.
Yeah, I see it now. I'm down to the comments. Yeah, link to the video. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about the perspective of that time period. So I can change the narrative. So I think it is very cool. You see people changing narratives over time, different shows, they're interesting. But then there's like stream of consciousness of what this person's gonna say. Seems like that's what they were indicating that she was doing. Like showing them over and certain areas so they can see it switch up. Yeah, that's right.
But her son sold her out because he gave it all to the fucking government. He gave it all to the fucking these archive police.
They probably redacted some of that shit too.
It's like
Where do you keep? This is the thing though. Where do you keep? How many videotapes does she have? Where the fuck do you keep all that shit?
I think it was over 250,000 hours or something like that.
Ridiculous.
I was gonna say AI. If you're doing that, I mean, if you invite me, if I come to your house, I might eat the food you give me, but I'm gonna think about it, because that's hoarder behavior, bro. That's hoarder behavior. I don't know how you think that.
Yeah, but how am I the one hoarding it? Actually, the people on here participating and wasting all their time.
John, you've lost the plot, right? I don't know if your family has told you or you're communicating with people, but you've lost the plot, bro.
That's projection, Daniel. You came in my room and admitted to committing all types of crimes.
Yes, 71,000 VHS and beta tapes.
Yo, how much money do you think she had to spend on all those blank tapes? It's crazy.
A lot.
They were cheap after a while. They were cheap.
Well, I've got over 70,000 videos, 60 phones, 40 YouTube accounts, 50 Instagrams, 60 X accounts. I mean, I'm doing the same thing, but my point is, what she was filming was probably far more of greater value than what people are saying.
What do you hoping to accomplish with this insanity?
It's a fucking art project. What the fuck do you think it is?
You're wasting your time.
How am I wasting my time recording people wasting time? That means I'm producing the show. I'm producing the show called Dinner for Schmucks. You're on it. Congratulations.
Hey, I'm not a schmuck. Just
Yeah, I was about to say, that was offensive. What's a schmuck anyway? I don't even know that.
I'm on stage 2, Kitover.
You don't know the etymology of a schmuck, you should learn the etymology of a schwartz, and then you'll know the etymology of a schmuck. Can you bring James back up, please? Can you bring James up? I'd like to debate James.
When I think of AI, I think of this woman right here, because him and this woman are on the same. They're on the same level here. The same level of sickness. The same level of sickness. Yeah.
Same level of sickness, Barth. You're a former prisoner who lived in a fucking black box. You guys just don't like the fact that I'm playing this game called Life a little differently than you. I'm recording you, and you don't like it.
No, but John, it's weird. That's not good for you.
It's not weird. It's your opinion. You're weird and projecting.
John.
You're weird and projecting, Daniel. Look at your PTR. Look at your PTR. Look at Megatron. Look at CM. You're all weird. You're weird.
I'm completely normal.
What do you got, Luke? What do you got, Luke? What's up?
What are you up to? What's good, Megatron? What's good, Daniel? Charles, everyone?
We're going to
Wow.
Whoa, bro.
You know, Luke, did you always live in Great Britain?
I was born and raised there, but the last 5 years I've just kind of been just traveling around Europe. I've lived in different countries over the last 5 years, but I was born and raised there. Like I moved back to UK this year for Greece. I was living there for 2 years.
The economy's not that good in Greece, right?
Yeah, it's terrible, but I didn't move there for work. I had my own business I was doing at the time, so I was making USD and GBP. So I was kind of everything at that time, but I had some problems, so I had to move back.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good.
What line of work do you do?
You don't have to tell them that. You don't have to tell them that, Luke. Don't tell them that. Don't tell them.
It doesn't matter. He's just trying to qualify you to see if he can sell you a car insurance policy.
I didn't hear that.
You know, it's fine. So you moved back to the UK. So what's the climate of the UK right now? Is there a lot of Muslims there right now? Are you scared of your life as a Muslim?
No way, I'm not scared of nobody, but everyone here, there's a lot of different religions, so everybody families at peace. I live in London, so that's the most multicultural city in Europe. I don't know about the whole world, but it's great.
Because they have these videos where they're walking through the market, and it's just fucking flooded with jobs and shit. They're all over the fucking place.
I mean, it depends on what community, what videos you're looking at. Maybe that could have been Midlands, could have been Bradford, but even if you were to go there as a non-Muslim, you'd be perfectly fine. It's not like what the captions and the pictures and the videos you watch online. It's not nothing like that.
Spanish girls in New York, they're not playing that shit. You can't be having your face covered and walking through the hood like that. You're gonna get bullied. They're gonna rip that shit off your fucking head. I'm being honest.
Nobody knows.
Yeah, but people, you see, when you're in the hood, people don't really like that because it makes them feel like they can't really see who you are. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they don't like that. They want to see your face. They want to know who you are. You can't just be walking in the street covering your face like that. You know what I'm saying?
That's true, bro. That's true. I'm from Baltimore, bro. You can't walk around my hood with your face covered. You get fucked up on sight.
Yeah, well, I'm sure people are fucking up religious women out there.
No, they'll just like make them feel uncomfortable about coming out with it.
Look, are you a Muslim?
No, I'm not Muslim. I'm not.
No, I'm just letting you know. I'm not saying anything about them being Muslim. I'm just saying, like, he's a businessman. He probably takes advantage of the low costs of failing areas and helps prop up the economy by going and staying there. Isn't that right, Luke?
Somebody said that they lived in Corfu, James, and he lived in London as well. No.
Listen, James is a low IQ anti-Semite. James is an angry, lifelong cigarette-smoking screamer.
I don't really care if anyone's racist to me. It doesn't really affect me. It doesn't change what he said. He has family in Corfu.
Luke, are you a Christian, Luke? And do you like the Book of Luke?
I'm not a Christian, no, but the Book of
You're not a Christian? You got a book named after you in the New Testament. Haven't you seen Star Wars? Don't you know who Luke is?
John, how many domain names do you own? And what are the names of some of them?
I don't know anymore. I lost track.
He owns like hundreds of domain names. One of them is Chicago Pizza Parlor. Some shit.
You should get a pizza parlor.
Dude, you buying domain names now? People were on that like how many decades ago? Like decades ago. They still thinking that's gonna be lucrative.
Well, we all can't sell illegal car insurance policies. We can't all sell illegal car insurance policies to illegal aliens, now can we, Daniel? Make money scamming these illegal aliens with low-cost car insurance, huh? What's 1,000 times 400? Got 4 degrees, man bun?
He's got 24,000.
Where do you live, Megatron?
I live in New York City.
Oh, really?
You guys should really check out my TikTok at John Kitover because that's where I'm putting all of you guys.
But I haven't been there before. How much is it to drive into London?
It's pretty comparable, yeah.
How much does it cost to drive into London?
Driving nowadays in London is expensive. Like I said, I just moved back, so I don't really have any reason to have a car.
It costs $14 if you want to go into Manhattan.
It's more expensive to get into London. We have something over here called congestion charge.
Yeah, that's what we have. On top of that, you have to pay the bridge, and the bridge is $7, and then just to get into the city is another $14.
We have congestion charge and we have road tax depending on what type of vehicle you have. So there's different tax brackets, tax emissions, and we also have to pay different bridges as well. Now we got the Dartford Tunnel, we got one other tunnel.
You got a tunnel, you got to pay a bridge tax on. Well, we fought a revolution to get your fucking king out our fucking arse and to send you goddamn fucking British twats back where you came from. Back to fucking London, mate.
You're doing a bad job selling London to me, man. All I'm hearing is I will never be going to London.
You think I'm trying to sell London to you?
It's probably
No, I don't want to visit that for that. If it's that congested where you need those mitigations, I feel the same way about New York. Like I love New York for New Yorkers, right? Like I don't want to deal with it, but I love that they have their thing. Yeah.
I like London because of London. It's like I can't say like for example, I wouldn't live here. Like 2026, I'm gonna spend so I'm just gonna spend holidays with my family. Next year, I'm gonna go wherever. I don't know. I haven't got a plan yet. I don't have any plans of living in London, but at the same time, I can't hate it because London made me who I am as well. So I love my city and I love the people here. Like some people here, if I see another Londoner abroad, it's just instant click, instant connection, instant vibe. Do you know what I mean?
You have like one of the most like low class accents, English accents that I've ever heard.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
You mean London? I have no class accent.
The one you have, brother. You sound like a hillbilly. I
never said brother once, but I don't sound like.
No, I'm irritated the way that you speak.
You can't imitate the way I speak and make me sound low class because I don't sound low class. If I did sound low class, I wouldn't be speak to the people I speak to. How I handle my business.
You sound like a fucking hillbilly.
Daniel,
You can't
you can't
say
say that. Daniel, you can't.
He just said it, Charles. What do you think? I mean, Luke doesn't give a fuck. That's because he's a G.
He's a G with it. But so it's funny because I got a buddy of mine who is a hillbilly, and hillbillies do not like to be confused with rednecks. And actually, the accent that comes from the UK is actually the redneck. It's a redneck.
Why did you move me down? Why did you move me down?
Because I can't.
You need some region. I don't know what region you're talking about, to be honest.
Yeah, so there was a guy, academic Thomas Sowell. I don't know if any of y'all are from. I don't know if any of y'all familiar with Thomas Sowell, but
I can't breathe.
Thomas Sowell did some really good research on rednecks. So what he did is
These classes is not horrible.
That I'm only here on the internet right now. You don't even know who I am outside of this life. Nobody knows in this app there's anything about me or my history or what I've done in my life. So it doesn't.
It's not true, Bima. I know a lot about you, Bima, and your failures, your mistakes, Bima. We know all about it. Put me in the queue, moderator.
That's why I brought up that point, because that was a public thing we had on the stage, and that was a perfect example, Bima, is that Uncle Ruckus' point stands strong, is that we have a lot of people talking, but nobody's willing to put their chips on the fucking table. Nobody's willing to go all in anymore. That's the fucking problem. Because if you truly believe in something, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, fucking those guys understood death was facing them, right? Understood that, hey, they still got up every day and did their thing. Charlie Kirk did the same fucking shit. Anybody else who, I mean, shit, look at David, not David Dorn, but Christopher Dorn, whatever. Motherfucker that got fed up with it.
For their finding in their home. The same around.
Hello?
Hey Seymour, what are you doing for Hanukkah?
What are you doing?
I'm lighting up candles. We're gonna make a party.
You saying a prayer?
I got my shawl on right now. Gotta get my zit out of the closet. Just got it washed. But the fringes got stuck in the dryer and the fringes went everywhere. And my dryer got so excited it flew out the back door and went to Shemayim. I just want to quote Charlie Kirk and say, "Good Shabbos!"
Did you hear what Erica, what the fuck, Erica Kirk, she said, she's like, oh, my kids, when they would come home and say, Shabbat Shalom, Dad. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That was fucking funny. What do you think about Dana Zones and all that shit going on? I
don't know. I just feel like they're just everybody's just a bunch of spammers. And like, if you actually sit there and spend more than fucking 30 seconds listening to any of them, you're like, you know, fucking
I think
crazy.
it's a giant grift for all of them.
Yeah, there was like an article that like behind the scenes, you know, at TPUSA, everybody's just like best friends laughing because everybody's getting paid because that fucking place is like hundreds of millions of dollars.
Unreal.
What's new with you? Are you teaching?
No, not yet.
How are you staying alive?
I still freelance. IT stuff. I do IT stuff. So.
IT stuff. Like, how do you still see? You're like the Jeffrey Epstein of IT, basically.
Yes, exactly. Except for I'm poor. I don't have an island, so.
Well, I was reading a really in-depth article about Epstein's rise from teacher to Wall Street financier. Oh my God, bro. Fucking, this guy was a monster. Everywhere he went, he was breaking the law and never got in any trouble. Didn't fucking matter what he did.
Dude, how open and free that he spoke to people, and he just would openly what did he tell? He was texting a politician, and just how he talked in conversation. It's like as if he owned the world. He owned the world and just walked about like no big deal.
Yeah, pretty crazy. I don't know how he fucking. Hey, Nectar Flowers, creepy PTR, by the way. I mean, like, super gross, but that's you. You do you.
Hello?
Hi, Nectar.
Excuse me? Are you judging my face?
Yeah, that PTR you have is disgusting. Seymour's is also pretty disgusting, but yours is, like, repulsively gross.
Yeah, it's very gross.
It looks like the Joker if, like...
Do you want to suck on my nose?
Would I like to suck on your nostril?
Yes.
Is it cute? Well, sure, why not? I mean, a nostril's a nostril. And you're talking to a Kabbalist here, so, you know, every good Kabbalist thinks with his nose. What do you smell, Seymour?
Shit.
Oh! So the question here in the bathhouse bucket is, do you suck or are you good? Which one is it, Nectar? Oh, thank God Samson's here.
Nectar, do you suck dick or are you happen to be a homosexual?
No, the first one.
Red alert, red alert. So Seymour, have you ever slept with anybody off of this app other than what's her face?
No, and I don't know who you're talking about.
The girl, you know, who's on here all the time talking about going to the gym.
Always going to the gym. Ooh, Cindy?
Holy shit, you got some intuitive powers there.
Yeah, it's probably like ADHD.
Damn.
She's fucking retarded, dude.
What the fuck, dude? I mean, read a book or something.
I've like, I don't know. She's something else.
So wait, this must just be like a modern day medical device technology company for psychiatrists. I think that's what it's going to become.
Yeah, it has to be.
Because psychiatry is like already fucking bullshit, but like if you could monitor people in real time and get like a true diagnostic of their like mental health and emotional instability, you could like in real time be like, social credit score that person. I don't know, China's social credit score shit is like crazy.
It's pretty insane. What was it? There was something about a guy that got stopped the other day on a bicycle, and he got a point deducted in like I think 25 yen or whatever their currency is, and got deducted from his account, and he wasn't wearing a helmet. That's why.
I don't know. It must be crazy to have like a government Facebook where like everything on you is aggregated. But we must have the same shit, like through the
We do,
DNI.
but we take silent tabs and how they parse through databases. They basically buy essentially like spreadsheets and spreadsheets of data from like companies that have either closed down or like have fallen out of operation, or that they've been stolen, and they get mixed up in all types of like with all types of data brokers, and that gets sold off later on, and then somehow randomly one company will buy, millions of different columns or cells, I guess, on a spreadsheet, and all that data is accumulated essentially, like building basically painting a big picture of who you are. So like from all the way back from 1996 to all the way present, and they find all these common things between like, oh well, this person had an AOL account, and this person over here still uses the same email address. We can deduce that these two columns are the same person. So now we're going to merge that, and now we recognize this person that used AOL, it used this name, and this person with this name had this other different account. So now we're going to merge this column now. That's all they're doing. It's just a slow and steady merger of data, and it's up to the highest bidder. That's all it is, man. All it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, you're live on my TikTok right now, by the way, John Kitover, and it's amazing if you go on TikTok or, oh my god, bro, there's just so many fucking carnival circus freaks on TikTok with human deformities that are like get tons of views. Human suffering and the carnival, the circus, or the freak show has always been popular on the internet. Like I see these little videos of this like little deformed girl who like her body could never grow, and she like does those dance videos. He goes, you know what I'm talking about? Like the little midget girl who sings on the mic, and she does these dance routines.
But, I think I might know. There's too many fucking freaks. I don't know.
Anyways, the only reason I bring it up is because for some reason on TikTok I always see freak shows as opposed to like other platforms. TikTok seems to be like disability, algorithm. So anyways, I'm hoping it boosts me because like I have Down syndrome now and I identify with autism. So
definitely you're on the spectrum.
Yep. I identify with the spectrum.
There is definitely some neurodivergency. Would I dare say that you have autism? I don't know, but you're definitely neurospicy. 1000%.
If I could show you the insults that I get on my live streams, like some of them are so. I got called Rob Reiner yesterday.
It's not Edmonds. This is John Kitover.
Oh, hey, Buttercup.
I thought you were John Kitover.
Yeah, that's who I am. I'm running for Congress in the 16th district. How are you? You're in a lot of my videos, Buttercup.
I am. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm not Buttercup. I'm Butter Nutter.
I
I try to talk to Buttercup about it. Like,
Wait, let me confirm your new profile. Butternut or not? Butternut. Oh man, I can only imagine hearing all the other conversations with Butternut instead of Buttercup, because Buttercup is a better neurolinguistic program for people because it's like such a sweet name, but like Butternutter is a little, more spicy. Anyways, congratulations on your new Butternutter.
Thank you. And what happens is I friend all these people that I knew before, and they all think I'm like a troll because there were so many fake buttercups.
Yeah.
And they all call me Butternutter or Butternuts or Buttercunts. Like they have so many like nicknames for me that they just assume it's one of the imitators. No one believes it's me. And that way I get to keep a small circle.
John, can you tell her some good stories from back in the day? Like some really good, like some stuff that she's missed. She thinks that this app is amazing. It's like, oh my god, I'm like, if you think this is amazing now, like she completely missed the whole boat. So like it's so bad. Like John doesn't even do anything anymore on this app.
John does a lot of stuff.
No. John, please tell her.
What are you talking about? I got 4 accounts going right now recording this room.
But back in the day, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, like.
Wait, are you recording this room right now?
Yeah.
He's always
Okay,
recording.
fuck. I just gave away that Buttercup. Now everyone's gonna know. Damn it.
No, nobody will know. Like nobody wants to ever look at my stuff. Nobody cares about it.
Wait, you know that nobody looks at your stuff and you still do it?
Yeah, because what's the difference? Like, who cares? Like, I'm gonna do it
Because
anyways.
it's a lot of work, no?
Clicking a fucking button on a phone? You call that hard work?
How many phones do you have? You have like 6 phones?
No, Butter, you have no idea.
How much did the operation? I've seen like videos of your operation.
Butter, I've seen it when it was John Kitover over here.
It's the biggest it's ever gotten. Like my old setup doesn't even. Now I have so many. I just ordered 9 more tripods. Like I'm gonna record everything, and I've got recording studios. I'm gonna like run room to room all day long, literally in my house, and like record everything, all the good.
You're manic though. You have like 16 different Twitters, 16 different YouTubes, 16 different.
Don't expose him. I love his neurodivergence. Let him flourish.
Yeah, but how do you have time to run for Congress when you have?
I'm talking about. I got 16 phones running for Congress, as opposed to the one guy who's got 1 phone.
That's so smart. You're gonna split the vote though. You're gonna like ruin the.
No, they already removed me from the ballot, but I'm running as a write-in candidate.
Did they remove all of you from the ballot?
Well, the thing is, they can't take away my credibility now as being candidate. And I've created so much content that backs up my candidacy that the next campaign that I'm running in is in March. So I've just got the branding, totally built up. But the thing is, I spam so many people on X, like Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi. Like I spam real people with my real name, but it's not spam. It's my real political opinion.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Having conversations here, intellectual conversation.
Okay, well, you're gonna have the conversation in my room. Can you guys come there instead?
It's up to my other partners in crime here.
Yeah, can you guys come into the other room? Everyone is there.
Yeah, it's honestly.
I don't know the other room. I don't see the other room.
Bad, why are you trying to come in here? You didn't even answer the question yet. Do you suck dick or are you gay? Which one is it? Did you tell me to wash my mouth?
I said I raped your mom.
You'll rape my mom?
Yeah.
All right, I'm reporting you. I'm screenshotting this room, and I'm reporting your account right now.
I raped your mom twice. Record that.
Okay, twice. That makes it 3, right? Here we go. You're good.
Okay,
Let me show you how it works. Report an incident. They said something wrong. Harassment. Abusive language. Raped my mother. And raped my God.
Yeah.
A very vulgar, profane, abusive, and sick, violent person.
Yeah, and your mom's a bitch.
Also, my mother is a bitch.
Yeah. And you're asleep.
This is high art.
Okay, now I'm screenshotting this. Now I'm screenshotting
Are you gonna
this.
act disabled or are you gonna drink around?
Oh, God, share the link. I don't know which one. What does it say? What's the room? What does the room say?
Nigga, the room is
Oh, hard R, gotta update it. Gotta update it on that one.
What does the room say?
He had the tone in his voice.
What does the room say?
He had the tone in his voice.
Oh, yeah, the tone of his voice. Okay. I see it.
Okay, join it, bitch.
Woo!
Okay. No problem.
Okay, bad PTR.
Oh,
Updated.
Nigga, I don't give a fuck. Report me. Like, what the fuck?
that's right, nigga.
I had to update it for the hard R bad.
What a bitch. Like, imagine talking to this nigga.
Damn. Well, alright. We outie.
Parker Memorial Homeless Ministry sued the city, arguing the law violated their religious duty to feed the hungry. 2013, a federal judge ruled that the ordinance did violate the Texas Religious Freedom Restoration Act. So the judges permanently enjoined the city from enforcing these specific restrictions against the plaintiffs. The ordinances that were removed were the ones requiring running water in bathrooms. Current rules as of 2025. So it looks like everything stayed in place. So you got to give them 24-hour notice if the event is hosting more than 75 people. Fewer people can be provided within 48 hours. Safety requirements: servers must use hand sanitizer, disposable gloves, food kept at certain temperatures. So it just seemed like really the only ordinance issue they had was the running water in the toilets.
And I told you they had to go through the government in order for them.
Yeah, they sued.
No, it wasn't.
I
It was
did say
2005.
that. You didn't organize the event. You don't know what paperwork they filed that happened.
Hold on. It was between 2018 and 2025. Obviously 2025, but it was between that. It was around that time. It was for a short time, and it was because we lived there. We were there walking around. Right? There were officers that were shutting down people for and it was explicitly for feeding the homeless people. That's what it was specifically.
That's a long time.
Right. Well, obviously not 2025, not 2023, not 2022. It was between 2018 and 2020. It was
Yeah, but
within
the only
one
thing
of
that
those
changed
years.
being like even I'm looking at the 2025 rules, everything's the same except for the toilets and the running water. So nothing changed besides those two. Those are the only things that were changed.
Oh my God! Listen.
That's just what I'm reading.
And that's yeah. Well, Google doesn't answer all of your questions. You know what I'm saying? But believe
That's what I'm saying. You got
believe what you want.
You haven't answered any question. Google's wrong. You're wrong. So, I mean, who do we believe? You? And trust me, bro. That's your facts.
Yeah, I could get the guy who organized it, Patrick Smith. Yeah, Patrick Smith is the guy who organized it. He's a very close friend of mine who I can have come on this app, who I did bring to this app before. Okay, well, he's the guy who organized it, and we could talk to him.
I know how protests in this nation work, okay? Once it gets over a certain amount of people that show up, right, you have to notify them by
It wasn't, we didn't, and I know for a fact none of us did. I know none of us did. No, I know none of us did because that's not what we do. We intentionally do forms of activism. We intentionally, Uncle Ruckus, that's against our philosophy. Do you hear what I'm saying though?
You guys
Uncle Ruckus, do you understand what I'm
people
saying?
already had the event planned. They already planned to get out there.
Not other people. It wasn't other people. This was formed by Patrick Smith. Okay. Hold on. There's a group of us. Okay. It was a meeting of the. We meet right every 2 weeks. We have meetings. Right. We host events. Right. We have annual get-togethers on top of big annual get-togethers. Okay. People all over the nation come. Right. In Dallas, Fort Worth, the group of the volunteers. That's how it formed. A bunch of us, a group of us. It wasn't just one person. Patrick Smith led it, and then the group of us decided this is what we were going to do. We formed Feed the Need, and that was one of the things that we did. Okay, that's my point. I mean,
Well, there's the funny part. I'm reading this Reddit. So it's that, this is funny as hell. So it says Dallas, Texas. I put the link in the chat. Dallas, Texas made it illegal to feed and help the homeless. So every year for the past 7 years, a group of Texas provide even in the Reddit thing, people are calling this idiotic. They're like, what are you gonna do? You expect the police to show up and start a shootout? And like you need guns. They said it's not illegal. People in this Reddit chat are saying it's not illegal to serve food to the homeless. You just need to let the fucking city know. And they're like, showing up with guns and shit, it's fucking retarded. Like, what was the point? So even on Reddit,
yeah, maybe people that don't live there, right? Again.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of sounds silly that you guys would show up just because there's a
maybe two aren't adding up. Maybe the internet doesn't give you all the answers that you really want. Maybe there's a real life, in-life example of real people and shit that is not on a Google. You guys are ridiculous.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like something you get armed for. That doesn't. Yeah, I mean, come on. There's not much to ask. That hey, we want to feed the homeless, so we're giving you 48 hours notice. We're gonna have hand sanitizer, and the food's gonna be served at a proper temperature. As long as those things are met, you don't have any problems, people. So what's the point of the guns and shit?
Oh, because they want to be activists. They went from the armchair in the living room in the basement.
Because there's such ugly, because there's such ugly people on SSRIs. You get the glasses and everything. They're terrible people, and that's why they just
couldn't
want to
afford to go to the range that day.
Exactly.
They had to show up. They had to show it somewhere.
Horrible people.
Says the bootlegger.
No, I'm just saying though, man. I mean, unless you got something else, people, but it does seem silly, man. That's a silly argument you probably brought up.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
Can I just say that?
With guns, when clearly the city allows you to feed the homeless, you just got a couple provisions in place that are very hard to follow or attain.
Can I just say that, Achek, you might want to check yourself for saying horrible and awful or terrible people. I think I've heard you say that like 1,000 times today, and then 1,000 times yesterday, 1,000 times.
What am I supposed to say? Yeah, it's the best thing ever the whole entire world.
I don't try to go get do you know what a thesaurus is? Or like Grok, you can like do some large language model. Try to learn some new English words or something. I know English isn't your first.
It's terrible, America's bro. But what am I supposed to say? Yeah, it's the best woman in the whole entire world. Yeah, we're having a good time. If something is terrible, it's terrible. Like, what do you want me to say?
Oh, get some new words. Limit yourself to how many times you use terrible. Otherwise, you might end up becoming terrible.
English is my third language, bro.
Well, that's just horrible. You should try to learn more English. That's horrible that you don't know more. It's terrible. It's just horrible. It's just terrible, horrible that you don't know more English. It's horrible.
Yeah, I want to say something else. Yeah, tell me, John, what do you want me to say?
I don't know. Just like you say horrible, terrible all the time, every day on this app. I just get so tired. It's awful. It's horrible. It's terrible. Well, it's horrible. It's just so horrible that you have to use the word horrible all the time. It's horrible. I don't know. It's kind of like me saying horrible over and over again. It's just horrible that you use the word horrible all the time. It's just terrible.
Don't come in here and be like, yeah.
Well, it's just horrible. You use the word horrible all the time, and it's terrible that you use the word terrible. I've heard you say it's horrible. It's horrible. You said horrible 1,000 times today. It's horrible.
What do you want me to say?
I don't know. For the past 3 years on this app, it's horrible how many times you've said horrible, and it's terrible how many times you've said terrible. It's horrible.
I'm dealing with scumbags. I'm dealing with people that are just.
I know it's horrible.
What am I supposed to say to you?
I don't know. It's terrible, but it's horrible. I understand. It's horrible and it's terrible.
Don't come here and be like, these people are the worst of the worst. What do you want me to say?
Oh, they're just the worst.
Do you have one second? Do you have a different definition of what I want to say to him? Like, what am I going to say? It's the best of the best. When I'm dealing with scumbags.
They're horrible.
Most people, I was at Detroit, I was in downtown Detroit a couple months ago with my wife, and we had this obese lady pulling one of those wagons.
Why restricted now? Submit
She had 3
feedback.
dogs in a wagon, and then she had 3 kids with her, and her kids were obese and fat. And she came up to me and my wife asking if we could give her some money to get a meal, get some food or whatever, because they didn't have any money to eat. And I'm looking, me and my wife looking at each other like, wait a minute, you got fat ass kids, fat ass dogs, and your fat ass is begging for money for a meal, bro. And then I was like, yo, I don't have any cash. She was like, oh, I got Cash App, and pulls out a fucking $1,000 iPhone 14 Pro Max, bro. I was like, you can't make this shit out.
I'm from Los Angeles, dog. Being homeless is a hustle. A lot of the people who are homeless, believe it or not, are anarchists like Bima, right? They just they don't want to live by the rules of society.
You don't know what an anarchist is. Only what you've been taught, trained, and indoctrinated to believe from your public education system.
They've given up on the system. They're conspiracy theorists. You know, they're big weirdos a lot of times, right? They're drug addicts. They're alcoholics. They're lazy. They don't want to work, right? They just given up on everything, right? I've talked to these. I've fed them. I mean, my uncle, he was one of those bleeding hearts, right? Okay, so every single weekend, we had to pack lunches and go down there to downtown LA, right, and feed at least 30 to 40 homeless people, right? We'll go down there every weekend for years, right? And I'm not gonna lie, he met a lot of good people as far as homeless people goes because he ended up needing a kidney, right? And Blackie, which is one of the homeless guys down there, another fat homeless guy, white guy in California, right? They volunteered their kidney for potentially from Uncle. Now, of course, they weren't donor matches at all, right? So he couldn't get it from him, right? But they did offer up their kidney after all these years of helping them, right? Okay? And I realized one fucking thing.
Your uncle just a kidney harvester, man. He running a big kidney harvesting scam.
They were able-bodied adults, and they were sitting there fat and homeless in their tents with a whole bunch of shit, right? They were enabled to be fat and homeless by the government.
Bruh, I was in LA on a stage.
It was like 300.
Uncle Ruckus, are you fucking fat? Who the fuck are you to call these people fat? You fat.
They were fat and homeless. They were fat and homeless, right? They were fat and homeless for 4 years. California had a tent. He had a fuck ton of shit in his fucking tent. He was fat as hell. He had 3 cell phones.
Is this projection? Is this projection?
Right? And everybody was giving him shit all the time and everything. And that's how most of the old people were living. Like, come on, dog. Like, you went out there to...
You make it sound like it's so great because he has shit in his tent.
It was useless because you're a status bootlicker, and I'll explain, okay? I'll explain how we can draw the comparison. You feel because you like to be a slave, right? I guess maybe it could be in your blood, I don't know. But apparently you like it, okay? Yeah. Hold on. No, I'm just saying. We already know the psychological trauma. Listen, the truth hurts. The truth hurts. And maybe you can come to the light. Maybe you'll be able to come to the light. Let me finish. Maybe you'll be able to come to the light. I'm trying to deprogram you. You think you want to be, hold it. No. I'm saying deprogram you. I'm saying that you have been programmed. I'm saying that if you think I'm more freedom loving than you do. You are a statist. No. I'm not a statist. No, I'm not a liberal. I don't believe in slavery. Clearly you do. Because how is it that a man that could have gone with his uncle and fed the homeless for so many years actually say that, oh, do you know what? It's you guys didn't do anything, you showed up. Yeah, what we were doing is we weren't going to reduce ourselves to asking for allowances to show compassion. But apparently you want to do that. You don't mind jumping through the states because you are a slave. You like to jump through. You have no problem jumping through the city hoops to pay for permission to feed homeless people who are largely, they have mental illness and all of the other drug addiction, okay, right? So maybe you are okay with the slavery of having to jump through the hoops and pay permission to feed the homeless, but no, we, and it's interesting, it's very interesting that people like you who was fooled by the white supremacist system for a long time too. But once I open my eyes to it, I'll no longer go back. There's no way. You can't go back, Uncle Ruckus. Once you see the truth and you see the light, and we understand that we're not slaves, that we're free agents to live and to abide by our own consenting doctrine of non-aggression and just peaceful coexistence and voluntary exchange. We don't need the slave master to dictate our interactions anymore. So maybe someday you'll come around and you'll see that this, and admit that the white supremacist system got you. It got you, Kanye would say, gotcha. Gotcha. You were born and you put on those white supremacist glasses and now you're upholding the white supremacist system, right? And ironically, you're looking at me and saying that I'm the problem, right? Because I'm saying, hey, look, we've exposed the white supremacist system. We're gonna shut it down. We don't need the slavery anymore. Go ahead, Uncle Ruckus. Continue to lick the white man's boot. Listen, go ahead and continue to lick the white man's boot. You like it down there. There's nothing I can do about it.
You didn't come from greatness.
Hold on. Whoever said that I did? I came from nothing. I'm nobody. That is true. That's true. That two things could be true at once. Uncle Ruckus, two things could be true at once. But you know one thing I'm not? I'm not a white supremacist. And I'm not a man that's gonna participate in the system and uphold white supremacy. Okay, that's another thing I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna actually reject once I saw the light and saw systemic oppression. You can't go back. This is gonna be a long deprogramming.
But Bima, this is a dumb shit we're talking about. You're upholding white supremacy by being on your cell phone right now. It was white people that went those other countries and enslaved those that fucking guarded the slave labor and the labor of underprivileged people, Bima. So any technology used, any type of rechargeable batteries, you're upholding white supremacy by purchasing those products.
Yeah, that's a kind of
It's black people stupid. She only likes the niggas that agree with her. Bima's a hypocrite. That's why I hate these shit bitch. Obviously, liberal bitches.
I don't know why you keep saying liberal, Uncle Ruckus. I'm not a liberal. Why do you keep saying liberal? Tell me.
But fuck you niggas that don't agree with me.
Tell me one. Listen, I'm sorry that you have a slave mentality. I'm sorry that you like the slavery. I'm sorry that you like the slavery.
Nobody has a fucking slave mentality. People like
you got an Android or
we speak on this every single day. It's a horrible thing.
got a dick in her pussy phone.
It's like
she needs to get Bima, you got an Android or an iPhone.
Really things like she's like this.
If you got an Android, Bima, 9 times out of 10, you're upholding Asian supremacy. And then if you got an iPhone, you're definitely upholding white supremacy.
Bro, she's like fucking overweight. And she's like black supremacy.
Our two white guys that went over to China and had horrible working conditions. Pretty much those workers in that factory are enslaved, Bima. They don't have fair working conditions. They're working 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, forced to live on those little shitty apartments that you can barely you barely have room to turn around and breathe in. They're being forced to the tune, Bima, that those factory workers for the iPhone were hurling themselves off of the building to kill themselves because the conditions were. I miss the old school white guys. And bitches like Bima in a brothel somewhere. They would have that bitch pregnant in the kitchen somewhere, right? I like the old school white guys that didn't let this bitch vote. You feel me? Those white dudes were the shit, right? These new school white guys are weak as fuck.
You're confusing the white supremacism with global, potentially for and fucked up labor. You see what I'm saying? Right? Me owning an iPhone doesn't automatically mean white supremacy. It can mean is that I'm participating in a global economy where fucking supply chains, labor conditions, all of this this other shit often, you know, are shit. Hold on. All of this shit that's bad, okay, but what I'm saying is participation isn't the same thing as endorsement, okay? I'm literally saying, oh look, hold on, this is a problem, we shouldn't be doing this, and you guys are saying, no, it's okay, everything's perfectly fine. Most people can't realistically opt out of modern tech without losing access to whatever the hell that they're doing. Education, okay, whatever. Hold on.
Yeah, but
So that's exactly what structural critique points to. The system is designed so that opting out is costly, okay? So if you want a serious argument, don't say to, oh, look, gotcha, moral theater, oh, look, you're using questions. Who owns the platforms that are going to capture these profits? Who are the biggest players? Who are the lowest and into the supply chains, okay?
Okay,
They're completely different.
Steve Jobs and Tim Cook are white people, so whatever. And the only way they can do it is by people like you who keep paying for this shit and giving them more money to be able to do it. If you stop buying the iPhone, then you would allow Tim Cook and Steve Jobs, who are both white, to take their company and go over to China and cruelly brutalize these people with unfair labor practices. You know, that's the reason why they went over there to these countries, because they understood they can enslave these people and force them to work in unhuman-like conditions. They can't do that here in the United States. Those are two white people.
It's just like Temu want cheap goods on Temu, right?
That's what I'm saying. You can't. Look, you gotta pick one. Either your cause is so worthy that you truly believe in it, you'll sacrifice, but it sounds like you're not even willing to sacrifice.
See, that's a category, or that's a logical fallacy, and that's exactly what I said. Inside the participation, hold on. No. You're frustrated. That's why you're not letting me talk, because participation, like I said, it's not. No, it's not. It isn't the same thing. It's not. I'm inside the system, and you're inside the system, right? We both are inside the system. The question is whether are you going to stand up and say, hey, look, this is bad, let's change it, or you're going to say, nothing matters, everything's fine. This is the system that we got. If you don't like it, leave.
What if you have to change it? You know, besides fucking nothing.
Yeah. I showed you that, and you know what? That wasn't good enough. Oh, look. You showed up with the question. The point was, again, feed the need, right? Nothing will ever be good for somebody like you because you're just dishonest. The reason, the principal reason why we do things like feed the need is because we don't believe that we don't need to pay other people and go through silly hoops and follow code by some arbitrary authority to participate in free exchange of free people, okay?
Doesn't believe in fighting. Yeah, all that work. Talking about fighting.
It only works out if you don't understand what I'm talking about. That's what voluntarism is. If you're not fancy words, listen, if you don't like how I said it, then maybe I'm like, why is it fancy? How can I dumb down what I just said? How can I dumb down what I just said for you? No, he said that they're fancy words, so I'm assuming if they're not, how do I make unfancy? How can I unfancily say that it's that free exchange, right? The free exchange of voluntary consenting individuals. How else can I say that unfancy? That's what I'm saying. Fancy words.
Long drawn out words and all that. At the end of the day, you are feeding the monster you claim to hate. That's what it's about. You're feeding the monster you claim to hate me, but you can't claim you hate the monster and continue to hate me. You just can't do it. It's hypocrisy. Uncle Marcus is right. It's hypocrisy.
You bitches don't ever shut the fuck up. They can get slapped. These dumb bitches nowadays. Bring back the old school white guys. Right? I'm tired of you harder white bitches straight out. I'm tired of you guys no longer have a backbone.
Are you alright? Are you doing drugs? Are you alcohol? What's going on? You like being an ankle biter? I'm lying.
How to break those? Yeah, we need to break those.
Oh my god. Brad, what's your issue? Who is this guy?
I'm not even calling you on these days. This is how I'm going to say it right? Okay? If you stand on the side, if you stand and watch oppression happen and do nothing, you have chosen the side of the oppressor, right?
Which is what you're doing. You're saying that the system is fine. Nothing to see here. Let's maintain the white supremacy I said psychologically, that's
I don't know why you think you're separate from white supremacy. You are the white supremacists. Stupid bitch. You dumb liberal bitch. You stupid cracker liberal hoe. What a dumb fucking white cracker. Let me ask you a question, B. What would you think? Annoying. Well, hold on, Brad. Your white liberals act like they for like black empowerment.
I'm not a liberal, Brad. I'm not a liberal. Why does everybody think I'm a liberal? Why does everybody think I'm a liberal? Can we figure that out? Why does everybody keep saying I'm a liberal? Why?
That's like me being a pig, right? And I go ahead and put a wig on, right? And a set of glasses, right? Right? And then I decide that I don't want to more, right? And I'm telling you, and I walk outside and people are, oh, that's a pig. You know I'm a pig. Like, remember, that's you. That's you right now, Bima. Everything about you is liberal, except for you don't like labels. You don't like labels. That's a liberal thing, not to like labels, Bima. You don't like being labeled. That's what liberals, that's liberals.
No. Okay, well then prove to me what positions that I have that are liberal. Go ahead.
You believe white supremacy is a thing, so that's number one. That's number one.
Oh, okay. All right, sure.
You're anti-government, right?
Okay, that's okay. All right, go ahead. Libertarians are anti-government. Anarchists are anti-government.
You really want to bring down the whole nation. That's exactly what liberals want to do. You guys are Marxists.
Yeah. Voluntarists and minarchists and libertarians also true, but that doesn't make them liberals. Very different ideas. One wants more government, right? Liberals, textbook, right? Exactly. They want that's what a liberal is. Textbook and that you learn this in college. Liberals are someone who wants more government. Show me where I want more government in anything that I'm talking about.
You guys are anti-ICE. You just the wrong force for the die.
Well, that would be aligned with not a liberal principle, right? I'm saying that I don't want more government, right? Liberals want more government for solutions. So explain to me what position I have that says I want any government. If you could give me one position, give me one position. No. I'm saying, no.
You only want the government.
You have to prove where I want government at any
You want the government to feed the homeless and take care of them.
No, that's not true. I do not. I absolutely do not. That's an assumption. Go on. That's okay. So I've corrected your bad assumption. Uncle Ruckus. I do not want the government. Uncle Ruckus. I do not want the government to feed the homeless. Uncle Ruckus. I do not want the government to feed the homeless. I do not want the government to give everybody universal health care. I do not want the government to do anything to have any type of social system. I do not want the government to do any of that. What's your next point?
Yes, you do. That's what it is.
My next one is like,
okay. So now you're just going to be intellectually dishonest. All right, I
What do you want? Okay, Neil. What do you want to happen to the homeless? What's your
my next one is like, why don't you
No, let's go ahead and see what her big grand solution is for the homeless. What do you ultimately want the homeless? What do you want to happen to the homeless, Neil?
Free market solutions. Free market solutions. All free market solutions.
How do you propose that to homeless people?
Well, maybe feed the need. Feed the need can come out. They can feed. They can offer resources. They can assess people who have mental health issues, people who actually want jobs, separate the differences, people who have drug addictions, and then find free market solutions to help them out. Oh, wow.
That's what I mean, Sid. She wants the government. You get what I'm saying? She's not going to say it now.
You'll never hear me say, I'm sorry to bless your bubble. No, sorry, honey. I'm sorry you're really disappointed. Nobody on this app has ever heard me endorse anything for government. And no, I've been on this app for 2 years. You find one person that's ever heard this. No, free market does not require it. It's the complete opposite. The complete opposite. Feed the need is free market. Feed the need is free market, okay? Nothing to do with government at all. I have nothing. Nobody else is doing well.
So no, she's actually right, Uncle Ruckus. this? Because a lot of conservatives believe in community charity and the government not stepping in and not using taxpayer dollars, but putting that responsibility on the local communities to take care of their local problems. So one of the things that's been proposed is the homeless topic, that the government, because look at all the money that's been wasted on all these homeless prevention projects, like especially with Los Angeles. They've just wasted so much money, and the homeless problem has actually gotten worse with the more money they've dumped into trying to solve that problem. So people are saying, "Fuck using taxpayer money. The people in the local community can handle that problem, and they can fund it themselves by local fundraising and things like that without government intervention." But I had a question for you, Bima. What would you think if I went on a campaign saying I can't stand Walmart, how they open up these big box stores, shut down these mom and pop businesses, and then they close up the stores and move out as soon as the workers try to establish a union to get better wages and better working conditions. And then they leave these small towns desolate because that was the main employer in that small town. So all the mom and pop shops closed up. Walmart employed a bunch of people, packed up shop, left, and now that town is destitute because of Walmart leaving, setting up and leaving. So I can't stand Walmart because it ruins communities. But every time I turn around, you see me at Walmart spending money and going shopping. What would you think about that?
Well, two things, right? Like I said earlier, that sometimes our time, circumstance, and location make it impossible or make it very difficult. Maybe we're coerced, things are unavoidable or bad options for us, cost benefit wise, right? But it doesn't mean that it's not something that we would want to shut down, because it's not as simple as not going to one Walmart and having it shut down. The issue with Walmart being able to be the conglomerate and the monopoly that it became was through the patent system and through what Walmart was able to do with government protections that allowed, nobody wants to hear this, but that's how Walmart became what it became. So if you have an issue with Walmart, you really don't have an issue with Walmart. You again have the issue with government once again. So my point is that it's the principle, what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but it's false, right? Because like I said, participation, sometimes, like I said, it's unavoidable, right? So it treats it's a false dilemma. That's the best way I could say it, right? So like taxation and things. Okay, I'm in a survival. I'm in what is it called? What is it called when you're? I forgot the name that starts with an S. When if I have you at the end of my gun, what are you? What are you? You are what? You are my what? My You're in a survivalist position, but you're what?
At the end of your gun.
Yeah, like if I'm coercing you with my gun, right? What are you? What's I don't know the word. I can't think of the word. Fuck. But anyway, the point is that you're in a survivalist position. When the cops come and they do the things that they do to me, I don't say, okay, babe, let's just fucking strike out and get ourselves killed, right? It's because we have to survive, right? We're in a, what's the word? I can't even think of the word. I can't believe I can't think of the word. Hostage. You're in a hostage. You're in a hostage situation. So you comply, right? And there's going to be a time where, okay, yeah, for life, cost benefit. I mean, like, do we want to die right now for this? And it's not going to mean anything, because guess what? It's going to go on to the media, just like we've seen what happened to everybody else. And oh, look at Leonard Cure. People watch Leonard Cure, and they still will think that it somehow Leonard Cure was the problem in that scenario. Oh, because he didn't comply. Okay, a guy got convicted, wrongly convicted, spent 15 years in prison, got pulled over for doing 100 on the highway, something that millions of people do every single day. Okay, and then an officer was going to arrest him. Okay, he even said, I haven't harmed anybody, just give me a ticket. Okay, and the officer still escalated that and murdered that man. But is that murder? No, because people don't want to. That's my point. And you know what? Everybody else looks, because you can't have the explanation, right? Leonard isn't there to defend himself now and to show everybody and to make awareness, right? Oh, look, Leonard is. So my point is that when we're in hostage situations, we have to start with the Socratic dialogue. It all comes back to the Socratic dialogue. But I do understand what you're saying. And a lot of time, because that was a lot of my vegan argument with a lot of people when I had gone ethical vegan years ago, right? The idea is was I more against animal agriculture and the way that we treat animal agriculture, or was I more of policing people on how they ate, which could help them, physiologically with their cells, what foods interact with their body to make them function as a maximum human being, okay? And the idea is that, we were poor. You can't feed into the system. You can't continue to pay for more animals to be killed and then also stand up against animal agriculture. I mean, there is a contradiction, and I would be a fucking inconsistent hypocrite, but at the same time, the idea is to bring awareness so we can have the dialogue to change it. Like I said before,
Yeah, but, I mean, in order to change it, though, like I said, the only way these entities exist is because we keep giving them money. So if you like I said, the first place to start would be to stop feeding the monster, stop giving the monster money to keep it growing, and then you can have that conversation. And people say, okay, well, if people found a way to stop, I can find a way to stop. And then
the biggest monster isn't the companies, though, in my opinion. The biggest, and that's where.
But how do these companies survive, Beam? The only way they survive is because we keep giving them
because of
money.
taxation, because of government, because of authority. That's my opinion. So I would say stop giving them money. Remove your productive ability from anything that's to do with government. Right? You're complicit in the system of governance. And I understand your argument. I do understand your argument, true. But it's impossible. It's largely impossible, or at least it would be at a big detriment to me to not have things that could make my life better, unfortunately, right? Or at least not harm people around me, and then also continue to speak out, right? What's the point of that? You can't. I mean, sometimes I do understand what you're saying, though. It is a really good point, though. It is a good point.
But that's where I'm trying to, because that's the point Uncle Ruckus is making, and that's what he's saying in Armchair Activist is all you're doing is talking, but your actions aren't conducive to what your speech is, and that's the problem people are gonna have. Like, and maybe
I sat here and listened long enough to everything, right? Okay, and again, she's dancing around it simply because I called her out on her bullshit, right? But if you believe in free market solutions, a true free market allows for monopolies. U.S. gold rules, right? So therefore, without government stepping in, sometimes we would have a lot more fucking monopolies, right? Because if I have the money and I can corner a fucking market, I'm going to do so, right? I'm going to, and if I want to keep on expanding that, and I have the money to do so, nobody else has the money to do so, I'm going to keep doing that, right? That's true free market. True free market that's unregulated is something you hate more than what we have now, right?
Yeah, look, do your research on Rockefeller. He's the reason why antitrust laws came into effect. Do your research on the Rockefeller business model, man. Yeah, no, Uncle Work is right. Yeah, government is useful in some ways because if government didn't step in, I mean, not that they did much the way Rockefeller structured his business, but I mean, they did step in to break up. Rockefeller would have, everything you see today would have had Rockefeller's name on it. The government had stepped in and broke that shit up.
I mean, it's like this right here, right? Okay. When you look at the actual free market, right now, right? Capitalism is private means of production. In simple terms, right? Socialism or communism is state means of our control of production, right? That's the only big difference here, right? Okay, we live in a capitalistic society, right? Which is why things are privately owned, right? Okay, so now when you have things that are privately owned by private people or a collection of private people, right? Okay, then they're going to do what the fuck they're going to petition these governments. They're going to lobby these governments to be able to get what the fuck they want out of them, right? Because that's what the government is for, to when you're doing business, right? 100%. So there's no way we're going to sit there and say that we're anti-capitalism while still benefiting off of capitalism. Makes no sense. And that's why I'm saying most of you said you're ethical vegan. That's liberal. Almost all your points are liberal, but you're going to sit there and say that you're not, and you're going to keep on. You even recognize the contradiction in your argument that you're trying to make right now, right? Because you knew that you were dancing around the shit because you knew that I was calling you out on your bullshit already. That's why I called you out on that. That's why everybody else called you out on that. That's why I said you're liberal, because you actually are. right? You're not anti-government, you're pro-government, but you just try to paint yourself as anti-government. Because if you're a true anarchist, which I know plenty of those guys, they've gotten a plot in the fucking woods somewhere, they live off grid. They don't pay taxes, they don't do none of that shit. There's a whole community of people in California that have done the same shit, right? They went out in the desert and said, fuck you to everybody, right? That's what they did. So therefore, I don't sit there and try to tell me that you're an anarchist and against all this, because they live without all
You don't know me.
they live without all these amenities that you like.
Yeah, he's got a point on that one.
Yeah, no, that's not true. That's not true.
Well, it is true. The anarchists literally have separated themselves from society, and they said, "Fuck."
Hold on. I know the biggest anarchist in the entire world. Okay, tell me one. Name one. Name one.
I don't know them by name, but I've seen the groups beam up.
I guarantee you, if you've seen the groups, the biggest anarchists, you absolutely have seen me. You've absolutely actually seen me, whether it's on YouTube or whether it was in the series on TV.
Do you live in an apartment or a house?
Okay,
guaranteed. A serious question. Do you live in an apartment or a house right now?
I live in a house.
Live in a house. Do you own the house or are you renting?
Own the house outright.
You own the house outright, right?
Built it from the scratch, yeah.
Pay taxes on that house
every year, correct?
Every year.
Of course I have to. I'm forced. I'm coerced. Because if I don't, hold on. That's not true. There's three very big, large anarchist communities, intentional anarchist communities in this country. All three of them pay the land tax. We have to, okay? We have to, because if we don't, what happens? What happens? Does anybody know? What happens if you don't? No. What happens if you're one, if you don't pay taxes? What happens? No. What happens?
The government comes to take your house, but a person.
Oh, what does the government do, Sig?
They take your house, but here's the thing.
Right.
You've had plenty of motherfuckers. Look at Kitover, for instance, okay? That's a true anarchist. Alright? That motherfucker went through with that bulldozer and leveled that fucking town and died doing it. So if you were truly stood by what you believe, you'd say, fuck you, I'm not paying taxes. Try to come and take my house, I'm gonna light all you motherfuckers up. I'm gonna die trying. That's a true anarchist, Bima.
Yeah, unfortunately, if I was by myself, I wouldn't have any problem doing that. And that's exactly what I eventually will probably get to. Okay? I don't know who you. I've already been and started this entire thing. I lived in an essential community, and I created one in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, in 2016 with a bunch of other anarchists, and it was a bunch of. Oh, because my mom and dad are dying and my grandmother needs help. That's why. I'm fucking taking care of a family that's literally dead and dying. That's why. That's fucking why, Sig. That's why. Okay, because I would take care of my mom and my dad and my grandmother. What the fuck?
So, Bima, why didn't you move them out there with you into that commune?
Because they don't want to go. They grew up here their entire life. This is where they want to be.
Do you have a job?
Yes, I have a job.
Okay, so you work. Do you work for a big corporation?
Absolutely not.
I mean, well, regardless of who you work for, like I'm pretty sure that they are somehow paying taxes to the government as well, right?
This goes back to Sig knows. Tell him how I pay taxes, Sig. And you know what? I wouldn't even get into this details with you guys. You know what? You guys are dangerous. You guys are dangerous because you know what? You guys are dangerous because you're such bootlickers. If I actually told you the truth and I actually let you know what happens, people are so sick that they'd go as far as finding my business and then make sure that they can fucking say, right. Oh yeah. And I'm just gonna fucking believe you. I'm gonna believe a bootlicker. Okay, well, I'm not gonna prove. I don't have to prove myself. The people who know me know me. Uncle Ruckus, I don't care. I don't care what you think. You're a bootlicker. You're telling me that I want government intervention. I don't want government intervention in anything. Okay? You don't even believe that the free market can exist without government. That's a sick mentality. That's a sick mentality.
The house that you own outright. You're going to work every day trading time for money, right? Because you need to get those white faces that you hate so much that the government prints out, right? Okay, you're going to the supermarkets to buy your meats and your cheeses and your milks.
Why do you? It's such a bad idea to presume you know. It's such a bad idea to you're just making up a story about my life? Do you understand how that's not rational? Do you understand how that's not rational?
Everybody else in society does, right?
Uncle Ruckus, do you understand how that's not rational? Because you don't know anything about how I live. You don't know anything about what you don't know nothing. You're just filling in the gaps. I can think the same thing about you. It's not a rational position. You need to come back down. You need to come back down to the real world. You need to come back down to the real world. Your presumptions and assumptions are nothing, Uncle Ruckus. They're irrational. They're illogical. It's literally insanity. It's insanity to pretend like you know.
Did you make the stance? You just said free market can't exist without the government? Can? C-A-N?
The free market can exist without government? Of course. What do you mean?
I would be the new government if I was a free market. I would own everything and enslave people like you.
The only way that would happen is if you decided to use a monopoly of force. Okay, if you had force, then you would have to right. So then you would have to use force. Then you'd have to enslave everybody. Okay, in that case, okay. But first, everybody else is going to have to put their dollars, like you said, the voting dollars. They're going to have to continue to participate to help you get. Hold on. I'm not saying ballot voting. I'm saying voting with your dollars. That's in a free market. You vote with your dollars. So you're saying that everybody is going to know that you're going to come in and enslave us, and we're going to continue to buy from you. So you can. That doesn't make sense. It's
you familiar with Rockefeller's empire and that whole ordeal? That's why I brought that up as an example, because that was an example of free market, and Rockefeller literally owned every single dollar, was in control of every single dollar, like the way he built his empire. So there was no voting with your dollar. Like, it was either Rockefeller's way or nobody's way. That's why the government had said he literally drove he literally started off refining oil, and then he bought the barrel making companies, and he bought the transportation companies, and he bought the fucking refineries. Like, he vertically scaled his company up to where he owned every fucking thing and pushed everybody out. You know, he literally owned everything. He owned every single fucking dollar. And that's why the government had to come in and bust him up, because he would have ended up owning everything. He would have been more powerful than the government, Bima. So they had to come in and fucking and cut that shit up, cut that shit down. That's a true free market without government. Literally everything would say Rockefeller on it right now if it wasn't for the government stepping in and breaking that up, because of how he scaled his business.
That's not true. Because that's not true. It's not true. It's not true because everybody knows that in economics that you have a bell curve, and there will be a peak. Just there has been in the history of every type of company, right? You cannot, because there might have been a monopoly for a short time, but it would have fallen. There's no case because that's an economic principle. That is the bell curve principle of the bell curve.
Either the government or people take up arms and physically take over.
You're not listening to me.
That's what I'm asking. How else? Because there's only two methods that we've seen in history. Either the government steps in and regulates, right? Or people get sick. Because once we've seen people get power like that, monopolize everything, and then they end up actually becoming the government entity because they become so powerful, they control literally everything. The people who are subjugated rise up. So now you either got the government stepping in and breaking it up, or there's going to be bloodshed to revolt. Those are the only two options you got. What other options do you have besides that?
People are not going to participate in their own slavery willingly. It just won't happen. Would you do that?
We've seen it happen time and time again with socialist countries, Bima. And the only option was the people revolted to break that shit up. But they were treated like shit, subjugated, and treated like slaves because you had one entity take control of everything. We've seen it. This is history, like literally repeating itself with almost every single fucking civilization that's existed. And the people on the bottom end up fucking revolting, and then that's how that monopoly gets brought back down. So there's only two ways: you have the government break it up, or there's going to be bloodshed. Those are the only two ways we've seen.
That's because you're still assuming that there's government participation. You immediately gave me an example of socialist societies where there's government intervention. I'm talking about free market, actual free market, where people are going to vote, where the economic principles say that it is impossible. There's been no time in history where any company has been able to be on top for forever. It's just because it just doesn't happen. Whoever builds the company, right? They're going to end up dying, and you learn all about this in economics. Then the vision changes, right? And then there's different entries. There's better entry into the market, into that competition, into that field of whatever it's going to be. Then so there's going to be new competitive levels, right? There's going to be things. All of
There's not going to be any of that. It's going to be monopolized. That's why actually bought Rockefeller. That's one of the most contemporary examples we had. He bought the competition out. There was no competition. That's why the government had to step in. He literally
yes.
the competition.
What I'm saying that hold on. What I'm saying
it's going to boil down to kings and warlords in a free fucking market. This is exactly how it's going to be. Like, because you got to realize, right? Respectfully, it's eat or be eaten in that type of society, right? It's predator and prey. And people like me, respectfully, I'm going to be the predator over the prey, right? I'd rather be the shooter than the one shot, right? So I'm pretty sure there's somebody that's more brutal than me, right? That's more capable than me, that's going to 100% monopolize the shit out of everything, control the means of production. And once you control the means of production and you have to go through me to get what you need, right? It's either you bend the fucking knee, right? Or we don't do this, or if I'm really brutal, I just get rid of you.
But you have to understand that Rockefeller still, he doesn't just, resources just don't come out of his ass and he just doesn't manifest them.
Yeah, I will take that.
Right, he would have, well, that's different. That's different than free market because now we're getting back into not free market, now we're getting back into tyranny, right? Free market
That's exactly what free market leads to.
Yeah, free market leads to tyranny. That's exactly what the Rockefeller story be. That's exactly what happened. It was free market, and because he was able to strategize,
Rockefeller was stealing.
1,000,000%. He did a lot of fucking shady shit to do that. You think people just willingly handed over their...
Who was he stealing from? I haven't heard of this.
I'll give you an example. So when he was, he started off fucking digging up for the oil and realized, hey, there's more money to be made. Okay, so he said, hey, this oil, after we dig it up, it has to go in the fucking barrels, right, and get shipped. So he says, fuck it, I'm gonna make enough money, I'm gonna buy the barreling company. That way, it's gonna be cheaper for me, and then I can charge all the other places that are digging up crude oil. I can charge them higher for the barreling, and it's gonna be cheaper for me, and it's gonna be higher for them. And he ran them out of business. So then he took over those, and then he got the transportation industry. He said, why am I paying these trucks to run this shit back and forth when I can just buy up all the trucking and logistics supplies? And then the other companies that were still in existence, he charged them crazy ass rates to drive them out of business, and he took over all that. That's literally how he scaled his company, by taking over and outpricing all the competition, and he became the number one dog as far as oil refineries. And then he bought up all the oil refineries after that.
So, but those people sold him. They voluntarily.
They had no choice, Bima. They were going to go out of business. They had no choice.
Okay, and so then that's just a testament that it wasn't harming society that much. And they weren't to that point where they had to say, hold on, we need to get together. You think that the world or even a nation came together and said, hey, look, this guy is starting to buy stuff up. We have to make sure we don't sell to him. Otherwise, he's going to, put us all out of business. That doesn't even make sense for them to say, no, we're going to continue to sell to him.
They had no choice. It was either that or pay the crazy ass rates to barrel and transport the shit, which they couldn't afford. That would eat up all their profits. So they're pretty much turning oil for nothing.
Yeah, I'm not saying that in their poor business models or whatever that they were doing didn't work at the time. Yeah, sure, probably. But I'm saying that overall cost benefit was still in their favor. If they were able to sell out, then it was still in their favor. You're not going to sell out if it's not in your favor.
You have no choice. If you and I are in competition, right? Let's say we're in the same thing. Both of us are digging up crude oil, right? And I'm paying another company to barrel it, and Bima Oil Inc. says, fuck it, I'm buying up the barreling company. So the only way you can barrel your oil that you dig up, Sig, for Sig Oil Incorporated, is to go through me now, go through BEMA, because BEMA owns it. BEMA, you're going to, instead of me paying what I was paying, you know, maybe 20 cents a barrel, you're going to start charging me $2 a barrel. There goes all my profit. I'm not in business, so I got two options. Either run my business into the ground, not making a profit, and I lose everything, or I go ahead and just sell it outright to you, at least have a little bit of profit.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. It was a poor business model. These were people that couldn't figure out how to partner with other people that come together with a bunch of other little guys like that, and then and make sure that you cut out Rockefeller and you don't do business with him. It was in their favor to do it until they reached that point that it was not in their favor because they were individually and poor business models, and then that was it. But if it came to a societal level, of course, no, you're not going to pay into something that's destroying your society.
But that's the thing, it happened because people didn't realize that business model. Nobody had ever seen that business model before. He created it, and by the time they realized what had happened, it was too late. He bought up everything.
Right, yeah, and that's true because we didn't have technology, we didn't have the ability to network and to connect and show and have the possibilities that we have today. And that's what's also very important to consider. We have an ability now that we didn't have during Rockefeller's time to connect, to be able to explore and make sure that people aren't getting too much and becoming too big. And we all as individuals would be, okay, look, we're not going to make sure we
have a government.
You understand?
Yeah, the problem with the government, Uncle
We have a
Ruckus.
governmental body that does that. Well,
Right,
why not?
Uncle Ruckus, that's the problem though, because the government they're an arbitrary power. The people that are in government are just our normal, fucking average dumb neighbors. Okay.
Okay, no. So the people you're talking about. These we have people that would ensure that this doesn't happen, and those normal, regular people that you think would ensure that it doesn't happen now work in government.
Hold on, no. But the difference is that those normal people get to create the thresholds and the boundaries by which they want to operate, right? And then they would be able to do those exchanges there. With the government makes those decisions, and that's my point. It's not representatives. It's not representative.
In a democracy or a republic that we live in, the government is the people. We vote for and elect these people.
Right.
It starts at the local level, right? People are interested in that, the local level. And then from there, people work their way up, and then eventually we vote on a national election, right? Right? 100%. But there's a lot of moving parts that go into it, and all those people are regular fucking people that you may have went to school with, that you may have went to church with, that you may have played football and basketball and water polo with, right? 100%. Those are the people, right? So therefore, what you're advocating for and not even wanting to admit is exactly what you have now, even though you may not like the way it's going.
No, not at all. And that's exactly what I was just trying to say. The difference is us and Alan, I see that you're trying to talk. I'll just get this out. The difference is that the representative government was one of the biggest scams ever in the history, to think that you're actually being represented by a person or a couple people at different levels. These are individuals. The best that you could do is, even if you were to explicitly say, I want this person, and to say that they win, okay, the person that you choose, is that I want them to represent me because I generally like their principles. So their principles are probably going to align with everything that's going to happen across any type of legislation, any type of positions that they're going to take. They're generally we're going to be in alignment, right? That's a best case scenario. But the fact is that it comes down to a two-party system. Because the best that we've come up with is first past the post, which is whoever has the biggest gang gets to win. So the 51% of America is always going to be able to force their preferences on the other 49%. That's half. So 49% is always going to be unrepresented at any given time. Sometimes, where if you're in a situation or a location where there's a Democratic stronghold or a Republican stronghold, depending on what you believe, right? You're effed for today. There are some cities and states that have voted like that forever, locally, whatever else. And even if you can get somebody that you personally want to get into office, there's no guarantee that they're going to make all the decisions that you want them to make.
Why do you just start an black bill? Why do you do that? I think it's a horrible thing.
Hold on, Alan was going to go. Hey, check. I'm sorry. I feel bad because I went a little. Wait, hold on. Alan was waiting. Please.
Horrible.
Hey, check. I apologize. Go ahead, Alan.
Well,
Well,
You gotta be kidding me. You just did that.
He was waiting a check, and I felt bad because I went longer than I should have, and Alan has been clicking his mic. Please.
Go ahead.
but paycheck. Sadly, somebody gave me.
Trust me, I don't want to hear what this status ass has
So
to say.
I'm going to try and inhabit my good mod habits. So I'll just say this. I heard the tail end of this. So if I missed a point, forgive me. I don't think there's anybody here who can go to the track and predict who the winner and losers are going to be every time. When it comes to business, businesses can turn on a dime. Suddenly they're up. The next thing you know, they're filing for bankruptcy. The government should not be involved in picking winners and losers. Period. Because the moment you allow the government to do that, guess what? You open up the doors of corruption. Well, gee, Bobby here donated $10 million to my campaign, and Bobby owns a car company. So we're going to put in legislation that favors him, and we're going to say that all the other car companies can't compete. That's the problem with it. As far as what you said about the government, I agree politicians are crappy people. The way you know a politician is lying is if his mouth is moving. Having said that, that's why we have the separation of powers. Because the founding fathers, who are also historians, looked back at history and said, yeah, people have a tendency to be corrupt. So therefore, we are going to have the separation of powers. Yeah, maybe democracy sucks. Maybe representative government sucks. It's still better than other forms of government. Do you want to go to communism, where you have no rights but what the state tells you can have? I don't think so. Considering I know people who've lived under Soviet rule, it sucks. Either that, or we go under a monarchy. By the way, Sweden, that wonderful model or is it Sweden or Switzerland? It's still a monarchy. It's I forget what the parliamentary monarchy, whatever it's called. It's still a monarchy. So this is as good as it gets. I mean, unless we're going to have 350 million converge on Washington, D.C. and decide everything that has to be decided. No. And then as far as, you mentioned Rockefeller. He got rich because he provided a superior product that everybody wanted and everybody bought. Now, I'm not saying he was perfect, but he got really rich really quick because guess what? He was smarter than everybody else. Anyways, I've gone on a rant. I'm done. And now I've said my piece. Anybody can speak next, preferably Manfinity, because I like him.
I was going to say real quick, Beamer, too. You're talking about now we've got the technology and all that stuff. You understand Jeff Bezos is a modern day Rockefeller, and if you look up how many antitrust lawsuits they've been slapped with and lost because they tried pulling that sneaky bullshit, and the government had to step in, bro, and slap Jeff Bezos around quite a few times to keep him out of that position. So, I mean, it's no way you cut it. We got so many examples, modern examples, that show government intervention did help. I'm not saying the government's an end-all, be-all, but you understand where we would be at if the antitrust laws of the FTC did not slap Jeff Bezos around when he needed to be slapped. We'd be fucked right now, Beeman.
Yeah, and I agree with that too. I'm not saying business is perfect either. Business will sell out your grandmother if they think they can get an extra buck out of it. But, the other opposite end is no good either.
Yeah, so it's a healthy balance of government intervention and free market. But again, the people are the government. You know, the way the system was set up, we control the government. It's just we've gotten so lazy, so preoccupied with dumb shit that doesn't matter. We forgot that it's our job to keep the government in line and keep the government in check. And this is why shit's falling apart. It's on us for feeding these corporations and not cutting off the money flow when it needs to be cut off, right? And then it's our fault for not keeping tabs on the government the way our forefathers designed the system to allow us to. So at the end of the day, it all comes back down to the citizens. It comes down to our laziness and complacency and prioritizing convenience over moral and principle and sustainment. That's just what it comes down to. But you need a healthy mix of both.
Hey, Sig, don't blame me. I blame you. Personally.
Can't blame a black man, Alan.
No, it has nothing to do.
Can't blame black people.
Well, no, it has nothing to do with that. I blame you personally.
But I'm still blaming.
And everyone else will blame you. Now, as far as the black men, I don't want to go there, but yeah.
Well, I'm blaming white supremacy. It's everything.
There you go.
Every problem. I think people agree with me on that one.
Yes.
I mean,
Are you white man, Alan? It's your fault.
it is
Your
my
fault,
fault,
Alan.
and the fact that all that secret-free white man money that the government gives us that we don't tell you about, that we don't share it nicely. So, yeah, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Let me throw myself upon the sword.
It's okay, Alan. Don't feel left out.
No.
Please, me and my ancestors should go back to slavery. It's part of my bloodline.
You're already in slavery, Uncle Ruckus. I'm trying to get you out of it.
I could be wrong here, right? Sig, did she not say that me being a slave was in my blood? Right? Did she not say that, though, right? So she is a white supremacist.
Yes, I said that.
She
Why, hold on. Wait, Uncle Ruckus, why did I say that, though? Hold on. But give it context. Do you remember why I said
She
it?
denied being a liberal, but all of her talking points are still liberal. Now, she's going to try to walk that one back because she got caught on it. See, Dima, you're excellent at trying to talk yourself out of shit, right? You probably try to talk yourself out of a few tickets. Maybe it wasn't successful for you. Then you started hating the police when they railroaded them to free. I get it. I know your personality type, right? So therefore, it's like you try to talk yourself out of shit and you talk yourself into a lot of shit, right? No issue. I don't care, no problem. But you could be a white supremacist. You and Alan, Alan's not a white supremacist. But anyway, however it goes, right? You and all the white supremacists that you believe are white supremacists, you guys are all in coach in the same boat. So don't try to sit there and give me some philosophical bullshit about we're all slaves when you don't even understand how the system works clearly because we sat here and listened to you speak. So I mean, it's all good. It was a joke anyways, even though you were being a serious racist for me. So let's go ahead and leave it alone.
No, I was dead serious. I was dead serious. But impress me. Uncle Ruckus, listen, wait, I let you finish.
I don't want to hear your explanation of your racism.
I'm not trying. I'll trust you. I don't want to give you an explanation. I want you to impress me. I want you to impress me. I want you to impress me and prove to me that you remember why I said it. Impress me and prove to me why. Impress me and tell us why I said it. Uncle Ruckus, do you remember why I said it? I guarantee you don't. Because you want to be intellectually dishonest. You want to be intellectually dishonest and you want to run with the victim card. Guess what? It ain't me, baby. I'm not going to give it to you. I'm not going to give it to you and I'm not going to let you escape either. I'm not going to let you escape. Go ahead.
Beamer, how do you feel about these allegations of racism?
She's a horrible person.
It's the allegations of racism. I've been called a racist before. Sometimes in my life. Oh, yeah, of course I've been called a racist before.
Yes.
Yes.
You have like a psychological problem.
It's normal to
Like me, I like darker than you. Or what do you call them?
Well, if you understand, like the different types of racism, structural racism, interpersonal racism, there's all these different races. If you're born white into a system of white supremacy, you are by definition an agent of racism, right? Okay. But anyway, that's not my point. I'm not going to deflect. Beaver, to answer your question, I would love for Uncle Ruckus to be an intellectually honest person and say, tell us why I said that. Why did I say that to you, Uncle Ruckus?
Because I pissed you off, and you wanted
No. Be specific. Be specific. Be specific. Be specific. Be specific, Uncle Ruckus. Let's be honest.
Be Pacific. That was
Be
specifically.
Pacific. Did I say Pacific?
I'm telling you, you need to say Pacific. I pissed you off because I'm black. I'm ignorant, right? So however it goes, right?
I do hold black men accountable that want to participate in the white supremacy. I do hold them. I'm going to be honest with you. I do have a trigger for black men. Hold on. I'm being honest. I particularly have a pet peeve with black men that have no problem saying, "Oh, everything's fine." Inside of the white supremacist camp, I have an issue with it. Yes, I absolutely do. People, specifically black men that want to perpetuate the system of white supremacy, I do have an issue with you. You are one of my biggest pet peeves. I'll never understand it. Picking up the tool of the oppressor. And Uncle Ruckus, can I send you a book?
Okay,
I can't read. Oh my God, Uncle Ruckus.
Does anyone have Uncle Ruckus? Uncle Ruckus, no, I'm dead serious. Can I send you a book?
No, I can't read either.
No, I'm dead serious. It's a book by Mark and Rose. I can send it to if someone else has your address in here, I can send it to them and they can forward it to you. And look in my bio, Uncle Ruckus, I want you to look at something. In my bio, there's a link, and it's called the Jones Plantation Film. These are this is my network of my people. This is the Jones Plantation Film. I would pay. I'll cash up you the money right now if you watch that film. It's like $10. If you watch that, and just tell me what you think about it. All I want. I'll do it right now. If you promise to watch it, I'll cash up you the 10 right now, and all you gotta do is watch it, and then we just talk about it. That's it. That's all that I'll ask. And I'll send you a book. It's by Larkin Rose, okay? Because I have a lot of them. I want boxes of them, and I give them out to people I care about. Okay? I will send you a brand new book, right? And send you this book. I'll put it in the mail tomorrow.
All right.
I don't care about none of y'all. I'm talking to Uncle Ruckus.
Speaking. Now I'm speaking to everybody, including Uncle Ruckus. I'm going to embody my 1990s, early 2000s left-wing hippie, new age self right now. And Uncle Ruckus, I'm sorry, but if slavery is in your DNA, you need to embrace your authentic self, which is a real thing. Because as you know, being authentic is the most truthful thing you can be. So if slavery
December 18th at 2:30 in the fucking morning, I never thought I'd see the day when white people are trying to lecture me about black racism and slavery.
That's right.
This is fucking crazy.
You're not doing a good enough job.
Absolutely not. Alan and Beamer, the same shit. I don't need any lectures from you guys about anything to do with my
Because I'm not a statist. I'm not a statist. Uncle Ruckus, will you watch the film?
Yo, Alan's trying to talk. Let Alan finish it.
Yeah, thank you. I can't yell over you guys.
I'm not sitting here like tell me about crazy slavery. No, dog. Let him go. Let him go.
You can't pull it all the way out, dog. You gotta skip something.
Uncle Ruckus, chill, man. Let Alan go and then Incels can wait.
Yeah, but can Alan stop speaking to me about anything? Just tell Alan
You
stop
can't
talking.
control people speaking to you. Just mute up and don't say,
I'm gonna go ahead and speak. Yeah, but I got to get out the fucking room or I'm leaving.
Uncle,
Big man tell me about fucking racist.
Uncle.
I don't give a fuck what you gotta say, Alan. Just please leave it alone. Get mature enough to do that. I don't need to hear it. Get out the fucking room and say, I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna listen to that. I will not give him the opportunity to speak to me. So y'all let me interrupt.
Okay, there's your opportunity, Alan. You got it, and then Incel goes next.
Thank you. Uncle, you didn't let me finish to put the cap of sarcasm and irony on what I was saying. Okay? The idea, okay, that Demon's trying to tell you to embrace your slavery DNA, in my opinion, is pretty ridiculous. And I was using that as an example to point out the idiocy of that idea. Now, maybe you agree with her, I don't know. But no, I'm not trying to lecture you. I'm trying to pretend to be someone on the left who has the audacity to lecture you about that. So, that's what I was saying. Now, maybe there's still something wrong in what I said. Please come up and let me know what you think. Okay, I'm gonna try. All right, well, now, there you go, invite to speak, okay? I hope I didn't offend you.
Alright, Incel, you got the mic, man. Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
What's up, Skull? Merry Christmas, yo. Merry Christmas, everybody. Gonna go.
Merry Christmas. Beautiful. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I think government intervention is better. And actually, I'm a big proponent of like UBI. I think it's way better than believing in the free market, because we're never gonna really have a free market. And if we do, it's gonna get dominated by free players. So it's like, why play this game of like trying to always push for a free market? Just let's get our $3,000 of UBI, and if you want to work more and you earn less than 80K, then yeah, go for it. But once you make above 80K, I don't feel like you deserve government help. Only 20% of people in my opinion are productive in the economy. So let's just automate shit fast and let's collect our welfare checks, you know? And let's actually enjoy life and work on our passion.
Yeah, but what if I don't want to pay for other people's income, bro? I don't want my money taken away from me and paying for other people who can't cut it, can't figure out a way to make more money. And so, what do you gotta say to that?
The reality is the most productive people in the economy are like 20%. So most people think they actually are, giving up their money to the government. A lot of people actually get their money back. Like the government doesn't use the money of like 50% of Americans. Like the other 50%, yeah, there is some they use, but it's mainly just 20% that's like funding the taxable. So it's like, let's fund and support our most productive. Let's give them government help as much as possible. Let's let them get their freaking corporate welfare, and let's collect that $2,000 welfare and let's acknowledge it. It's already happening. Why try to be delusional of the reality? Like, if you think your money shouldn't go there, so what? It already does go there. What's next?
Yeah, but how much of it goes there? That's the point. That, you know, I mean, I can be generous to a point, and I believe, you know, there but for the grace of God go I. But at the same time, nobody likes being told what they are supposed to do. Period. And maybe there are some who justify it that, oh yes, I want to give to charity and I want the government to do it. Great. You can do that. But most of us don't. And most people, if they earn $1, they want to keep $1. And they don't like being told, well, you have to give up 85% of it because Bobby and Billy over there don't want to work, as one example. So yeah, we're already doing it, but to what degree? That's the degree is the argument that we are having in the debate that is going on in government right now.
Yeah, the thing is, we're gonna have oligarchs, and moving forward, we're gonna have even bigger oligarchs. So let's actually fund them, put money into them, let them get corporate welfare. And most normies are just useless. They already work like useless military jobs. A lot of jobs got automated. You might as well just pay people. Like there's a lot of people in the economy right now that get gifts. It's not just baristas. There's guys in the military that get gifts. A lot of guys in the military don't deserve the paychecks they're getting, but they get gifts, through like a picture that weren't their dad probably hooked them up. Like a lot of people get gifts in different places of the economy. So let's acknowledge that, dude. Like why are we LARPing? Like what do you mean my tax money? You're not that important. Most of the money you put into the government, they give it back to your state. Like,
yeah, but I'm important enough for you to take money that I've worked hard for to earn, so I must be important enough. So where you want to use my money, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
you
now we're
can't
getting
take my money and then call me not important.
No, now we're getting cut. We're like, we're basically like we're not getting the good end of the straw. Like we're already gonna have corporate welfare. We are gonna bail out major corporations. There's nothing we can do about it. It's a reality.
But incel people have a problem with that though. That's one of the.
What's your solution that you think is better?
Let's just have an honest system where the weak sink and the strong survive. And if you want to come up, you have to work your ass off and figure a way to do it. That's how it used to be in this country before government got involved in all this debt, the system built on debt and all this bullshit. Man, it used to be straight dollar for dollar.
What year is this?
Shit, before the 1930s.
Do you know what type of America, like, dude, like, you're talking about a time where people were getting exploited. Like, we're talking about freaking robber barons. And even like the biggest free market proponents are putting regulations on these things. Like, it doesn't work. You have to acknowledge the reality. We're going to have these big technical oligarchs, and they have to exist for us to live a first world quality of life. We're not going to have a dog eat dog world. We don't need that. How is it first to have a dog eat dog world? We don't have the same IQ.
That's not my problem. You having a low IQ, you not being able to figure out how to put food on your table is not my problem. It's just not.
The reality it is, bro.
Okay, then cash at me $100 right now. Cash at me $100 right now so I can get groceries for me and my wife. Actually, $150. I got the baby now.
Dude, I'm making like $2,000. I don't have a lot of money.
No, I don't care. No. Based on what you said, cash at me $150 right now. And if it's not that,
that's not what you're thinking of. That's not what I said.
Okay, then what are you trying to have?
I'm saying
all you're advocating is robbing one person, taking money out of their paycheck that they worked hard for, and helping somebody else out.
Yeah, but I think you misunderstood what I said.
No, well, restate it so I can understand, because I want you to understand the point.
I don't think it's going to happen right now, but in like 20, 25 years, I think most jobs are going to be automated, and most people are going to be already on UBI, or the government has to create new jobs for these people to work in. And I feel like instead of trying to just push people toward jobs that they don't like and aren't that productive, I think people getting $3,000 a month is better, and then the rest of the money investing that into major corporations that can push us forward and our country forward. Let's give corporate welfare to our major corporations. They need it. That's the only way you can compete in the global economy. China does it for their companies. We already do it for our companies. Let's just give them a little bit more and let us get our welfare. And for the dudes that want to work, go work.
Look at you understand that China's economy is a house of cards, bro. You understand their economy is failing right now. They got the big boost. They got the big boost from overseas trading and commerce, and now they're running themselves into a rut. China has a horrible economy.
Like they have this is real estate, but it's like
Wait, something slipped by that we all didn't catch, except for me. Why does the government have to do that? Can't businesses, it seems to me that, this may be a simplistic example, but when the automobile came along, there were a crap load of people working in stables who lost jobs, but then other jobs were created. Now we're sitting on the beginning of this AI revolution. We don't know what jobs are going to be created, but let's not, just have this knee-jerk reaction. The government has to save us. The government has to save us. No, maybe we can save ourselves, and maybe in the process of that changing economy and changing technology,
corporations, individuals using their creative abilities and incentivized by the promise of profit will discover other avenues of income for all of those useless people you're talking about. And the problem will be solved not by some government dictating from the top down, but by individuals and the, dare I say it, diversity that individuals bring to the United States or any other country for that matter. Oh God, I can't believe I just said that. I feel like I need to take a shower. Feel so unclean. But I think this is the problem with the left. It always wants the government to solve all our social and financial ills. And the government sometimes is equipped to do that, but often is the worst entity in which to solve those problems, especially when it comes to social ills. It has helped some. But remember, I grew up, and I'm sorry, I'll land on this. I grew up in the 60s. The wave of liberalism was supposed to solve it. It gave the promise of solving all of our social problems. And yet here we are 60 years later. And the same people who push this narrative are now saying that life is horrible, that 77 million people who voted for Trump are racist, and you have people like, is she even here? You have people saying that black people are still slaves in this day and age. Well, if that is true, if we accept that, then I think it's time to stop using government solutions and the solutions that liberalism proposed in the 1960s, because by their own admission, they failed. It's time for government to get out of all of it.
No, actually, that's true. Like when you say it and stuff, like, well, you're like, these people horrible what they're doing. Like, I think a lot of people don't understand. I think that maybe this will come up in the next 20, 30 years or something like that. Have you ever seen women and men with those SSRI eyes? They look demonic. They look terrible. Look Rob Reiner's son. He looks like horrible. He looks like a demon, you know. About to stab his own father. I think people like that need to wake up to whatever the hell is happening. These people look demonic, and they're sick people. And that's what happens. And every time I've like met a woman before that was like on this medication and all these pills, you know, they have those hands. I call them the crocodile hands, you know. They put the hands together when they're like doing it in front of their fucking car, like the video that they do. It's horrible. Like these chicks are like overweight, clearly, fat, clearly. Nobody wants them. And then like put their hands together in front of their cars. It's like ridiculous. And it's like they do it like in front of TikTok and everything, and they were like, well, yeah, this guy didn't want anything to do with me. And I'm like, clearly, because she's overweight. And people don't understand, this is a mental illness epidemic that's going on everywhere in the whole entire world, not even the United States. It's here in Australia, it's in the United Kingdom where I went to, it's in Norway, it's everywhere. It's just a hellhole what's going on. So they will sit in their car and they will record their videos having a mental breakdown. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Horrible people. But it happens, you know. And I wish it's going to change, but it's terrible. And no government can introduce this and everything else like that. I just think it's the first step. I think Rush Limbaugh said it the best way. He said it true, like I want to say it again. Feminism was the best way to getting fat, ugly women to become into the mainstream. And he was correct. And it's absolutely true, especially TikTok. 100% true. It's true.
And these people, they come in the mainstream so ugly, so overweight, and now they can have people watching their videos and everything else like that. It's true. Because before that, nobody can do that.
Just horrible.
Because you cannot be like 400 pounds as a woman. It's horrible. Terrible people. True. And it's true, you know. 100%. And now they just go on TikTok and they're like, well, yeah, I'm in my car and everything else. I'm like, yeah, that's not how it works. So these are our people.
200 pounds, 300 pounds.
You guys hate fat girls more than like Peter Thiel. Like, I don't get
bro, fat chicks are such horrible people. I mean, how are you fat? You know, like why?
How tall are you, by the way?
6'4".
6'4". You're probably ugly too. I don't believe it.
100%. I'm 100% ugly and 6'4".
Well, you can get body shamed yourself. Like, why are you gonna body shame fat people? We're talking about.
Bro, fat people are disgusting. Bro. Stop eating, bro. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, I hate this. You know what I hate the most? Like, incel. You know what I hate the most? Because these people are like, well, yeah, if you're fat, stop eating. It's a simple solution. Stop eating.
What have they done? Fat chicks are pretty nice. They're not even the root.
Stop eating, bro. Stop eating, bro. We're sick of these people. These people are disgusting. They're horrible people. They're disgusting. They're just bad. And like, stop eating. Like,
there's a
my generation, bro.
People are
You know my generation.
They're not horrible. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Have you ever seen
No, I'm just not on an airplane. But do you remember our generation? These women used to claim like, yeah, I'm 324 pounds and I'm beautiful and everything else like that before Ozempic and everything else like. And I'm like, fuck off. Nobody likes you because you're fat. You just think like that because of like body positivity and all that bullshit. Nobody likes fat chicks. Nobody likes fat men. It's a whole lie. It's like it's horrible. I don't understand why people do this to different people. Horrible. I'm telling you because like you people fell for it, and your generation should have been like, if a girl is weighing more than 300 pounds, you should have been like, you're fat, you're overweight, but your generation of men were like, well, you know, like, it's not the worst thing at all whatsoever. Like,
liberalism
like,
buying a house.
wait a second. No, your generation
Liberalism and buying a house.
No. Your generation of men failed us because your generation of men gave these fat chicks confidence. If a woman is more than 300 pounds,
do you have a wife?
You failed us. You men were like, well, yeah, you're okay. Now, wait a second. Now you have women that are like 200 pounds and then things are like fucking like Queen Bee and everything else like that. You failed us. You should have told us she was fat from the get-go, but you were like,
guy that doesn't have a woman.
you were cocked by the woke generation of women that you have. So I don't respect, you know, horrible people. You should have just told them straight away. You have women that are like -10, they think they're like 10. Horrible. Just tell them the truth. Should have done the truth. Now we have to tell the truth, and now they start crying. You know.
He sounds real single.
Yeah, he is.
I'm not single. See, this is you guys are such big child egocy. And you're like, well, you sound single. Bro, your generation of men fucked up so much. You're like, yeah, you sound single. I'm like, yeah, we're not. The reason why we're not single because we're not gonna settle. Wait a second.
You sound like a fucking social worker.
He does sound like a social worker.
Let you reply to this, brother.
I can't let this heresy continue. You're not going to get. I cannot let it continue. You are not going to get the G, H, I, and J cup titties on a woman that only weighs 110 pounds. You just can't. We need those big women for those big titties. So stop your heresy. This is an abomination. I just cannot take it. We gotta have them big titties. Okay? All right? That's just the way it is. Thank you, A-Chick.
Liberalism didn't fail, by the way, Alan.
You have a Democratic Party saying that if you voted for Trump, you're a racist. Did it solve, in this day and age, that's the message. How many times did Hillary Clinton say that conservative voters, not the politicians, the voters themselves, were terrible, deplorable? How many times did Joe Biden attack MAGA?
You're switching from the person in 1600 Pennsylvania to the voters?
No, they did. They're the ones.
Wait, I don't know. It's like MAGA.
They're the ones who called MAGA people, the MAGA voters, terrible people.
But dude, let's act like they're not racist though. Like, yeah, you want to talk about that replacement.
Catalyst. No. I was on the left in 2016. I remember distinctly the call was anybody who voted for Trump had to be a racist. That was the message going out throughout the Democratic Party.
Well, Alan, if you look at what's taken place since January, we have the assault on the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the assault on the 1965 Voting Rights Act,
Don't comment on the
1968 Fair Housing Act. You have right now Roberts kicking off the last stand of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act.
Bro, that's not fake news, bro. Don't you stop lying for a get go.
I don't lie.
I
got it. You have right now on the court.
Right now, you're a bullshit.
You have Louisiana. You have Alabama, Louisiana case going on right now.
Yeah, I know.
I care. Because my parents fought for this in the 60s, so I can't.
Yeah, no, they
did. As an American,
and make some money.
probably just got here. As an American,
Yeah, so A-Check, bro, you gotta let Catalyst finish, man. I know you disagree.
He's such a fucking liar.
as an American,
Horrible people.
A-Check, don't do that to me, bro. Like, seriously, man, you gotta chill, bro. You gotta let people get their shit out, and then you can rebut it, man. But you gotta give people a chance to speak what they gotta speak. Go ahead, Catalyst.
Yeah,
as an American,
Catalyst.
and United States veteran.
Jeez, am I not heard? And Catalyst, 1 second. And A-Check, I really don't like when Catalyst is speaking, he's making a point. I really don't like when people just respond with an insult or ad hominem attack. I would like to respond to him as well. But if you're going to respond, say something, don't just attack him personally. Anyways, go ahead, Catalyst.
Military veteran who's laid on the line for this country. My parents, who was born in the 60s, I think, the 80s, fought under Reagan, and then since afterwards, when I hear right, left, center, the lines of what a political party is using its propaganda to vote is actually not what it is. The reasons why I don't like the current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania is because he is a criminal felon and his actions have shown it this year. Before I looked at his actions when he was a private citizen, what he's done all my lifetime. So it's not. And do I think he is anti-black racist? I think he is pro for him, and anything that doesn't look like him, he is not for. But both parties have the exact same anti-blackness. But what I see is taking place right now with the current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania is he's directly knocking off the underpinnings of the things that my parents were arrested for: dog bites, water hose, Jim Crow, the things they fought for. So my siblings and I could be a part of a more perfect union.
And I see it directly taking place at warp speed with the acolytes that he's put around him, to the point where voting, civil, economic, the underpinnings are being kicked out all over the place. So now when my grandchildren will have I do well, so they'll be fine economically, but other children will have a more challenging time. And there seems to be a massive silence from the other side of the aisle that seems to be just simply okay with this as an American and who is a vet.
You know, I think Alan's like he's kind of older. I don't think he's on Twitter. Like it's, we're not talking about regular, like, it's not even 2017 Mac. We're talking about people that want to repeal the Heartstell Act and deport 100 million people. That's some really, really big ideas right now that are popular.
Yeah, I am older, which means I've seen a lot more than anybody else on this stage. So, Catalyst, first, let me say, if I say anything, I am not discounting your perception and your viewpoint. I also recognize I doubt anything I could say is going to change your mind. So, first of all, I don't want to get into a heated debate. Though, if Sig, you want us to, because it'll bring in more people, I'm glad to do it as long as Catalyst is going on. But I think I've had enough of that lately. So, joking aside, you know, yes, your parents fought for all of those things. And what happened to your parents was wrong. But other people fought for it too. Now, maybe they didn't experience the same thing you did or your parents did, but it was the rest of the country who said, yes, those things are wrong. So we are also going to work to try and stop those injustices. Now, I'm not putting any extra virtue on myself, but I think we can acknowledge that with Black people and being a minority in this country, that it took the rest of the country or a majority of the country to co-sign into what the civil rights was fighting for.
Yeah, that wasn't, that's bullshit. Slaves fought for their own freedom. No white man fought, the North and the South, they fought over economics and over whether the South was going to see the civil rights. Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that what happened, slaves fought for their own freedom. Now, the North and South were a bunch of white supremacists. You're saying white supremacist system, and they fought for their own freedom. The South and the North were bullshit. Freedom. They never had freedom and justice in life. White man, is that what you're saying? Oh, sure. There might be one. There might be one or two sprinkled in, but it wasn't largely. Yeah, it wasn't. That wasn't largely what the civil rights war, the Civil War was about, and it's not what happened. It was over economics. It was over whether the South was going to see. It was over whether the Union was going to be dismantled because the South wanted slavery and the North wanted it. That's the truth. Okay, well that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Good.
Everything that our family, our black family fought for, they fought for themselves.
I'm sorry. What was the percentage of Black Americans in the United States in 1965? What was the percentage of Black Americans in the United States in 1965? 10%, 11%, 13, 14%? If every Black American voted for civil rights in 1965 and every white person was against it, it never would have passed. So let's deal with reality. Say thank you to the white man for giving you, for supporting you and recognizing, because the majority of white people
We're seeing you as a human being. Thank you for seeing me as a human being. Alan, what the fuck?
say thank you.
Luckily, every white man didn't get their head fucking blown off. I would have fucking Malcolm X that motherfucker all day.
In any event,
Hey, Alan.
in any event, yes.
Alan, you want to go back to, so if you recall, from 1619 to 1776, when this place formed, it was very different. From 1776 to 1865 was the Holocaust of African enslavement in this country. From 1865 to about 1877, during Reconstruction and whatnot, that's when the first Civil Rights Act of 1865, Section 1985, 81 was put in effect. We had from 1877 to 1964, almost 100 years of Jim Crow, of forced segregation, of forced what took place. Going back to 1865. The whole war, the North and the South. The reason why Lincoln, people get this mixed up. It was about economics, Alan. If you remember history, the South, Jefferson Davis wanted to sell its vegetables and its plants to France because France.
Okay. What I remember is
Lincoln said to the Jefferson Davis, "No, you can't do that. We want to sell our cattle and our beef." And Jefferson Davis said no, and Lincoln said, "If you do that, we're going to take away your workers that are enslaved." It was about economics, Alan, never about altruism of white people. It was 100% about economics in 1865. Yeah, didn't you guys gone to college?
It was
about economics.
Do some research on why Great Britain ended slavery, and the United States was following that same model.
If you get to 1964, that's a totally different time. But remember, it was 100 years of Jim Crow, 1877 to 1964.
It is a different time. And so we have roads and folks. All of those things. And
you talked about how many black people were in.
I think
in 1965.
Yeah, I think my mic is low. But yes, we had all of those things. So civil rights and other laws were created to right the wrongs and injustices that happened to black people. That's it.
You know what happened after the civil rights?
Do
you know what happened after the civil rights? Get all white economic, it was all propaganda. Do you know how many thousands of black Americans lost their jobs?
I am still talking. Okay. Now, where was I? Yes, okay. Now, how long does that need to go on for? Because I remember affirmative action. I remember college professors of mine who said, yes, I am a product of affirmative action. And you know what? That was a good thing. I think that was a good thing. What I also think is a good thing is that it not go on forever. That's what I think. And what metric are we going to use to decide whether or not those things continue? I don't know. But I don't think we should use racism is prejudice plus power and redefine it, because it seems like every 5 years or so, the left is redefining what racism is, what prejudice is, what all of these things are. And I think maybe we can have a discussion if we're not being overly emotional about when these things should end. Because we're also looking at a country, forgive me, but I remember seeing the graphic. It's like the total length of slavery in the world, and it's like a line, say, 10 inches long, and then the amount of slavery in the United States, and it's a line less than an inch long.
It's about interesting. You got the Indian land grab. Yeah, you got President Andrew Jackson's You got the Laws Act of 1870.
Okay.
You got the Holocaust of enslavement of the Africans. You got the Jim Crow laws.
Look, I suddenly centered myself in this.
You got the white
terrorists
of the Klan. You got the myth. Sharecropping. You got compromise of 1877.
I know.
And when you ask how long should it end, it has never ended. You got the Homestead Act of 1865. You got the labor union movement.
Are those laws legal today?
Yeah, you got the Asian Exclusion Act of 1890. You got Plessy versus Ferguson.
And you have
in 1896.
You have fair housing laws that erase all of anything having to do with housing.
It did not, because things are still redlined in 2025, sir.
Yeah. Guess what?
But they're redlined in the opposite direction. I was just looking at an article about that. There's a city being sued right now. I forgot what city. I'll look it up real quick. But they actually, the housing, they're actually were approving blacks and denying whites for.
Sir, in 2000, 2001. I worked as a software developer for a company that actually dictates what the rules of lending are going to be based on ethnicity. And B of A, about 12 top banks, all use the same software to put in redlining depending on ethnicity, still taking place in 2025.
Can I
What are we talking about?
The code accounted for slavery, like in the code, actually written on the line that.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, but I was talking for 1 second. Can you saying the code in the software was?
Yes, I hear you.
Are you saying the code in the software was literally doing an if condition of the ethnicity to then approve the loan? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And it never was broadcast in all the major media markets?
Never broadcasted. Still not broadcasted.
Wow.
Only black person in the entire company. Company called Capital Strength.
Man, you could have blown that whole thing wide open if you had just gotten the media.
That creates software for loan and leasing for large banks for the decisioning as to who they're going to loan money to for housing and for commercial properties. It still takes place today in 2025.
And is underwriting done by automatic means?
No.
So you still have a person there who makes the decision.
There are human beings that are making decisions to economically bankrupt a whole class of individuals. And you mentioned something, Alan. Black Americans are not minorities in the United States. There are, 13, 14%? I think in America, there are only 3% Jews, so not minorities. I'm talking about, but as far as economic, there's an entire playbook to make sure Black Americans stay economically depressed in perpetuity. That's the redress I'm talking about that needs to be addressed.
I wanna.
Oh no, you know,
like
this guy.
Check. Let Christian go. Let Christian go. He's new to this thing.
So there was something that was said that was just totally factually incorrect. And I don't know where that ideology came from about why the Ohio Republicans, who were the authors of the 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, which were all Lincoln disciples, what was the reason that they ended slavery? It was not about profit. I mean, this whole premise is just so factually wrong. It was a moral opposition. It was because of religious and it was also political strategy, and then the dynamics of the Civil War, and it was more so about the positioning of the country. And if you do any history about the authors, the actual authors of the 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, you will find that these men were vehemently against slavery, and so much as being vehemently against slavery, but they actually added enforcement against the states from continuing slavery even after the end of slavery, which is the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871, which today is Section 1983, which is what all these ridiculous groups, from the LGBTQs to the unions and all the aliens who claim that their civil rights are being violated, it was intended for black people. That's what it was intended for. But even today, they walk into federal court and even state courts alleging that their civil rights have been violated. It's total abomination. But again, you can thank the Democrats for that. And then the other piece of this is that the Democrats, who historically not only voted against the 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, voted against the Civil Rights Acts.
Those aren't the same Democrats.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
The Dixie Democrats also changed.
I need your help.
I'm giving you history.
I don't need your help.
You're factually incorrect.
Can you mute?
That was the Dixie Democrats.
Can you mute up?
Talking about people. Things changed after LBJ.
Can you mute up?
You don't understand that, right?
Can you mute up?
Do you know things changed?
Can you mute up?
Can you find
Can
things change?
you mute up? Thank you. The premise of all of the nonsense that we've heard for decades about how the quote parties switched, end quote, when you start dissecting all of these so-called political parties that switched or that got into a room in a back door or private conference to officially switch or change parties, it never happened. There was no switching of parties. You had not even more than a handful of politicians, such as people like Strom Thurmond, who were racist, that were playing dirty games with trying to appear that they were switching parties or switching sides. But there was no switching of parties. And when you start digging deeper into folks' political leanings, you begin to find out what the real reason was for one or two or three or four people switching parties. So I mean, it is that is another once again fallacy that people continue to say even to the year 2025, after we have seen so much of the media, the perpetuation of I mean, which the Democrats even admit that their media blitzes from the 1960s was propaganda, an illusion and fantasy. I mean, so it's just it's getting to a point where when you continue to hear these lies over and over and over, it starts to become like it's like a conundrum, because you're like, it's like you know that historically that people who listen to these lies, which they've actually come out and admitted that they were sorry for putting out these lies in things like the Cosmopolitan and the abortion movement, the Roe from Roe v. Wade. I mean, it really, to me, it's just ironic that in 2025 we have to listen to the same exact lies about what happened in history, knowing the fact that the same people who were lying about abortion, who were lying about the benefits of immigration, who were lying about the criminal justice system, lying about the Violence Against Women Act, all these people lying about the LGBTQ, lying about the base of marriage, lying about and then go further back, lying about the Second Amendment, the Second Amendment. The same people lying to the public.
Enough with the filibustering.
It's not filibustering.
It's total filibustering.
Let's
get some facts here.
Outright lying.
The Dixiecrat movement was very huge. If you recall, Strom Thurmond in 1948, a Dixiecrat presidential candidate, switched his party to the Republican Party in '64 as a direct opposition to the Civil Rights Act. So I have no idea what you're talking about. The passage of the Civil Rights Act in '64, signed into law by Democrat President Lyndon Baines Johnson, was the primary catalyst, while many Southern Democrats felt betrayed by the National Party's embrace of civil rights. The Southern strategy, Republican strategist nobly Richard Nixon in '68 and '72 campaigns implemented a Southern strategy that used coded language, dog whistling, and policies to appeal to white Southern voters disaffected by racial integration and the Democratic Party's leftward swing on social issues. I have no idea what you've read or who taught you or what you listened to, sir.
Yeah,
it's just simply inaccurate.
Not only that, but also if morality was sufficient, we wouldn't have required a war to happen between the North and the South. We wouldn't have required to have Jim Crow laws last for nearly a century. We wouldn't have required Civil Rights Act movements. If morality was sufficient, things would have happened and changed a long time ago. There was arguments that were being made in regards to the abolishment of slavery and the humanity of the black community and stuff like that significantly much prior to any actual change manifesting in the laws of the country. So to sit here and argue that economics was not the major factor that played a role in that, just look at how the country just developed from an economy that depended on human labor to industrializing and just having machines carry the whole thing. It just became the human cost of just having slave in itself became just costly to carry out. Not only that, but also you had a significant period of time from the moment of the industrialization of that or the abolishment of slavery per se, all the way down to the early 80s and 90s and up until 2000, until today, where we have remnants of many, many laws and things that were passed around that carried out till this day. We have settlements that happened as recent as 2011, 2012 in regards to certain banks like Bank of America that had to settle out with $300+ million, where they were clearly explicitly discriminating against black people who have applied for mortgages and loans and things like that.
Wells Fargo last year.
Yeah. So
why did they have to settle? Why did they have to settle?
Go read it, brother. Go.
I'll tell you why. Because there is a law by which it is illegal to do what they did. So therefore, like any other thing that is illegal, from murder to theft to larceny, to extortion, to rape, to sexual assault. People are going to do it.
I agree.
Congratulations.
No, Alan, I agree.
Congratulations.
I agree with you, but you're missing the point.
No, you're missing the
I'll tell you my brother.
You expect people to somehow, the government and laws are going to make people perfect.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
They never
Here's why I brought that up.
names a law that says I can go in, that a black man can go in, and it is legal for me to discriminate against that.
Okay, Alan, the people proclivity, no problem about people.
And we're not talking about these shadowy, amorphous.
No problem. I'll tell you. Just give me a second. People's proclivity towards racism and discrimination against different groups is not contingent on laws that support these proclivities.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So as a regional
in 2008,
let me clarify.
95% of the country did not think race was an issue in the election.
No problem. But here's the
so,
hear me
are you shooting for 3%?
No. The issue here isn't that. The main reason why you brought these settlements up, kind of just 1 second, bro. The reason why you even brought these settlements up in the first place is because of the question that was being asked earlier. People were saying, what is name a law that is racist against black? You do not need a law to have a manifestation of racism on an institutional level. I don't need a law. You could just have people in power who will use their power to discriminate against people, and you do need regulations and things in place to check for those things. But when you have an administration like the current one, which literally is going out of their way to take out certain incentives and things put in place because of the Civil Rights Act to numerically put things into number in regards to disparities and things like that. And they say, well, these things are not really that important, and they passed these laws already. They passed laws that have existed to look out for disparities in regards to how things manifest. You cannot say there's I need a racist law for racism to exist. That's the two are not mutually exclusive. You can have racism and have racist laws.
You can have individual companies who break the law. Yes, I'm old. I come from a time where we didn't bother trying to change how people thought. We worried about how they acted and their behaviors and their actions. If a company is breaking the law and discriminating against a person because of their ethnic or racial background, then they will be prosecuted against the law.
Yeah, we
when
agree.
we talk about incentives, I got 2 points. I'll talk about incentives and then Lincoln. Because when you talk about incentives, again, how long are those incentives going to be in place? And at what point do I know nobody likes to stand on pull you up by the bootstraps, but how long are we going to leave the training wheels on the bike? That's the question I ask. The second thing is, I'm sorry, but for the man who took a fucking bullet in his head, who gave numerous speeches about abolition and the horrors of slavery, yet one time he says, well, if I could end this country, are you all housewives who no matter what your husband does, all you remember is that one time he didn't buy you flowers for your birthday? Please, I'm sorry. It is sickening to hear those kind of arguments from the president who, guess what? He's the president of the entire country. He needs to worry about a lot of things, not just that black people are enslaved. He has to worry about keeping the country together. He has to be a politician. He has to try and appease everyone. So, yeah, he's going to say a lot of crap that you don't like, just like every other president. Yet, being the tactician he did, he waited until the opportune moment to bring slavery as an issue into the Civil War in order to ensure that when the North wanted, that slavery would be abolished. So I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings that he was concerned about economic factors as president of the United States. But that's it. And number one, Catalyst, call him President Trump, or I will move you to the audience. He is not the current occupant of the White House. He is not 45 and 47. He is President Trump.
Absolutely. As a vet, he is not. He's
Yeah, as a vet, you serve the citizens of this country, and we elected President Trump.
America. So to rebut what you said, what specifically has taken place over the past 11-ish months is the civil rights and non-discrimination protections, the rollback of disparate impact rules that this president has done. It's weakening enforcement. It's revocation of fair housing rules as far as affirmative action, banning those programs and training that LBJ put in effect to actually form a union. Ending affirmative action in federal contracting, a decades-old executive order from Johnson that required federal contractors to take active steps to prevent discrimination. It was revoked. Challenging private sector equity programs, education and economics, proposed cuts to HBCU funding, redistricting pathways to federal jobs, criminal justice and law enforcement, increased federal law enforcement presence, the deployment of federal law enforcement units to primarily black cities, and establishing the policies of ending cash bail. Racial profiling concerns, Supreme Court decisions influence administration's actions in some immigration context. That's other people.
You're just saying words. Okay, well, I have a question.
Well, Alan, can I jump in? I gave you a list of affirmative action, economic education, and criminal justice and law. I'm not just
affirmative action is not too racist. Yeah, can I jump in here? To echo the Me Too movement, time's up. Okay, at some point, you as a black man have to compete like every other man on this planet. Period. And the color of your skin is not a pathway to Easy Street. I'm sorry. And especially, I'm sorry, I don't have all the statistics, but it seems to me that during Jim Crow, you had, and let someone else, Kristen, you can talk about the marriage rate, the black-owned housing,
he's gonna go,
et cetera, et cetera.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Alan, can I jump in, buddy? Yeah, I need to stop talking because
you're just delusional.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
What Alan?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Alan, you're going about it wrong. What Alan's basically saying is, like he said, enough's enough, right? Affirmative action was needed at the time, but now it's gone so far to where, okay, well, now it's equal now, right? If it's 30,
it is not equal. It's not equal.
Affirmative action benefited white bitches.
Christ almighty.
Let's be realistic.
That's what I'm saying. So now affirmative action, Alan's basically saying now to keep implementing affirmative action stuff, it's now going the other way. It's now actually discriminatory against the people that were being discriminated, that were doing discriminating in the first place. So now it's turning out that people are not, like, it's going the other way now. So now technically affirmative action would be a racist action because it's discriminating against another group of people. So that's what Alan's kind of basically saying. Enough's kind of thing. But hold on, Catalyst, real quick. We got off topic because Link kind of got us to somewhere else. I want to go back to this whole great switch thing. And I'm going to say it like this, Catalyst, and I hope you hear me out, and I'm going to explain it if you want to hear it. The whole great switch is not about politicians switching sides. That's not what it's about. The great switch is about when the South went red. That's all it's about. Because the South was all blue. The South was blue. Every single state that you see in the South that's all red, were all blue. All of them, up until like the 60s. All of them, every single one of them. And when the South went red was when the South stopped being racist. And you have to understand that. You mentioned the Civil Rights Act.
Goldwater for that, Mike Allen.
You mentioned the Civil Rights Act.
Go look at the Civil Rights Act. Yeah, Lyndon Johnson was a Democratic president. Yes, the Democrats had the Senate when that happened. But you know how many senators were in the Democratic Party in that time? There was like 70 something of them. And only like 30 of them voted for it. The only way the Civil Rights Act got passed is because every single Republican senator voted for it. The Democrats, like, I think it was like, I forget what it was like 40 of them only voted for it, and like 26 of them voted against it. But the Republicans, every single senator voted for it. Once that happened, the South started to go red. So now you start seeing politicians like Christian mentioned, Strom Thurmond. Thurmond was that one who famously did the filibuster against the Civil Rights Act. And then the Civil Rights Act passed, and he's like, oh, I guess I'll be a Republican now. And that's when he went off into obscurity. The switch is about when the South went non-racist, when they became red.
Sir, you're inaccurate. My father's from Birmingham, Alabama. My uncle was killed by white cops. My grandfather was killed by white cops in Birmingham, Alabama in 64 and in 65 because he was a black man. So when I hear this nonsense about people not being racist in the South,
Catalyst
completely
Catalyst,
have no idea.
It's not Catalyst.
You're not listening.
I know. I've heard countless stories of uncles
I've seen racism
in the South, in Alabama, in Kentucky, in Mississippi. Goddamn Mississippi.
I'm from Arkansas, Catalyst. Can you
So I've seen and been taught this by parents. And
you've been taught it. I've seen it. Now, here's how I experienced racism. When I was little, there's a baseball tournament for All-Stars baseball for like the Little League World Series, right? You do your sectionals, you do the regionals, then you go to like the Little League World Series. The regionals were held in a place called Harrison, Arkansas. If anybody knows about Harrison, Arkansas, like even to today, there's like the KKK thing there at Harrison, Arkansas. It's considered one of the most racist places in the country, right? I was a kid, and the tournament was there. Teams from Mississippi, all over the southeast region. That's where they had the tournament. Now, the deal with the Bambino, the Bambino League or whatever they called it back then, the people from the community would house 3 players from each team. That's how it worked, right? That's how all of them worked. There's an all-black team from New Orleans. Nobody in the community wanted to have the kids in their house. Not a single person. Nobody. They didn't want them in the house. They were going to be the only team that had to get a hotel, right? So my father, who was one of the assistant coaches, Coach Butler was the head coach. So they went to the main people or whatever. And they were asking what the whole thing's all about. What's going on here? This isn't right or whatever. Our team ended up staying in the Holiday Inn with that team. Actually, it was one of the best times of our lives because we had a pool. We were playing baseball in the parking lot and shit, bro. It was fucking fun as fuck, right? But looking back, so I experienced this. And now looking back on it, you know what pisses me off the most, Catalyst? Is the fact that when Coach Butler and my father went to them, they were just like, you can go stay in the hotel too then.
I'm talking
like
in
it's
2025, the modern Jim Crow.
There's racist people doesn't change the fact that the
Project
Democrats
2025
are the most destructive party to the Black Americans in the history of any political party on the planet. It's not even close.
Project 2025 completely
Black Americans. Like, let's not pick one side of the hero, one side is the fucking.
It's about even Jim Clyburn said it's completely reversing decades of civil rights progress. You have civil rights, the elimination of affirmative action and black rights across federal agencies, using the Department of Justice, the anti-white discrimination claims, effectively inverting the original purpose of civil rights laws. You have voter suppression going on right now.
Wait, why does an anti-white discrimination claim hold merit? Like if someone made an anti-black discrimination claim, would it hold merit?
The majority cannot be discriminated.
Okay, Black Americans are 30% of the population.
We're talking about voter suppression.
When you look at jobs across America,
look at the gerrymandering.
So now affirmative action is actually discriminating against other groups of people.
So look at the gerrymandering that's taking place in Texas, Wisconsin.
That's why they're getting rid of it.
Look at the criminal justice. Look at the mass incarceration and felony disenfranchisement.
Gerrymandering has worked both ways, Catalyst. Democrats use gerrymandering when it's to their business as well.
Worse, gerrymandering is worse than the Democratic Party.
And it is not. It is not. Section 5 and Section 4 that was dismantled under the Republicans when Obama was in office. Roberts has specifically been going after this when he was a Reagan lawyer in the 80s. And now he's up in Section 2. Just a quick update. It might be changed now, but I think when you look at the entire if you look at the entire Congress and you look at the number of black people, it's I think it's like 12% or 12.5% of the Congress is made up of black people, and there's about 13% of the country. So maybe if we elect one or two black people, we will have representation. So you're claiming that all of these things are happening and that it's negatively affecting the representation, what ultimately is the representation of black people in the government, so that they are adequately represented. The result is that they are within 1%. They're being adequately represented. So whatever you're worried about, it would appear that it's not affecting what you're saying. Directly is Project 275, the civil rights and DI rollbacks directly eliminate. Let somebody else see.
Project 2025 is not a law.
So
They're using it as a
the other part of this is that the majority of elected black members of United States Congress are Democrats. So the Democrats are choosing their own path when they get elected by their constituents in their states in their respective districts. And then this, I keep hearing all this crap about black people getting homes and FHA and redlining. Redlining was started by a racist Democrat from Mississippi. I mean,
Jim Crow was a Democrat.
And then when you look at the current status of FHA loans, which give loans to people who otherwise cannot afford them, the program itself is really failing because the cost of housing is sky high, because you have all these homes that end up in default, and the homes can't go back to the market. So the program is having the reverse effect. Same thing with HUD sections. You have all of these homes that are supposedly government housing that can't go to the market. They have to be subsidized by the government, and that also causes the cost of housing to rise because the government is subsidizing it. So again, these are examples of how Democrat policies have a demonstrative effect on the country as a whole. We can even talk about the supplemental nutritional assistance, which has been an absolute failure. 42 million people on SNAP.
Christian Freedom.
One second. No, but the schools. The supplemental nutritional assistance program is an absolute failure. But people, once again, want to flog it. You have states that don't even want to turn over the identification of the recipients of the program. And then, if you want to talk about people are talking about voting rights. sure that people who are not supposed to vote in elections, they refuse to turn over that information when there's an investigation to be had. There was, and then I'll close here. In Arizona, they found over, because at first it was 100,000 voters who were not supposed to be on the rolls that were registered to vote.
That's Maricopa, right?
Yeah, Maricopa County.
Yeah.
But then they went to court and they said, well, we had about 50% that showed proof of citizenship, so or proof of their ability to cast a ballot. But you basically had over 50,000 people in the 2024 election who casted a ballot to vote that were not supposed to be casting ballots. I don't ever want to hear anybody. As long as I live, I don't ever want to hear anybody complaining about voting rights, the so-called gerrymandering. It's bull crap. Because at the end of the day, many people like to pick and choose what they think is voter suppression or gerrymandering or some so-called injustice in voting. You all don't even want to look at signatures from mail-in ballots fairly. Yeah, I mean, so it's bull crap. I'll read it.
Well, then, real quick, even you mentioned the government housing. Property taxes pay for schools. So if you allow the Democrats to build a bunch of low-income government bullshit housing, then you want to bitch about your schools are no good. Well, hello, quit allowing the government to put this bullshit housing. It's fucking nonsense. Just a big racket. It's all a racket. But going back to gerrymandering, it was very kind of serendipitous of you. I wanted to get back to that. And I hate that Catalyst left. Catalyst is actually a good dude. I like Catalyst. But if you click on my PTR now, if my PTR hasn't changed, and you just refresh, look at this shit, bro. Just look at this. Now, we're talking about the Republican gerrymander. Now, the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 states. 9 states, right? You look at those percentages. Some are 46%, 48%, 42%. There's 0 seats. Republicans have 0 seats.
You're conflating things, Mike. You're conflating things with that image. That image is extremely misleading. You're conflating outcome with intent. Not every single discussion is not gerrymandering.
Link, please listen to me. This is not misleading. This is a picture. Hold up, Link.
Sounds good. Yeah, good.
This is a picture of the facts. People say that Texas is gerrymandered because
it's omitting a lot of information, but go ahead.
Link, it's omitting literally nothing.
I'll explain why, but go ahead.
That'd be great. So Texas, which everybody's like, well, Texas was 44% Democrat and only 56% Republican, but in Congress, the Democrats have 30-something% in the seats. So technically, the Texas is gerrymandered because in a 45% Democratic state, they should have 45% of the seats, right? Blah, blah, blah. They have 30%. Now look, dude, these are just numbers, bro. You can look these numbers up. This is not misleading. These are the numbers. So again, where I got interrupted here, those top states, which again, this is how they voted in the presidential election. New Hampshire voted 48% Republican in the presidential election. They have 0 seats. 0 seats. Okay, now listen. The top 9 states, they're really, some of those states have 2 seats, right? 3 seats, 5 seats. Of those top 9 states, you're talking maybe 15, 16, 20 seats, right? That's not a big deal. But it still stands to reason. 0 fucking seats. In a state that's 47% Republican. But look at the bottom, bro. Look at California. California is 38% Republican. They only had 9 fucking seats out of 52. 9 out of 50 fucking 2. And California just went and did it worse. Look at Illinois. Illinois is 44%. The Republicans only have 3 out of 17, bro. Look at New York. 43% Republican state. The Republicans only have 7
disagree with the numbers, by the way. I believe your numbers are factual. I don't disagree with them. But there's two different things we need to clarify. Gerrymandering is one thing. This disproportionality in population, spread is also another thing. Gerrymandering, it deals with intent. You intentionally draw lines to enrich power. Whereas disproportionality is a naturally occurring. It's called natural packing, right? Blue states like Massachusetts, Vermont, and stuff like that generally just have fewer districts. They have significantly more organized Democratic voters, and the Republican base is significantly weaker. And for the states that you mentioned, like New York, California, places like that, believe it or not, blue states like those use independent and sometimes bipartisan commissions to actually do redistricting. So it's not like these guys are getting themselves and saying, hey, listen, we're blue. We're gonna like draw these things to make sure that we intentionally just have significant higher number of blue voters and everything. So that's just not true. And you can fact check me on this and look it up, right? Those states like California, New York, and a bunch of other ones, they literally use bipartisan and independent parties to do the commission for them. As a matter of fact,
not anymore. Not anymore in California.
And a lot of the sure, the California just voted in literally this year. But that was
go ahead and refresh that in California. What they drew in California. Go ahead.
Yeah, but California just voted on this literally this summer. They voted on literally this summer.
I have the old map and the new map.
And here's the funny part. A lot of the red states literally use partisan legislature, like Texas, Florida, and these guys. They literally use partisan. That's wrong. You could literally look this up, bro. You can literally stick this up.
What you're describing is how the Democrats have
brother, I was on mute. Please just let me finish my sentence. I'll promise I'll go back to you. Texas was literally criticized by the entire country for literally intentionally, explicitly engineering to dilute urban and minority voting bases. They were criticized for this, and this is documented. So I don't disagree with the numbers. The numbers are factual. But the numbers you have in your picture are omitting a lot of the backstory behind it. You literally look up natural packing. There's literally, it's many states like Massachusetts and Vermont. There's a natural, lower number of Republican bases. That's just a fact. Fewer districts.
You sound like a racist.
Yeah, Mike.
You believe that black voters should have their own district and they shouldn't be in
Yeah, but Mike, I got it. Yeah, I understand your distinction, but the point is we want, ideally, we want a system and we want districts that accurately represent the people. And so, yes, and look, the Supreme Court has decided this issue. When it comes to political gerrymandering, they begged off on the question. They said it's a political question, not a legal question. We are not going to rule on it. And in fact, both parties have done it for so long. For one party to claim the other party is doing something unfairly at this point is ridiculous.
Yes,
they did. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that yes, we see gerrymandering in red states. Yes, we see gerrymandering in blue states. The thing is, racial gerrymandering, which was once protected, no longer is. And that's the case that's coming up, that's currently being considered by the Supreme Court. And the reason is, and the lawyer defending the racial gerrymandering said, well, white Democrats in I forget if it's Louisiana or Alabama, consistently do not vote for black candidates. Well, I guess those Southern whites, they don't like black candidates. But the problem is you can't draw district lines along race, because if you allow it in Alabama or Louisiana, guess what? You can allow it in Texas or in any other red state. So you got to take your pick. You want to take the I'm trying to express. You want to start using that. Well, I don't think you're going to be happy either. But yeah, California, which, thank you, Arnold Schwarzenegger set up the commission, or it happened under his term as governor, set up the independent commission. And now Gavin Newsom, in the supermajority controlled state Senate and state assembly, with a majority of liberal appointed judges, has now decided, well, we're going to gerrymander the whole state. So, yeah, good for them.
Did you refresh and look at my PTR, Alan? Look at the new map he drew. Go ahead.
And the other piece of this, these commissions that they put together, see, you have to remember that these commissions have lawyers. Now, what do you think the political leanings are of lawyers by majority? It's liberal. It's liberal doctrine. Because when they do these bipartisan commissions, in quote, where they so-called have two Republicans, two Democrats, and an independent. The independent is always leaning towards the left.
Every fucking time.
Yeah, and then every single time they go into secret session where they're discussing some issue that's legal, who do you think they're consulting? A liberal, doctrine-oriented, left-wing lawyer in a back room. So it's bull crap. And to me, those commissions, in my opinion, it almost circumvents the process because you don't even, because again, they get to go in secret executive session and discuss things without the public knowing what it is that they're discussing. And then you end up with, a so-called bipartisan map that always increases for Democrats. So I think the commissions do more harm than good because it doesn't allow the people to be involved in the process of drawing the maps. And I think that if people, because our public is so disengaged, I mean, the public is only getting heavily involved in major presidential election years. So to have these commissions that essentially draw these maps and literally certify the maps in a secret room where things are being discussed with lawyers, I think is unfair for the public overall, in my opinion.
Double-edged sword too. Mister, do you want to say something, Mister? Or are you talking about the chat? I just want to see you. We're talking over you, buddy. I know you're in the stage. You want to jump in there? No. Mister.
I'm eating some chicken wings right now. I might chime in later.
Nice. All flats, I hope. Buffalo. Ranch or blue cheese?
Blue cheese, obviously.
Oh, I'm a ranch guy. Good, Link.
Yeah, no, Alan earlier made a point. It's very interesting because the gerrymandering stuff, no problem. We can go back and forth on whether it's like right or wrong, and independent commissioners and people like that do whatever issue. The actual citizens, no problem. My thing is this: Alan earlier referred to the idea of having actual systems and things in place to check for discrimination and things like that, as having training wheels, right? And earlier, I think if I'm not mistaken, he said, "Well, how long are we going to have these training wheels until the system, until people just get up and lift themselves up like bootstraps and stuff?" Okay, cool. So what you're proposing is getting rid of a check that was put in a particular system to control for particular outcomes. And gerrymandering is the same concept follows. If we look at the essence of what the comparison between these two variables, when you look at the gerrymandering laws and stuff like that, and whether it's independent commissioners or partisan commissions are doing it, your issue is not with the result. Your issue is with the system itself and how it's being run. You're saying the way it's currently being drawn is flawed and wrong, all that kind of stuff. And I can see it, go back and forth with you all day on whether it's right or wrong, and no problem on that. But you're proposing a change to that particular system, but then you were against a change to a system that resulted in discrimination against black people earlier. And so I'm confused now. Do you want to have your cake and eat it too? Because on one hand, you're saying we shouldn't have these checks in a particular system that result in discrimination against black people when it comes to
training wheels. But then you do want to intervention in the gerrymandering and how districts are redrawn, and that's not training wheels. I just want to understand the logic between the two. What's the distinction?
I mean, a bit of a false equivalence there, I would say, but I don't know how gerrymandering equates to the affirmative action thing. It was a different topic. I think all Alan was saying was that yes, affirmative action, and that was needed at the time. No one's going to dispute that. All of us would agree. It was needed. There were disparities. But I think what Alan is saying is that at some point in time, when the disparities are non-existent anymore, now it's shifted to go the other way.
Mike, I can answer this one. It's pretty simple. I put it in the chat. You could just take a minute and read Justice O'Connor's opinion when she ruled on the Michigan case, which was 2003. And she specifically gave it a shelf life of 25 years. I mean, it's there in the majority opinion of the court. So I don't think there's any ambiguity in it. And the ruling in the Harvard case, which also combined the North Carolina case, was very clear that it had run its course. And what you're talking about in the implementation of it was that it highly discriminated against Asians and other minorities that then couldn't get into college, that had much greater academic records and merit, but they were discriminated against. And so it had a counter. It ended up discriminating against other minorities.
Right. So
and so, the choice to have that as part of our law was written by SCOTUS with a shelf life. I mean, it wasn't for perpetuity, and it shouldn't have been. And the same holds true when you have these laws with respect to the gerrymandering. And I put this in the chat. The Louisiana case. Listen to the oral arguments. Listen to what Kavanaugh was saying when he was questioning this. First of all, these are the racial lines that were drawn. And there's just a point where, I also put this in the chat, the percentage of members of Congress, there's 67 black members of Congress. If you do the math and you look at the black population in the United States, you have more members of Congress than you do by proportion of population in the country. That's of just of the House. I didn't put in the Senate, and I didn't look at the numbers there. But I mean, there's just a point where it evens out, and the concept was not in perpetuity. And I think that's what Alan was saying when he was drawing, he's distinguishing the two, but he's also making the comparison of the two, because they were both systems that were correcting something, but it's the training wheels are off. And definitely with respect to the Harvard case. I mean, just read that opinion or listen to the arguments in it. I'm done. Thanks.
I think it's the training wheels part that gets people. Right? And look, Alan's old school. We all know what we're talking. I think we're all. I don't know how old everybody is here, but I was born in the '80s. We should all talk like we're in the '90s here. You know what he's saying? When he says training wheels, it doesn't mean like training wheels. Oh, now it's time to walk. No, it's like once something that needs to be corrected gets corrected, at some point now it's going to do the opposite, right? And the way that I find it is so frustrating is everyone's like, oh, Trump got rid of it because he's racist and he hates blacks and wants white people to do this and wants the whites to do this. No, it became discriminatory against Asians. It had nothing to do with it. Like, it actually became a discriminatory practice.
It wasn't just Asians, by the way.
What do you mean?
The Asians filed the lawsuit, but they were not the only group that got discriminated against. I mean,
you're saying it was part of the reach.
I mean, the Asians filed the suit, but there are other minorities, there are other groups that stopped getting into some of these schools that had better academic qualifications. Much more qualified academic resumes and CVs. But the Asians took the lead on filing the suit.
They're the one that filed the suit, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny, Link, is quite honestly, to me, it actually at this point in time, because again, we're talking like this thing was in place for like 50-something years. It's almost 60 years, I guess maybe 60 years. What it actually did is that if you had, like, let's say you had a black dude that went to Yale, and you had another guy who went to Yale, whatever, and the black dude's like, yeah, man, I graduated from Yale, and, I got whatever, all my degrees and shit. Naturally now, people are going to be like, oh, are you affirmative action? Or even sometimes you hear the black guy who's like, I got a degree from Yale, but I was affirmative action. Like, they have to say that. It almost diminishes it. If the dude went to Yale and got his degree, he fucking earned it. There should never be a question that he got it maybe because of this or he got it maybe because of that. No. The motherfucker busted his ass and went to Yale and he got his fucking degree. Boom. Like, affirmative action actually plants the seed that, well, maybe a black guy got it because of affirmative action. No. From now on, if a black dude goes and does some shit, he got it because he fucking earned it. See what I'm saying? Like, it actually was harmful.
Yeah, no, I agree. You cannot. I'm not advocating, but just to be clear, I'm not advocating for things like that to be in place in perpetuity. That's what I'm saying. My whole point to even bring the juxtaposition between the two things was just on how we can conceptualize the implementation of particular systems or adjustments to certain systems that resulted in unfavorable consequences or results. Because the idea here, because some people doesn't read about affirmative action, really. I think we spoke about that probably, but it was on gerrymandering and stuff like that. But even with that, like I said before, there's a lot of natural packing that is difficult to control for. What kind of system are we going to have in place that's going to result in always making sure that everything is represented evenly? Or that control the population.
Like some of these propositions just don't hold up in reality. So something like the voter ID issue that everyone argues is a discriminatory practice. Who doesn't have identification today in 2025 going into 2026? Who walks around and they've gone into places that what you could argue, but if they walk through Harlem and they asked every person, do they have a certain kind of ID? They have an ID. People have identification.
Like, do you know what the DMV is? Like, yeah, it's over on 56th Street.
I mean, so some of these, just the presumption that no ID, or requiring ID is discriminatory. Explain who you're discriminating against. Everyone has IDs.
Well, no, like you said, the only people that don't are
who?
Illegal immigrants.
Okay. Thank you.
This is what we also try to point out with the Democratic Party. And this is what I just want to open your eyes to it. Think about how racist these motherfuckers are. Like, think about what Abby just said, the voter ID stuff. Do you remember what the Democratic Party were saying? They were saying that black people didn't even know how to use computers. They were like, well, black people don't have IDs. Black people don't know where to go to the DMV. They don't know this, they don't know that. But that's not what the Democratic Party was saying. They were trying to use racism. In reality, they just wanted illegal immigrants to vote. They're trying to make it seem like if the Republicans want to get voter ID, all of a sudden they're racist because black people can't get IDs. Hey, Link, name a black American who doesn't have a fucking ID. Like, what are we talking about, bro?
Yeah,
the Democrats are so racist. They think black people don't even have IDs.
I believe both parties are ridiculously racist. That's why I
disagree totally.
I already get it. No problem. You can see what you want. I didn't come on here to defend the Democrats. My issue when we came here earlier, we were talking about particular systems being in place and people amending those systems or introducing particular laws or amendment to laws and stuff like that. My issue is with systems. If we can have particular systems that doesn't result in unintentional discrimination against any group, I'm content. I don't really care about. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm an advocate for the Democrat Party and I'm wholeheartedly an avid supporter of it and everything that they do is divine law. That's not my position. I'll be honest.
I want to provide one correction though, because there is a difference between a registered Republican voter versus a Republican politician or elected politician, because there is a clear distinction. The problem of all of this is that as long as people, somebody has a hot mic, as long as people allow or they sit back in their chair and think that the government is going to take politicians to have their way with whatever they want. So, I mean, and someone's asking about the question about the distinction. A registered voter is not the same thing as a elected politician or previously elected politician. Those are two different things. It is certainly possible to have racist Republicans inside the GOP while the voters never know because as I said earlier and even now, the voters don't participate in the process, so they have no idea where a politician is on anything because they're waiting, 5 seconds before the election to make a decision. When you're supposed to be watching the government and politicians on a regular basis, on a consistent basis. But that's the reason why you have all this dysfunction and bad judges that end up on a bench ruling in a case or making incorrect rulings and only for it to be constantly reversed or overruled by a higher court because of the fact that voters just they just think that, well, I don't have to worry about it, and then 5 seconds before the election, oh, here's my ballot. Democrat, 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 Democrat. I'm done. Here you go. Same thing on the other side. Oh, here's my ballot. Republican, 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 Republican. Oh, here you go. Here's my ballot. That's the issue. And I don't think that will ever. I don't think that will ever change because again, just because historically, a lot of our older adults that that raised a lot of the younger adults, that's been the voting pattern or the voting behavior, just to vote down ballot and then just throw your ballot. That's basically where we're at.
Okay, Tim Scott, let's calm down a little bit. What I was gonna say is that did you not see what happened when when the government shutdown started to happen and food stamps started to get threatened? Do you not see all the TikToks and the Instagram videos about the black women saying, I'm going to go to Walmart, I'm going to steal, I don't care, I'm going to steal, I'm going to be belligerent, I'm going to take all this stuff, I'm getting $500 off food stamps.
Oh, you're talking about those women in Baltimore, right after Obama got elected, those ladies?
No, not those ladies. I'm talking about right when the government shutdown happened.
Oh, because what you're talking about was actually what you heard right after Obama got elected. Those ladies in Baltimore. I don't know if you ever heard them. What I'm talking about is a famous.
It's probably the same stuff.
It's famous video of these women bragging about all the stuff they're going to get free and take from the government once he got elected. I'll find the video.
They were saying, we are going to not get anything from the government, so we're going to go to Walmart and we're going to fill up our baskets and we're just going to walk out.
Yeah, everybody heard about that.
Yeah. So, okay, so we understand that, right? So, I do agree with your point, right? Black people only vote based off the fact they're going to get $1, right? You're going to get more food stamps, you're going to get more child care credits, whatever. And that's the issue, right? They're only voting based off of what they're going to get. In the meanwhile, the entire community is getting gentrified, the entire community is getting absolutely raped by drugs. It's okay, as long as the black women are getting their food stamps, their baby daddy is in jail, okay, whatever. But as long as they're getting their money, 5 kids, no job, but they're getting $500 off of each kid every tax season, right? So how do you get black people to get off of that? That's like telling a calf to get off the mom's milk. It's impossible.
are going to be eliminated. And so what you're going to have, because it's mostly women that are in those positions, you are going to have a lot of homeless women. Most of them are single, unmarried. A lot of homeless women with no place to go, and they're going to end up asking politicians to come to society or go to the media or the airwaves and ask people to pay more taxes because Social Security is running out of money. The requirements on SNAP have tightened. The requirements on HUD sections have tightened. So they're going to be coming to the public, asking the public to pay more taxes because they can't afford the current cost of living, they can't afford their rent, or they can't afford this, or they can't get a job because they're not in critical infrastructure. Like, that is real. So I'm already telling people now, look, like, I'm gonna be honest. My answer is gonna be no. I'm gonna say no because you decided that you did not need to pair bond or find a husband. You decided to continue to vote for these terrible policies. You didn't want to roll back any of these programs. You wanted to continue them on. More SNAP, more WIC, more HUD sections, more FHA loans. You didn't want to make any changes. You wanted to keep voting for open borders, more work visas, diluting the wages, lowering the wages. So,
Christian, who allowed that?
What do you do about it?
Which president said we're going to have these niggas voted 100 years?
LBJ.
Yep. Who was he?
Democrats.
Exactly.
So I was never actually said so. So that's be the most educated.
No, black women are not the most educated. That's like saying these crackers are always quoting shit that never was said or never fucking said.
And then the other one second, I'll mute up. The other issue that I have is a lot of these folks who vote for Democrats, and they're mostly women, okay, they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want all the government programs, all of the benefits, while then saying, oh, I want a man that makes $300,000 to $500,000 a year. You're even hearing some women in states like New York and California asking for a man to make $1 million a year. This is not going to end well.
Bro,
it's going to end very bad. And I'm sorry for crossing over into some of that dating relationship talk, but these two things, the politics of these government programs, along with that dating relationship talk, they're on a constant collision course because all you hear all the time is a talk about the economic viability of a man, and you can't talk about the economic viability of a man without talking about politics. I'll mute up now. Thank you.
God damn, that's so fair. Like, Brad, did you want to? I don't want to. I think Brad wants to go. I'll let him go. Nah, I was just like, nigga, I'm saving forever. You're preaching. Well, he is black, after all. But, like, what I want to say is, like, black women being the most educated is, like, yes, we had this initiative that essentially, it's all going on today. You see it with Candace Owens. Everyone wants to worship Candace Owens. Lizzo. We have initiatives that essentially propel black women into these positions of power until they destroy a company and they say dumb shit. I'm not going to use that as a metric because obviously it's overinflated. It's like saying white people in the 1920s they were good basketball players. Yeah, we're all
is that it's absolutely clear that black women, minorities, they've been used as a pawn to
black people, not good.
I'm not saying that because I'm black too. I'm half black, but this is the issue that I think Christian is pointing out as well. We have these unqualified black people that are essentially being used to promote bullshit agendas like Candace Owens. Now she's chilling for Israel. At the end of the day, we know what's going on. We can't trust any politician at this point. We cannot trust anyone that is trying to distill information to throw actors, right? You're all Freemasons. This blue versus red paradigm is absolutely cooked. If you still believe in it, if you still believe you actually have a choice, if you actually believe you can elect politicians that are going to make a difference, you're dumb. You're retarded. They're all controlled.
Wait, you don't think Trump is doing stuff that Democrats don't like?
Thank you, sir.
Trump? Oh, Mark Levin? Oh, you mean Trump? The one who Mark Levin a couple of days ago went on stage and said this is the first Jewish president. Oh, this is the first Jewish president that served consecutive terms.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm asking you.
So no.
You said they're the feathers of the same bird, but I'm asking you, is Trump, the Democrats love everything Trump's doing?
Absolutely not. But
so then clearly a Republican president can fuck some shit up.
Fuck shit up for who?
For the good of the people. He can throw a wrench in the whole system.
Yeah, for the people, but who is he actually affecting? He's affecting us, right? He's not affecting what actually matters at the end of the day. He's making you argue with the dumbass libtard, right? That's what you're doing. Meanwhile, he's just chilling for Israel. Meanwhile, Candace Owens is just chilling for Israel. Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk, it doesn't matter. Nick Fuentes, they're all chilling for Israel, right? So it doesn't matter at the end of it because you're picking a side, right? You're picking a side and you're saying, oh, well, oh, yeah, Candace Owens, she's just telling the truth, isn't she? Erica Kirk, she's snake eyes, all that bullshit. Fuck it, at the end of the day. Yeah. Fuck her, fuck Trump, fuck Trump.
Yeah, maybe they're shilling for Israel, but the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans is that I don't have to worry about some school teacher trying to cut off boys' dicks or girls' tits because they've convinced them that they're actually a girl even though they were born a boy. So I think between those two, I think I'm okay with that. So, but having said that, there's still enough mods on the stage. You know, the thing is that people have talked about the systems that are currently in use in this country, and that there are certain systems that are systematically discriminating against black people. This country wasn't built on systems, and the laws are designed to protect individuals. So you look at Supreme Court cases, it always starts with if it gets to the Supreme Court, it always starts with an individual. And so trying to perfect systems, I think, is a fool's errand. The second, though there are things that can be done, like clearly if a company is discriminating against individuals and there is a pattern there, then we can address that pattern. But when it comes to systems, the problem is this discussion now all falls under the specter of critical theory and critical race theory. And specifically when it comes to critical race theory, critical race theory seeks to explain the racial disparities between various racial or ethnic groups. The problem is, number one, that lived experience, not statistical data, is the metric by which they use to judge whether racism occurs. And second of all, they always assume that racism has occurred and then seek to prove and find the mechanisms by which it has occurred. So the problem with that in California and the overturning of the affirmative action at Harvard are good examples why. In California, and I think it was in California, California specifically, Asian students are killing it when it comes to their test scores and how they perform in school. So how does California respond? Well, math must be racist. And literally they said that when they revised the math frameworks for the state. That is how students are going to be taught math. The only problem is that this statistic, which they choose to overlook, which shows that Asian students on average do 13 hours of homework per week, where everyone else, including white people and white students and black students, only do 5 hours of homework per week. So no, it isn't racism as much as the Democrats and progressives and people who adhere to critical race theory would like you to believe. It is in fact the fact that individuals are performing at a higher rate. There's no system that is evilly making black people fail, black students fail, or white students fail in comparison to Asian students. It's just they're putting in more work. So if you want to solve that problem, how about you imitate what the successful people are doing? So that's yeah.
I wouldn't say that's necessarily the solution. I mean, these communities also have a high suicide rate due to the pressure of overachievement that they have in Asian communities as well. So I think there's a more balanced approach that needs to be had here.
What, 12 hours a week?
12 hours a week of studying. If you don't become a doctor, I'm going to do some other type of...
Well, you know what? That may be true, but that is secondary to the fact that the belief and effort by the left to portray school systems and teaching methods as racist is in fact false.
Yeah, that's a bigger issue.
Yeah, that's because I don't think that you studied it. Like Alan, what have you even done to look into it? What do you know about your own systems? Like it sounds like crap to me. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit. Like these equivalencies, like you just have to study. You just have to study more, and you just have to. Well, the whole point is that there's an entire system. There is an entire system.
Mima, you're exactly right. Some groups are just born with a higher capacity, brain power. You're exactly correct.
Yeah, that's one of the. Okay, that's not scientifically proven at all. There's no science. There's no science. There's no science that's going to prove that. Okay, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the systems that were put in place are intentionally made to do exactly what they're doing now, right? And the de jure to de facto is what we're looking at right now. That's what CRT looks at. It says, hey, look, there's no on the law books on written in legislation that says let's discriminate against these people, but the system was still in place. They got sophisticated. White men got sophisticated about their racism.
racism. And now you could claim plausible deniability because they have people like Alan coming up, kowtowing and pretending like there's no fucking system to put in place. And Ramon was completely right. Mr. Ramon, sir, I appreciate you and I love you, right? The left and the right being the same exact, they absolutely are. You think that, because exactly what you said, it's all just a shit show, Alan. It's the clown show. You think these systems oppose each other. They're exactly the same two parts of the machine designed to control you. The left wants to control one aspect, the right wants to control the other. The left wants to control, who makes money, redistribute, wealth, regulate your free speech. Why did I get muted?
I didn't do it.
Regulate your speech. The right wants to control your body, wants to morality, borders, who can and can't, whatever. So they argue over what should be controlled. It's still the same core premise. It's who keeps muting me?
Wait, what was wrong with anything you said the right wants to do?
The right wants to control your body? I said the design is meant to control you, constrain your morality, control.
I'm sorry.
Listen, I didn't get why?
Wait, let her finish. You didn't finish.
She's rambling on and she's making multiple points.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now,
sure. So
I will address
no, Alan. So
one
were you
point.
the fucker that was muting
Were
me?
you getting fired from?
Were you muting me, Alan?
Yeah, I am muting.
Okay.
You
All right.
made multiple points.
All right, a fucking
I will address
statist,
one,
fucking bootlicking white supremacist. Go ahead, sir.
He's not a white supremacist.
Okay,
Yeah, the fuck he is. What are you talking about? He hasn't even looked at the institutions. He doesn't even understand how education was
This is the last fucking time.
intentionally brought to create machines into the United States. This is all facts.
I said I would move you after 3 times. I moved you after 5. I said I will address one point and then you will continue. If you would shut up, you would have heard me say that. When I am done, I will bring you back up. I cannot yell. I cannot overtalk people with louder mics. Now,
why does she not like you?
Because she wants to ramble on, and I'm not letting her. She's not addressing the point. Asian people are a minority too. If white people were really, really trying to oppress minorities, they're doing a really crappy job. That's number 1. Number 2, none of that. You take the system that is there. If it was racist against minorities, Asian people would not succeed. She's ignoring the fact that a person, no matter what their color, if they study if they do 13 hours of homework per week, they will succeed, including black people. Forgive me. I'm sorry, Beaver. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Beaver, if I don't believe that black people are inherently less able to succeed than other classes. I guess I'm not racist enough, but I hope you can forgive me, Beaver. In any event, yes, well.
The Democrats believe that. That's what people were saying. The Democrats.
I know they do.
You see, in Baltimore, they lowered the standards for graduation
Yes.
affects black people.
Yes, I know.
Wait, are you guys saying
I was
black
being,
people can't?
I'm being sarcastic.
No, I know. Like the Democrats.
Okay, now, I made my point, okay? So, that system is not racist. The fact that people can succeed over white people, and we know why they do it, means it is not racist. Now, I gotta bring it.
Well, let me go real quick. I mean, Alan, I'll be honest with you. I'll say what people are afraid to say. I do believe that is part of it. There are inherent differences. I do believe that 13 hours is also equally as important, if not more important. There's a culture problem. So the Asians, they care about their parents. They're going to be shamed if they don't study, become a doctor like somebody else said, or
Yeah, there's a huge shit, like, they feel the pressure to succeed. I didn't feel that pressure, so I mean, I didn't really just go home and do homework. I didn't do it like that. That wasn't me. But it's all about the culture, and they push it big time.
Why not look at this in multiple different angles? I'm not saying that I give credence to the idea that certain groups are inherently superior and therefore we must lower the standards so other people can do better. I'm not arguing for that, but I'm saying it is the case that yes, it's very true. Asians tend to value education and stuff like that significantly more than other groups do. But granted, even more than white people. But also, in the same breath, Asians are also significantly wealthier than most groups, including white people. They do very well financially, which results in people having significantly higher times to dedicate to these things. But they also have a lot of different variables that play a role. The California revision on their math framework and stuff like that was not racially based. You could honestly look this up and read it. I don't know why this is.
I looked it up. I looked it up. They said it was racist.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, they did.
We're saying
They did.
Where?
I read the whole thing.
Racist use.
Yeah. They specifically said it in the first draft that math, the way math is being taught, is racist. Now that's the first thing. The second thing is, yes, we should look at this from a whole bunch of different angles. Critical race theory is one metric by which we can look at these things, but it is not the only one. The problem is when you read critical race theory, it believes it is the final way in which we can view racial disparities. It is the only way that a person can view racial disparities. That is part of the belief system of critical race theory. I'm sorry, but it just isn't. It's a theory, and there are many. But it seems to me, it's funny how if you say, well, if you're a basketball player and you practice 40 hours a week, that we can expect that player to play better than someone who practices only 5 hours a week. I mean, there's no debate there. There is the issue of talent,
Yeah, but they're not going to make the NBA. Like, one group has a much better chance.
That's right. It's not all of it. But the fact is that 50-hour-a-week player is still going to do better than the 5 hours, generally speaking. It's not the same.
Well, Link said that I thought was interesting. Link, you're like, oh, well, Asians are also more successful. They make more money. It's not because they're Asian, though. That's what I think Beaver Don trying to point out.
It's not because they're Asian.
Yeah, right. So having any type of system in place, what Alan is saying is there are 0 systems in place that allow Alan to go do something as a white man, and then don't allow a black guy. You're black. I don't know if you're whatever Christian. There's no system in place that allows Alan to go do something, and that doesn't allow Christian to go do something. Nothing. And that's what Alan's talking about with systems. There's nothing. 0. That's it. That's what Alan's saying.
We're talking about America, right? Or the West in general.
Yeah, there's 0 systems in place that will set absolutely. Right. That's what Alan was saying. Like, he hates the systemic racism thing because Alan doesn't believe he's right. There are no systems in place that allow me to do something and doesn't allow Christian. Christian can do whatever the fuck he wants as long as he puts his mind to it, makes good decisions, and does it. Now, if I want to go fuck around and do some dumb shit, I'm going to go fuck around or I'm not going to do anything. Christian wants to go fuck around, he's not going to do anything.
The only systemic racism that has ever been created in the United States has been by Democrat politicians. So the redlining by Mississippi Democrat, the government benefits in exchange for votes, both led by LBJ and FDR. All of what you see in terms of the immigration, where Democrats allow an open border for people to come into the country and get on government benefits, and eventually
I can give some credence to your point, like in a general, big picture kind of point. But at the same time, it goes back to the earlier point we made earlier when we said that for you to have, from an outcome standpoint, a discrimination occur in some system does not necessitate that you must have a law that discriminates against a particular group. The two are not mutually exclusive at all. You can have no racism in laws, but produce a lot of racist outcomes. And the criminal justice system is the easiest one to point to, where black people are significantly, are disproportionately present when it comes to risk cases, but at the same time, and a lot of right wingers and far right people use this to say, oh, black people just are criminally more inclined than other people, and there's just a violent gene in black people and stuff like that, which is unequivocally false. And at the same time, they make up 50-60% of the exoneration numbers. Clearly we can point them. There's no law that says, hey guys, arrest black people more. No law says that, but we do have systems and things in place that result in some level of racism. Monitoring that and paying attention to that does not say that, does not really take anything away from the points you guys made earlier. I just don't think they're too much exclusive.
And even this criminal justice issue that you're pointing out, which to your credit, there are people on the right who are total politicians who have no clue what is going on in the criminal justice system. And I even think that some of them, which are lawyers, pun intended, I think they do know what's going on. They sit on their hands doing nothing. The most major minor crime bill since the 1970s, from the 86 crack laws into the 1994 infamous clean crime bills, those bills were written by Joe Biden. He took credit for every major minor crime bill since the 1970s, the RICO Act included. So, I mean, again, the only systems that are systemically racist, which pun intended, the 1994 Clinton crime bill actually has a provision in the bill that says that states get over $10 billion in exchange for maintaining 85% prison sentences served per prisoner. So, I mean, it's nonsense. What I constantly hear about what's systemic and it's just ridiculous. And then when the conversation goes over to reparations, okay, they make all these arguments about how they deserve money or they should get money. They're not even realizing that the they're not even realizing that by the time you hand out cash, which is proportionate to inflation, and by the time you are handing out resources while the border is wide open, and by the time you get to a point of even attempting to allow people in, allowing people the ability to get good paying jobs, it's only going to be diluted by the bad trade policy that you have and the bad policy on work visas and all of the other terrible policies that cause the cost of living to go up. Property taxes, state income taxes, federal income taxes, and then the ridiculous school bond elections where people vote to raise their own freaking taxes. I'm done.
Christian, I got a question for you real quick. I'll be brief. Right? Is your family historically from America?
Yes.
Prior to 1865?
I don't know. I don't care.
No, you just know. Is your family from America prior to 1865?
Let me tell you something.
Is it yes or no? Get off the mic. That's it.
I'm answering your question.
So it's yes or no?
He said he doesn't know.
I don't freaking care done with this. Because I'm sick and tired of listening to people make claims about FBA and all this. The people inside, some of the people inside FBA literally advocate for the very policies that destroy the black community. So I don't want to hear it about no FBA. That's the answer. We got it. Shut up.
So he doesn't know, but why would it matter? Is my question to you. What does it matter if he was or wasn't?
Oh, I mean, I just wanted to make sure, and he confirmed it, so there it is.
What does it matter? Like, what's his favorite color?
It was probably having to the reparation thing because he jumped off. He wanted to jump in and ask that regular Christian mentioned reparations.
I was going to ask a question, a very quick question, if you could answer. Why do you feel the need to make everything partisan? Like, even when I made that point about, like, discrimination, stuff like that, occurring in a particular system, you immediately say, yeah, I can give some credence to that as Republicans do not pay attention to that, but Democrats is why do you feel the need to make everything partisan? We can point at particular systems and things being faulty and say, hey, this needs fixing. And it can be done from either one of the two parties. I don't really care. Why do you feel the need to the second we point something bad out, to say, oh, Democrats did it. Why? Why does everybody think in blue and red?
Because number one, we live in political branches of government, and the reality is, Article 1 is elected due to, it's literally elected by the maps of the congressional districts. Article 2 is elected by the Electoral College, and then Article 3 is appointed by Article 2 and then confirmed by Article 1. So our system that we live is by design a Republican form of government, which is by the people and for the people. So everything is political. Even the Fortune 500 or lower level companies are political. They have boards of board of directors and boards of governors. So I mean, everything, the education, school boards, that's political. Anything you can think of, when you walk into a court, a federal court or a state court, it is based on the public interest or the reliance interest, which is political. You cannot even breathe in the freaking country without something being political. It is political by design. So you're not going to get away from that. And when people say that well, I'm independent, bull crap. You have a philosophy, lens, values, or the way that you view the world. And whether it goes in one direction, you can't have one foot going in one direction and the other foot going in the other direction. You make a decision. And whether you vote or not, you're making a decision. Whether you have kids or not, you're making a decision. Whether you work or not, you're making a decision. You make political decisions in the United States.
I do agree with that. Everything is political. I believe what Link is asking you is not why you're political. He's asking you why you're so partisan. Right?
I just said it.
No. Why are you so partisan? And the reason why you're so partisan is because you're a Republican politician, right?
No, that has nothing to do with it. I mean, because I'm no different than any of you who've just been sitting back on the internet, sitting in rooms and talking about politics. So
you are a registered Republican, right?
Yeah, I'm a registered Republican. I'm no different than any other registered Republican or registered Democrat, registered Independent.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure about that. I'm a registered Republican. I've been a registered Republican since 2016. I've been a registered Republican. I voted for Obama twice because Obama lied about who he was. He lied about not supporting gay marriage. I would have never voted for Obama had he come out in 2007 or 2008 and said, I am pro-gay marriage, LGBTQ, pro-transgenders. No way in hell would I have ever
there something within the Republican Party that they can do that would get you to vote for the Democrats, right?
No, I mean, the Democrats are, I mean, I've laid out all the issues and problems with Democrats. The issue that I have with the Republicans at this point is there are a certain number of politicians or elected officials who essentially just squat in the party doing nothing. But that does not reflect, that doesn't reflect the Ohio Republicans, as I explained earlier in the 1860s and 1870s. That does not reflect Abraham Lincoln. That does not reflect even Donald Trump at this point.
So you're saying you're satisfied with Trump currently as a Republican?
I'm 90, I would say I'm about 95% satisfied. The only portion I'm not satisfied with is that he hasn't done an executive order suspending work visas as he did in 2020 twice, suspending work visas because of the disproportionate impact on low-wage workers, which would be black workers and other people who are U.S. citizens inside the United States. Has not done an executive order to stop the work visas. He has the power to do that right now, and I'm dissatisfied that he hasn't done that.
All right, I'll rest my case here.
So now that Alan left because that bitch was muting me. The fucker. He didn't even say anything either. He just kept muting me. Just throwing me off. What I wanted to say was to get back to the education system thing and whether math is racist, okay? This is all that I'll ask you to do. I'll invite you to read a book by John Taylor Gatto. It's called Weapons of Mass Instruction, okay? He doesn't ever mention critical race theory. He doesn't mention racism at all, okay? He just talks about where the education, he was a teacher, okay, a New York teacher. He was awarded the best teacher of the year award multiple times, and then he was producing like these crazy outcomes. The people that were the kids that were performing the absolute lowest, that were in remedial classes, all this stuff, they ended up going to and then they're just having like this, doing great things, performing nationwide. And so they asked, like, what are you doing? And he basically said, I'm doing everything that the public education taught me not to do. So the point is if you look and you understand that even if it's not about neutrality anymore, it's not about whether something is written in discrimination, like I said before, like de jure. It doesn't happen that way anymore. It's embedded in the systems. It's in the institutions, okay? And now everyone pretends like it's colorblind. That's just not the case. And Link was talking about it before about the outcomes, okay? So if you could separate the two, but if you have any type of system that's going to suppress autonomy, that's going to enforce obedience, that's going to punish deviation, okay, because we understand that IQ functions different. IQ doesn't account for a lot of things, including wisdom, including art, including all these things. And that's exactly what John Taylor Gatto was showing. He was showing that the way that the public education, this Prussian system that we adopted, it was meant to do one thing, and it was meant to create, to teach, to train, to indoctrinate.
We don't give a fuck, bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Grow the fuck.
Teach, train, and indoctrinate people so they could become mechanisms of the system, okay? So if we understand that the education system already does that, is intentionally meant to do that, okay? It's intentionally designed to suppress autonomy and to make sure that you are obedient and to put a number over you, okay? When you see that system exists, okay, within a racialized society, it's going to function in racially oppressive ways, even if it appears neutral to us right now. And that's exactly what Link was talking about, was that the consequence, that the outcomes, you can still have policies and the outcomes that doesn't say, because you know the the right, and well, no, I'm gonna say any white supremacist, okay? And they just take a look at yourself and they say, oh, look at the statistics, or show me any law that is a racist law on the books. Yeah, okay, fucker, we already know that that's a trick question. That's not gonna work. Civil Rights Act says we can't do it. So they taught us how to. They taught Americans how to be sophisticated with their racism, right? And make us to believe in plausible deniability, whatever else. Point is, if you support the system, you're fucked.
Well, this is the issue as well. We're talking more about classism versus racism, right? If you're talking about systems that disadvantage people, we could talk about NIMBYs, not in my backyard. You go to San Francisco. How did Nancy Pelosi make so much money? She got in early on these projects, right? On these rural projects, she knew where these public transport networks were being developed. She brought properties on them, and she became a homeowner in an association that disallowed development along those lines, and those properties increased in value, right? So this was a democratic problem. Nancy Pelosi got rich off of classism. It wasn't racism, right? And this is where people get confused. The systems that disadvantage people, that politicians are taking advantage of, it's not based off of race, it's based off of class. And that's where you're getting confused.
Well, I think that's your biggest misconception. Our system, the system, when I say our system, I'm saying the United States. I don't claim it, okay? I'm saying the United States system, when it was first put into place, this was a white supremacist system. Everything about it was classist, but then they added the element of racism, okay? Where they completely dehumanized and devalued our brothers, right? And brothers and sisters are completely equal human beings. And that system has continued. You think that the Civil Rights Act happened, then all of a sudden a bunch of people woke up and said, "Oh, look," or even the Civil War. It didn't happen that way. So when we look at the education system, it's still all of these things that we already know that happened, right? Redlining, the HOLC maps, how the FHA underwriting, the hazardous zones, how fucking businesses intentionally went to the communities, our inner cities and communities where Black people were redlined to be, and put these hazardous zones, right? The mortgage, hold on, the reverse redlining, you know about that, right? Then hold on, no, because we could keep going. We could talk about the predatory lending. We could talk about adjustable rate mortgages. We could get into that. What about blockbusting? What about that? Have you heard about blockbusting? Look it up. Look at white flight. Look at the real estate manipulation. Look at equity stripping. Look at that. You could go and let's forget Jim Crow laws and the black codes and the housing segregation and the urban renewal bullshit. Okay, my fucking fat ass, eminent domain, slum clearance. Have you heard? You know about the highway construction? You know about that? You know about that racist ass shit? Look at fucking highway segregation. Look up highway segregation. Look up how the route replacement. Hold on, wait. No. They did this specifically. Look at pollution corridors. Wait, this is the crazy thing. This is all documented. I'm not making this shit up. Same thing with the school to prison pipeline. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna keep going. You could keep going, and we still have sentencing disparities. This is shit that we're still happening today. We have fucking the crack versus the powder cocaine bullshit. Okay, we have cash bail disparities where people, that people aren't gonna have money, or they're into so. The bail schedules, plea court, all of this shit happens. You have the over-policing. You have the incarceration. Hold on, wait. So this is my point. Let me connect it all back to education. Let me connect it all to hold on. No.
All right, let's give Dana 30 more seconds to wrap it up. She's just whining.
Not one highway. No, I'm bringing it back to how Mr. Ramon made the claim that it's a classist system, it's not racist. I said, no, it's bullshit. Of course it's racist. Because we're forgetting, everyone's forgetting plausible deniability bullshit. Because if you look back, the whole education system, why do you think that we have people that are underperforming? Where can you afford to live? Right? Does where you can afford to live, does that type of school you go to. And then when you have poorer neighborhoods, you usually have schools with a less capacity. They have fewer supports. They have fewer all these options. And then when you have schools that have less capacity, what happens? They shift from helping kids with education to managing behavior. All this other bullshit, and then you have more suspensions and removals. This is the school poison pipeline. Hold on. This is the whole point. This is the whole system. The over police. It's just it's bullshit. And all of you fucking white supremacists, I hate you.
Motherfucking. How do you use white flight and gentrification?
She was addressing me.
Go ahead.
I'll respond in 30 seconds.
Because y'all, instead of looking this shit up and educating yourself, you guys are just gonna fucking.
Wait, let Mr. respond.
I just pussy.
Yeah, just 30 seconds.
Neither
I'm just gonna say, black people are the only demographic to get absolutely demolished by a highway. I-95 absolutely destroyed the black community. What are you talking about? A highway destroyed an entire demographic, your financial success. A highway? Really? That's your argument? A highway destroyed the black community to the point that they couldn't make any money and they were dependent on government assistance. That's the type of argument that you're making. It makes zero sense. Again, Asian people, they were in internment camps in World War II, right? They still recovered after that. Indians, they were discriminated against. Irish people were discriminated against. Italians, they still recovered. But the blacks, they got destroyed by a highway system.
And let me jump in here for a quick 30 seconds. I already went over all the historical systemic racism created by Democrats and Democrat politicians in regards to the criminal justice system. And I didn't mention earlier about how the ABA is 80% Democrat, which includes the state bars as well. 80% donations go to Democrats. And then, as far as what happens with property and real estate, when you look at the HOAs are mostly left-leaning memberships. Because they never allow anything to come from the right to even get any kind of positioning at all inside of those groups, wherever they may be inside of the country. So every time I hear some of this systemic stuff, it always goes back to Democrats and the left.
Well, I want to respond to Bima like this. And Bima, look, I appreciate what you said. I've talked to you a couple times. I think you're a good person. But I just think you're so off base here, right? Like, think about the stuff you were saying. The education system. But you'll also be the person who's mad at Trump for trying to revamp the education system. Right? You mentioned, where you live shouldn't be defined. Hold on. You mentioned where you live.
Don't presuppose my positions, Mike.
I've talked to you before.
I've never proposed, I have never offered any type of government intervention to be in any type of system. So if the reason that I would deny it is because I say government should be out of everything. That's my consistent position. Everybody else is politically. That's where I stand.
Because you just mentioned that where you live shouldn't define where you go to school, which is exactly what we believe in school choice. Your zip code shouldn't define your school. We agree with that also. I mean, all this stuff that Christian's pointing out, this has been, for decades. This is like, what Christian's pointing out is not something that's like new. This is like decades and decades and decades and decades of Democrat leadership hoarding people into cities, building low-income housing that ends up having bad schools around it, and just keep people there and having them rely on the government, give them this, to where they can't do anything else. It shouldn't be a career choice. Like, this is not how it's supposed to be. And I'm not saying you're saying this, Bima, but like in your rant, you use gentrification and white flight. So like,
yeah, you don't see how that's connected to education?
No. You were saying that you're saying stuff that's being used against black people. Isn't gentrification like when white people move into a black neighborhood?
Yes, but you understand.
And then it's a white flight and white people leave a black neighborhood? So how are you going to use gentrification and white flight to make your argument?
Because they're all byproducts of the same thing. It was a handoff. It's a domino effect, and then the constant proclaim corrections only cause bigger problems. The urban renewal was a bunch of trash. The Civil Rights Act was a bunch of trash. Look at how many Black Americans with the highest level of education teachers in this during the Civil Rights Act. Okay, we never had. It was so high, and we've never reached those numbers again. Because what happened was then the white people were able to come into the black schools, right? Because that's what it really comes down to. It really comes down to the white people being terrified to know that Black Americans can succeed and do just as much, if not better, as they can, and they were just terrified of that. And so they wanted to destroy it. That was the whole point. They didn't want Black Americans to continue to pool, say, okay, well, fuck you guys, we're going to remove our productive ability, and we're going to work on ourselves. You don't want us here? No problem. White people couldn't handle that. Black Wall Street, all the other times, all the other type of shit that happened. But look at the Civil Rights Act. Look at all the shit that happened to teachers and Black Americans and schooling and employment during that time. Yeah, it's fucked up. Same thing with urban renewal, and you could just keep going. The point is, this is hold on, and I'll land 20 seconds.
What you're upset about that you just didn't have to go through this?
What?
The shit you're mentioning is like you're just like Black Wall Street. First of all, it didn't get called Black Wall Street until after it was burned down when they built it back up. That's when it got the name Black Wall Street. But it's like we're talking like almost 100 years ago. The stuff you're talking about with the civil rights stuff. I mean, it's like 50, 60 years ago.
And that's right. And that's my point. That's my point. That's my point. That people think that those things. Hold on. That's my entire point. That all created a legacy. You understand? It's literally referred to as the legacy of slavery. That's why white people are so scared to even allow a bill of reparations to study reparations, to study whether it should be happening. It won't even allow that to come out of committee. Okay? This is shit that the country principally needs to correct and keep the government out of shit. But the point is to fucking correct the oppression. Where there is oppression, it has to fucking stop.
Beam, I have a question for you. In your heart of hearts, do you really believe that the majority of white people are afraid of Black people becoming more successful than them? Do you really believe that?
Absolutely. Look at the Black Americans, after, how quick they fucking bounced back from slavery, boy, they came in.
He's talking about now.
No, this is my point. And white America wanted to destroy it, and that's exactly what white America did. And now us, right, in 2025, because we're not connected to it, because we don't talk to our elders, and we don't talk to the people that we get taught to whitewash history. We don't know the truth. This isn't the shit that you can find. This isn't the shit that you're educated in. And you gotta fucking go and talk to people who've lived through this shit, right? And then they educate you, and then, oh, really, that really fucking happened. And then, oh no, we think everything's neutral, everything's fine. Black Americans, they're not oppressed. It's bullshit. We still have an entire system right now, every single day, that's oppressing.
Next question. Do you believe if America poured in all its resources into getting more white boys into the NBA and NFL, you think the Blacks would be worried?
I don't know what a dumbass question that is. What do you mean?
Like, do you really think that people... well, it's not a good analogy, but if you think whites are afraid of, oh no, these Black people, they're going to take our spots and be more successful than us. That is asinine to think.
Really? Okay, well then explain to me how white people can vote for something like the New Deal, to have millions and millions and billions of dollars fed into white man's hands, right? Loan, all of that shit. But then when we say, hey, look, we left out an entire group of the population. It's the principled thing to do. Forget whether they're saying they deserve it or not, right? Forget that. Just look at a principled position. The principled thing to fucking do, and everybody in this room knows it, is to fix that. Now you pour the millions of in the same way, in those same elements into that community. That's what needs to be done first, okay? But white people won't do that because they say, well, I wasn't handed everything, or I don't
my head, yeah, it's much different.
Do you think if you had all your wishes and you had complete 100% control and you could pour everything into the Black community, do you think in 50 years' time, or do you think eventually everything would be equal equity outcome?
And outcome, I'm not concerned with outcome. I'm concerned with oppression. I want the oppression to stop. I want people to stop living and completely ignoring the shit that's happening in our community now. So that's all that you went through today. Who would stop? So hold on. So you're against police brutality? You know about the discrepancies with sentencing, and you talk about that. When was the last time?
Yeah, we can break down the sentencing stuff.
All right. So what about hiring discrimination? What about that?
What hiring discrimination? We addressed that with affirmative action.
Yeah, affirmative action. That's bullshit. Who is the biggest receivers of
that's what the problem is,
action?
because that's what we're trying to say, Bima, is that these things that when you make something like this, it gets bastardized. People are talking about the civil rights. Oh, the civil rights act. The reason why people are trying to talk about how the civil rights act is going to get they want to adjust the civil rights act is because the civil rights act was about Black Americans, not about gender, not about age, not about disability. It wasn't about this or that or this or this any other civil matter. It was about Black Americans and how they were being disparaged. That's what it was about. So now when people have taken the Civil Rights Act and moved it into other forms of civil, it's fucked up. That's not how this should work. And that's what we're trying to say to you, people. Like, this is crazy to me. And I'm telling you, like, I was talking to some guy, some guy here talking about a couple weeks ago. He was like, oh, my nephew just came home from college. I haven't seen my nephew since he was like, 13, 14 years old. My nephew just came home from college. I was talking to him, and he didn't even think about this whole racism stuff. And when I was talking to him, I wasn't talking to this guy. I was just hearing him talk. And he was like, yeah, I had to explain to my nephew how this country is against Black people. And this thing. He's like, you know what my nephew said? My nephew said that he had never even seen racism in his life. But I had to explain to him all stuff. And I was thinking in my head, I'm like, bro, this dude lived as a Black guy his entire life, went to college, came home from college, never ever experienced racism, and now this old head motherfucker who's like 50 years old is trying to talk him into how his country's racist. When this kid lived his entire life now he's graduated from college, 22? Kid's 22 years old, never even seen it. And now all of this older generation is like, whoa, what you need to know there's right. Dude, I'm telling you, Bima, I have a daughter in high school. These kids don't give a fuck about the color of people's skin. The only people that are carrying this racism nonsense bullshit going on is our generation, quite frankly. People that are my age, 40, 50, 60 years old people, they're like, well, do you know about the stuff that happened 50, 60 years ago? It's like, well, yeah, I get it. It's fucked up. And by the way, reparations would be the most harmful thing to ever happen to Black Americans. That would be one of the most harmful things that could happen to them. Because you know what's going to happen, Bima? The first thing that's going to happen is the government's going to make you prove that you either had ancestors that were slaves, or were like a descendant of a slave, or were impacted by slavery. So you know what's going to happen then? The government's going to make you prove it. They're not going to take your word for it. They're not going to do anything. They're going to make you prove it. And there's going to be Black Americans that thought they were descendants of slaves and ended up not being. And then other Black Americans that didn't know they were and ended up being. So you know what's going to happen in the Black community? Oh, you're a descendant of slaves? Oh, you're not? You're not? Now there's going to be Black Americans against other Black Americans that now there's a section of Black Americans that are
We don't have to go back that far. We don't have to go back that far. We don't even have to go back that far. We can start. No, Mike, we don't even have to go back that far. We can just work from the 20th century alone. Just the 20th century alone. Just policies for people that are still walking around and alive today that have been affected by the policies that were implemented in just in the 20th century. You know how many billions? Some of these economists, billions of dollars were stolen from Black communities through the shit that happened through
the housing and all of that other stuff. This was their estimates. Economists are generally pretty conservative. They're not usually liberal, right? They usually, they're mathing. That's what they do. They math, right? Most economists are conservative. They're right leaning. Okay, so just saying, right? This is already it's here, and that's my point. So, we want to know why there's a big wealth gap. Listen, I'm not saying that we need to do fucking employment. I'm saying just leave people alone. Let people do whatever they're gonna do. Stop the oppression wherever there's oppression. Allow people to live and fucking breathe, right? The police brutality, how's that gonna stop? Well, we're gonna have to change the old slave patrol system, okay? We're gonna have to decriminalize victimless crimes, okay? We're gonna have to start there. And I mean, but this is my ultimate point though. If you just sit there and you just look at even between 1950s, we could even do 1960s to 2000, and you look at the interconnectedness of all the bullshit that happened, you can see that this legacy, this ingrained legacy, this isn't going to be cleared up. It doesn't matter a person come and say, oh yeah, no, because this is what they talk about, my God, is the different types of racism. This is the difference between the interpersonal racism and the structural racism. The structural racism is still in place. You see what I'm saying? Even if your kids say, oh, I never experienced racism, the older wise man is saying, you don't understand. You've put on the white supremacist glasses. You're looking through the lens of the bullshit, so you're not going to be able to see it. But good on you for not judging a person by the character of their by the color of their skin, right? Because obviously we've at least gotten that far in our moral cognitive development.
Hey, somebody asked the question. When she gets done. Sorry, Alfonso. Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead. I want to ask the question because you seem to be maybe laying the failures of a certain demographic on quote unquote systematic racism or quote unquote historical injustice, right? So I wanted to ask, have you read any of W. Du Bois?
A long time ago I did.
Okay, well, W. Du Bois, he's the father of that type of rhetoric that you're espousing, right? And then even W. Du Bois, he even said back in the 1920s, the time that you're referencing, that even if every white person was to give up their prejudice, the black community would still be in the same condition, right? And I think that sometimes, since a lot of those people that were on the scene 100 years ago, since, for the most part, what we know is what King and the civil rights leaders brought about, that we don't actually know the actual people on the ground that were in the black community and what they were saying. And that these people never laid every failure of black people on white society. It's not a historical fact. If you look at the people, Weldon, James Weldon, who else was at that time? A. Philip Randolph, a lot of them gentlemen at that time, leaders at that time, they never laid every failure on the black community, on white people. So I think that maybe you should go back and study it and maybe read a little bit more, because what you're saying is not a historical truth, and that even the things that you talk about, the black community was still on a upward incline. So through the discrimination, through the Jim Crow, through the burning of towns, what the black community did control, the black community was on the upward incline in literacy, in family formation, in community cohesion, in entrepreneurship, in thrift, and all these things. The black community, through those things, were still going upward. So what you're saying about what you might have now as the state you have, it's not. It has nothing to do with anything. So that's what I wanted to say. I just wanted you, since you don't know W. Du Bois, I won't ask you the question I wanted to ask you, but I think that you should maybe do a little bit more reading of the people that you're espousing that brought that forth. You should read their whole thoughts, the whole body of their work first. And that's all I wanted to say.
Alfonso, I appreciate that, but this is the thing. Let's just say that it's just white America. Let's just look at white America, okay? Not any other type of demographic. Why is it that
But, like, according to 2025, what systems are stopping the Black community from progressing or owning homes or taking care of our community or doing things for themselves? So creating good outcomes for themselves. What system now are doing? What can you tell me that? I just want you to tell me.
It's not one. It's all interconnected. Were you here when I was explaining the dynamic, the domino effect, right? Because you want, when you say like a system, you're asking me to point to a system. I'm saying the entire system is bullshit. Everything is. This system that we have, what we have right now, is bullshit.
Well, no, remember, okay.
It's not one system. It is the system that we are in currently.
Yeah, but how does it specifically affect Black people? Is what he's asking. Because I'll agree with you, the system's fucked up, but I mean, they got all of us in the same system.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. I feel like how would I point to a system if we were to talk about, mass incarceration with victimless crimes? Like, what system? Should I say the judicial system? The judicial system. That's one. Our entire judicial system is fucked. If we talk about how our food system, I don't know if you want to call it our food apartheid, that's fucked. Our medical system, medical apartheid, it's fucked. I mean, are these good enough? I mean, I don't know.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You said the medical system, right? So, okay, if you I don't know where you stay or where you live, right? But if you have a problem with health, so you have a community or population that are having issues with maybe heart disease or high blood pressure or a number of ailments, right? I would think that the solution would be either building hospitals or clinics or what's the other one? The urgent cares. Maybe recruiting different type of doctors. So how is the system stopping certain communities from building hospitals or coming up with their own solutions to their own communal issues? Because you pointed to back in 100 years ago when Black people were building certain communities, and then this other group of communities will come and burn it down. So show now where when you bring up the medical apartheid, or if you bring up where certain people don't have are lacking in certain health aspects, show now the system or the group of people that are preventing that community from providing a solution or building up their health system for their community. Can you show that to me?
Yeah, it's all connected. It's all under the same laws. Do you think that if I don't know. Again, you have to understand that these are systems that are embedded in other systems. They're all interconnected. It's not like it's just, and that's the whole thing. Like, you can't just look at it linearly. You have to understand how it's an entire situation, right? It's like, oh yeah, well, we could just come up and let's look at the medical system and everybody put your eyes on the medical system. Well, hold on. Let's first talk about the overcriminalization and the mass incarceration, because we actually need to have our fathers and our children free from being unfairly targeted and then thrown in jail by the threat of violent force by a gun for something that there is no harm caused by another person or person's property. Okay, so which one comes first? So you have a priority. This is my point. You have a concept, you're in a survival mode, you're in a survival state because of all the issues of the systems all embedded within each other. So which one do you do first?
Bima, you said a lot of stuff there. Could the answer just be that the systems, they're not there? Like, when you keep saying, I have a hard time answering the question, I don't know how to answer the question. You keep saying they're all interconnected. You kind of keep saying all this stuff. Couldn't the answer just be like, it's not it's not actually happening. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, this is the thing that I don't understand about CRT. Well, hold on, real quick. I don't understand about kind of CRT. The problem I have with CRT is like, how dare you look at a young black kid in America and be like, well, sorry, kid, you're black. And like, why would you look at a young white kid and be like, hey, you're better than that other kid because you're white? It's fucking crazy. Like, to just tell black people, like, well, sorry, you're black. Like, it's so fucking insane to me. Like, it's crazy. And I don't think y'all realize what you're actually saying here. Like, you're actively talking people into feeling like they're oppressed when, like, a guy like Alfonso doesn't live like that. And you would take a guy like Alfonso and be like, wait, Alfonso, you know, like, this shit is, like, you're not allowed to do this kind of stuff. Like, hold on. Or a guy like Christian, excuse me, sorry, a guy like Christian who's going into politics and stuff, you'd be like, well, hold on, Christian, you're not allowed to do that. You're a black guy. You can't participate in the white guy's politics. Like, it's crazy to me. It's detrimental. Don't you see that?
No, because you're not saying that when I talk about this isn't for Black Americans. This is for white Americans. This is for the people that are the dominant force, that are able to that have the majority, that have the responsibility and the duty to fix this. This isn't on Black Americans, and I'm not trying to. Black Americans know that they could get up and do whatever the fuck that they want to do, but it doesn't. For the people that have been put into the system that are suffering, right? It's rational ignorance. If you're set in a survival mode, right? And for example, you said I'm talking about the institutions bed into each other. You think you could just get up and say, oh well, let's just band together and fix medical apartheid? Well, hold on. There's so many other systems that are interconnected with this. First of all, the medical. Hold on. Okay. Medical apartheid. Okay. So the white man created the system of how they're gonna. First of all, how medical care is practiced, right? And they studied white people specifically. So Black Americans, their care, their physical care, their ailments, the things that were specific to them, they have been left out of it for a long time, right? And then on top of that, they're eaten with pain thresholds, with diagnosis, all of these types of things, okay? But so we're talking about the medical school curricula, first of all, that needs to change, okay? I don't remember the name of the law, but it was passed by, I don't even remember right now. I would have to go look it up. But it's a heuristic of it. I don't have it right now. But first the medical school curricula, okay? Then you would have to look at the diagnostic standards. Then you're going to have to look, okay, you want to bigger than this, right? How do regular hospitals operate? We're going to have to look at the funding formulas. Then we're going to have to look at, for individuals, their insurance reimbursement rates and how provider distribution, because where people live, it depends on how they're going to get care and how symptoms are interpreted when they come in and say, oh, look, this is this. Okay, well, you know what? Because it happens to me all the time. Where I was raised, you walk in, don't even try to get pain medication, even if you have a goddamn broken foot or a pencil sticking out of your eye, because you're just coming in here to get pain medication, okay? So where you live is going to determine all these things and how quickly that you get treatment and all of this type of stuff. And so you think like you just pull it out and think that everything is fixed. No, this is going to take a societal fix. We all have to look at this, but we have to first identify it and say, okay, this is the shit that's occurred, and we have to fix it. Just saying that it's not there or it doesn't exist is the worst possible thing that anybody could do. These things do exist. We do have people that are being caged and forced by a threat of a gun for not harming a single person. That's insane. You support that? Something's seriously wrong with you. Okay? I sat in a freaking in a ticket court, and I watched a kid with cerebral palsies, okay, drag his legs on crutches up to the judge, and you could hear everything over the court speaker, everything that the court says, okay? And he says, listen, I told you, 3 strikes, that's it, you're going to jail. He says, Judge, I told you, marijuana is the only thing that helps me. I could study. I brought my dean's list and I brought my GPA. I wanted to show you. I'm doing great. I'm doing excellent in school. Please. This is the only thing where I don't get drowsy and it doesn't affect my studying ability. He sent that kid to fucking jail. Okay? Fucked up. And you know what? Everybody just listened. Everybody just watched. there's so many things that we have to fix, and sitting back pretending like it's not here. This is so fucked up. This is so fucked up.
You don't get to do what you want to do just because or someone thinks that they that they're benefiting off of a particular drug. You don't get to do what you want to do.
Oh no, for what? Then what? Yes,
that's not how the world works.
Okay, well, how does the world work?
There are rules and regulations and laws that you have to abide by.
Here comes white supremacy.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you think that a particular drug is more successful than...
No, I didn't say you're such. I said here comes. Meaning the lens.
It doesn't matter if a person thinks that a particular drug is more successful than another, and they think that it's justifiable for them to use it against the law. And that is just ridiculous.
So let me ask you. You said that it's not how things work, so that doesn't really answer much, okay?
It does.
Besides, hold on. But all you're saying, no, Christian.
I'm gonna finish. If you break the law and the legislator of the state adds criminal enforcement or civil enforcement to the law, then you will get a judgment against you in court. That is how the system works.
Okay, so this is my question to you. Who did that kid? Who did he harm? What is justice? What is justice? We're talking about the justice system. What is justice? Can you define that for me?
That comes from God. Justice is a ministry, which the people that practice inside these justice courts, they're not doing ministry, and particularly the prosecutors that bring, because again, the prosecutor has discretion to bring a case and to not bring a case. So that prosecutor that brought that case in front of the judge, it's their fault because they use their discretion in deciding whether to charge that individual or not. So that's a whole nother conversation.
Okay, so but what is justice? You said justice is a ministry.
That I brought up earlier about the 80% Democrat memberships in the state bars and the ABA, because it's all liberal doctrine, and 80% of them donate to Democrats. So I mean, the whole thing, the whole premise about what happens inside the criminal justice system from the time that you are taken into custody all the way up until the court orders you into post counseling, it's all bull crap, and it's basically the Democrats making, as I said earlier, a system of dependency versus a rehabilitation process that leaves you better than you came in. It's leaving you worse before you even got in. So that is really the problem. But that goes back to the politics of the Democrat Party creating systems of dependency, and because they're all screwed up, wanting political positions, getting into the next higher office, gaining money in exchange for prisoners, making deals for private prisons in exchange for what they get politically. That is 100% Democrats, and there shall be no equitability or comparison to charging aliens for violating
answer directly.
But he didn't answer it and address anything, but go ahead.
Yeah, because Danny is also alluding to it. We're talking about drugs. Talking about who did that person harm. The person that Bima was talking about that is going to jail because he is taking a illegal substance that supposedly is helping him and keeping him on track with his medical condition. At the end of the day, it does not matter. We're talking about justice. Justice is top down. It comes from God, and it gets distilled down from the judicial system all the way down to the criminal courts, right? So when we're talking about justice, we have to understand what God deems as justice, and we have to respect the government and the governing laws of each countries. So, for example, in Indonesia, if smoking weed is illegal and you get the death penalty, you have to respect that governing authority. If you're in the United States and you're not allowed to smoke weed, depending on what state you're in, you also have to respect that governing authority based off local laws, state laws, whatever. So, Bima, what did that person do? You want to cry empathy. You want to say, well, he didn't harm anyone. Danny's saying that in chat. Well, he didn't harm anyone. Well, he broke the law. And at the end of the day, you have to respect the law of whatever country, locality, county that you're in. Okay? So it's not up to you to interpret, well, he wasn't harming anyone. Says who? Says who?
Right. So that's my entire point. Who is to say that anybody else is to say he didn't harm anyone? Objective reality determines who he harmed. Objective reality says you have to be. That's the point, right? You have to be able to be objective, especially in I hate to say this, but even in our court system, you have to be able to show evidence. Okay, there is zero evidence that he harmed absolutely zero people. It starts with private property. Do you believe in private property or not? Let me ask you the question. Hold on, just flow with me for a second. Do you believe in private property, yes or no?
Of course.
Okay, do you believe you own yourself?
No. God owns me.
Okay, so so now we're already on a different parallel. So if God owns you, okay, God owns you. What about the people on the planet? Do you own you, or do other people own you?
No, God owns them as well.
Okay, but you're not answering my question. Do people here get to tell you what is good and what is bad and what to believe and what to do from day to day? Or do you believe you, as an individual, as an acting agent with the ability to reason and to rationalize, who owns you?
God owns me. Again,
you're not answering the question, and I think you know why you're not answering the question.
That's like saying to the planet, oh, do you have any existence besides your sunlight and water? No. That's a dumbass question that you're asking me. Do I have any existence?
Well, why would that be a dumbass question? Plants are the oldest alchemists on this planet. They are the most scientific. Plants have really developed. Hold on. Plants have the ability. Let me just, Mr. Ramon, let me just explain to you, to say just that they're so basic to point out light and water. Do you know that plants have the ability to adapt and produce more lectins when they can identify a threat? Do you know that they have the ability to with sensor awareness to be able to identify threats? Do you know that they can adapt? They can change. They can change their entire chemistry to kill off other living beings. Okay, so that's my point.
Well, they can't see the fucking spray around it.
Okay, but that's not my point. So let's get back. We're talking about justice, and I wanted to say we're landing in private property. This is where we're going to begin. Do you own yourself, or do other people? I know you're saying God owns you, but once you've been put on the planet, do other people have the authority to tell you what to do, what to believe, or do you have that authority?
Yeah, both.
Mr. Ramon? Do you not want to answer that? I think this is a really important thing to answer.
They have no authority. Besides myself.
Okay. All right. That's a great starting point.
So then who is to determine who is harming you? Do you think other people can determine who harms you, or do you think you have the best ability to decide who harms you or not? Who do you think should be the arbiter of harm that's caused to you? No. I'm saying.
Talking about schizophrenic?
No, we're talking about someone in a rational capacity. No, we're talking about someone in a rational capacity, right? Rational capacity.
It's both. They have the ability.
Right, they have the ability, rational capacity, sure. Okay, so you believe that okay, perfect. So now we're fucking getting somewhere. So you believe in private property, you believe that you own yourself. So then if you're doing actions in society that is not harming another person that has a name, right, or their property, right, because we understand that our private property is extensions of ourselves. So if you're not harming another person or their private property, then how do you justify someone taking a gun to your head and saying you're going to do what I'm going to tell you to do because a bunch of us determined that you are harming yourself, even though you don't believe you're harming yourself. But everybody else, just by might makes right, a bunch of people got together and said, okay, we're going to determine that this is what it's. So does that make sense to you or no?
It's called taxes.
Well, hold on. Taxes, by definition, are in economics, it's literally referred to as an involuntary levy. It means it's coercion. All right, we're talking about coercion. Can you identify any other place in society where you accept coercion?
School. Yeah, school.
Oh, but that's not voluntary?
Absolutely not, because your parents can go to jail if you don't go to school as a kid.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. I'm talking about like you, right? Coercion, that's also true, but your parents are going to be until you can take full responsibility for your successes and failures, it's the duty of your parents to be sure that you can enter society and reciprocate contractual agreements with other consenting human beings. That's your only job. That's every one of us that's born into this planet. That's your only single job is to not harm another person or a person's property. That's your only fucking job. And the only way to be able to do that is for you to be able to take full 100% successes of your failures and your successes. Okay? So that's a completely different thing. So besides that, right, because your parents can make other decisions, right? They can choose to homeschool you. They could choose to do a bunch of different things. I'm talking about as an adult, as a consenting adult, what other area in society do you believe that you're okay with coercion?
Work.
Okay, so coercion. So you believe that that's okay to be forced to do something that you don't want to do?
Of course, everyone does that. Tell me someone that doesn't do that.
Okay, what's the difference between work and slavery?
Technically, there's no difference. Can anyone explain to me the difference between work and slavery?
Yes,
Military.
Working, you can get up and you could work, and you can just have a good business plan and understand that you do something that you love. That's what work is. That's where the mores come in, right? You create and you do, as a productive member of society, you do something that feeds you. And if your soul isn't being fed, that's on you. You're the one that's getting up to make those decisions. If you want to be homeless, you get to be homeless. You can be homeless if you want.
I'll tell you, 99% of people that are working for someone that they don't like working for. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, and then we get back to the education system.
You don't eat. You don't work, you don't eat. And if you don't eat, you die. It's pretty simple. Everyone is coerced, whether or not they believe it or not. Their wife, their children, they're coerced to actually work to feed their family if they have one. They're coerced to provide for a community if you're like a politician like Christian. They're coerced to believe in some political cause like BMI, be like a black radical. It's all coercion. Like you guys have all been convinced to be a part of some stupid shit.
Yeah, when it starts to unravel, level, it starts to hurt, and I understand that, and you're going to have to see that. But the fact is, so getting back to the work, so work and slavery. So you think work and slavery are the same thing?
No.
What's the difference? Again, you have to explain to me.
Okay. So who then? So
What
if
do we do?
Hold on, just wait a second.
You
I'm going to follow him. The difference between work and slavery. Okay, the difference between work and slavery. So you are right now. Okay, you have all the resources that you need, and you're just in a room. Okay, now if you just sit there and you don't get up and take care of yourself and go to the bathroom and find food, someone else is going to have to do that for you, right?
So, guys, how many times have you heard?
Just yes or no. I'm breaking it down to the super basics. I'm breaking it down because we have to sort through the difference between work and slavery.
How were slaves able to buy themselves out of freedom if they weren't getting paid? How were slaves able to buy the freedom?
That was still slavery.
How's it they were getting paid? But how were they able to buy themselves out of freedom if they were slaves?
You're starting with the presupposition. You're starting with the presupposition that they're slaves. The system is fucked. We're talking about free people, and I'm asking you as a free human being. Nobody is telling you to do anything. Okay? Slaves didn't have that option. I'm saying to you, right? You're born right now. You're in a room with me. Okay? We're in a room. You can have anything that you want. If you just sit there and you don't do anything, someone's going to have to do that for you. I'm going to have to feed you, right? I'm going to have to go and find food. Is that correct? And I'm going to.
No, it's not correct. You get laid there and die.
Mister, just say
exactly. So slavery. So that's the difference between work and slavery. Work is you maintaining yourself, 100% of your successes and 100% of your failures. That's all that is. Slavery is when you're forced to do it for somebody else. And someone else forces you to do that for their benefit. I can't believe that we're having this.
Brenda, what is your point, though?
What is your point?
The else is you. Like that's the entire point that I'm trying to make is that you are a slave. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You are a slave to someone at the end of the day.
What?
Slaves from antiquity, from the plantation era, they brought their freedoms, right? They were still getting paid. So obviously, making money does not differentiate whether or not you're a slave or not, right? So you can still make money and be a slave, and that's what modern day slavery is. You are a slave. If you work a 9 to 5, you are a slave.
No, you're not.
Right, but if the system didn't exist, Mr. Ramon, if the system didn't exist, and we just wake up, me and you wake up just on just land somewhere on the planet, okay? Do we have to get up and we got to do things, right? We're gonna have to build a home for ourselves. We're gonna have to find food. We're gonna have to forage. We're gonna have to create systems that we can rely on me and you to rely on each other for whatever it is that we're gonna work, right? So is that working or is that slavery?
Okay, the difference is I don't have some boss lady bitch over me that's gonna fire me just because my khakis aren't ironed correctly. That's the difference.
Okay.
That's the difference that we have to deal with now. We have to deal with boss lady dumb bitches that ruin entire companies. That's the issue that we're dealing with.
Oh my God. But you can identify that scenario of me and you on land and us doing things, building and trading and bartering and going here and there that's work, but it's not slavery. Yes?
You and I were on an island, it would be like Lord of the Flies. I would eat you day one.
Well, that doesn't. But see, you could eat me. That's fine. But you plan on just dying by yourself? You're gonna go crazy, right? Why instead? We already know at this far in our humanity that the best thing to do is for me and you to work together. For me to do things and you to do things, and then us exchange for us to have the best life. You build whatever you're going to build and grow whatever you're going to grow. I'm going to build and grow what I'm going to grow. And then we can, because it's going to be impossible for you to do everything yourself. You're going to rely on me. You're not going to eat me. You're a fool if you think that you're going to eat me. You're dumb.
Yeah, never mind. I'm gonna be like Christian. I'm gonna be a black politician. I'm gonna start siding with the white people. I'm gonna be like, hey, look, I'm the Tim Scott of this island. Come on, white people. Like I'm with you guys.
What if you're a little
My point was can you could differentiate though the difference between work and slavery now? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That's good. So now getting back to the scenario. A man, a kid, right? He decides to smoke pot because that works best with his ailment that he wasn't asked to have, and he's doing well. He's a productive member of society. He's in college. He made the dean's list. So who did he harm?
Okay, so all right, let me take a crack at it. He group cooperation, like you said, benefits our species to survive. So group cooperation then came up with laws about not smoking marijuana. Now, we all agree that, or most of us agree, some of the laws are stupid and they're outdated. The kid, in theory, harmed, when he smoked the marijuana and broke the law, he harmed society by proliferation of marijuana in society. So future victims of marijuana, but really, he probably harmed nobody. But that was that was the basis of the laws that were put in place, was to keep marijuana out of society, because it is a detrimental thing. That was the theory. It was detrimental to society.
Right. So you can.
Bima, what I would say is this to you. Clearly, the kid got arrested. Right? I don't know anything about the kid. You're just saying the kid. You say he has cerebral palsy. I don't know how you do that, but you're basing it off the crutches and he's dragging his foot. He said it. He said it himself. Okay, he said it's cerebral palsy. That's fine. If he got arrested for smoking, that means he clearly wasn't inside his home. He wasn't in his back patio. He wasn't somewhere. If he got arrested for it, and you said that the judge said, well, I told you already 2 times, third strikes, you're out. So this has already happened 2 times before. So now, if the kid's getting arrested for smoking, again, he's out in public doing it. So I guess the question I would ask you, Bima, let's say a guy goes to a bar, and he gets drunk, and he gets in his car and drives. Now, he drives the speed limit, he drives good, but there happens to be a checkpoint. So there's a checkpoint, the cops he didn't get pulled over for speeding, he didn't get pulled over for anything. There's a checkpoint, and the cop's like, well, dude, you've been drinking, bro. And the guy's like, well, yeah, but I've been driving fine. I haven't hurt anybody. Well, dude, you're fucking drinking and driving a car. You could hurt somebody. So if the kid's out in public smoking weed, who knows what he's doing? Who knows what's going on there? But clearly the kid wasn't inside his home smoking the weed. Because if he was inside his home smoking the weed, he wouldn't have got arrested. So for him to stand up there in court and be like, well, it helps you fall asleep and it relieves my pain and blah, blah. Well, then what the fuck are you doing in public for, bro? Why are you out here smoking around other people?
Did he have a prescription?
Right.
What's going on here?
No, because this is just go.
Did the guy
he didn't get arrested for doing pot. He got arrested for possession. And I wonder, a kid with crutches.
The guy who was driving drunk that hadn't gotten the accident yet, did he harm anybody?
That's a false equivalency.
Hold on.
It's a false
He's going to
equivalency.
get arrested, and in the court, he's going to be like, well, Judge, I didn't harm anybody. They're going to be like, yeah, bro, but you were drinking.
Yeah, but he was right, but he was causing an immediate harm by the threat, right? There was a threat there. He, a kid, doing himself, there's no threat. He's not harming anybody. It's false.
He was in the purpose of the law, though. He
was not arrested for doing it. He got arrested for possession. That's what it was. It was possession.
Okay. Without laws, there's chaos.
Yeah, that doesn't.
That's
not answering the question. It's
answering the question. That is the answer to your question.
Like this is my issue, right? Let's say you have a community that has dealt with kids with peanut allergies, right? And you're on the highway. Would you be that person that takes the jar of peanut butter knowing that there's a group of people that dealt with peanut allergies? Kids that you have that could potentially be put at risk. That's the way I see drugs. That's the way I see weed, right? You introduce these toxic substances like, oh yes, I take it and it just makes me feel like normal. But that other kid, he might have an adverse reaction to it, right? So do you want to be that person that's introducing this chemical into this community that might actually destroy it? Do you want to be like the Europeans that introduce alcohol to the Native Americans? Is that the type of person you want to be?
See, but this is the beauty of understanding the difference between entitlement and then also what truly we have as individual agents to just make our choices, right? We would have to, do you understand the things that have to be answered in order to determine something like what harm is? And I guarantee most people don't even, we would have to, we could start all the way back to epistemics, okay? How do we know what anything is, right? Like we have to identify this first. We have to, what about truth and objectivity? Are there moral truths? Because, hold on, that has nothing to do, there are plenty of non-liberals that like philosophy, to start with the understanding of knowledge, okay, and how we know what we know, right? Are you a moral realist? Are you an anti-realist? We're going to have to determine, we're going to have to get into meta-ethics. We're gonna have to get into value theory. We're gonna have to get into normative ethics for you to tell me that I'm causing harm. And what it comes down to is there has to be an objective, verifiable way to say that someone's harming somebody.
It's called the Bible.
No, the group determined the law. The majority voted.
That's might makes right. That's might makes right. That's not morality. No, that's might makes right.
That's saying, but what is your point? The laws are there to prevent chaos.
I'm saying that a group of people, we already determined that we own ourselves. So if we own ourselves, and you don't think that you think that other people own you.
Well, I think Mike is right, and the laws, you can't just do that.
Well, but Beaver, might makes right is not moral. That's the state of nature.
That leads to Nazism.
There's no morality in might makes right.
Morality is subjective to the time and the group. Yes, it is.
Well, sure, of course it is. Of course it is. Yes. Well, of course. See, we're not even able. He's going to argue subjectivity. Mr. Monk's going to argue subjectivity.
We were probably raping each other, and we had no civility. So back then, are you going to tell us that we were immoral? No, back then we were subject to a different morality. It's relative. You see other species like that will go afraid to think that
That's cool. Who said that?
Nobody said it. It's just what happened.
Again, that's cool. The oldest code of law we can go back to is what the Hammurabi laws. And
I'm talking about before that. We evolved. Do you believe in evolution?
No, I don't believe in evolution.
Okay, well then there's no point in discussing. Okay, never mind.
You think we evolved from pond scum? Eventually we became amphibians and reptiles, and eventually to a human? Is that what you believe in?
Yes, science is pretty solid on it.
Darwinism.
Yes, DNA pretty much solidified the theory of evolution.
Okay, so yeah, we're all... You see, this is the type of ideology that leads you to commit genocide. If you believe that your next door neighbor evolved from a fucking fish, then yeah, you're more likely just to genocide them and kill them. So yeah,
we didn't come directly
from
from fish.
Ideology that
We didn't come directly from fish. That's how you believe evolution works. You just don't understand it.
Evolution isn't real. It was taught in the 1800s by some Freemason. So I don't know what you're talking about.
So a spaghetti monster then told you what is.
Get off of Reddit, dude. Spaghetti Monster, that's so 2010.
Okay, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, get off of Reddit, atheism, and actually, research some stuff and stop listening to, DeGrasse Tyson and Richard Dawkins. All right.
So you think you're smarter than Richard Dawkins?
Well, he's definitely a dumbass and predator.
Yeah.
If you didn't know that.
Yeah, he's stupid.
any laws that you believe are immoral, that go against your own moral code?
Well, there's so many laws I can bring up. If we're just talking about after the French Revolution, obviously, there was satanic.
No, like laws today.
Well, we have to talk about the French Revolution because that's when I believe Satan got released from the pits of hell. You know, the monarchy that was essentially defending Christendom at that time got destroyed. We had the monarchy guillotined by the French Revolutionists. And that's when atheism, the Enlightenment, and Darwinism, all of these satanic ideologies started to come around during that time after the French Revolution. And it's funny how they call it the Enlightenment when the entire period of Christendom, when people were getting saved, and morality was being instilled across the entire continent. You didn't have Muslims running around chopping people's heads off. That was called the Dark Ages, right? Oh, but the Enlightenment, when women got liberated and atheists were chopping off Christians' heads off. That's the Enlightenment, apparently. Darwinism, we evolved from freaking Monstrum. So everything got flipped upside down. So adultery, homosexuality, all of that should be banned, obviously, but I don't have a standard. I have no fight.
Beaver, are there any laws that you find immoral today?
Sure, I can think of some. But why is that relevant? What laws do you find?
How do you determine when you should and shouldn't follow a law that you find immoral personally, Beaver? What's that threshold?
I'd probably weigh the pros and cons of the law and what would happen if I didn't follow it. If I had anything to lose, it'd be a bunch of factors. Why don't you give me an example of one that you have a problem with and how you would follow it or not follow it?
All victimless crimes. I have a problem with all victimless crimes.
So you mean direct victimless, or direct crimes that do not have a direct victim?
Right. In order for justice to be served, right, there has to be an identifiable harm, a measured harm. And in order to do that, you're going to be able to have to measure it. So you can't just, say, oh, yeah, there's a harm here, in theory. You know what I mean?
Okay, so should you be able to take heroin if you wanted to?
Absolutely, of course. Of course.
Okay, but do you see how, if that was allowed, then that could slowly destroy a community?
What about the guy selling it?
Do you think that people today only not do heroin because it's not legal?
Yeah, I think it could be a lot worse. If it was easy, if you could buy it at Kroger or Publix off the shelf, get some heroin, kids, yeah, it would be a fucking disaster. It would destroy the community. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah.
Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that I don't, like, do you get, the guy selling the heroin is the one who's harming me, right? Doing the heroin, I get what you're saying, it's a fix this crime, but.
Wait, if I'm selling you heroin, how am I harming you?
Wait, what?
It's the introduction of heroin into the community.
I cook it. I'm cooking heroin, cooking it up, and I'm going to sell it to you.
Well, you think so?
How is that harming you?
great deal
It's a
of
weird
money.
question. I don't know. Like, you're selling me drugs. You're harming me.
Okay, so do you not believe that you're an agent of your own being?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Am I forcing you to buy it from me?
No.
Am I forcing you to do it?
No.
Okay, then who should be the arbiter of what you should decide to do as a human being?
Group cooperation. This is why it's important.
Hold on. No. This is where we're going with this. Who makes that decision?
The group, the laws that were voted.
Lima, you yourself mentioned earlier. You mentioned the crack versus cocaine epidemic and how drugs being introduced to the black community was harmful to the black community. So if drugs being introduced to the black community was harmful to the black community, then it stands to reason that the guy selling heroin is harming someone. Come on, Lima, stop it.
Yeah, but that was again it's not a linear thing, right? It's the entire system. It's easy. It's putting breadcrumbs inside of a cage, right? That was my point. It's already the ghettos had already been created. All of this was an intentional. It's psychological warfare. That's my point. Was that it was created. It was created by a certain group of people. I won't say who.
Did anyone force the black community to use the crack?
No.
Don't the black communities own themselves? Don't they own their own? Aren't they?
Yes, and that's true. And that's absolutely.
You give them your voice, right?
That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true.
They have no money.
It wasn't just black people doing drugs, right? It was black people doing drugs and being set up so they could be imprisoned, so the entire structure could be destabilized. That whole thing. I mean, look at what COINTELPRO.
Would you use the word harmed? Were they being harmed?
They were being targeted. They were being harmed. Yeah, of course they were. Of course.
So the guy selling heroin is harming.
No. The harm wasn't from person to person. That wasn't the harm, because that's not the harm, and it never will be a harm. One person selling a drug to another person is not harming anybody, as long as they're not committing crimes. Hold on, as long as the person, if I go and I create and I cook up some, what did you say, Mike? Meth or heroin? I cook up some heroin. I don't know how to do that, but maybe I do. Okay, today, so I cook up some heroin in my home on my private property, and I know that some people like to do it for whatever reason. I go and I sell it to you, and you take it from me, and I go home. Who did we harm? We both showed up. We're not harming other people, right? Usually what happens is that the drug stuff gets conflated with other crimes, right? And then what is it called? Gang, not mafia, cartel, all this other stuff, because of how it's looked at from the government, and then it's a whole business system. It's just a business mechanism. But the idea of me selling to you, who are we harming?
You're harming him.
I'm not harming him. He's the only one that decides who harms Mike Allen. Mike Allen makes that decision. I make the decision who harms Bima, but Mike Allen makes the decision who harms Mike Allen. If Mike Allen decided that it harms Mike Allen, then Mike Allen gets to choose not to do it.
All right, let me explain. All right, let me explain to you how it harms him. He's gonna keep chasing that high, and then when he can't get it, he's gonna go fucking rob, steal, and hurt others to get that high. It's a poison. It ruins communities. Directly, it won't harm him immediately, no. But it leads to destruction.
Right, and that's what we're talking about. The conflated, like I said, people will normally conflate an interaction, a voluntary action between two people with crime, right? But that specific instance of me selling to Mike Allen and Mike Allen going home to his private property to do whatever he's going to do with it. I don't know. Maybe he's going to build a cure with it. Who knows? He's going to cure some crazy shit. Who knows?
But the group decided the best way to mitigate that destruction happening is to ban it from being sold to each other.
Okay. So then everybody in this room on this panel, Beaver, Sid, Beth, Man, AI, Mike, Alfonso, Bima, we are on an island. Okay, and I figure out how to make
heroin. I decided to I learned how to make it. Okay. Now, Beaver and everybody else, okay, everybody else besides Mike Allen decides that, no, Beaver, you're not gonna make that because it's harmful. We saw Manfinity do it, and Manfinity end up robbing AI. And then AI was pissed, and he went and he harmed Manfinity by stabbing him. Okay. The point is that, and that's your justification. Okay. So now Bima, right? Now I didn't do anything to Manfinity, right? Manfinity decided to go and create a crime. He actually did a crime by violating someone's private property. Okay. He violated AI. AI responded the way he responded. That has nothing to do with me. Now, everybody in the room decides, hey, Bima, you can't do it anymore. But me and Mike Allen, I'm deciding I'm doing it, and Mike Allen's just like, you know what? I lived once, YOLO, I heard about it as a crazy experience, or whatever his excuse is.
Let's fucking wait!
Okay, whatever he decides. Tell me why me and Mike can't do a peaceful transaction, right? Because you guys say that it's bad. I thought we decided that we choose our own morality, right? And when our morality...
That's why I said no, we didn't. In the very beginning, you asked, I said no. It's both. You choose it and the group chooses it for stuff like this.
Okay, but then what happens with when you create a law, you and everybody else create a law that isn't harmful? Let's say it is. Let's say it's RSO oil, okay, and which is a drug, and you decide to outlaw it. But RSO oil is actually curing mast cell tumors on dogs, and Mike Allen has a dog who he loves very much, and he knows that it's going to cure his dog's mast cell tumor. So now, who are you to take a gun to my head or Mike Allen's head to say, if you do this, we're going to put you in a cage, and if you disagree, we're going to shoot you dead. If you don't comply and you fight back, we will escalate all the way to deadly force. If you don't do what we're going to say. Now explain to me why me and Mike Allen should listen to you guys. Why do you guys have authority over what we've determined is good?
Because the group determined it, and you are not as mindful as the group. You will succumb to the group. They have more force than you. If you want the law changed for the dog to be able to get it, you got to work to change it. Or you can say, I'm going to say to my dog, fuck it, and I'm going to bear the consequences.
Okay, but that's not morality. That's my nature.
Right. It's weird hill to die on, people. Like, do me and Beaver believe that the kid should have got arrested for smoking weed? Probably not. But you got to draw the line somewhere, right? Like,
or you got chaos.
Yeah, you got to draw the line somewhere, Beaver. You don't have to lie.
Hold on. I want to figure out where we vest our authority, okay? Beaver, I don't consent to whatever you decided. You, Sig, Beth, Ann, Infinity, Alfonso, okay? Mike Allen, you're with me. Sorry you're an anarchist today, okay? Me and Mike Allen, we reject your system. We're all together. We're all on an island. I can't go anywhere else. It's not reasonable for me to go anywhere else. I can't go anywhere else. I have to live here. But you guys decide, no, we're going to make these laws, and this is what it's going to be. And if you don't like it, I don't know.
Yeah, it's why
that's your problem. So why do I have to abide by your authority?
Because we outmuscle you by numbers.
So that's all that it comes down to.
Yeah.
Authority comes to who has the greatest power.
Yes.
Okay, so do you understand how that's not moral? That's just might makes right. That's
it is what it is.
Okay, so then if there is no morality in that, then as soon as Mike Allen and I, because we start doing some underground RSO oil stuff, we find a freaking tribe, okay, that was secret. They were like hidden underground, and they love this shit. We partnered with them, and me and Mike Allen are like, you know what? Let's go and take them all out. Let's take everybody out because we just want to do that because might makes right. We're allowed to. Can we do that?
Yes, you would do it.
Okay, and this is my point. This isn't moral. You have no moral principles. You have to develop a moral principle, Beaver. This is my whole point. And this is why government is not moral. This is my point. It is not moral. Might makes right is not moral.
Who cares? Like, it doesn't matter.
Wait, how can you say that it doesn't matter? You're basing your premise on what's good for society, but then also saying that there's no morality in it. There's a complete contradiction. You're completely not thrown out on this.
It's objective to the time and the group and in the setting. That's what morality is. And it's decided by the group. If it's best for the group to survive and advance, to pass on their DNA, to prevent shit like heroin destroying the group, then they're going to institute these laws or there will be chaos. This is the way it's been since, I don't know, do you think when you see a lion,
let me ask you this.
when you see a lion eat another creature and tear its head off, do you think, damn, that's not moral? Poor animal.
No, that's might makes right. That's the state of nature. That's the state of nature. Okay, but they're not beings that have rational capacity to reason. Okay, they don't have reason in the same capacity that we do. They cannot enter and respect contracts. That's what all this is about. So this is my question, because it's 6 o'clock, but this is what I have my question to you, because I'm curious, honestly. What do you think, I'm only going to go as far as normative ethics, I promise. What do you feel, or no, how do I say this? What makes an action right in your mind? And I'm asking you, are you like a consequentialist where, the best, you can maximize the good of all outcomes? Do you think, because maybe that's what you are. I don't think that's what you are. Hold on. Let's say let me say, because look, hold on, and I'll finish. Because it sounds like normative ethics. It sounds like Beaver. That's what Beaver is, right? Then there's deontology, right, where we have the respect for duties and rights. We have contractualism, right, where we have principles, right? Okay, that are principle, which would be something that is irrespective of time, circumstance, locations, would be the same for everybody. Okay, so if we can agree on normative ethics, and you're just saying like, oh, force makes right. I'm saying like you're completely unprincipled, Beaver. There's no foundation in the things that you're saying. You're saying that we need to do this for the good of society, but also I can't define what's right, and only might makes right is going to be what's right. It's completely just trash. This is what happens when we just vest our whole authority in government. It's literally called rational ignorance. I'm not saying that. Hold on. No. Rational ignorance is a real thing, and I'm not saying that I'm trying to criticize you, because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm saying this is the masses. This is what the large majority of everybody on this planet does, okay? And that is rational ignorance. We're going to push off whatever type of work that we don't have to do and whoever's going to do it, because it's not reasonable or rational for us to be able to look and explore absolutely everything. I had a particular instance where I had enough time to be able to research this and to think about it and to start questioning and completely dismantling the systems and understand and build a foundation of moral principles. I can tell you, I have an entire moral principle theory that I can tell you, and there's absolutely any fucking circumstance that you could give me that I could run through my moral principles and answer the question of what should be done, because it's based on moral principles. And the fact of the matter is, it is completely consistent. It works, whether it works for me or against me, it's principled and I believe in it. So that's all that I have to say. I think that you should think about dismantling.
You would die alone.
You have to find your moral principles. And once you start doing that, and you look at your moral principles, and you get into normative ethics, and you go back into value theory, and we actually should start with epistemics, because that's like where you start there, and then just start slowly building. And you'll get into meta ethics, then you'll get into different theories, value theory, normative ethics, and then you can finally get into political theory, which is how the government should be, what type of government we should be, and things like that. But and then we can answer the question, because the other question that we have is justice. How could we can't even define justice? It's reification.
You would die. The group would die off.
I want to ask you this question, Bila, real quick. Let's say, because there was this whole conversation started with the victimless, like the kid hurt, like victimless crimes, whatever. Let's say you wait, and you're 100% positive that everyone had left a certain building. Nobody was in the building. No plant, no animal, no insect, no nothing. Literally, you know for a fact nothing is in the building. And now you go and you burn down the building. would you say that's okay because you like fire? Or would that
No.
be morally wrong because you burnt down the building? But you
No,
didn't hurt
it's-
anybody though. But you,
Well, yes, I did. It's you harm. Hold on. My principle is it's private property, right? That is where I draw my objective line. Okay, so it's harming a person or person's private property.
it
That's
wasn't
private
anybody's
property.
property. It was just a building that was there.
Nobody owned it, and it was a building that was there,
You just
and
burned it
nobody
down.
claimed it, and I burned it down. Then nobody would care. Who cares? There is no moral. There's nothing to be a process with that. Like it's
It was a
just,
historical site that was owned by the city.
it's still owned. Okay, well, we're gonna then
You just
have to
burnt
get
it
back
down.
to
You mentioned the
social
ownership
contract
issue.
theory. But let's say that it's a group of people instead of complicating things and saying it's government.
No, Bima,
It's
it's
just saying-
wrong because society thinks that burning shit down is wrong. It's just wrong. Because
That's just completely subjective. You're not actually saying why it's
No, but
wrong. You're
look-
just saying we think it's wrong, therefore it's wrong. Like there's just
when the majority
Way
of
to
people
define that.
do something wrong, it's going to be considered wrong. Now, the weed issue is weird, right? The majority of people used to consider weed as a problem. Now, people are changing their minds with it. But even in states that have recreational weed as legal, you still can't smoke a fucking blunt and drive a car because you're intoxicated while driving, right? So there's still going to be guidelines.
yeah, but you're not attaching the claim to a standard. You're just arbitrarily saying it's wrong because there's a group of people who deem it wrong. Like when you say something is good or bad, it has to be in relation to something. So like when you're saying it's wrong to what? To whom or for what?
Well, to bring you up to speed,
Yeah, but
Simon, to bring you up to
now
speed,
you're just saying the standard is the group, but
Simon, to bring you up to speed,
wrong according to why?
I
Give
get
you like 1 minute.
well, did you hear about the household, the kid who got arrested or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay, so the argument was that who did he harm? Like he was just smoking weed, like the judge should have sent him to jail. And Beaver and I are saying, we get it. The weed aspect, yeah, it's a problem, but society has deemed it as a problem. So when the kid gets arrested, yeah, the kid got arrested because it's a problem. The society deems it as a problem.
Yeah, but
Now Beaver and I are also, it's also relative. It's relative to times, but
Why is it a problem is the question.
Well, yes, exactly. The crux of the real question is, like, what makes it objectively wrong?
because society, that's what Beaver and I are saying. The majority of people are determining it's wrong. So the society.
It's the same as people who in the state of Texas say that we can't buy alcohol on Sundays and we have to stop at 9.
Dry counties, bro.
Not dry counties. I'm talking about in the state of Texas on Sundays, liquor stores are closed. So like, we do have dry counties that are like, you can't buy alcohol in general, but I'm talking about in Houston, Dallas, Austin, any big city, alcohol can't be sold on a Sunday. So my logic in this is like, based off what y'all saying, if we basing things on being harmful as to why they're illegal, then half the shit that we eat, alcohol should still be under prohibition. It's not about whether it's harming people or not, because there's very little studies that show that weed is actually like truly like harmful in the sense of like some of the harsher drugs. As a weed smoker, I'll never sit here and say that smoking weed is a good thing for you. Because if you set fire to something, any good that weed has, once you set fire to it, you changing the makeup of it.
No, we agree that what's considered harmful or illegal is subjective. But what Beaver and I are arguing is that the majority of the people that are living in that society is what determines what's harmful. And
I don't think it's the majority of society.
Whether we like it or the majority.
I don't know if anybody can dispute that. Like, I think like what Bima is saying is like gets to like the crux of the issue. Like, objectively speaking, like what's the prescription of the claim, rather than just like saying like, yeah, the description is society, like whatever society deems is bad, like, because then you just fall into like relativism where it's just like that's not interesting whatsoever. Like we can all say like, yeah, like private property is immoral if you're like in the Soviet Union, and therefore like society being private property is bad. It's like, yeah, okay, like anybody could like by that standard, it's like, yeah, slavery is good because like people thought that it was good at the time.
Yeah, everyone's gonna
it's just, it's not an interesting discussion. Like
I agree.
Like
That's
actually
what I'm
have
saying. That's what we're saying. We don't understand what we're talking about. If the kid got arrested because the kid fucking smoked weed and it was against the law where it was, like, period. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but again, like, like saying it's just against the law isn't like a substantive discussion. You could like again, like you could be like, yeah, I mean, in the Soviet Union, I got arrested because I had like a horse to myself.
Yeah, dude, you're talking to Beamer right now, bro. You're talking to Beamer. We were saying like that makes no, it's irrelevant, Beamer, because it's just what it is. Like it's irrelevant. It's just no point talking about it. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I think she's trying to change your minds in terms of like how to think about these things. Though.
Well,
like the moment that you want to talk about morality, like you can't talk about like, well, the group thinks this, therefore it's right. It's like it doesn't actually make it right. It just this is law because this is what people like want.
Oh yeah, right.
Making right a moral statement.
We were talking about lawful. I would say the word right or like, but right is relative. Well, that's what I'm saying. So it does make it right.
But relative to like the actual thing is either right or wrong. But like, you know,
that's what we've been saying all the time. It's relative. It's all relative.
Man, I just don't think America is the place for us to be making like moral judgments on anything. I don't think our government should be in the space of anything when it comes to morality. Like it's a pick and choose society. You feel me? Like it is what it is. You can't say you want a free society and then in the same token tell people things that they can do when it comes to their own bodies. Now when we're talking about harmful things, when we talking, man, even if we want to get into like cocaine, heroin, and all that, I don't think nobody really like tripping about that in the sense of realizing that shit is extremely harmful to a person. It's a public health crisis, to be honest with you. So we can understand that certain drugs have to be regulated. But when it comes to marijuana, I'll stand on the idea that if somebody can go and buy some liquor up to, when you could buy beer in Texas up to 12, if I can go and buy beer and wine and we know what that alone can do to a person, I should be able to smoke me a blunt.
I agree. I agree, and the law needs to change to reflect that. I 100% agree with you.
I mean, I see what Trump's doing with rolling back, you know what I'm saying, making it from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 or whatever. But, I mean, I don't, man, any of y'all talking to me know that I'm the furthest from a Trump supporter, so I'm always skeptical about anything that he does when it's beneficial, I guess. But, well, that's not anybody making it a big issue. I would dare to ask you, man, like why is it an issue to you? And if you're telling me because it's illegal, again, I'm gonna tell you this is America. A lot of things that have once been legal or even currently legal, we can sit and say, man, is that actually right? Is that morally right? Anybody that's against it, can you give me a good explanation other than it's against the law?
I don't believe in an objective morality, so.
First of all, motherfucker, the Santa de Maria had hemp fucking rope and sails. You hear me?
Just for the record, the Venus is the 86.
Oh, whatever, go fuck yourself.
Wait, I'm just
you know
curious
what I
about
mean?
that statement. Like, so you're saying that you don't believe in an objective morality?
What I believe in is that marijuana has been fought against on both sides again. Because you got hemp, which you don't smoke. That's the male plant, right? Which provides fiber. They need clothing, and rope, and things like that. So the hemp side, I like to argue on the hemp side more than the shit we smoke, the female plant. Because this shit has had opposition from the beginning in the United States. The first opposition was cotton. The next one was paper. And then it was, what do you call it, fiber plastics. Like, so this shit is, but all the time, all the previous, before that, it's like, when people smoke weed,
They start thinking, and they don't want people fucking thinking. They want you getting drunk and going to work. So marijuana and hemp is a very deep conversation. Like you know, the Constitution of the United States is written on hemp paper.
No, why the fuck would I know that?
I thought y'all were educated.
I know that there's a secret treasure map.
You know, like think about this. Smoking a blunt is illegal, but we can carry a weapon of mass destruction, and I own multiple guns. So let me say that.
Instead of that, while drinking whiskey.
Hey, if you look at what a gun is, it's very much a weapon of mass destruction. Now, whether they call it one or not, obviously our president just claimed that fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction. So would it, like, I couldn't say that.
You know why he did that, right?
I know why. I mean, I got my theory on why he did it.
I know why he did it. So he could declare war.
Yeah, that's my theory on it.
Guys, marijuana alters your state of mind. I smoke weed, bro. Like, I'm loading my bowl right now, bro. I used to smoke blunts. I used to smoke joints. I don't smoke blunts and joints anymore. Now I just smoke a bowl every once in a while because fucking it's more than enough. But I smoke weed. You can't be in an altered state of mind out in public. Like, yeah, you can carry a firearm in public, but you can't just smoke a bunch of weed and go walk around in public, bro. Like, it's fucking weird, bro. Like,
Why?
Like, what do you mean, why?
Why?
Can you drive a car while you're all high?
I mean, can you?
Well, a car is actually considered like a deadly weapon.
Rob, of course I'd be able to drive it, but does it not slow down your reaction time? Does it not?
Yes, that's why it would be considered a weapon. So
right,
if
dude,
it was
you
actually
shouldn't be
stuff.
like you shouldn't be high out in public.
No, but like walking around is not the same as like being able to like get into a vehicle and like potentially kill someone.
Oh really? Maybe what if you're walking around all high and you don't stop at the crosswalk and then now a car has to swerve and it's another car?
Well, then you're liable for that.
What if you do some dumb shit and walk into some place you shouldn't walk?
Mike, let me hear you. You sound like you don't sound like somebody. You don't sound like somebody who just started smoking. You don't sound like someone who just started smoking.
I've been smoking for a very long time, my friend.
Let me ask you this, man. Around all of the smokers you've been around, how many of them do things like walk into the middle of the street?
Rob.
Incoherent. I'm just asking, just off your anecdotal experience.
Rob. I'm not saying you or I would just.
No, I'm asking. I didn't ask you. I said, how many smokers do you know have done things like walk off into the middle of the street and put their lives in danger?
So what I'm saying, Rob, you would agree with me. People do dumb shit when they're high.
I do, but I would agree with you.
Like
marijuana alters your state.
West Palm Beach. We have a thing called Clematis Street, West Palm Beach. If there was a bunch of people out there now again, they're walking around all drunk, so they stop the cars from walking around there, right? And when people are drunk, like you would agree, you do some dumb shit. If people are walking around stoned as fuck, like I'm not talking about you or I. I'm about people that are stoned as fuck, walking around being all weird, all out in public. You tell me they would just do some shit where they wouldn't see that it says
have you ever
walk?
I mean, I'm not saying that it couldn't happen, but if you're using this as your argument for why it should remain illegal, I don't think this is like the argument.
I don't think it should remain illegal. But Rob, even in Colorado, it's recreational legal. I've been to Colorado, and you go to the dispensary and buy whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
But Rob, you can't leave the dispensary, go into your car, roll up a joint, and start driving while smoking a joint.
I mean, I guess
no one
would you agree that would be a bad thing?
I mean, I actually look. Whether I think that's a bad thing or not, I think it's on the person. Like seriously, I know some people that smoke that know I probably don't think they should drive, but I know people who smoke more than me, who smoke all day, every day. You know what I'm saying? And they overdrive, they
like this is what I'm saying. It's subjective. Do I think that marijuana impairs you like alcohol does? I know for a fact it doesn't. Like I know this to be a fact. It doesn't impair people like that. But would I say that anybody should just be driving around and smoking? Probably not. But I can make an argument that the act of smoking and driving is actually what's more dangerous than the eye that you're getting from marijuana. Trying to dump the blunt. If you got somebody in the car, you got to pass it. When it gets small and you can't dip the ash the way you want to. Like you think about all that anytime I've had an issue driving and smoking, it's because I was doing something like that. It wasn't because I was impaired and I couldn't focus. Nah, man, it's like I'm trying to pass it to somebody and I done swerved. Like, so I'll say that it's probably not smart to smoke and drive for a myriad of reasons.
For logistical reasons, no. Right? If you are impaired, you shouldn't be doing it. Now, look, I get what you're saying. I have no problem with people that smoke weed inside their house. I have no problem with people doing whatever the fuck they want to do. I get it. But you can't be impaired while driving. Because now you're putting other people in harm. Like, this shouldn't even be an argument, right? And the other reason why why weed is criminalized a lot of times is because you don't know what you're getting. When you go to a dispensary, you know what you're getting, right? You know what type of weed you're getting. They have all kinds of weird shit, right? Blah, 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 blah. But you're just buying weed.
And all of that weird stuff is a little more harmful if you want to be real.
I'm trying to say that's why if you can't just pick it.
All that weird stuff, man. People and
I knew fucking Bieber was gonna do that shit.
What he did, he left.
Fucking yeah. I feel like I fucking A.
Hey, is this the room? Nah, this SIG room. They was in the room the other night going crazy. Viking Brad and them. I say the whites going crazy, man. I don't never want to hear the whites say they don't be tripping on each other. Cause this was not a black on white room. It was all white on white, and it was mostly Trump supporters.
No, that's whites or gangsters.
And I know some gangster whites. You feel me? But like, look, this is why
Trump's one.
I think Trump is what you would call a paper gangster. Now, I will say this. That paper gangsters still hurt people.
Bro, Trump is a gangster, dude. There's someone else who would look at China and be like, yeah, fuck you, China. Now I'm going to raise this. Trump fucking walked up in there Forbidden City. First American to ever walk up into China's Forbidden City.
I mean,
Trump walked up in
he did that under the guise as the United States president.
Trump walked up to North Korea, big dick swinging, didn't give a fuck, bro.
Hey, he did that under the guise of being the president.
Trump and big dick in the same state. It's not just I got it.
Trump fucking strolled up in North Korea
like Mike, put this in proper perspective. If this is Trump before him being the president, I might give you some. Hey, I feel that. You know, you can flex your way as a citizen, as a civilian. You did this what I'm saying? He did this as the president.
Yeah.
This isn't like he's not a normal American. Like, what is he now? He's number 47 now. So at that time, you would say that was his 45th term. Well, we've had a couple presidents that were 2 terms. So let's say it's been 40 presidents in the United States history. My God, that's the president of the United States. That's the president, the leader of the so-called free world. Of course, he can walk into China and say certain things, but you also see that with all the shit he did on China, he rolled it back.
Yeah, so did China.
He rolled it back.
Yeah, so did China.
Well, I don't know how
he did that to get him to come to the table.
Well, what are they coming to the table to do? Like, what are you saying?
Are you saying that it was just performative or something? Like, what are you?
I'm saying it was extremely performative.
China had high tariffs on us. Trump went and fucking did some wild shit. Now again, think about this, Rob. If you go into a pawn shop and you're gonna pawn something, and let's say you're gonna sell something at a pawn shop, and you're like, yo, this thing's worth $100. I'm gonna take $100. Are you gonna go in there and ask for $100? No, you're gonna ask for $500. And the guy's gonna be like, well, I'll give you 50. You're like, no, how about 300? He's like, I'll give you 80. You're like, no, how about 200? He's like, dude, I'll give you $100. You're like, fine, I'll take $100. But you knew you were gonna go there and you wanted $100 the whole time. You're not gonna ask for $100.
I just want to say this, like,
So Trump, like,
president,
you know what
you do realize
goes 600% tariffs.
Hey, if you got time, you can look this up yourself. I don't know what you're doing. See what the tariffs on America from China were before he got in the office. I'm not talking about after, like, when Biden won in 2020. I'm just saying prior to 2016. See what the tariff rate was against America.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So what I'll give Trump
What is it
any
now?
credence to, what I'll give Trump any credence to is that free trade doesn't necessarily benefit the United States in the way that they've said it does. You feel me? I had to actually go back and study this for about 2 months. I thought I knew what free trade meant, but once I really read it, got a firm understanding of why it was people that was opposed to NAFTA, why it was people that supported NAFTA. I actually don't think Trump is wrong in saying that some of these trade deals aren't favorable for us. China isn't necessarily the place. So when you go and you look at, like when he puts I think it's Madagascar that's like a big vanilla exporter. So they have a big tariff on American imports. I mean, American imports from Madagascar. All right, but they also don't have anything else. Like they don't have much. They can't really import a lot of things from us because it's a really poor nation. So it's like we could look at that and say, oh, Madagascar is fucking us over. Or you can read into it and do what I did and accept or admit that you didn't know what was going on and take some time and not like a day or two, like literally sit down, read. There's plenty of information out there. Man, pretty much every economist, even those who support Trump, were against the tariff plan. And now he's telling people, like I just heard this out of his own mouth 2-3 days ago. He's telling people that we've brought in $18 trillion in tariffs this year. Like this is out of his mouth. When the numbers that I saw is closer to like 50 billion. But at the same time, if you think that tariffs are going to replace tax revenue, let's say like that period of October, September, I think they brought in a record number of tariffs, like $30 billion, right? At the same time, American taxpayers brought them in probably about $150 billion in that same period. Bro, are we still talking about weed?
Well, I looked at what we were talking about tariffs, but I looked at the information you asked, and the information is in 2016, we didn't really have a tariff from China coming into America, but China was charging us on average between 17 to 35%, depending on the product of our stuff going to them. And then in 2018, it says Trump started initiating a 10 to 25% tariff against China's goods coming into America. But that was an initiative in 2018. And then he wanted to come back to the drawing board. And that's why he was doing that negotiating of whoever was saying about the pawn shop. Because I agree with that.
Well, what's the difference about tariffs? So, like, what? How does it impact
tariffs?
American person?
In modern times, look, tariffs are really used as a negotiating tactic. Tariffs in 1880, when it's not a globalized world, it was effective in raising revenue for America. Now it's essentially an extra tax. You could splice it like it's not, but it's a tax.
Like everybody see it, it's a patriotic tax.
I'm like y'all trying to sound smart, but you're not.
That you have to pay like 10% extra for that PS5. Does it matter you have to pay 10% extra for that Android?
You don't. I don't know why.
At the end of the day, you're promoting.
You guys are so far. It's like.
You're not promoting American companies.
What's up with
it? Not give you an incentive.
You have a historical. You sound very knowledgeable about a lot of things. So I just want to, pick your brain
about your thoughts on the historical aspect of tariffs. You mentioned 1880.
Black bitch that just interrupted.
Can you,
Did you just say what?
Hey, watch your mouth, man. If that's how y'all get down. Hey, good sister. I ain't gonna. It ain't nothing I can do to these people in this room, but I'm not gonna stay in this room while I talk to you like that. It's not gonna. So we can chop it up anywhere you want to, but it ain't nothing I can do to these people. You feel me? I wish I could, but I ain't no way. Nah, that's all I'm saying. We ain't gonna even. I don't even play like that. You feel me?
Island boy.
No, you didn't even hear what she said. She didn't say, hey, don't worry about it, sister.
Because if you really want to go there, we can wake it up about the heritage Americans versus the Ellis Island babies and flip this title and get all of them white folk business while y'all want to talk about slavery and shit like that. But anyway, I just wanted to ask you, you were talking about tariffs and you mentioned 1880. And I was curious to see, have you ever researched prior to that to look at, since the topic was slavery, immorality versus economics. On the economic side, have you ever looked into a deep dive of what that looked like in terms of?
You mean the economics of slavery?
Like, and yes, but also the tariff, the ideology behind tariffs, because you mentioned the year 1880, and so I was like, can we back that up a couple of
days? All right, so reason why I mentioned 1880, because there's a period, man, like that's that progressive era, you feel me, where the tariffs were really bringing in a lot of money for the United States. And Trump referenced that time period a lot. But I think it's important to look at that time period in context and realize that globalization was not a thing. Like, it was not a thing. We weren't competing with China like we are. Like, we didn't free trade. Excuse me?
1880.
I just used that time period. I said the 1880s.
But I would agree with what she's trying to tell you. What I'm asking is like what she's saying is correct, because you need to go back 2 more decades to 1861 in the Morrell Tariff, which caused the South to secede, because there was no income tax until there was a Civil War. And before that, the U.S. government got all of its money to run itself through tariffs. But the bottom 5 agricultural states at the time, the number 1 exporter of America was cotton, and the number 1 buyer was England. And they were raising the tariffs, and you already had 5 states paying for like 70% of what the U.S. government was running on, and the Morrell tariff was going to add another 6% to it. And that's when that was the straw that broke the camel's back that started the Civil War. And then when they seceded and the Civil War started, the first income tax on a person started in 1861.
Thank you, Stereo, because that was you kind of summed it up in a way more intelligible way for it to be said. And that was kind of where I was going with that. Outside of the emotional aspect of talking about slavery, when you get to the business side of it, I love the fact that people can talk about that and take a deep dive into that, because it wakes it up a little bit more. What ended slavery, what point, even if you go back a little bit further, these.
Tuesday, hold on, we lost. Tuesday, we lost. We lost.
You were switching cell towers, yeah.
Yeah, go back like Tuesday.
And they was intelligible and shit.
Hold on, Tuesday, we lost for like 10 seconds.
That's okay. I'm in these backwoods of Tennessee talking about the Civil War. I'm all up through here, but if anybody can kind of make those connections between like the economic portion, or today's version of tariffs and the the economics of the slave trade in terms of the involvement of the crown versus these newly formed colonies, and how that were, or maybe not newly formed, but this is slavery had much of a stronghold, and then you start seeing these different aspects take place between, the crown and the
basically the power grab, if you will, of trying to control resources and economics on the Crown side compared to this side, and trying to thwart that. Ultimately, like I said, think about 1808, the Crown ended the importation of African slaves into the mainland North America. But when you start looking, you see that it's not really about the fact that they feel like it's a morality issue. It's really about, like the things that you're talking about right now, economics, tariffs, money, pretty much. And so I was trying to see if you had ever went back that far and made any parallels, like in terms of what we know to be tariffs today. Because I feel like it's just different commodities, taking the emotional side out of it and the social side out of it. The economic side, it looks like it was just more so a power grab, and I was curious to see what the tariffs, or the idea of tariffs as we know them today, may fit in that history. Because I so I'm speaking your brain or anybody's brain.
Yeah, no, that's what I've been saying the whole time. Trump's a fucking gangster.
Look, honey, we know you're using thesaurus, you're looking up synonyms and stuff like that. It's okay. Your vocabulary isn't that expansive. It's okay. We understand. But you don't have to try so hard, okay?
Why are you
understand? You're
didn't have globalization. I want to know who said that, because he's 100% wrong.
Who said what?
Who said that?
The wannabe Razor Ramon guy. What do you say?
Look, I'm a misogynist.
In the 1880s, why would you say it wasn't a thing?
I want to know, when was your family immigrate to America, Ramon? 1920s, 30s? Are you a Johnny come lately?
Don't answer that, Ramon. Don't answer that, Ramon. Ramon told us he was a black guy.
And again, I'll ask, when did your family immigrate to the United States? Now I gotta ask you, is it the 1960s, 70s? Because what's funny is it seems like it's always
they weren't slaves like yours.
We gotta let him answer.
That just got here and wants to perpetuate the bullshit. Mind you, it's people that have been for a long time, and families have been in this country for a long time, figuring this shit out. I mean,
your family is not special.
Ron Hill, Virgin, United States.
Every single society has slaves. The Russians were enslaved. Chaka Zulu enslaved different tribes in Africa.
This is gonna be super unpopular. Perpetuating bullshit. Y'all might not get away with that, because not only is it black people, but white people who've been in this country from the very beginning, they're not with y'all bullshit. Y'all keep trying to perpetuate some bullshit like that, and keep on. Because I ain't gonna see both people coming and knock you upside your motherfucking head trying to perpetuate bullshit. Shut your ass up and drink some fucking water.
Stereotype. Mr. Ramon, I said, what's it, Mr. Whatever? What, do you not like women?
You're asking him the wrong question.
When you're acting masculine,
like Mr. Ramon, he said it 4 times tonight. Every time a woman, you did it with Bima, and I did it with Susse, and you gone after all of them. Just ask a question.
He's scared to ask one of y'all on a date. That's what it is. Only people like that are fucking
very flattering.
You see, this is what happens. This is what happens when you allow women to
your truth. Yeah, you just.
Mr. Ramon, what did you say earlier about when women get to?
You never been slapped. You never had a man that told you to shut the fuck up.
Mr. Mr. Ramon.
Just go ahead and go to the closet and let
Mr. Ramon,
the women.
Look, I don't need ratchet.
You're afraid to admit that you are men.
Mr. Ramon, what did you say?
Strangers on the internet.
Earlier, Mr. Ramon, when you first got on here, one of your first things you said, just like hours and hours and hours ago, you were like, what did you say about women getting they tear up businesses because they say some dumb shit or something? What was that?
It's due to affirmative action. You have dumb bitches that essentially get hired
unlately immigrant. It's so crazy to me that people like you will come here and only been here for 10 minutes and think that you can latch on to your version of some sort of idealized racist rhetoric. Be for real. Take your ass to whatever shithole country that you came from. And take your ass to whatever shithole country you came from. All your peasant ass immigrant ancestors. Okay, because you could not get that shit figured out in your own motherfucking country, and you want to come here and think you're gonna fuck up and fuck with real Americans. Be for real. Take your ass back home.
What country are you from?
Y'all don't even fucking do
I
that shit in
guarantee
your
you,
own
my
country.
country has a higher GDP.
Yeah, I mean,
My country has a higher
GDP. Yeah, go back and fix that shit up, okay? Fix that
No,
shit up.
it's doing quite well.
You want to turn the United States into your home country. You know, let's hear bringing their stupid asses over here. Go ahead. And bring that bullshit, shithole bullshit to our country.
Nailed it.
Keep that shit back home.
America. Go ahead, Joe.
I was just going to say to Mr. Dumbass, please return to your country, wherever it is. You're not helping America at all.
You're illegal, mister?
I think he is.
No, I was born
He talks like one.
I was born in 1996.
All right, for real, I had to say for like 20
Were your parents illegal immigrants when you were born?
I will be back.
Yeah, my parents are illegal immigrants. Yeah.
What do you think about
There will be no moderation for the next 20 minutes. I can't help it. I gotta step away for a second.
What do you think?
I can help moderate. I'm.
Yeah, me too. I'll help.
Well, I don't know.
It's
you guys.
masculinity mansion.
Sig mods me in here.
Well, Joe B is a staple of Clubhouse for sure.
Okay.
Yes, 100%.
Say I would. I just added you, Mr. I know you've been here for hours, Mr. But you know.
No, Joe B is definitely trusted by Sig.
Firework. There you go. Well, okay.
Now, hey, and I'm Doc, so everybody knows who the hell I am.
I still want to know who said globalization wasn't a thing in the 1880s.
Probably a racist.
Because whoever said that is totally wrong. The conquer of Africa, the crown jewel to the British economy was India. Like, who? Like, motherfuckers don't know history.
Thanks, Phil.
This shit is fake.
You were 100% correct. I agree with you. I don't think that anybody was saying that it wasn't a thing globally, but I think most of what we were talking about was domestically and how, was it the morality or the economics that caused us to be having our history that we have?
Just imagine us.
Y'all know who was dirty, bro? Ruben, like the older brothers.
Imagine us without our history. I'm sorry, Granny.
No, I apologize for going into old Bible studies. But I don't know if y'all remember, like, this outside trial got one of their sisters pregnant. It was like, you know, if you circumcise yourself, we'll let you in. And I'm motherfuckers circumcised like the whole tribe. And they went and killed them that night. It was the older ones, like Reuben and a couple of, it was the older brothers. Like cutthroat gangster shit. Y'all know that's what these assholes try to do in Palestine, but they're not real Israel.
Wow. He didn't get kicked, he just left, right? Or is he in the bottom?
I thought he was making coffee.
Oh yeah. But, like, do you really think it was the morality that caused the Civil War, or do you think it was economics, Joby? Because Susay had a lot to say on that, and I think she made a very good point.
Economics, bro.
And I'm in agreement. It is like looking back through history, definitely economics. If you really look at it in black and white, for sure, economics.
I mean, the British abolished
dude that was, pushing back a lot. And he's, talking shit about why everybody else, man, you stupid motherfucker. You have no idea that, black folks in the United States got all their identity, all their history written from them. I have constantly had a whoop on their back. And you talking that shit. Oh, why you can't get your shit together? Man, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Tell me what ethnicity throughout history wasn't enslaved.
Why is it about every ethnicity in history when it's all when people are talking about a specific place? Why do people bring up that anecdote?
What about?
Okay, it's like, we were the most recent oppressed people. Someone please pay attention to us and give us reparations. It's like, every ethnicity got enslaved as well.
Brother, you got to understand
under African tribes. Why don't you talk about that?
Brother,
the Middle East slave trade was actually worse than the
that's the cocksuckers that started it all. What you talking about?
But you guys don't talk about this shit.
Well, then that's where the morality part comes in.
The Arabs were the original slave traders.
Why the fuck, if that was the case, where we can talk about the morality aspect, then why the fuck knowing how detrimental it was to different people groups across the world, why would people come as peasants, as the debtor society from wherever they're from and come and perpetuate the same shit then? Make that math.
So sister, you just brought up what I was trying to say.
That's the case, then why not take the opportunity down? Why not take the opportunity? Yeah, it was absolutely. I'm gonna argue with you on that one. But why not take that opportunity now instead of trying to, segue into all kinds of world history and talk about a thing that's a thing, right? And I mean, and to me, like, even with the title, it's not an either or, it's all encompassing to me because it's both. If you look, depending on how you look at it, but you can't negate the economic aspect of it because at the end of the day, those are the strings that were being pulled based off of, you always have to follow the money at the end of the day. Whenever you're talking about follow the money, go ahead.
I'm sorry. What ethnicity was not a slave historically? Which one? Oh wait.
Well, for me personally, I focus on my own history because that's what impacts me directly. So all those people would have to take the opportunity, like people in the United States are doing, and speak on their history the way a lot of Americans are speaking on their history now. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, individually, but I was asking as a body, which ethnicity did not get enslaved? Everybody did.
Okay, well, let's re-ask who all did get enslaved then. Name everybody that got enslaved, historically speaking.
I'm not giving the history lesson. I'm asking you.
Well, why would you ask me and I can't ask you? I'm putting it back on you.
Yeah, right.
If I tell you that I'm focusing on, if I tell you that,
so you don't have an answer
that directly affects my history and my particular bloodline here on these lands where I still reside. Why would you want me to give you a global history lesson about slavery and all the evils around the world, but you have nothing to say?
I have everything
to say.
Yeah,
okay, well, I'm asking you to say it. Go ahead.
Well, shut up. Yeah. I am damned. Listening to this shit. I have a blended family. We all have a blended family. Name one
we
that
don't have a
all right, yeah.
Yourself.
I guarantee you have cross blood. I promise you do.
Okay, well tell me my bloodline then, since you know me so well. What am I fixing?
I don't give a fuck. You're showing it.
What about ism?
I think it's a fair question to ask. Like, everybody has been oppressed. I mean, we're probably one of the last to go through this, and it seems like we're not getting over the hump, which everybody else did.
Nah, bro, there's more slaves right now, bro.
Absolutely. Actually, listen, I mean, you doing those over talking, I'm not gonna do it. Because I'm gonna just shut up. Right? But what I'm saying is, everybody. Okay, cool. Everybody, listen. It's just a fair question. If somebody asks you, it's kind of fair to just answer the question instead of just like trying to fight with people. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Because I'm just trying to listen.
Okay, if I said that I got hit by a car, am I supposed to give you all the statistics?
All right, you know what? Just all right.
Hit by a car, be for real.
All right, miss. You know what? Just forget it. I'm good. I don't want to do it. I'm not trying to, bro. I'm not trying to come at her. I'm not trying to come at her. I'm just trying to. I'm a listener, right? And I'm just trying to get like conversation going. But if it's just like if somebody asks you a question, just answer the shit and it just be okay.
I know, but she asked Karen that question and Karen ain't asked.
All right, so I think both of them should be answering the questions. But it's like, yo, when this is if this is a Q and Q or Q and A.
Don't Q in the crowd and the dog bark.
Yeah, I hear a bark.
You people need to listen. Have a conversation. Is that simple?
All right, go ahead. Speak your mind. What you got to say?
I want to hear her answer his question.
I want to hear Karen answer the question that the sister asked.
Which her are you guys talking about? We all
Talking
have
about
names.
the black girl.
Oh, got it. Sis hair?
Yes, I'm here.
I think they're approaching you with a question, but I didn't hear the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, fan, that goes to you. You're supposed to ask her your question. Alright, he's not talking. So pretty much he's asking you which ethnicity throughout history has not been enslaved.
I don't know which ethnicity throughout history has not been enslaved because I'm focusing on my actual history, period.
I can tell you what ethnicity haven't got like no money for their enslavement. Let's talk about that. Since you want to talk about what ethnicity has it, every other ethnicity that's been through any type of slavery has been repaid. We haven't.
The Irish have got nothing. Irish has got nothing.
Okay, Irish ain't got shit. Who Irish? You Irish?
Hold on, wait a minute, pause. Because this is where I'm saying that getting into the actual, it depends on if you're talking about Irish history or Irish history in the United States. Because the Irish absolutely did. The Irish, as well as most of the immigrants that came here from the beginning, got handouts. So what
They were slaves from 1612 forward. That's wrong.
You see, this is where you're messing up because you're just talking about American history. Hold on, miss. Hold on. Miss. All right, I understand it. No, miss, you have to allow me to talk. Come on, don't do this, right? All right, hello. But you're just talking about American history. We all know that the British people have been enslaving and colonizing a lot of places. Listen, they've owned maybe 20% of the world at one point. Irish people had to fight for their own country. Matter of fact, they still have Wales and Scotland. They're not letting them go.
Bro, what's your point, bro?
Exactly, that's what I want to know.
Yeah, that doesn't matter whose side I'm on, bro. It's just I'm saying like they
that's your problem.
I'm not trying to
like you and got us in slavery. You type of motherfuckers. That's the problem.
I think
you over here speaking for Irish. Are you Irish, motherfucker?
Yeah, I probably am.
You probably are.
You know that there's black Irish people, right?
You are.
No, I'm probably am.
A goofy fucking job.
I never
said. And what we do is we take care of that.
I never said we. I said I probably am.
We take care of backyard first.
Okay.
Oh yeah. You take care of your backyard with all the murders. Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
I don't want to talk about murder.
This dude is bugging
American.
Fuck up. We don't give a fuck what you mix with. Who's the oppressed?
Yeah, if you're African innocent.
Wow. You are just a hateful human being.
You just hate.
I'm giving y'all what y'all gave us. Take it like y'all told us.
Well, if you could give it like you got it, then I can give it back like you look in the antique farm and put it in my fucking barn, bitch.
We can do whatever you want to do, stereo.
Dude, we can go all the way live.
I just
I'll put it in stereo so you hear it in both ears.
Yo, are you really trying to claim you're arguing virtually on an iPhone to somebody that you're oppressed? Bro, come on, man. Get the fuck out of here. He's on a fucking iPhone talking about you're oppressed. Every time we speak to these crackers, you got these old, what these lump ass niggas want to defend them. Yeah, nigga, it's not stupid. You're trying to claim you're oppressed on a fucking iPhone arguing to a fucking digital screen. I hear you, sister.
You know what you gotta do, and this doesn't matter what somebody's skin tone. You really just have to ask them where they people from, because that'll tell you everything you need to know. If people go to all over,
I just feel it's a coward move. You try to defend another race. You try to defend another race that's against your race, and they want to defend you. They want to go against you. That's a shame.
See, do you think that I'm trying to go against you because of the way I look?
If you walk into a room shouting like a crazy man like you are now, I can see why people don't like you. They're against you, not the race. You, bro. You're a weirdo. That's what it is. I wouldn't give a fuck what they against. I'll take their ass out just like I clearly you do, because you're the one crying about being oppressed. So you do care. What the fuck, man? Pick one. So what do you care about? Pick one. What do you care about? What I care about is getting some sleep and some crazy dude screaming about how he's oppressed and he's yelling at somebody on top. Go to sleep. Get off the fucking mic, man. Fucking crazy, bro. A fucking coward. All right, I'll be crazy. Dude, you're the one crying about being oppressed in 2025. Coward to the cracker. You a coward to the cracker. You have $1,000 computer in your fucking hand. You a coward to the cracker. It makes zero sense. It makes you a coward to the cracker. Just know that. Dude, I'm not the one crying about being oppressed on a fucking iPhone. Screaming at virtual people. You with being oppressed. You're the fucking coward. Screaming at virtual people that can't do shit about your oppression. What are you gonna? You don't know what the fuck happened. What are you gonna get accomplished? Where your energy lies at, young man? Where your energy lies, man? You're a fucking retard, bro. This is why people. Now you're using the R word. This is R word. Now all the people who have kids on here that may be under that. I apologize on his dumbass behalf. Are we 2 years old? What's the R word? What's ridiculous? So that's what we doing? It's like I said, you're a fucking coward.
Bro, you sound like a fucking retard. Shut the fuck up.
Y'all all use the R word. Y'all realize that we have kids who suffering from that. Bro, y'all realize that.
Oh, you're the one that made the crap baby. It's not my fault you made him retarded with your crap use.
Now, see, y'all listening to these people, y'all defending. Alright, you can sit in the fucking kitchen, bro. I ain't got time to hear all that shouting, y'all. It's fucking dumb, dude. What a fucking idiot. Jesus Christ.
It literally was a great conversation about morality and economics.
Dude, all these Twitter comment ass niggas will walk in, yelling, shouting, and screaming, and wonder why people hate them. And then they want to say, oh, you hate our race. Oh, they hate you, nigga, because you're a fucking retard, bro. That's what it is. So sorry.
No, fucking retard. He woke you up out of a dead cold sleep. What do you think Joe Sargent was yelling at you?
No, man, it's just fucking dumb, bro. This nigga's angry, screaming at a damn phone, getting what accomplished. Fucking idiot, man.
He probably just ran out of crayons. He's hungry. He's hangry.
But to the topic, I think we should be focusing on economics big time, or it's going to come crashing down around us. We're not going to have any fucking morality.
Oh, speaking of economic sig, what do you think about Trump's announcement last night that 1,450,000 soldiers are going to get a check for $1,776
It's being sent out now. It'll be there before Christmas for all. It'll be a Christmas bonus for all service members active duty.
Yeah. Man, Finity was telling me about that last night, bro. I think that's a good thing, man. I think that's a good thing, man.
I think it's dope. I mean, I basically wish I was still in.
Yeah,
I think it's dope, but I wish people highlight. I wish people put more emphasis behind the Veterans Administration, because I work in healthcare, and the way these veterans have to wait, the ringer they have to go through to get the access to the care that they need is ridiculous. So I get it, shout out to the $1,776, but I want him to slide on over to something that's a little bit more impactful across the board too.
Well, when it comes to the veterans, like, he's done quite a good deal. Like, when he bought that university over in California, and he's converting the whole thing into a rehabilitation center for homeless veterans. It'll be able to, like, they're expecting to be able to handle 100,000 soldiers or veterans per year through their courses.
Okay, but he's not doing that shit in LA right now. Like, there's the thousands of big.
He already, yeah. Well, it takes time, my guy.
Out there and fucking get them off the street.
Well, that's easier said than done, because a lot of veterans don't want to come out of the streets. I mean, I still go out in the woods, because I know 4 veterans that stay like probably 45 minutes out of the woods, and I have to carry a big old rucksack with supplies out to them. And dude, like, they live in tents, and then like they'll find their old spot, and then I have to go find them. Because they people. Like, homophobia is a real fucking thing. I had a fear of crowds when I got back, so I understand it.
But you need to get the fuck off the street, and so I can walk around and shit, dude. Like, it's just not fucking right.
You can't say it like that. Come on, man. You know it's not that cut and dry.
It's not that cut and dry, but you know what? You kicking tents left and right like that. Damn.
That's just like your downtown area.
That's everywhere. Lord Canyon, the fucking valley, everywhere, dude. Like, I mean, they just need to get off the streets, give them a haul, something.
That's because your governor screwed up the whole money that they were given, and they've laundered it to who knows fucking where.
Where you live, Stereo?
I live in Georgia.
Well, you live in Georgia. Y'all even got the worst motherfucking shit. Matter of fact, y'all got the worst.
What, Atlanta? Atlanta's not Georgia. That's New York or the South.
Oh, Atlanta is fucking worst ever, too, dude. Y'all got homeless people left and right over there.
Yeah, there's plenty of work to go around here right now.
But y'all need to get that shit straight, too, dude. Like, hey, I need a motherfucker tighten up, man.
Me? Why do I need to tighten up? I'm retired.
You probably one of them that's on the street, ain't you?
My house is paid for.
Well, then
I don't even have a mortgage.
Well, at least you got the bill. Well, y'all motherfuckers dead.
Y'all funny, real.
Talking people, I swear to God, dude.
Well, you got 3.5 million people in Atlanta metro area, and then the rest of the state has 3.5 million people, because we have a population of just over 7 million.
We got 1,000 million people in LA.
And you got a shitty governor that doesn't know how to be fiscally responsible.
Yeah, governor too. So what?
Can't pay that bad.
I have a question about LA. Bruce, you're out that way, right?
Oh my God, yeah.
About, bless your heart. That's all I can say, because I don't know if they saw that Atlanta too, but
Atlanta sucks. Atlanta really sucks.
what did you guys take? Oh shit, hold on.
Say that again?
What did you guys, can you hear me now? I'm sorry, I'm in the backwoods.
In Atlanta,
What did you guys take away? Nigga, I'm driving. I'm driving in Tennessee right now, but I'm based on it.
Oh, yeah, that's even worse. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask, do you remember, this was probably like 2 years ago, I think. Remember when President Xi, or how you say his name, from China came?
Yeah.
Xi Jinping.
No, let her come to me.
I said it wrong. I wasn't being petty. I said it wrong, my bad. Yeah, but him, when he came and Gavin Newsom basically like rolled out the red carpet, he swept up all the homeless people off the
leg. You know,
Right,
he
for a
worked the
minute.
base board, so for like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Just while the Chinese person was there. How did y'all respond in the city? How did y'all respond to that? And what has been the outcome?
Nothing.
If there's a noticeable one.
Nothing, dude. Like that. I mean, yes. Thank you. I wish it was something big about that. No, it's nothing. Dude, these people ain't some shit.
And the only reason why I asked, the conversation was about tariffs and stuff like that. It was like, and in my mind, I was like, oh, they probably set up some kind of deal or some shit out there in LA.
Nope.
With the president.
No, it's been bullshit. You know what? I'm gonna start showing posts and stuff. That's what I'm gonna start doing. I'm letting everybody see this shit. Because people don't believe, like, alright. Like, seriously, man. I mean, I can't support fucking homeless by myself. Just can't do that shit, dude. And I feel bad for them. But at the same time, like I said, I know how that shit is, but man, you're like, God damn, man. There's a lot of these motherfuckers out here, man. It's crazy. And then
y'all imported homeless because, like in California, if you were homeless, you could register with the state and you get a check for $600 being homeless in a state where it doesn't really get that cold. And if you're homeless and you're on the street, $600 a month is pretty much your food and your drug addiction.
Drug addiction, period. That's all it is. Let's be honest. It's drug addiction. So let's be honest. All the way. 100%. They're on drugs. The whole thing is like get them off the street to a point or put them in a park or something like that where they can do the drugs or whatever. They're not gonna get off that shit, dude. And this the whole point is like America's like, shut the fuck up. They're not gonna get off that shit. People that got money or rich don't get off that shit. So I mean, like, people just not gonna get off that shit, dude.
Well, y'all think it's that you can do it? I'm back.
No. I'm
Bruce, what kind of bulldog you got?
What do you mean?
I can hear something snoring hell loud in your background.
Oh yeah.
It's a big dog going. I'm like, I'm the first sucking in the world.
Yeah, I got 3 pit bulls.
I breed pit bulls. I knew it was a bulldog.
No, it's a pit bull. 3 pit bulls.
I got 2.
Well, I breed.
Me too. Red or blue? He's like, your rims are scrubbing your fenders.
No, I got 2 reds and I got wolf mix too. So wow. He's kind of snoring, but yeah, that's what y'all hear.
It was making me laugh. I was like thinking about going back to sleep listening to it.
No, that's my female. That's my female.
Both mine are females, yeah.
No, that's my female. She's straight up. She's big, dude.
She worked a 12-hour shift today.
I'm telling you. She's like, my feet hurt.
I mean, shit, I'll take care of her though.
Oh, I like my dogs more than I like people.
I know she's very well taken care of. They wouldn't sleep good like that if they weren't.
They cozy and happy.
No, she is. That's her, dude. That's her.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas to you guys too, man. Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas, everybody.
That is her.
Nice to meet you guys. Sue and Bruce and Danny. Nice to meet you guys. Alfonso. Merry Christmas, guys.
Hey, you black or white?
I'm American, bro.
He's a crayon eating, window licking motherfucker is what he is.
Yeah. No, I just want to know.
Yeah, I'm
I'm one hell of a Marine.
Alright.
Nah, man. Like, I don't know. I love your dogs. I'm thinking about dogs now. I can't even think about what we were just talking about.
No.
came up with the room title and what was part of the conversation?
Yeah, we were talking about a whole bunch of shit, but the last thing we left off with was arguing whether slavery was in for economic purposes or morality purposes. A lot of people that think the driving factor behind it was morality. It wasn't. It was economics. A lot of people aren't aware that it was economics. So it's just slavery was just an old archaic method of producing labor, and it was just way more expensive. Wasn't not as efficient as wage labor, where you just rent people's time and pay people for the time, and then you get rid of them. You ain't got to clothe them, you ain't got to house them, you ain't got to feed them, you got to watch over them, you got to give them medical care, none of that shit. Just way more. And then two, if the person wasn't adequate enough to work, you can just get rid of them and hire someone else right on the spot that would do a better job completing the work that you needed done. Great Britain, that was during the industrial period. Great Britain was like one of the first countries to realize that enslaving people just wasn't efficient to keep up with the industrial period that was coming in and the type of work that needed to be done. So that's the reason why they outlawed it first, and then America followed shortly after. Well, I wouldn't say like shortly, but America followed after. So we're just kind of discussing that, but there's a lot of people who think it was for morality issues. It wasn't.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Because I know I host my own rooms on Clubhouse, and my students are right out on top of that. But we take these deep dives into history, and for obvious reasons, it can be very polarizing, very emotional, especially if you have a historical tie, like you or your family has a historical tie to some of the, at the end of the day, they are atrocities that happen. But for somebody like me, I'm always like, I can kind of flip the switch and kind of come from an objective standpoint of looking at it, which is hard to have conversations like that. So that's why I was curious, because I was like, man, you really can't really get that far with these types of conversations on Clubhouse. So I had to know. I would love to take those deep dives and kind of go in from that angle. To me, it feels like it kind of opens up a broader perspective, especially from someone who, has that historically documented in our family. I'm curious, and then too, for history's sake, you got to kind of understand the nuts and bolts behind it, because these are things that are cyclical, and they happen over and over again. Maybe just a different twist or a different name, or you know what I mean. So I was just curious to see how y'all feel about that. And I think that's dope. I hope y'all were able to get a little bit.
Other than that. Yeah, so it's just when you have these conversations, man, you gotta. The jobs that were on stage a few minutes ago, just yelling and screaming and angry at the world for whatever reason. Those are the type of people you can't have a conversation with. They get it. They get too wrapped up in it, man. But yeah, it's a good topic. I didn't learn about it until a few years ago. I always was under the impression it was for morality reasons, but I was like, oh shit, okay, yeah, this kind of does make sense, And then two, it's like, yeah, you got to figure if it was for morality reasons, we're talking about chattel slavery in the United States. Once the blacks were freed and slavery was ended, you wouldn't have to go through Jim Crow laws and separate but equal and all this other fucking bullshit. All the racist laws that were still in effect that were morally wrong and directed, towards black people. So it was about morality. It would have been like, slavery's ended and we're gonna, give blacks equal rights, equal access to everything. We're gonna outlaw the mistreatment of blacks because of skin color. So yeah, it's a good conversation. Yeah, what's going on, Alfonso? Good morning to you. Merry Christmas.
How you doing? Okay, when people say that separate but equal was, I guess you say, immoral or some type of unfair doctrine, and again, it started off rough. It was a at a time.
What about nowadays? You think that's best for today? A good prescription for today, Alfonso?
Well, I think that the quote unquote equality thing is a failure. I think that you can't have equal people without equal responsibility. So I do think that the people that who are into the leftist ideology or into some type of other society have seen that those things don't work, and they only make people irresponsible and entitled to things that that their culture maybe doesn't produce on its own. I do think that though.
All right, copy. Yeah, I was just looking at your PTR, some Booker and Elijah Muhammad and stuff. All right. Yeah, I agree with you, man. I think. I'm in agreement with that mindset as well. Yeah, I think this forced integration stuff just kind of backfired because we're all pretty much separate now. Like we still kind of, once we got the freedom to be where we want and how we want to be, if you still look at the grand scheme of things, we still pretty much congregate with people that look like us for the most part. Whites still live with whites, blacks still live with blacks, Asians are in their section of town, the Arabs are in their section of town. Yeah, I tend to agree, man. I think separate but equal was a better route to take to keep some form of independence and self-pride. I disagree with separating from the general umbrella of being an American. I think there's a lot of value to that, but I think if we kind of establish a foundation of separate but equal, but still holding a line of respect and still linking the chains together, underneath the American flag, I think that should have been what was pushed. I think we made a huge mistake doing this forced integration and just trying to force a square peg into a round hole. But yeah, I agree with what you said, man.
You're all white. You're a white guy.
No, I'm black, Bruce.
No, it can't be. But the whole
Okay, the Green family member, leave it alone.
If you look at my PTR, that's me. I'm a black American, Bruce.
Don't delete.
You got the PTR falling down with Douglas.
So I'm saying if you click on my PTRs and scroll over, there's a picture, a clear picture of me. I'm black American.
The thing was, Sig, that I was born in 75. I'm 50 years old. Slavery ended in 65, 110 years before I was born. But when you were talking about the forced separation and integration, I had my papa's buddy, Mr. Tom. He owned a funeral home, and he was a good old man, and he was a very prominent businessman, black man. And he would talk to me about what it was like before, when communities were separate but equal. You would have the black community with lawyers, doctors, dentists, very prolific business people within the black community. Now, when they made it where they were allowed to go anywhere that they wanted, anybody that had money that was affluent, he would tell me that they just left because they were tired of being around people that act all crazy and stuff. They wanted to move to the suburbs to get away from the craziness of that inner city lifestyle that they had going on within their communities. And I think that left what ended up making the hood or the ghetto or whatever you want to call it, because all the people that had money and the ability to do it left. So then you have the decrease of property values, and that area tends up running down because nobody's pumping money into the area. And I think that had a big impact with a lot of the black community, because if you were black and affluent, you were part of society. If you were poor as fuck, you ended up staying in the hood.
To that point, and this is some of the things that we speak about in our rooms, once you start going back to history, I don't know if you heard me earlier asking that one dumbass, where's your family from while you talking all this shit?
Well, that's a concept that goes across the board because even this idea of quote unquote blackness is not a monolithic notion in and of itself. And so, without, I'm not going to try to do that in this room, because I don't know if you're trying to do that, Steve, or not, but, there's a deeper nuance to that a lot of the rest of y'all don't know because, for a lot of people, it's just a skin color thing. You look at somebody with similar shade tones and kind of categorize them based off of the system we have set up here in the United States. But if you really dig deeper, you now, and you see that now in some of these movements online, there's differences even within so-called blackness. If that makes sense to you, like all black people are not of the same ethnicity in terms of where their foreparents may have originated from, and there's a history of people with dark skin immigrating into these lands and falling up under similar categories as other people with similar shades. And there's a whole deeper, I'm just gonna feel like that. There's a whole deeper nuance to that in and of itself as well that I think warrants a very in-depth conversation just to kind of highlight the, those things. Not to say, anything is better or about whether slavery is immoral or economic. It's the same notion even in talking about the nuances of quote unquote blackness. So there's the method to the madness and, a little bit more that goes into, this type of person, leaving this area, going to that, things like that. So I just want to add that in as well. Just get like.
So what do you think? Go ahead, Mikey.
No, go ahead, Six. You're real good.
No, go ahead, brother. You got it.
I was going to tell you, Beaver moderated me because I think Beaver was leaving. He didn't fucking tell me that, but he fucking and then he fucking tipped on me. So, but I was just trying to feel free to unmod me, bro. I've never been a mod here. I think
you can be, man. I appreciate you, man. I was knocked out, man. So,
Joe, take care of it. No, but yeah, I appreciate you holding the room. Yeah, Suits, I wanted to add a little bit real quick, Sig. Well, Sig, go ahead, because I'm probably going to be fucking like 3-4 minutes.
No, go ahead, because I was just going to ask you the question I can ask after you go ahead.
All right. So, what pisses me off, Suits, is a couple things, right? It really grinds my gears here. Is that, for some reason, the country I'm from, apparently, is the only fucking country in the goddamn world who doesn't seem to have an ancient history. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I don't care what it was that was going on here, but don't just tell me that, like, the history starts in, like, the 1500s. Like, what was going on here in, like, the 700s? Like, what was going on here in the 1100s? What was going on here in fucking the BC times? Like, what the fuck was going on here? Why is it that just the country that I'm from just seems to not have an ancient history? I know we have one. I know we had castles. We just turned them into prisons and insane asylums. I know we had fucking ancient history. Hell, the mounds, the temple, the pyramids that we got, our pyramids are so old, we got grass on them. That's how old our fucking pyramids are. Don't sit here and tell me that we don't have nothing in our this land that I call home. And the one thing that drives me nuts, swear to God, is I don't care who was here. I don't give a shit. I just want to know the truth. I don't care. Because the original people that were here first, this landmass, and me, the one thing that we have in common, we both love this fucking land. Because I'm from here. You're not going to take it away from me. And I got 4 generations living, right? Like my grandfather was the first one born here. Then it was my father, now me, now my kids, right? 4 generations living, born here. So, like, what do you want me to do? So, but it does drive me nuts. Like, what was going on here? Let's talk about it. Like, I don't care what it was. Just let's talk about it, Why can't
How much time you got, baby? How much time do you have?
No, like, I can care less. Have you ever heard Dave Calloway?
I have heard of Dave Calloway.
I kind of stumbled onto his theory. I liked his theory that was all kind of told to us reverse. Like, they were, like, quote unquote, dark skinned people, black people, copper colored people, whatever. They left, they were here, left, generations and generations and generations later, maybe even hundreds and hundreds of years later. Like, left here and, like, think of, like, imagine if, like, dark-skinned people left the United States of America in, like, the 400s, the 500s, the 600s, like, the 700s. And then they left, and then were brought back in the 1600s. We're talking, like, hundreds and hundreds of years later, brought back as slaves, not knowing that, like, holy shit, this was our original land. You know what I mean? Like, that's why you're like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King talking about held captive in their own land. It was like, holy shit. And if that's the truth, I'm down with that. I just want to know. But you're not going to sit here and tell me that, like, nothing was going on here. Like, get out of here. You know what I mean? I think we have no hatred of the streets.
No, I feel you, and Sig, I promise I'm not trying to take up your room. I will just simply say that there was a lot of research, and I wouldn't even say just take Dan Galloway's word for it. This is something that each individual has an opportunity. Well, was that you that said? Somebody said earlier, you have $1,000 computer in your hand. All of us do, right? There's so much, honey, that it will take probably all 4 of your generation's lifetimes to uncover it all, plus mine, okay, to uncover it all. But absolutely, that there was a deep history. As a matter of fact, I'm riding through Tennessee right now, and I just left Memphis. I was doing some work in Memphis, and on the way to Memphis, there's this area called it's just outside of Jackson, Tennessee. It's an area called Pinson Mounds. It's an archaeological site. It's named after a European settler, by the way, so it's not originally called Pinson Mounds, but the sounds say that. But the archaeology digs and things that have taken place there reveal that that place was built, those mounds were built between 1 and 500 BCE, right? I mean, this is like so right here in Tennessee, like you go and you can put your feet on it right now. You see what I mean? So absolutely to your point, there's a history here, and in particular in my social circles, social audio circles, we highlight going through your family history, like your family tree, and trying to put your ancestors in place in time. Like, okay, we know clearly that they were alive because you wouldn't be here if they weren't, right? Well, in 1800, what were they doing? Okay, well, in 70, how far back can you go? And then from there, what is the history of these lands? Do you have a connection or a tie to it? And even if you don't, what is the history of these lands that you walk amongst? You see what I mean? And there's so much here in the Americas that I feel like, for whatever reason, there's a bunch of them, for whatever reason, it's not really highlighted to citizens of this country to look deep within or learn about. And it's literally beneath our feet everywhere. I mean, one of my friends says, be a tourist in the city that you live in. You will uncover so much, and you really cannot talk about these lands without going into the indigenous aspect of it. And at the end of the day, that's the history that is very deeply covered up. And I'm going to argue, in particular, east of the Mississippi, if I can say that, that's just my own personal opinion. But so much of it has been covered up and bastardized and whitewashed and just all kinds of things that, you're absolutely correct that there's more to it. And people like Dan Calloway, I'm not a follower of his or, I never say I align with all of his ideology, but, I will give him credit that it does get you to spark conversation and start taking a deeper look. And I can promise you, it doesn't even take that much digging for all of this ancient shit to fall out. Talking about mainland North America. I hope that answered your question. It was long.
Yeah, no, the Dan Calloway thing, I agree. He got a little crazy. It got a little like where he was kind of having a fan. But it got me, I stumbled upon it. And I was like, holy shit. I was like, wow, like this is crazy. Like, his basic theory is that it was all told to us in reverse. Like everything's in reverse. Like migration didn't happen east to west. It actually happened west to east. Like we had this landmass was the original landmass, and everyone went that way and then came back. It was wild, bro. And I was like, holy shit! Like this is nuts. And I don't think there's more fun over it. Like I think that dark skinned people, like this is what I swear to God, like I think this area of the world was dominated by dark skinned people, and then light skinned people came around and they didn't even fight over it, because dark skinned people owned so much of the world. They sold. They're like, whatever, here. And they went and started the Musa dynasty and all this shit they did in Africa with Timbuktu and all that shit back in the day. It's like centuries and centuries and centuries ago. And they owned so much of it, they're like, whatever. And then it all kind of came back. Like it all kind of was.
That's not what happened.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would steer away from brand and gross ideologies, because at the end of the day, for me, this is me speaking for me, I need receipts. So much of American history is theoretical and
it makes no sense.
And babies and it's you know scientists say you know what I mean. There's no
it makes no sense.
Concrete, but however, we have a thing called the National Archives. You know, and also there's also records housed in other like you know like in Britain, you know in England and Spanish archives, you know things like that. It's because of the history that's interconnected from exploration and colonization and things, but you literally, at this point, we say, you know what, we're knocking everything off the table. We're knocking all of our understanding off the table, and we're going to look at what's archived. We're going to go back and we're going to look at these letters that were written and sent from here back to England or to Spain. We're going to look at the legislation that was written. We're going to look at the receipts. Because until you do that, everything is going to be a hypothetical, theoretical, somebody else's opinion. And for a lot of black people, and I'm using air quotes with black because that has a history. For a lot of black people, a lot of it is just that, it's theoretical. So now people are starting to look and see what's documented about their families, where you know, what ties they have to whatever area they've been in, and what can be proven. And so in those documents, there's a lot of stuff that's coming out that does not fit the historical narrative that's been told. So I can tell you that much at least.
Well, yeah, like you said, like everything's on the table now. We know that we were lied to about Christopher Columbus. Like we know that. Like, they were told us Christopher Columbus founded the place. We know he didn't step foot here. We know that. So now that we know they lied to us about that, they can lie to us about anything. So everything's on the table here. And let me just say this. This is the first thing. This happened. Like I thought about this shit when I was a kid. It didn't make any sense. Think about this. We founded this place. This is what we're told. We fought for our independence in 1776. We fought for our independence to have our own free place. And then the Louisiana Purchase, which if you guys look at the Louisiana Purchase, for those of you who don't know, I'm sure everybody in here knows about it. It's like the whole fucking middle of the country. It's like the biggest land purchase of all time. It's like literally enormous. It's the whole fucking middle of the country. The Louisiana Purchase was made in 1804, I think it is, or 1805. We bought it from France after fighting the British for the right to the fucking country. So here's the question that I can never get answered. Who the fuck did the French get it from? Like the French just had it? Like were they here? Like what are we talking about?
They took some parts.
But you know what I'm saying? Like no one talks about like where the fuck did the French get it from? Like everyone wants to blame the colonists, but what the fuck? The French were the ones here first. And then the colonists buy the land, and it's like, well fuck, taking up with the French, we just bought the land. I don't know what the fuck you want us to do.
That's a worthy rabbit hole for you. Oh man,
Yeah, like we bought it from Napoleon, like the Napoleon. Isn't that crazy? Sorry, good.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Alaska was 536,000 acres that we got from Russia, and the Louisiana Purchase was 836,000 acres. So much bigger, almost 50% bigger.
I think Alfonso, did you want to chime in? I know Philly's on stage. Came off, guys. Merry Christmas. What's up? Did you guys want to chime in? Alfonso, I think you came off mic. You wanted to chime in.
Well, no, I wanted to ask, okay, the people that question certain historical data in regards to, you know, who dwell in certain places. Okay, do you think that maybe like DNA or archaeology or I forget what the study of bones is called, like when they find ancient skeletons and you know, or
anthropology.
Yeah, anthropology, or you know, differing ancient, maybe it be pottery, utensils that the people used to, ancient foods of the Americas. Do you think that those things are false, or that they don't bear witness to the truth of who inhabited these lands before the Europeans came?
No, I just think there's a lot of it that they won't let us know about. I think I think the Grand Canyon was a civilization, it was like a whole city. I think those like they don't know that. Honestly, Alfonso, I think they just made this shit up. I swear to God. I think they just made this shit up. They had no fucking clue. They're like, what the fuck are these things? Like, what the fuck? What is this? What are these buildings? I don't think they built fucking DC. I don't think they had anything to do with building the fucking the Congress building, the whatever. Have you seen that fucking thing? The fucking Congress building, it's fucking enormous, bro. You can't build no shit like that. I think they found all of it. I swear to God. They just made this shit up.
Wait, what are you talking about? You know that all got burned down in the War of 1812 and it got rebuilt.
The DC?
Yeah. When the Canadians and the British came down in 1812, yeah.
That's when it was like, they talking about the original White House.
They burned Washington, D.C. to the war.
You're talking about the original White House. It was in, what was it called? That was the Stonewall Jackson. They burned down the original White House. Remember we lost the portrait of George Washington or whatever? It was the White House that Lincoln lived in, I think. No, I'm sorry. It was the White House that
There's a 50-year difference in that one.
Yeah, no, they burned down the Stonewall Jackson's the White House that we know of today. That's new.
Of course it's new. I mean, a lot of anonymity. Are y'all really in here fucking up goddamn verification?
We're trying. We're trying our best. I don't think we built any of the shit in DC, bro. Any of it.
But that's it. Right. Look, the White House that exists today is built off the old framework of the old White House. Right? Cool. But what you largely see now is new construction and new amenities, giving, security reasons and shit like that. What you see now, all of that shit is fairly new, contemporary. All of that shit. I mean, from the basement, all of that shit. The ballroom, all of that shit is fucking new. It's just built off. It's just an extension of the old framework.
All right, so I looked it up. After the War of 1812, we had to rebuild the White House and the U.S. Capitol, where were rebuilt with newer structures emerging later. The Supreme Court building was done in 1935. The House and the Senate office buildings was done in the 20th century. So 19th and 20th century was where a lot of it was built. So the idea that you think we didn't do it, that's weird. You can't look it up and prove me wrong?
I could look up a bunch of shit, though.
Can you prove me wrong, though, other than you just anecdotally saying that I'm wrong?
That's not fair. That's not fair. You're operating from a car. Look up. I mean, are you saying that, look, man, it's just my opinion. I'm not saying it's a popular opinion.
Well, I mean, but all you're saying is I'm wrong by your opinion with no facts.
Well, yeah, pure facts are just what you're told.
But you're written down in history books and...
Again, what we're told here. And here's what I'm saying.
Have you ever gone and researched stuff in old track books?
If you go to any historic downtown, right? And look, I'm from Little Rock, Arkansas. Even though our historic downtown is a relatively small historic downtown. But if you go to any of these historic cities in America, including, I guess you would call DC, you see these buildings that are built, and the way they're built, the details that they're built with. Go to some of these old, the capitals of some of these states, and you see their Capitol building. It just looks different. And you go to the U.S. Capitol. I get it. We see pictures of it. I don't know if you guys have been to it. I've never been to it, but looking at pictures.
Oh, I saw them.
They're fucking enormous.
In the Capitol, you go to the main auditorium hall. That's where they're at under green glass.
Like the pillars, the steps don't even make sense. The stone that they use, bro. It's a special type of stone. Like these buildings in these old American cities are these types of stone buildings. The old prisons, the old all these things that we turn them into insane asylums. Also, they're these old ancient buildings, bro. I think they're older than anything, bro. I think they're like Roman. I swear to God, bro. I'm not joking. I think
when you say don't make sense, what do you mean by that? Don't make sense.
Just look at how the Capitol built. All the different, the way it's built. There's nothing else like
architecture.
Yeah, but there's nothing else like you're saying that it was the only building built at that time period.
I
there's nothing else like it.
I know. Wow.
Like, there's no other building in the 1930s that was built like that. Zero.
That's New York.
Y'all said the Capitol building was built in the 1930s, right?
No, it was built right after 1812.
Did you say that this Capitol building? What'd you say?
No, the Supreme Court was 1935.
The Supreme Court, sorry.
And then Congress, building was like just shortly thereafter.
None of those ones that have that type of stone, they just look different, right? They don't look like the White House. They don't look like the White House.
Hold on. When you're talking about the architecture and all of that shit, right? And you're looking at the way that they were constructed, you also have to take into consideration the building materials at the time. They were limited by the type of building materials that they had. When you talk about architecture, I mean, a lot of those ideas are not far-fetched. When we look at architecture of today in 2025, bright ideas have been shunned. Bright ideas have been done away with. Everything looks so cardboard, it just looks the same. It looks drab. Just like back in the 70s and 60s, take auto manufacturing. Back in the 60s and 70s, we had a wide array of colors in our cars. Now it's just like the same 9 colors of every fucking car now. Everything looks so cookie cutter and goddamn just inauthentic, unoriginal, all of that shit. Right? We had vibrant colors. We made statements in everything that we fucking built back in the day, but it just seems like something came along and just said, nope, we're going to take away individuality. We're going to take away good ideas, all of this shit, and we're just going to make everything one way and one way only. And a lot of people, and we have been accustomed to that shit for the last 40, 50 years.
You know why that is, Adrian?
Yes.
You know why that is? Why we shifted to that more bland, tasteless, let me say, other. It's because once global commerce started becoming mainstream, you lose money if you're doing one culture. So you kind of had to flatten everything out to be acceptable to all cultures. That mass production.
Quality, not quantity.
You can appeal to any culture. I was watching the video, man. This guy painted out beautifully. If you go to London, look at the lampposts, look at the architecture. You went to their sewage processing building from the 1800s, bro. It looked like a fucking cathedral. It looked like some fancy Roman Catholic church, man. People took pride and individualized everything to that specific culture. But yeah, the story that he painted was once we started doing global commerce, obviously you're kind of pigeonholing yourself for only manufacturing products or offering services that only appeal to one culture. So everything I had to broaden out, kind of be flattened out, so that way it appeals to everybody. That way you don't limit yourself on revenue.
I know what you're talking about with it's called the Tartarian conspiracy. Basically, America, half of Russia, and a slight amount of Eastern Europe used to be like the Tartarian Empire. The issue is, even if it were true, we would have to start cutting into those old buildings, which we can't do by legally.
Yeah, my question is, so what you're trying to refer to when it comes to this kind of architecture is, like when I was in Italy, that you have like Ionic and Doric, the versions of like how we build these columns, the marble columns, we run these stacks and they're in donuts, but you have like how many of our people that ran the government at the beginning of America were actually Freemasons? So they were the Masonic order that they were really big into like designing things, and you're talking about a technology of architecture that was over 2,000 years old. So
you mean it was stolen? You mean it's stolen architecture?
It was built 2,000 years ago.
And the fact that I'm a better rapper than you doesn't mean I stole rap from black people.
Well, if you're talking about Masonic history,
and you know the story of Jubilum, and Hiram, you know where the Masons got their knowledge from. So it's not that I'm a better rapper or the better singer. It's where I got it from.
Algebra came from Iraq. What are you talking about?
Also, what you're talking about is 4,700 years ago. Like, you can't use that, dude. You really can't use that.
I can't use the fact that I know that if I have the
you're not in this area. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying what he's talking about with the whole, what he was referring to. That's over 4,000 years ago. Like, what does that have to do with that?
Look, he's using Masonic history to justify something when you look at Masonic knowledge.
Yes, Masonic history.
So what do you
really changed 4,000 years ago?
And it's not used today. They're not using the same science.
Are you sure about that?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Years ago.
So you're saying the Masonic order does not survive today? Are you talking? I'm asking you a question. Do you just like to talk, or do you want to answer questions and have a conversation?
All right, hold on.
Well, you're not answering in your mind.
I did.
What he's saying is this. Now, we all know the Masonic order, right? That you're talking about, stereo. Yes, this shit kind of exists today. But I think what Moscow is talking about is, if you know about ancient geometry and sacred geometry, the Masons, they were the ones that understood how to build these things, right? And it was a secret thing. They didn't want to teach everybody because they were the only ones that were getting the commissions, right? They were the only ones that were able to build the arches. They were the only ones that were able to build all the stuff because they understood sacred geometry. So it was a secret. They didn't want anyone else to know it. But then people kind of got loose. And guys, what I'm saying, I don't think it's unique to America. Like the Europeans, these cathedrals, all these old Gothic cathedrals, I don't think they built them. I think they found them and they turned them into churches. I don't think that those aren't churches. They didn't build those fucking things. I don't think this is just neat. I think this stuff is from thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, and people found it. They're like, "What the fuck is this, bro?" Like when I was in Italy, bro. I was in Italy on Tuesday. Remember the Parthenon? Is the Parthenon and the Pantheon?
The Pantheon is the one in the hole that's up.
With the hole in the top, bro.
But we know the Moorish influence over Italy, right?
Bro, guys, go look up the Pantheon in Italy, bro. In Rome. It's the one with the hole in the top, bro. They turned it into a church. They put a cross on it, and then it became a place where they couldn't mess with it, right? So they turned it into a church. But the doors, like, guys, the fucking doors on the front of the place, the handle for the door is like 15 feet in the air. Like, you can't operate the door. There'd be no reason to build this thing. It makes no sense. You can't even operate the door. The handle, like, is there a handle for a door? It's fucking crazy. This stuff was not built by us. We found the shit. We didn't do any of this. I don't think.
Well, Mike, that's a good point, because that would come from an ancient civilization. And we know Europe is less than 10,000 years old, so that wouldn't make them ancient.
Well, yeah, it's ancient by our standards, but you're talking like Marcus Agrippa built the Pantheon in 27 BC. Like, we know the history of who made it. We know when it was breaking ground, and when you came out of the Pantheon, you saw the obelisk that came from Egypt right out front, right?
Yeah.
That obelisk is probably like 10 times. Well, I wouldn't say 10 times. It's probably twice as old as the Pantheon itself.
Where did the Greeks go to school at?
Greece.
You think that?
Well, I mean, Ethiopia, depending on what year, Ethiopia had the most universities at one point. When the Library of Alexandria was still going, yeah, there was a lot of knowledge there.
Well, if you look in Greek history, they'll tell you where they sent their scholars and their philosophers to learn.
Stereo, do you know surrounding the Pantheon? I swear to God, if anybody's listening right now, just Google the Pantheon. Are you sure it's the Pantheon, brother? The Pantheon's one of
the Parthenon is a Greek structure.
So Google the Pantheon in Rome. It's in Rome, right?
Yes, it's in Rome.
It's in Rome. So Google the Pantheon and look at like a picture from the
outside. I can go look at my pictures. I've been there. I know that well.
Y'all don't even have to go that far.
Hold on. I was going to say this, Adrian, real quick. 10 seconds.
Y'all don't even have to go that far. I'm just going to give you a little factoid. Y'all don't have to go that far to look at the Parthenon. You can literally just go to the University of Vanderbilt.
Tennessee's got one.
Exactly. It's the exact replica of that shit.
Yeah, that's the Parthenon. That's one in Greece. I'm talking about the Pantheon in Italy.
Right.
So the Pantheon in Italy, bro, if you guys Google the Pantheon in Italy from outside looking in, stereo, this is what I'll say to you. Did you see all like the shit that we built around the Pantheon? Like all those fucking like little fucking apartments and shit that like we built? Just Google a picture of the Pantheon. There's a Pantheon, this ancient structure, and then all surrounding it is a bunch of fucking human-built fucking shit fucking getting houses.
Let's see. The Nashville Parthenon was built in 1897 with permanent concrete structure rebuilt in 1920 to 1931. Was famous for the Vanderbilts who built it for their family. Yeah, I mean, like the idea that you think that we don't have the ability to do it, it's just not cost effective anymore. When you can, like you said, cookie cutter and slapstick a whole like subdivision community together, you know, or take that same money and build you one, you know, Pantheon or Parthenon or whatever, you know, it doesn't matter. It's just not cost effective to build shit out of marble when you can do it with 2x4s and concrete blocks.
Right, so exactly, and that's the point I was making, that, you know, building material back then, they didn't have an abundance of building material like we have now in 2025. We could just build some shit, throw tie back on that shit, throw some belts on that shit, throw some shingles on that shit, and boom, you got your fucking structure, right?
And they don't know what IBS is.
Right, so when we talk about the level of construction and what they use to build these things, I mean, shit, they were limited by the technology of their time. So they did what they could do and did do, you know, with their ideas, with their beliefs, or whatever the fuck. Because, I mean, let's be honest, if I was going to build a great cathedral, shit, I would want everything else around it to look, I don't want it to compete with what I just built. I want that shit to stand the fuck out.
Are you going to build it out of toothpicks or are you going to build it out of marble?
You see all those houses and structures that surround these great cathedrals just look so minuscule and just, you know, unimportant. And it's like, duh, it's on purpose because I want this massive structure, this you know, this intellectual goddamn shit that I fucking built. I want that shit to stand the fuck out. You goddamn right. That's why. Y'all are forgetting humans are very egotistical in everything that we touch. Every fucking thing that we touch, we're very egotistical. We want that shit to be seen from the furthest of far and the highest of highs. Because we want to see it.
Look, did you ever make it? I don't know who was saying that they went to Rome. Did you ever make it to Florence? And go see the church there? It's the largest single dome that's ever been constructed by man with bricks. It's a freestanding, free-floating by the Medici family. Like, do you think that they found it or did they build it? We know that we have the history of them building it, but you're telling me that, oh, they didn't do it. They just found it and slapped a cross on it because the doors are 25 feet tall with the handle 10 feet up in the air.
No. The doors on that church, the doors in Florence aren't that way.
When the Cathedral of Notre Dame was burned to the ground.
Oh, fuck, that was sad.
Does anybody know how they rebuilt it?
Using old techniques?
No.
How?
A video game developer.
Oh, yeah, because he had a blueprint in the game, and yeah, they scanned it, and they used that but they used a modern blueprint from the scans to be able to have a blueprint to redo it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. I read that article.
Yeah. They just rebuilt what Trump they had scanned already.
Well, I mean, they didn't have the originals, so you gotta use what you got.
Right. And like the intricacies of Notre Dame Cathedral on the inside, holy fuck. That shit looks next to impossible. What the fuck? Like, just looking at the intricacies, the details, the level of fucking detail that they put into that shit in the original construction, it's mind blowing.
Y'all talking about the details. I'm thinking about everything that was burned up, like documents, records, and all of that. Like that whole thing was such a tragic loss.
Right, and there's records in construction. There's record keeping that's literally built into construction. You know what I'm saying? When you look at the monuments, when you look at the engravings, the carvings, and all of that shit, that's living history right there. Recorded history.
And honestly, that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm not one of those ones that get excited about, stuff like that happening. Even if I'm not saying specifically about Notre Dame, but like in general, just because of the history that's housed there, regardless of how you feel about it, is actual history. And sometimes some of the things that's documented in these buildings is irreplaceable, and a lot of things die or they're permanently erased once something like that happens. So I'm hoping that a lot of these historic buildings around the world amp up more protections to kind of, make sure that nothing like this happens to their buildings and stuff. It's just crazy.
In history, they say after the reconquering of Spain, that there were a lot of churches and cathedrals that were constructed, or there were castles that were used by the Moors that were, after that reconstruction or after what they did, were turned into churches and cathedrals also. So when you look at the structure and the architecture and certain things, it was a blend of two cultures that created that, what they would call a beautiful specimen.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, sir.
Like, guys, I want you to, if you have, refresh the page and go and look. Now, switch my PTR to just go. But click on it because I added 3 pictures. Look at the last 3 pictures I added to my profile. Whatever. These are all of our U.S. capital, right? So now the top dome part, just like you guys mentioned, the detail. We look at all the different pillars, all the detail. Every single section is exactly the same. Now look at how big the fucking thing is. And then the third picture is kind of another one how big it is. Now, are you ready for this? This is the official story. Stereo, you keep wanting to go back to the official story and shit, right? This is the official story. You ready for this? The Capitol. You ready for this? It was they started building it in 1793, and they finished in 1800. So they built that fucking thing you're looking at in 7 years. That's what we're told. That thing you're looking at right now was from start to finish 7 years. Are you like, seriously? Are you kidding me right now?
Who built it?
Americans.
Nobody from from the modern day United States of America.
Well, let me ask you a question. When you're, hold on a second, Miss, Susan, please. Like, okay, now when you look at the White House now, and like they're adding the new ballroom, do you think it's going to structurally look the same as the rest of the building? The White House, where they're building the ballroom. Do you think that where they knocked it down on that wing and they're building up the ballroom, do you think it's going to be aesthetically the same as the rest of the building?
I don't know what that's doing anything. I bet it's going to take more.
Because you're saying that we can't do it. We don't do it. We found it. We put something on it.
Like saying that thing they take 7 years to build.
Dude, it hasn't even been a year and the ballroom's like kicking in.
Well, 7 means completion, and we know the architects and the architecture of Washington, as well as the Capitol building, was done by European Freemasons. So if you know that history, you'll understand why.
Yes, sir. That was what I was saying about 20 minutes ago. I was talking about how our founding fathers were the Masons, and they're using 2,000-year-old, architectural and building techniques that we already knew forever. It was proven.
First World War in 1776, they decided to build that giant ass building in 1793, and we get it done in 7 years.
Well, we had to collect some tariffs in order to be able to build it, because there was no income tax back then. Yeah, but you got to realize because the rest of Washington, D.C. wasn't all those opulent buildings. They were like, 2-story, what you would consider like a Victorian style with maybe a small front porch. Or if you had good money, you had a wraparound porch. Like, the rest of the city didn't look like all the other buildings. We made it opulent because it was a definition or a symbol of who we were as America. We are fortified and we were strong just as much as the Romans with their Senate and all their, or the Italians, or like, how do you not get this? That we know how to do this stuff.
Well,
I'm not.
I was just looking with Lance. It said that the Dome Park was added in the mid 1800s, 1850s to 1860s. So it looks like it was a long span. The Cap building you see now wasn't. That entire thing wasn't constructed in 70 years in the 1700s. Just the base of it was.
Wow. So and what was there before the dome was there?
Just the flat rectangular part.
We had
ashes because they burned the White House and the Capitol to the floor. They had to go back and rebuild it.
In the 1860s, we added a dome to it, and then we fought the Civil War.
Yeah, I'm looking here. It says that the first cornerstone laying was by George Washington in 1793, and then the first wing was ready by 1800. So after being burned by the British in 1814, it was rebuilt and expanded with a brand new dome completed in 1868, giving the appearance we know today.
I just don't think why do you think that we don't have the intelligence or the technology to be able to do that?
I never said that.
Then why are you dismissing my point? Because you've not brought any facts other than like you're lying to me.
I just don't believe it. I don't. Dude, look, man. Call me skeptical. Call me whatever you want. Like, I don't think the Egyptians built the pyramids. I don't think they had anything to do with the pyramids. I don't think they had no fucking clue. If you, like I said, go to Google again. If you Google the Great Pyramids of Egypt, you'll see these 3 little tiny pyramids in front of the 3 big ones. There's 3.
I know Giza. I don't need you to tell me
about the pyramids. There's these 3 little tiny pyramids. I think those 3 little tiny pyramids, that was the Egyptians. They were like, what the fuck? Like, how the fuck they built this? When Napoleon found the Sphinx was buried in sand up to his nose. They had to dig out the Sphinx, which means that when Napoleon found the Sphinx, half the pyramid was fucking buried in sand. I think the pyramids used to be underwater. There's no pharaohs buried in the pyramids. There's no kings buried in the pyramids. They're all buried in the Valley of the Kings. The Library of Alexandria wasn't anywhere near the fucking the Pyramid of Giza. Giza's right next to a fucking highway now. And I think the Library of Alexandria was never burned down. It was moved to the Vatican. You know the Vatican archive is 52 miles long? Think about that.
Before I showed up, I got permission to go into the catacombs.
No shit.
Why do you think they shot the dome?
It takes 2 years to do
statues. 2 years, Dave.
It takes 2 weeks.
Why do you think they damaged all the statues when Napoleon got there, shot their noses and their lips and their ears off of them?
Why not, right?
Because it showed them, it looks like they were Olmecs, like with the wide nose and the flat bridge.
Why is that?
Because, like, white supremacy or white privilege.
Why not? I mean, think about it. I'm not going to sit there and say it. Seriously, like, think about it. Like, why the fuck?
No, that's crazy.
Can you tell us about your experience going into the Capitol? You say you went to the Vatican?
Yes, and I didn't know that I couldn't wear shorts, so I had to go run across from the street, and I had to buy a pair of pants on the side of the road from somebody.
Was this like a tourist thing, or like a mix that you have?
Well, if you're going to go to the Vatican, you can get a tour of the catacombs, but you have to apply for it. And back in 2004, it took 2 weeks. I don't know; it might take longer now. The world has changed in 21 years.
I'm sure. I just want to be nosy. Just on my little conspiracy theories.
I saw a bunch of like I would call them tombs, but they didn't have like a covering, and you would have like a casket sitting on this shelf. And we went through this one area, and then we ended up in this place that looked like a big underground library. And like when you said like the Library of Alexandria got moved to the Vatican, I wasn't disagreeing because I saw some shit that would be in the Book of Congress or the Library of Congress.
Italy is not far from Italy's right there.
But it was a very low security tour. It was like the amount of like what you could have gone and done. I could have probably stayed down there from as much as I could tell about it. I could have explored for like a month and only seen like 50% of it.
Bro, it's 52 miles.
You know, we have our own version of that, or something similar here. I think it's in like Kansas City. There's like an underground. Well, I'm gonna see if I can find the link for that, because we have our own little home sorts with the library and shit in there. But I'm gonna archive the documented history about our different families and stuff. And you need like a
Smithsonian
story there.
The Smithsonian got a bunch of like fucking. They got a huge ass fucking. They got like 3 big ass fucking warehouses that are full of shit they don't even display.
Didn't Trump shut that down? Or the funding to it?
No.
It was one of those museums he did, didn't he?
I mean, it was the one that was like, you know, a Black History museum that was specifically designed to like make people hate straight white men because, like, you know. But yeah, well, it wasn't the fact that they were being biased when they were making the displays, and they weren't just showing like one truth. They were the truth. They were telling a narrative of the truth in this, and like, yeah, it got shut down.
History.
Well, I mean, if you think history is subjective, then you and I would never be able to understand an irrational conversation, how to talk to one another.
Well, I didn't say it was subjective, but there's a truth that was told all the way through high school and middle school and elementary school. And if they're telling the other half of the truth, then that brings it all together, right?
No, not when you're speaking in absolutes on a narrative. It shows a specific bias. It's not history, it's an anecdotal version of it.
Can you give an example if you don't mind?
From my understanding, I think that what Trump was doing, like, from my understanding, I could be wrong here, but he's not like getting rid of the teaching of it. He was like taking away like, what are they called, like displays, like taking away certain displays and big ass pictures and shit that was like a black dude with his back whipped, or like images of like really bad violence. He was kind of like, he wasn't getting rid of the history. It's kind of the same thing they said, they're like, oh, he's trying to erase the black people from the military and he's getting rid of their pages on the internet. It's like if you search up the black airman of the military, you don't find their page anymore. But what Trump really did...
Wait. Do not start talking about the Tuskegee Airmen like you know them. I've met 2 of them.
It wasn't the Tuskegee Airmen. But what he was doing...
World War I or World War II?
Christ, stereo. What Trump was doing is that there used to be websites, when you look at the military, you look up like black people that served in the military, or this black regiment, or this all black this, all black that. Trump got rid of those websites, and people were like, oh, he's erasing black people from the military. But what Trump really did, Trump said, they're the military. If you go look up people in the military, the black people should be in the same section as the white people. They shouldn't have their own section. Right.
But the issue with that is the same reason why he also condemned the tearing down Confederate statues and all that. It's still an erasure, because the fact is that's what it was. There were actual color regiments, and I feel like in that regard that was, he fucked that shit up, because it's counterproductive to the same reason why he kept some of the Confederate statues. American history is American history, and that remains that these truths were definitely segregated, if you will, and also a lot of the history that surrounded them is washed under, because some of these books are, I'm saying it wrong, please forgive me, y'all are military, in my ignorance, but these different companies or platoons or they have a specific and distinct history of warfare and combat that is specific to them as well. So it's just that's what I would call like a whitewashing. If you just said, oh, they were soldiers, because back then that wasn't the case. They were the colored troops.
Now I know this is gonna sound kind of crazy, but you gotta hear the whole thing out here. At certain points in history, it would be better to have the black soldiers be all together at once, because you don't have a situation where there's a racist white piece of shit who doesn't want to fight for the guy next to him because he happens to be black. So at some point in time, they're gonna, you know what I'm trying to say here? You don't want.
I mean, I'm trying
you
to
don't want to integrate them at some point.
But it's history. It's not like that now, so that would make sense now. But historically speaking, that literally was the case. And not only that, you got, again, how my friend says, you got to look up all these waters and look at all these wars, waterways and wars. And if you look at it, honestly, these battles would not have been won without these people.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. They need to be recognized. I get it. But at the end of the day, I'm on the side of, like, if you go to look up a military member, and I go to look up the guy, and I'm looking up a black guy, and I'm trying to look him up in the military on the website or whatever, and I can't find him, like, oh shit, I gotta go to the black website. Like, no, like, if I'm going to look up a military member, he should be with all the other military members.
Well, that wasn't the case, because if we had to do that, then it wasn't being recognized with the other military people.
That's what I'm saying. There used to be like separate, like there's a Jackie Robinson thing. It was like.
But then you just say that it should be. You just said that the army should be segregated to where the blacks should be able to live in the white.
I was saying.
Should be over there first. But do you not think in history it was done the same way?
At the time, I'm saying looking up. I'm saying like in the Civil War, like if black guys were recently freed, you wouldn't want to go let the one black guy fight with a bunch of white guys. The white guys are like, what the fuck? So all the black guys are fighting together. Now they're fighting hard and they're fighting for each other. You wouldn't want a situation where you put a black soldier next to a bunch of racist white guys, and the white guy doesn't want to save his life. So at certain points in history, I'm not talking about recent wars. I'm talking about back in the day. But now, when we go to look up people that served in the military, they should all be together. They all served for the same purpose. They all should be together.
That's how history is erased, honestly.
Abraham Lincoln had that same concern at the end of slavery, that free black men would look at European white males and see that, or remember what happened in the past and not feel a certain way, and vice versa. And Abraham Lincoln had that concern, and that I think in Congress they had put money aside to offer freedmen to go back to Africa or set land aside for them to live on, because of that same exact reason that you're speaking about today.
Yeah, they offered to go back to Africa. They're like, fuck that.
Bro, hold on, because that's what, now, if you don't mind, I'm not trying to push back or anything, but if I could add a little bit of historical context, you're speaking about eventually what becomes the
Liberia.
Yeah, Liberia. That was, so the time frame was a little bit off, but so you're talking, this is before Emancipation Proclamation. So he was specifically talking about, the American Colonization Society was speaking about the free colored people that were already inhabiting the lands, but slavery was still in existence. And that was around 1816, 1817 or so. And when you get into like the morality versus economics conversation, this is a very good example, because really what they were trying to do was replace the free colored class and the hypothesizing of the enslaved class by replacing them with a free white working class of laborers back then. So it wasn't even about, are they going to be better? This was their rationalization to try to rid these lands of what I would argue is people who originated in the lands in the first place and were enslaved in our lands, but
yes,
they were trying to be replaced by a free white working class, so they wanted to set them up in Liberia. And if you start to look through some of the archives, you'll see that by and large, even these free black societies at the time were not with that shit. They convinced some people to do it, but everybody was not by and large with that, if that makes sense. And you can see the archive of them pushing back.
No. What I was speaking about, not to send them back to Africa, but they had lands put aside. It was during the the Freedmen's Bureau, the freedmen and abandoned lands, when they was trying to put people into the swamps and different things like that. So it was abandoned land that they said that they were trying to put or allow for free blacks to go. And again, that's when they came around with the reparations for the white slave owners for the land as well. But I do understand what you're saying, beloved.
What time frame? Just what time frame are you talking? Because
during that time.
Oh, okay, that's probably the one.
Yeah.
I'm about 50 years prior. I'm in like the 18th, so my bad. So
Well, no, but
You're in there because it's you're talking about like, 1865, 40 acres of mule under General Sherman, but then the president
that was a field measure because that wasn't put in the it was the war measure because he gave.
Yes, sir.
That's why people are still looking for that 40 acres in the mule today, but it wasn't put in the law. So it was just something given during wartime measures. So it wasn't like a real thing for black people.
Yeah, I don't mind looking at our American history through the lens of the fact that we were really messed up throughout history. But why are we continually bringing the shit where it was only really messed up? And all the things that we've done through current history, because we're just a blip in time. We only get to affect things now, and are we affecting them to bitch about the past, or are we trying to build for a better future?
And I think that's a good point because you have to look back where you went wrong. You have to look back where you went wrong because in this system, black people were they were denationalized. They were made chattel slavery property. Their nationality was taken away from one. They were moved from black, Negro, colored, African American, land taken away from them. Different things has happened. 13, 14 Amendment citizens, second-class citizens, slavery still today, misnumbered titles, systematic oppression. If you don't look back in history of what happened and what it did, and if we're still in the same situation today with the slavery by another name, how do you take accountability and make sure it don't happen again, like the sister was saying?
Well, there's a difference, Moscow, of keeping the past in your rear view to not fuck up again, and then using it as an excuse to hate other people and try to get free shit. There's a difference, and I think people are sick of using it as an excuse to hate other people and try to get free shit out of them. That's what people aren't going for.
I think that's a good point. But I got one more thing, and I'll leave it at this. That's a good point what you was talking about. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Hey, Sid, that's a good point that you made. But when you're dealing with the United States and the property that they make with the people looking for free shit, you know that parents are called custodial parents. They're not called real parents. So if you're temporary parents, that means you're in ownership, that someone is in ownership of you. So if the United States own you, you're not looking for free shit. If they taken away from you and taking the ability for you to gain these things on your own, that's not looking for free shit. And when you're talking about people that's looking for free shit, there's one side that's looking for more free shit than the other side. If they had the ability to do these things for themselves, you get what I'm saying? So I don't think that's a good way to look at it. But I appreciate the bill. Go ahead.
Well, real quick.
Can I get in there too after the question?
Yeah, I just got a real quick question for Moscow based on what he said. So, Moscow, are you saying that the people now don't have the ability to build?
Well, there's a thing that people are dealing with called systematic oppression also. On these applications, they ask for your race if it didn't matter. So if they were asking for your race or your identity like that, it should matter in a stance as well as dealing with law also. So you got things that are stopping certain families and putting people in certain situations that's stopping them from thriving. A lot of people are dealing with generational wealth. Some of that was cut off at the wayside or at the knee before it began, or it was done away with once they had it. But nothing happened to them, no reparations or anything. And not saying as a nation of people, but as individuals that was damaged by the system as well as individuals in history.
So my question to that would be, because I hear this all the time, we have more resources at our disposal than our great-great-grandparents had. And would you agree with me that America was more racist back then than it is now?
I think they were more openly with it then, because now it's in a different skies. They're using it differently now.
Yeah, but I
I mean, you actually had people lynching you. You actually had people in your face. You could not gain access here. You couldn't use this library. You couldn't go to this school. You couldn't use this venue. You couldn't own property here. You couldn't, like, there were actual laws preventing minorities back then that physically were very physically held them back. Like, it was just hands down. Are you saying it's harder today with the contemporary minorities to have an opportunity to succeed than it was back then? I'm just trying to make, because I hear this all the time, I'm just trying to make sense of it. It's like we have more money now than our great-great-grandparents did when they started out, if you adjust for inflation. Like, we have had more wealth now. We've had more money flowing through our communities and through our fingertips now than the generations before. I mean, these motherfuckers were dirt fucking poor with no education, didn't know how to read, didn't know how to write.
You're right, Sid.
Yeah.
I think now that black people are not coming back to the community to reinvest or to bring or to help black community. I think they're going to intertwine with those that they started doing business practices with instead of coming back to teach the community. Meaning, I don't want to live like those people down there instead of going back to help them and teach them. I think it's an individual thing versus a community that you're speaking about. But I still do think there are discrepancies and different things that stop certain people from coming up. Looking down, the president removing immigrants, and he called it a Christian nation, but the Bible says to be kind and good to the immigrants and the sojourners. So
it's not. Yeah, I mean, that's not true. He's not removing immigrants. He's removing illegal immigrants, and what he's doing on a macro scale is how everybody lives on a micro scale. So, like, you wouldn't allow me to just walk into your house, Moscow, and lay on your couch and pick my feet up and eat your food and soak up your air conditioning, use your Wi-Fi, and not contribute to your household at all. Like, you wouldn't take me in as a stranger and just put the bill for my existence. Like, you wouldn't allow that. You would kick me the fuck out.
Well, you know, the Bible says to be kind to the sojourners. This is a Christian nation. That's what it says to do. But at the same time, I can't be an illegal immigrant trying to get rid of other illegal immigrants.
Well, that's not true, because we have a program of status and citizenship here that's been established for a long time. So, you know, sorry that, you know, certain lands got dominated, certain people got, you know, kicked out of their land. Like, it's happened to every single race, every single culture. It's happened to everybody, man. Like, even Africans and blacks aren't exempt. We've done the same fucking thing. We actually do it to each other now in our own land. It's called gang turf wars. We dominate other areas and we kick other motherfuckers out. We kill them, or we brutally hurt them to gain dominance over that territory. So nobody's exempt from that. But at some point, I get it, be kind, but the Bible doesn't say be an idiot too and let a bunch of outsiders overrun your resources and destroy what you built. Like, there's got to be some common sense. So, you know, we can allow people in here, but there's got to be a common sense way to do it to where they're not being a burden. And again, on a micro scale, we don't let people freeload and just take people in, and we put the bill for complete strangers.
But see, it was done in the history in the beginning of America. Remember the people where they came from and came to this land, they took on water to get to America. And then they started saying, me, my. They went everywhere and done it. So you can't say...
Who was they? You talking about white people?
Oh, Europeans. The British. They went everywhere. See, if you're talking about Africans, they did it with each other on their own land. That's like family fighting. They didn't go outside their family to fight other people.
So wait. So you're saying...
Yeah, go ahead, sis. I apologize.
Just give me a second, sis. I just want to focus my mind. Oh yeah, no, you're good. I got you. So you're telling me that there's a brutally slaughtering and dominating other cultures to take over their land and the resources. There's a difference if you travel abroad versus if you just stay in your own turf and do it. You're telling me there's a difference. There's a more.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I said they were family. They were of the same nation of people. Like, you're gonna have those problems in house, but when somebody comes from another house and try to take over your house, that's a different story.
Okay, so let me ask you this real quick, and then I'll let you go. why is there so much emphasis put on white Europeans when the Portuguese and the Arabs had way more of an impact on black Africans, adverse impact on black Africans than the whites did? Why are we putting more emphasis on the Portuguese and the Arabs?
Well, we're not, and we know that the Arabs are a mixed nation of people. So there are some blacks inside the Arab nation. It's a mixture of nomads. We're not letting the Portuguese off the hook either with their history either, because they admit theirs too. It's not any personal thing that I'm saying, but you got to bring to light what people are trying to throw a veil over. And if it's being whitewashed or veiled, you won't even know who you are. You're told to know your history. And what happened, if it's been whitewashed, a certain part of us is erased. In school, we're taught that black history starts in America, and it don't. So that's all I was bringing up, brother. There wasn't any contention, but we do have to make sense. Go ahead, I apologize.
I'd like to interject.
Yeah, let's just time. Food was, yeah, food was.
Keep it quick so we get here. I just wanted to go into a couple of things. I think it was Stereo was saying something about, how Trump is doing things. There's this, I guess he's insinuating that there's a white hate amongst black people or something that notion. And I really wanted to push back on that because that's a bald-headed lie. Otherwise, we would be seeing these gross injustices against white people from black people, and that's just really not a thing. I'm not discounting any isolated incidences where two individuals may have an interaction, but I really wanted to push back on that because there is this propaganda movement trying to start some sort of wave behind white oppression as if there's a thing, as if it's a thing. So I want to push back on that. And then two, to push back on something that you said, see, actually, you were speaking about ancestral, black people's ancestors and them not being able to read and write. They have a pop piss in and a letter thrown out of, and I just really want to push back on that because that's also not factual, and that's not all. That's why I say black is not a monolith, and that's why people, need to look into their own family history because you'll find a lot of white people that say they don't even have a history of enslavement in their ancestry as well. There's some other points I can't remember because we kind of went to the side thing, but I just wanted to push back on that and, really just highlight that there's not a grand notion of blackness and poverty in American history. As a matter of fact, these are the people that came here were in that scenario. Most of them starving time, right? Digging up their ancestors to be able to eat and survive. So I wanted to just kind of point that out and show that from the very inception of the United States of America, I think you spoke to that, I think brother Moscow, that he spoke to that and said that, the people coming here, and absolutely these handouts and things that people always associate with blackness, because even to this day, that's not even an accurate description of what's happening in the so-called black community. That was literally the history that was taking place with people immigrating to these lands. You can look at legislation from early on of how these people would come here and be promised X amount of acres, so much so that there were, advertisements, let's say in England, promoting people to come to the quote-unquote New World. You'll be given this, you'll be given that. And we have the legislation on the books to show exactly how these people were given hundreds and hundreds of acres of land by immigrating over here and bringing their family members over here as well. So I just wanted, that was the part that y'all spoke about with that, and I wanted to say, hold up, scroll up.
Well, the majority of people were impoverished. I didn't say every single black person was impoverished, but the overwhelming majority.
The way you said it kind of, alluded to that, and I just wanted to say that's not historically accurate.
Yeah, it did, Sue. Not once. See, this is where we kind of gotta grow up and be a little bit more intellectually honest. Is that when someone says something, they're speaking in general. Unless they say all, then that's when they mean all. We gotta stop assuming because someone makes a general statement that they're saying all. That's just not true.
Well, the general statements are what's perpetuated certain things. Like
overwhelming black population in the United States back then too was impoverished.
Hold on, real quick, because you're which I do agree with you on. When people come in, you're challenging them on this victim mindset. So I'll route with you on that. But then at the
happened 150 years ago is not a thing today. When hold on, Sue. That's a lie. You're saying it hasn't been redressed. Sue, is there one law in the books right now preventing black people from any other opportunities that any other races have in this country?
That you're arguing semantics. I never said that there was a law of the law.
You said it hasn't been. You said it hasn't been redressed.
I said that it has not been redressed to individuals that have specific harms related to them and their families. That's what I said. Just because they change a law doesn't mean it addressed the actual infraction that took place. That's all I'm saying.
So these people that have proof to that they were directly impacted, let them take that out.
Hold on. And I agree with you. They should directly, and that's my argument about reparations. I'm not against reparations, but I think it needs to be directly to the people that were harmed, of the harm. But what
let them take that out.
What I'm saying to you is that by that same notion, that we as Americans who have no historical connection to the Holocaust should not have been paying Jews, should not still be paying Israel. It should not be talking about.
I agree 100%.
Whatsoever. You know what I mean? So if that's the case, mind you, there's redress. It's historical. You got to, even now, if you say something in the United States of America about them, you're more than likely going to have to go to some sort of education class, some sort of, you know what I mean? Like, there's consequences behind that. But when it comes to so-called black people, it's supposed to be, well, that happened 100 or how many years ago. No, it literally has not been addressed, which is why the conversation's not going to go anywhere. Which it still does not mean that you have to have a victim mindset, but you can still call a thing and address it.
Ma'am, we have the 15th Amendment. We have the Civil Rights Act of 1965. These things have been addressed. There's not one opportunity a black person doesn't have in this country that no other race has. It just doesn't exist.
Then why are black people still fighting for the civil rights?
Wow. So in the Q2, you don't get that talk? The reason why.
Opportunities, and I'm talking about just the historical issues.
Okay, nobody right now.
And the redress, not opportunities.
This is why nobody takes our race seriously, because we talk, we have dumb talking points like this. No other race is doing this. We're the only race that's sitting there like the 2-year-olds in the sandbox whining and crying and whining. This is why we don't get taken seriously. So again, the people.
What in the world?
The people.
That's crazy.
Because I grew up.
You serious?
I grew up. No. You said blacks are the monolith.
But you worried about whether or not.
You said blacks are the monolith. You said blacks are the monolith. This is my non-monolith talking point right here. And this is what I see the problem with our race. Look, I grew up around niggas my whole life in Detroit. All I seen was niggas squander a bunch of money away, deny opportunities that were glaring them right in the fucking face, and they turn them fucking down because of stupid fucking mindset. And they're the same ones complaining about how they're oppressed. And because of slavery, because of Jim Crow, because of redline and all this shit, they don't have opportunities today. When I've literally seen the opportunity staring them dead in the face, and because they had this mindset, they fucking denied those, they closed those doors themselves. So, and I see this all the fucking time with our people. And this is what.
So because them 5 niggas that you know that's one the opportunity, that's something that you have anybody, regardless of race. Now that's the jacket all so-called black people got to put on.
I didn't say all. But the only group in this country that's crying about reparations and shit that has nothing to do with them, that they weren't directly affected by. We're the only ones whining and crying and booing about that shit, dude. And there's so many opportunities that we have. Again, we have more black millionaires now than we've ever had at any point in history.
Yeah, we had the father. What do you mean?
But does that stop the thing from being a thing, though, bro? That's all I'm asking. Does that still stop the thing from being a thing?
Again, nobody's enslaved right now. Nobody's saying you can't go here, you can't do this, you can't buy this. Nobody's saying that.
Are you a second class or a third class citizen?
I'm just an American citizen, and I seize every opportunity that I can, regardless of what happened 150 years ago. I don't look at that shit.
So why do they put black down instead of asking you are you American or not American? Why do they ask you your race?
Because this is called DEI. So the reason why they ask you is so these companies know how many black people they're pulling in so they can meet certain quotas.
But I thought it don't matter.
It doesn't matter. That's why I'm all for getting rid of DEI.
What about after they meet their quota? What about the other black people that need a job?
Okay, those black people need to qualify themselves. I'm totally against DEI. And
I gotta get our own businesses. So are we able to do that and create for our own?
able to do that. What's happening now in current times, it has nothing to do with slavery, Jim Crow, redlining the white man. What it has to do is internal stupidity, okay? The majority...
Are you still fighting for civil rights and human rights?
No, we got enough civil rights.
So why do we have the Civil Rights Act? Why do we have a Civil Rights Act? What does that act mean?
Because it was needed at the time.
No. If you listen to Malcolm X will explain it to you. I just did a room about 6 months ago, literally playing Malcolm X's clips. Malcolm X called it out. You niggas got bamboozled. Lyndon Baines Johnson needed your votes, and he offered you that. If you read the 15th Amendment, read the Constitution, look at the Supreme Court rulings. The Civil Rights Act was a farce. We didn't need it. All we had to do was enforce the Constitution and the Supreme Court rulings, and we would have been fine. But what they did was they understood how stupid and emotional Negroes are, and they needed your fucking votes because they were losing power. So they they dangled that civil rights carrot in front of you guys, and you guys ran after that motherfucker. You're still running after it.
They're still dangling it. But remember when they said we, the people of the United States, black people weren't even considered human. When did we get those human, and why are they doing a Civil Rights Act for black people instead of for white people?
Go listen to Malcolm X and read what Malcolm X told. What he said.
I'm a Malcolm X fanatic, but I'm asking you because you don't sound like Malcolm X. You're pumping Malcolm X's
Moscow. Did you listen to the interview when Malcolm X was asked, what are your thoughts on the Civil Rights Act? Do you know what Malcolm X said, quote, as a response to that? He said, I'm not happy at all. He said, it doesn't make a difference if that Civil Rights Act passes or not. It doesn't make a difference. We need to enforce the Constitution. Like, we already have the Constitution. We already have the Supreme Court rulings. We just need to enforce those. But he's like, he said the same exact thing. It was a fucking carrot that was dangled in front of black people's faces. And if you look at this too, look this up. Look who benefits most from the Civil Rights Act. And this is what Charlie Kirk was trying to bring up and explain to black people. But we're so goddamn stupid and emotional, we weren't actually listening to the message. If you look at the Civil Rights Act, look at the picture when it was signed. Who's standing next to LBJ when it was signed? A bunch of black people. Martin Luther King and a bunch of black people. Who benefits most? Who's benefited most from that Civil Rights Act? It's white women, it's handicapped people, it's gay people, it's everybody else. And if you look at the list who benefits the most, it's black people all the way at the fucking bottom, bro. Come on, man.
Absolutely. So when we speak about the 3/5 clause, do you think that still sticks today?
Dude, you going back to Dred Scott for real?
We're dealing with history and law, all of it. Why not? That's what we're dealing with. We're speaking about what deals with people today. Yeah, if in history we, the people of the United States, didn't pertain to black people, when did we become a part of the Constitution and how?
Sir, black people aren't counted as 3/5 anymore.
What changed, brother?
The laws and society and how we view things and how we view people.
No, what I'm asking is, it's not how you view it. When we said about the 3/5 law, that means 5 make you a whole. There was 2 taken away from black people. When were they given back? That makes us whole.
When you go to vote and when you're counted in the census, you're counted as a full human. Your vote counts as a full vote.
Or is it still like it was back in the like a percentage because they're but the only thing I want to know is, brother, hold on 1 second. What was given back to black people that made us that what was taken away that gave us the 3/5 and what was given back that makes us the whole again?
The fact that when you're counted as an American citizen, you're counted as one whole human. When you go to vote, your vote counts as one entire vote.
I think Moscow is misunderstanding the 3/5 rule. What happened was the legislature didn't want to have a sudden influx of voters. So instead of saying every freed slave gets 1 vote, they didn't want all of those people to all of a sudden appear in these locations and then vote a certain way. So what they did, they didn't say that you're 3/5 of a human. What they said was, in order to balance that sudden influx of freed slaves who were now eligible to vote, we're going to count only 3 out of 5 freed slaves as voters. So
yeah, they were trying to protect the Why do you interrupt me every time I talk, Moscow?
You just interrupted the guy. He wasn't even
It wasn't that they were 3/5 of a human. It was that they were looking for ways to not suddenly flood the market with new voters.
Yeah, and that doesn't exist now. It doesn't exist in the state.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have Ilhan Omar.
Ilhan Omar has a nationality, but when you look at the 3/5 clause, what it was, in order to be a full man, you had to have a mind, body, a soul, nationality, and a divine creed, which was your religion. All those things, two of those things was taken away from the so-called black man when he was denationalized. And again, we're still going by the title of black. What was given back? And they're still making gerrymandering things, using these things to say that certain all certain laws and different things to bring black people together. When did they switch that in history as well as in law?
Hey, hold on.
That was not 3/5 of 3 out of 5 black people. Why would they even use that number to use that? They were counting that to tally up 3/5 of a person, so they had to add them up to make one person to count that vote.
No, it's 3/5 of a vote.
All right, but the thing that y'all are not recognizing about this, the thing you're not recognizing about this is the 3/5 rule started in 1787. Black people didn't get the right to vote until 1965. So you're talking about the 3/5 rule didn't really apply to voting because you had to be a landowner at the beginning, even if you were white, in order to be able to vote. So if you were a landowner and you were white and you were a man, you could vote for the country. Now the 3/5 rule also became like really important because like when a man that owned a slave in like Missouri would go to like Ohio with his slave to do some business. Well, Ohio was a free state, and like the slave was asking people, "Why am I not allowed? If I'm a black man in the state of Ohio, why should I not be free?" Well, you became 3/5 of a human being, and you were owned as property.
That's not all the way true. Black men gained the right to vote in 1870, though. We gotta stop goddamn fucking about it. Yeah, this is what's exactly.
These are straight lies, bro. Well, when you look at it, Abraham Lincoln said anything.
History, you need to have the receipts. So much gets thrown around. Just we can Google it. We got the phone right here.
Tuesday, that's a good point. When you look at it, Abraham Lincoln said in 1865, anything pertaining to chattel slavery is illegal. That's also meaning the slave titles that was used. He also said it's up to you to correct your status. Correcting your status is a thing today, and there's a reason why they do that. If black people have not corrected their status from what was used in 1865 as chattel slavery, they're still actually going against law and still being under that law that was used then. You have the right to correct your status. Only the so-called black people had to correct their status because their nationality was taken away from them, which still affects them today. If you do not have a nationality, you do not get national rights or indigenous rights or any kind of rights, not even human rights. So that's what's still doing it today.
Possible black Americans have a nationality. They're called Americans, and they're afforded every single right as every other race or ethnicity of other Americans. What are you talking about?
Look it up, bro.
But what I'm saying is, blacks in this country today, black American citizens have a nationality. They're called Americans, and they have the same rights as everybody else, Moscow. Like, we're not, in 2025, we're not playing by a different set of rules as all the other ethnicities. We're playing by the same fucking rules. The reason why we can't seem to get ahead is it's our fault. We mismanage shit. Right? Most of the blacks that are failing today and crying that they don't have opportunities, it's not because of racism. It's because their dumbass parents failed the fuck out of them and didn't set them up for success. That's the main culprit. That's the problem.
What if they didn't know better? Is their fault too?
Yes. You need to know. Look, I didn't know better either.
But you know this information was taken from them.
Okay, but it's your job as a grown-ass adult. You expect to sit there and someone just spoon feed you shit on a silver platter?
So you know, basic education don't give us this information that we was promised in 1865 when they did Reconstruction. We'll only give them basic education. Wasn't that private education and different things like that the Europeans get today in their private school and their charter school.
Okay, so everything that you're spouting off today, everything that you learned all that in your first through 12th grade education, or did you learn that afterwards and you had to seek it on your own?
we had to see going along when I was trying. But if you're teaching, but that's the thing. If you're born an eagle and all your life you're taught that you're a chicken, what are you gonna do when you hit of age? You're gonna still act like a chicken until that eagle comes along and teach you. I had to learn in my own private capacity of those who knew this knowledge of me to remind me of this knowledge of me. I wasn't getting it from people that was put in position to oppress me and make me a worker versus an entrepreneur. So I had to go to my own to get this information, and they gave me the olive branch to go dig and told me where to dig. Somebody did the same thing with you as well.
Right, but here's the thing though. You still
a lot of those people are locked up now and called militants, or they killed them.
But here's the thing, you still prove my point, Moscow, is the fact that, again, everybody's in the same boat. We're all limited on the education that the government gives us. It's on you to go out and make yourself smarter and wiser and learn the shit. It's nobody's job to sit here and spoke. The only person's job is your parents. That's the only person that has custodianship of you and is responsible for you as a child. If they fail to give you the tools that you need to be successful in life, you can't blame anybody else. You just can't.
Absolutely, bro. Hey, go ahead, Alfonso. Peace, bro.
Like you're talking about like I'm sorry.
Little Fonzo, yeah, no, he was like, go ahead, Alfonso.
Okay, and again, a lot of that talking points come from the boys, and the black liberal leftist people. But my thing is that people are kind of maybe putting names out there, and even your progressives, they didn't believe these things. Even Du Bois himself, he didn't believe these things that people are trying to put out now. So I want to ask you, do you think that black people have any agency over themselves as individuals in their pursuit for a better reality in America? Do you think they have any agency? Do you have any agency, or is all our failures or all anybody's failures laid at the hand of others? That's what I wanted to ask.
Black people do have agency. I just don't think they realize it yet. And again, unless you can prove to me someone's lynched you, someone's enslaved you, someone has taken away your God-given rights, your American-given rights, your liberties, your pursuit of happiness, then it's on you if you fuck up and fumble. Everybody's got the same opportunities to be successful. Okay, everybody has the opportunity. Some of us have to work a little bit harder than others because of the decisions our parents made, right? But for the most part, the vast majority of us are starting off. Even the white people, man. You spend time around white people, like this is the notion I don't get. Like we try to separate ourselves and make it seem like we're on this grand struggle that nobody else has to go through. Go live around white folks. They're going through the same fucking shit. Them poor white kids going through the same fucking exact shit. They got the same struggles that we do. Actually, some of them have even worse struggles than some of the black people that I was raised around and grew up with. So this notion that we're trying to separate ourselves and make it seem like our situation is more dire and more worse than everybody else, it's a lie. This is a lie you guys have been told. It's the same lie Lyndon Baines Johnson told you by convincing you guys you needed the Civil Rights Act. It's the same fucking lie you guys have been told. We've had so many successful black people. We got more millionaires, more black millionaires now than we've ever had at any point in history. And if you look at during the most racist time in America, look at the black colleges and universities. Look at how many were founded before 1965 compared to how many were founded after. You understand the overwhelming majority of black colleges and universities were founded before 1965 during the most racist period in this country. They were able to do it. If you look at the first woman millionaire, Madam C.J. Walker, she was able to do it. And she started her own fucking bank, right, to be able to take care of her own funds and manage her own money or her own funds. All right. So again, you look at Black Wall Street. We had 3 decades of black excellence. You look at the politicians. We had black senators. We had black lawyers, black doctors. Right. We had all this shit going on in the most racist period. So these people were facing the most racist periods in the history of this country, but yet they were still able to persevere. What excuse do we have now? We look pitiful sitting here whining and crying. Like I said, we got $1,000 supercomputer in the palm of our hands. Those folks back then couldn't afford $1,000 supercomputer if it existed. But we have that opportunity now. what excuse do we have when they didn't make excuses and they rose up above the conditions?
I have a question. See, where do you see the breakdown happening between then and now? What do you feel like is covered? I understand that you said it's just excuses, but is there anything that you feel like you can pinpoint, or any couple things or something like that you can pinpoint that seems to be the transition from the, put yourself up by the bootstraps to now where you think that everybody's whining, crying, and begging?
Yeah, the breakdown was when the black community fell for all the movements. The fucking white woman feminist movement, the fucking the Jews used us. We've been used by every single group, and they've attached themselves to the trauma that blacks have experienced in this country, and we've attached ourselves to their fucking their movements that had nothing to do with us. They used us, tried to use our trauma to correlate it with their bullshit that they were going through, and once they got what they want, they kicked us to the fucking curb. So one of the defining moments was the white woman's feminist movement, which our black women fucking got convinced, this is your movement too, black woman. That wasn't our fucking issue, man. That was their fucking issue. But our community fell for it, and that caused the breakup of our home, which allowed this drug war. And look, I'm not saying the government isn't complicit in some of the things, the detriments of the black community. I'm not trying to absolve the government of that. But what I'm saying is, I know blacks are smarter than this. I'm not buying this line that blacks are just some wonky donkey dumbass group of people that just get, oh dude, fuck that, we're smarter than this, bro. We got the history to fucking prove it in the most worst conditions. So I think we got bamboozled. Everybody's saying, oh, we want to help blacks. Really, they were using us to help their own fucking causes and kicked us to the curb. And that's what broke up our communities. And now you started to look. I encourage you to do this. Look through your grandmother's photo album and your great grandmother's photo album. Nothing but black excellence in those photo albums. These people were educated. They prioritized going to school. Look at them. The women had on skirts and pantyhose. They were well manicured, well kept. Those black people, that's the Negro generation. I'm very proud of that Negro class of blacks. That Negro generation is nothing like this generation of blacks today. They didn't whine and cry and make excuses and complain and ask for free handouts. They said, fuck it, we want to be independent. We can build this shit on our own. We don't need nobody else. I think we need to got the thing right.
Well, just, I get it, just, well, because I was asking him the question, and I get his gist, and I think that brings a little bit of clarity behind your rhetoric. No problem. I just wanted to let him know it makes a little bit more sense behind some of your rhetoric. And I'm with you when you're right. See, some of the stuff, of course, I'm gonna push back like that. What you talking about? Yeah, I'm with you when you're right. And I appreciate being able to do that. Iron sharpens iron. But I agree with you in the sense of that, looking at what they went through and looking at the state of stuff today. I just one day we're gonna have a come to Jesus moment about the fact that these atrocities that you acknowledge are a thing still need redress and addressing and accountability on that part. So that's all.
But you understand that backwards trend of thinking. You're begging your oppressor, who you claim is your oppressor, who fucked up your community. You're begging them for band-aids to the wounds that they caused. You don't realize how fuck you. You oppressed me. You caused these wounds. I don't need shit from you. I don't need a fucking thing. Like, do you realize how backwards that is? That's literally Stockholm syndrome. That's the abusive woman depending on her the abused woman going back and depending on her abusive husband to take care of her. It doesn't make. That's literally what we're doing.
And that makes sense because I always often argue that I call it so-called for a reason, but so-called Black America is in a narcissistic relationship, honestly, with the world, in my opinion. But in that scenario with the abused woman, she still should be able to adjudicate the harms that were done to her on behalf of her abuser, if she can prove it.
Right, but she doesn't go to her abuser. She doesn't go to her abuser to get that because he's never going to give it to her. You see what I'm saying?
Right. No, yeah, I feel you. That's what I'm with you when you're right.
I said, what if the abuser say, okay, I admit to what I done wrong, and we separate. This here is for you, and so you can settle in and do this right there, and I'll stay over here. What is that possible?
You're still a slave. Anytime you accept something from someone, and it's under the premise that it's free or it's given to you, you're still their slave. You're
a slave if you're dependent on them. When this is mine, actually set aside for me. That means I have natural resources to do for myself. You know, it's a nation within a nation. You know, there's an opportunity to separate without any of that, meaning you can create your own nation while you're here on the United States, like the natives do, the indigenous thing, meaning if you can self-sustain yourself, you can, what they call not necessarily expatriate, but you can set yourself aside and create your own finances, have a own zip code, not even dependent on them, but you can do business with people in the United States. You can be foreign while you're here. There's a opportunity to do that.
But Moscow, what do you think? Listen to what you just said. Until that person actually hands you what you're asking for, you're still waiting around, waiting on them.
I was gonna go there.
Yeah, so either way, it's still a form of dependence. Why would you ever want to be? You know what? If someone were to separate me, I say, fuck you. I don't have shit to do with you. I'll build it on my own. So that way, what I build on my own, you can never take it away. But if you give me something, you always have grounds to come back and say, motherfucker, you owe me something, no matter what the circumstances are.
Well, it's going to be a given. It would be an agreement. It would be an agreement.
I need to jump in. So you're gonna sign a contract and make an agreement for the group of people you say have caused so much detriment and harm to you. That sounds really sad. Really good.
If I may, well, I was in before you. But to say I was agreeing with what he was just talking about.
Yeah, okay. So y'all gonna get down let me say something real quick.
Every time.
It ain't been every time, because I ain't been speaking. So what are you talking about, bro? What bitching? The fuck? Look at it like this, y'all. Well, first of all, I've been hearing a lot of shit since I've been on mute. I want to answer the question of the young lady. How did black people get goddamn into this trick box so where we always crying for some shit? Well, it was fucking intersectionality, right? Intersectionality will always be the coffin nails to black people politically in this fucking country. Every fucking advancement that was given to black people, it came at the cost of intersectionality. That's how we got here, right? When we talk about the feminist movement, intersectionality, black women, guess what, ladies? Black men was never in a position to goddamn oppress your ass in this fucking country, so what the fuck did you need a liberating from? We, black men, never oppressed our black women. If anything, hell, we was right beside your ass. Black women have always worked, right? Black men never kept black women out of the workforce. We never did. We never had the ability to do so. We never kept you from being educated. We never did that. We had HBCUs that accepted black female students. So they were being educated. So what the fuck did black women need liberating from? The marriage rates was high and shit, right? Let me finish. It was white women that came along and convinced black women that they were fucking oppressed in this country, when really that was the white woman's fight. She was just fighting with her white man, but she didn't have the numbers to do so. So she needed goddamn dumb, gullible black women to get on her fucking side and say, hey, ladies, this is your fight too, right? When black women finally woke up to the bamboozlement, what happened, y'all? They created the womanist movement. The womanist movement is a black woman-led movement that finally woke up to white women's grip when white women gave black women their asses to kiss once white women gained some motion in their movement. And so black women said, oh, fuck no, I'm out of here. And they started their own shit. If you compare the womanist movement to the feminist movement, there are stark differences, okay? This shit about the Civil Rights Act. It is literally why we're in the goddamn trick bag that we're in now with this immigrant population that is coming over here practicing this flat blackness shit. Trying to fly under the guise of being black when we know damn well they not like us. It is because black Americans laid the groundwork and did the footwork for them to even have the ability to come over here. And when they come over here, they still practice delineation. Once they get their resources in place and all of that bullshit handouts that the government is offering them, that is rightfully black Americans' resources and their inheritance and their birthright, they got them delineate like a motherfucker. BLM. Anytime that black people have a movement, other marginalized and oppressed groups always want to attach themselves to black people. It's like black hop in the goddamn car, and once they get to their destination, they say, you know what? I don't fucking need this shit no more. I'm at my destination. You better figure it out on your own, right? LGBT is the most racist goddamn group of people out here in fucking America. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news on this shit. Because when you look at the hierarchical structure of the LGBT movement, it is still racist white men at the top of that goddamn structure. Black gays get treated vastly different than white gays in America. We know this is true. Why is that? When black gays get mistreated, do you see white gays running to their goddamn aid? No, you don't. When Brittany Griner was in that trick bag over there in Russia, you didn't see white gays coming to goddamn her rescue. So yeah, but I can see the white LGBT community come out and support Brittany Griner. You saw black gays do that. You saw black lesbians do that shit. The black LGBT community that led the charge of trying to goddamn free Brittany Griner. White people said, oh fucking well, she shouldn't have been over there doing that bullshit. But I thought she was supposed to be a community of one, right? All colors, right? Why didn't you advocate for your own? Because still at the hierarchical structure, it's still racist white motherfuckers in that shit. Black people have always been yes, it is. It is. Black people have
We had a U.S. Marine that has been held way longer than Brittany Griner ever did for a
man. We're not talking about the hostages, man. I'm not talking about Paul Wheeler. I know exactly what the fuck you're talking about.
We treated
I'm talking like a
we treated the Lord of War.
I'm talking about black issues, bro, and you're trying to bring up
bitch that fucking had weed in the country she shouldn't have.
Treated arms dealer for it.
Y'all see what's happening here? I'm talking about goddamn black people being tricked by intersectionality. He wants to bring up fucking Paul Wheeler. The fuck is happening here?
Bro, you're talking about
man, you know
a Marine veteran.
Get the fuck out my face, man. Y'all got it
versus a drug smuggling basketball player.
No, bro, we know exactly what you mean.
And you see how you keep categorizing her. You as a white man, you see how you keep categorizing Brittany Griner as a drug smuggler.
Bro, she's into Russia.
He had already played basketball. She had already played basketball in Russia for a couple seasons. If you were flying to Russia, you had already been there for a couple seasons. We're talking about Russia. Would you put an illegal substance into your luggage when you're flying into Russia? I don't think you can do that.
Y'all see how we easily got derailed when I was literally addressing the sister's question about how black people got tricked, and I was making a point about intersectionality.
Bro, you brought up Brittany Griner. I didn't.
Y'all see that?
I just get back. But Adrian, if you did smuggle THC oil into Russia, would you expect
that's not the point
to get you out?
That is not the point.
Adrian, keep with what you were saying. Like the rest of us are.
You're right. I'm a little bit. My bad. You're right.
Y'all see how I'm talking about black issues and all these white people keep jumping in the fucking mix and making
I
all
will
talking
like
points?
the way.
Y'all see that? This is fucking amazing. I should be a politician because I see how goddamn stupid the American.
Yeah, you sound like you'd be very divisive. You'd probably be really good in the Democratic Party.
Man, shut up. Doc, please. Don't address me, bro.
Adrian, do you not believe that black issues cause and affect to white issues?
Intersectionality, bro. The words not mean anything at all.
I'm so sorry, you don't believe that affects white people?
All right, cool. I can answer that question. You're literally talking to a motherfucker that came out of the Ferguson movie, right? Frontline Ferguson, Mike Brown, right? Here, right? When all of those white fragile liberals came out supporting Black Lives Matter, you know what the one question that I asked them that till this day, 11 years later, not a single white person can answer this fucking question. What does my black liberation do for you? You're out here, goddamn, on this front line. You're screaming Black Lives Matter. You're saying the chants, wearing the t-shirts, got the slogans, all of that shit. But what the fuck does my black liberation do for you, white person, white liberal?
No, the way you talk, you sound like Kamala Harris trying to be like, I love Venn diagrams.
Y'all see this? Y'all see this?
No, Adrian, you made a good point, actually. Do you remember Malcolm X said, the most dangerous person in the world is the white.
And who was is the main demographic that's out here trying to push intersectionality? White liberals.
Do y'all remember? Do you remember
Holy
the one
fucking shit. Am I speaking Chinese here?
Do you remember the one video during the Black Lives Matter parade or marches or whatever, protest, whatever? And the one old head black dude, he's like, "Look, man, we appreciate all of our white allies, but we all quit breaking shit. We all stop fucking breaking shit, y'all. Like, just fucking walk around, like, calm the fuck down."
And so I had a good friend that was killed because he was trying to tell black people, do not mix in with these new motherfuckers that's coming in with this intersectionality speech talking about the heads of Black Lives Matter. I actually sat in a room with Patrice Concolors, Opal Tometi, Alicia Garza, all of these motherfuckers, intersectionality, that shit with the LGBT community and the black community. And these were the biggest fucking thrifters. They didn't do shit for the black community, but they made millions. They made fucking millions. Since Black Lives Matter's inception, how has the black community improved? It hasn't. They haven't built a playground. They haven't built a no sustainable housing, no parenting programs, none of this shit for the black community. But they made off with fucking millions because they peddled the intersectionality grip and black people fell for it. Do you know why a lot of black people stopped going to the BLM rallies? It's because over time they started seeing a filtering of white people, of white faces. It started being more white faces than goddamn black people out there. It stopped being red, black, and green and the black and white shit to the rainbow shit. That's why black people stopped supporting that shit. It's because of the intersectionality, because with intersectionality, you bring everybody to the fucking table and they bring their own agendas. This is why we need to gatekeep some shit for the black community, right? When we say, yo, quit inviting everybody to the cookout. You know why that's a bad idea? Inviting everybody to the cookout. This is how you get your food poisoned, and this is how you get your recipes stolen. Quit inviting everybody to the fucking table because everybody don't have the same agenda as you. They bring their own shit. And when they bring their own shit, the original message, which was mass incarceration, police brutality, and all of that shit that affected the black community gets drowned out. It is intersectionality that will always be the coffin nails to the black community.
But then, Adrian, wouldn't you say, I mean, there's this double-edged sword there, buddy. I mean, I guess I get what you're saying. And look, I think you're a good dude, bro. You know, we're just sitting here talking just, you know, for shits and gigs for the international audience, right? It's a worldwide show here. But double-edged sword here, like if there was white people and we had a cookout, and we were like, nah, black people aren't allowed at our cookout, we'd be called racist. But then if we allow black people...
That's not the point.
That's not the point. He's not saying you have to keep everybody out. What he says is you have to be cognizant of who you invite and what they're fucking.
That's fair.
That's what he's saying. You have to be aware. It's the same message. That's what I'm saying. People need to really do a deep dive into Malcolm X's message, because Malcolm X even changed his stance on this. Again, and this goes the same. Even what's the saying? All skin folk ain't kinfolk. You got people that look like you that will come to your cookout and try to destroy what your original intention is in your cookout. And these are your Al Sharptons. These are your Jesse Jacksons. These are your the ladies that Adrian named from BLM. These are the motherfuckers who will call everybody else a coon, yet they're robbing the black community blind. They're using the black community to enrich themselves. And we fall for it every fucking time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead. What's going on?
Well, here's the thing. This reason why maybe like Adrian's point is kind of falling on deaf ears is because it maybe just not to the black people, but to the white people in the room, is because this really does just sound like the exact opposite end of just not willing to take any form of accountability. You go, well, it's the white liberals who are pushing this agenda. Well, the Black Lives Matter, not movement, but organization, was founded by 3 black women. Like, if you say that like, this is being pushed by white people, I didn't give any money to BLM. Maybe white people gave the money, but they gave all that money to 3 black women. What did the 3 black women do with billions of dollars?
That's what he said. That was his point, Rudolph.
But you're like, white liberals, and really, if we really want to go back to the 1960s was pushed for by Jews. So it's not white liberals, it's actually just Jews.
I'm sorry, but those 3 black women that made off with those millions, all of them had in common the LGBT community because they came in such an LGBT
But the LGBT
no, they're Marxists.
Only exist.
They were Marxists.
Exactly. All you're
Sue asked us, when was the turning point, right? When was the pinnacle of when the black community started turning left? And so what we were doing was listing the fact that we as black people, we fall for everything. We take the bait every single time. And there's been several groups. It's been the Jews, it's been the LGBTQ, it's been the white liberal feminist movement, it's been the Democratic Party. We have been used and abused because we keep biting onto bait that isn't meant for us. So the conversation was about accountability, that certain types of black people we refuse to sit here and look at black people as this podunk fucking, whining, crying, begging, sorrowful, helpless race of people that can't get themselves out of this fucking current situation without the help of other people. So that the conversation revolved 100% around accountability. You might have just came in a little bit late.
Yeah, my bad, Adrian, for not understanding what exactly my fault there.
Yeah, this is about talking to black people to say, hey, all the whining and crying and blaming white men and blaming slavery like that's not the source of our problems. The sources of our problems is because we're so focused on that shit, people throw that shit out to us as bait and we fucking bite it every time because we're not focused in the right place. And that's why we keep on getting bamboozled. So it's about 100% accountability, that we need to take accountability for our actions and get our mind focused on the right place and stop falling for the fucking bullshit from all these other groups that try to use black folks for their causes. Like Adrian said, they'll hop in our car, use us for a ride, but as soon as we get to their destination, they're like, fuck you, get the fuck out of here. Scram, I used you for what I needed you for.
They always use black movements to propel themselves to destinations, whereas they would not have gone or been able to go by themselves. This is why you always hear, why do you think you always hear the LGBT community compare their struggle to the black struggle? Why? Why, y'all? Why? Because they use the goddamn language of the left or Marxist, the intersectionality, the marginalization, the oppressed, all of that shit to try to compare themselves. I'm sorry, but I was born with an immutable characteristic, which is my black skin. I can't do anything about that. But guess what? Your ass in the goddamn LGBT community, you can hop in and out of goddamn different circles depending on how the fuck you feel on that particular day. Black people can't do that. But they always try to goddamn intersect with black people's struggle to make black people feel pain. Maybe you should goddamn embrace us because we're alike. Black people are too forgiving and too open to other motherfuckers, and this is how we always get fucked in the end. Always. And get left for fucking dead when everyone else get their tangibles. That's always been the fucking thing.
American story, bro, from the very inception of this country. People being playing nice, and then you get judged just like that.
Do you feel that that's really going on today, girl?
You talking to sis?
So yeah, he says the suit. Yeah.
I mean, I'm serious. Like, do you think that I have any power over you at all?
Speak properly. That's all. You can just refer me by my name, please.
I said miss. I was being southern and hospitable. I apologize if you took offense.
Yeah, girl, baby.
Pretty sure you said girl.
See, I'm mad you don't have these replays on this conversation. I have so
Girl, miss,
love to come back.
my lady. Are you just gonna pick apart the words and like
be respectful, mother?
I am a boy.
You're not gonna take care of that.
I'm a boy.
Just accept. Okay, well, I'll call you if that's what you want, but just call me by my name. That's all.
Never mind. Talked to her conversation before. The girl thing was kind of straight. Like you call her bra.
Yeah, please call her name. That's what we're
Y'all just find a way to be a victim any chance you get, don't you?
You guys are dealing with doctor.
It was a little weird using the word girl, but the question still stands. Do you believe that stereo has any power over you?
Stereo ain't got no power over nothing but that damn phone in his hand, period.
Exactly. And it's 12 ounces of Miller Lite. Yeah. If I drink, I'm not drinking it. One time today I will.
Did you say Miller Lite?
He doesn't like the GH. He is like the GH. Miller Lite spelled L-I-T-E.
No, but we've been running around about the history. But when it comes down to what we have now, in America in 2025, do you feel that they're like, other than the weird politics you got going on with Ilhan Omar and like, you know, Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians, whatever, regardless of the politics of it, do you think that we in this room, any one of us has a more of a right to be an American more than any other person trying to be an American?
Hell yes.
In what way to say her?
Yeah, make sure you enunciate my shit, motherfucker. No, in what way? Because there is a hierarchy to this. You know, there's literally an original people group that still exists in this on these lands today. I'm not going to say this country because this country was created on top of people that were already existing and thriving with their own governments and ways of life and everything they had going on in society.
Again, 2025, not then, now.
So today, as a descendant of some of those people, yes, the fuck I do feel like there's a hierarchy to this thing. There's no way that somebody like Ilhan Omar or any of these Johnny come latelys, maybe even like you and your ancestors, should be able to be over here trying to tell me any motherfucking thing.
And you know what I have a problem with the Ilhan Omar?
That does not mean you cannot come because these last people have always been welcoming of others, you know, to their detriment, like Adrian said, right? But if we're gonna call a thing, bro. Come on now.
Right.
No way you can think that shit is cool.
And to the Ilhan Omar point about the Somalians and how they've been gripping and scamming this shit, do you think all of that money went towards the black community? No, it didn't. It went towards the Somali community to benefit the Somali community. But when they get targeted politically, now all of a sudden they want to goddamn claim the flag of blackness, right? Now when they're facing deportation, they want to goddamn fearmonger black people and say, well, when they're done with us, what do you think they're going to do to you black people? They're going to come for you. No, the fuck they're not. No, this is your fucking issue that you got to deal with. Right? Hold on. No, stop. My point is, everybody want to goddamn fly up under the banner of fucking black, but when they do some shit that benefits themselves, black people get left the fuck out. That has been my whole entire point. And this is why black people always get caught up in the trick bag, because of black people. Why the fuck are you out here goddamn trying to advocate for Somalis not to be deported when they never benefited you in their scamming of billions of dollars? Intersectionality. You get what I'm saying here? Stop doing that shit, black people.
And what they say they scamming, I don't know what type they scamming. By EBT fraud, welfare
food programs, all types of shit. They have a whole it's the whole entire Minnesota state governance that set up
they're the only ones doing it. You think they're the only ones doing it?
That's a weird argument. The autism one's a crazy one. The autism shit's nuts. Like there's a program in Minnesota where kids that were that they said were autistic were getting these grants or whatever. And in 2021, it was $3 million. This program was getting $3 million in 2021. $3 million. By 2024, early 2024, that program was getting $300 million in 3 years. From $3 million to $300 million. And what they were doing is that the Somalian immigrants, they were saying that their kids had autism. And so they get this program, and then bam, all this money would go to them. And they were shut. I mean, we're talking like $2 or $3 billion.
You know the school system do that today. They get a kid and they call them, deem them bad, or they put them on medication, and then they get grant money for it in the school system and do stuff like that.
It's wrong too.
But you know what? Who's to say that they don't? Because there's somebody in doctors that do that and say that the children may need it, and they're taking care of their community with the money. The Haitians do it with their community, with their money that they get, as well as the money that they don't get for the government. White people do it for them. Shit, black people are the only ones that don't do it for us. That's what they call that is nation building. They call that nation building. When you do for your nation of people first, Malcolm X said that wasn't racism. when somebody do for theirs first and they do for the next, that's
No, they're taking the United States tax dollars and sending it to Somalia.
but they're playing by the same rules. Europeans do it too, but they spend theirs in luxury.
You know they sent more money to Al Shabaab than Somalia did.
You know that.
Yeah, we do.
No, yeah, you don't.
Yeah, but Moscow, you're missing the point. It's not, well, they doing it too, and they know. The point is, what Adrian said, everybody benefits, and they don't share with the black community. But when they're in some deep doo and need to be pulled out, that's when they call on the black community. And we come running every single time. Kamala Harris, prime example. This bitch has never claimed to be black at any point in her life until she ran for president and needed you niggas.
Right? The bomb.
So here's, and again, we fell for it. And again, this is a woman who's now claiming to be black. And she goes to, what's that?
Did Obama claim he was black?
Yeah, Obama did the same fucking thing. Obama.
No. You know my mom.
She washed her grave in the motherfucking bathtub. That should have told everybody right there.
But do you know that none of the politicians or the law would call themselves black unless they get around us? But up there, they're not okay.
Right. I mean, but even the non-black ones. Look at AOC. When she gets around black people, look at her accent change. We's tied and we's and this and we's and that. I'm like, are you fucking serious?
Dude, when she came to Atlanta, she was crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm like, are black folks, are we still falling for this dumb shit? Are you serious? We sat up here and watched Kamala Harris blow $2 billion in 3 months, y'all. $2 billion. Okay. How much of that money did Kamala Harris give to the black community? Give to black
community. My mama don't know nothing about no Megan.
You know who she gave money to? She gave money to Oprah. She gave money to
Beyonce.
Roland Martin. She gave money to The Rock. She gave money to fucking Beyonce. She gave money to fucking Meg Thee Stallion. All these motherfuckers that already have millions of dollars. She gave
Al Sharpton.
But how many struggling black communities got a dime from that $2 billion she blew?
That's why they didn't like her.
Thank you. So I do have some hope for the black American community because I think we're starting to wake up and realize we're being used. And what we got to start doing is having an independent mindset. So this whole thing about pull yourself up by the bootstraps as a negative thing, I'm telling you, it's we got to wake up. It's not a negative thing. Independence is key. Independence is success. And when you talk about building generational wealth, first of all, most generational wealth don't last that long. All right. And we got to get out. We got to really educate ourselves. We're thinking generational wealth lasts 10, 12, 15 goddamn generations. It don't. It lasts like a couple generations at most. And the spoiled kids underneath that umbrella end up squandering their way or doing some dumb shit with it. But here's the thing. We have a more simpler way of building generational wealth for the black community. And when I talk like this, I'm not talking to separate ourselves from the chain, the American chain. What I want us to do, because I love this country. I love this country. I love white people. I love Hispanic people, Americans. I love Asian Americans. I love American spirit. This is the best country on earth.
It's the fucking shit.
Right. So when I talk like this, I'm talking about this because right now we are the weakest link in the chain. And the country is only as strong as its weakest link. Instead of focusing our energy on whining and crying and begging who we call our oppressor to give us a fair shake, like I said, how silly does that sound? The simplest thing we can do, instead of investing our money, and this is going to sound cliche as fuck, you probably don't think I'm a coon for saying this, but again, I've been around black people my entire life. I witnessed what black people spend their money on. Right, I have family members. I go back to Detroit, it's my old neighborhood. We spend our money on bullshit, depreciating stuff. Right, Jordans, the cosmetic industry for our women. We're renting instead of owning homes, and then taking that equity and rolling it into an LLC or an incorporation to start a business. That way, we don't have to pay taxes on that fucking loan, and we can get ahead, play the game like everybody else is playing the game. What we can do is, instead of buying the depreciating items, put that money into life insurance. And then when we die, our kids got $250,000, $500,000 fucking dollars right there, ready to go, cash money, ready for them to get started. And
have you talked back to anybody in the community, bro? Have you put back to
every time I say this, I get called a coon. But it's like, this is the easiest way we can get ahead.
It just might be, you gotta think about your, like, you say you've been around black people your whole life, so, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you, the way that it comes off, I don't think people would be receptive to, even though you got gold and jewels in terms of information to share, you're gonna be hard pressed to find somebody that's gonna be willing to listen to you if your approach is gonna be that, well, y'all gotta stop crying, whining, and begging. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people don't look at it as that. They look at it as something happened to my ancestors that there's never been any redress for it. And you gotta think about it, like just take this stuff out and look at the picture here. There's a lot of people saying that, the same things that you're saying that don't look like them, and saying that they should just, quote unquote, get over it, or that was so long ago, or XYZ. Mind you, they're seeing all these news reports about all these other groups having some sort of redress, or even just the acknowledgement that, yeah, we fucked up. You know what I mean? So I think that if you can find a way to meet them where they're at and say, hey, have you got, I'm not trying to talk bleach or anything, but just, some insight, maybe consider that, then I think you probably get a lot further than you realize. Because there is, to your credit, there is an active shift and change that I've also noticed within and I'm using air quotes for the Black community, because it's not one big old black blanket. There is a shift and change in mindset that is occurring, and I think part of it is deeply rooted in the fact that people are starting to realize the very things that you said, like, damn, we keep getting judged every time, you know what I mean? So a way to appeal, and I'm in a cultural sense, if I could talk to you without saying, everything all in the open, you got to find a way to appeal to your people. I think you know exactly how to do that without ostracizing their viewpoints and where
Yeah, but here's the thing. Sis, I like you said that. It just seemed like you separated yourself from us. And, the way that you were, like you were coming in the suit and say, man, I need to dress like this and this like that. But the points that you hit, no, man, that could bring the community up so differently if you came in meeting us eye to eye instead of talking down.
But here's the thing, though. And this is the thing, though. I've tried talking nice. We don't speak in the language of nice. If you look at our culture, how we speak to each other and how we convey messages. I hear this coming from Black people, and I hear what you're saying, Sue. And there's no offense taken, and I totally understand where you're coming from. But this is
just so y'all didn't mean nice. I hope you picked up what I put down with how to talk to you. You know how I know culturally speaking, and you got to find that in from a cultural standpoint. It's not gonna work just and I'm not talking about what you're saying is facts, bro. I'm with you when you right, Steve. Please know that. I'm gonna be with you. Right.
Yeah, but
may I get the cue next, please?
Right, but hold on one second. Hear me out on this. And I hear what you're saying, Sue. But every time I look around and I turn on Black culture and we're calling each other niggas and I'm gonna bloody you up and I'm gonna have you on a t-shirt and I'm fucking my bitch and dogging my bitch, I'm gonna fuck your bitch, and like we talk to each other and convey messages to each other in such a harsh way. And we listen to this shit every day. It pounds in our head every fucking day. But then when a Black man comes with a stern tone and says, look, Black people, I refuse to look at you as this dumb, illiterate group of nobodies who are helpless and can't help themselves. I refuse to look at you like that. Because every time I look at my grandmother's photo album, I get reminded of Black excellence, Black American excellence every fucking time. It falls on deaf ears. It falls on deaf ears. So we can sit here and call each other niggas and bitches and hoes and threaten to kill each other or stepping on shoes and because you looked at me wrong or I'm gonna fuck your bitch and take your girl and Mr. Steal your girl and all this other bullshit. We dog each other out in every other sector every day. I'm sorry, I'm not buying this, we gotta, look at the rhetoric and this and that. I'm sorry, Stu. I hear what you're saying, but I can't buy that.
Well, if you want something different, babe, you gotta do something different. That's all I say. I'm not even arguing with you on what you said, but if this is a recurring thing, maybe just consider the approach. That's all.
Yeah, no, I totally get you. But here's my thing: if you need me to, as a grown ass adult, baby, you and patty cake your butthole, just to get you to hear a message that's gonna give you an advantage and open up doors of opportunity. Things I've done myself. I've lived a life. I grew up fucking poor. Grew up in fucking Detroit. Like, literally, I go back to the hood. I don't know if you're familiar with Detroit. They go in Wyoming, 7-Eleven. I go back and visit family shit. The same niggas.
What up, Dad?
What up, though? The same niggas I grew up with. Every time I go back, damn, man, you always got a nice truck, man. Damn, man, you got a beautiful home, beautiful family. Because I just sit around like you niggas whining and crying and thinking somebody owe me shit. I just said, fuck this. I'm going to get out there and fucking make it. So if I can do it, you can do it too.
That's it.
It's the fucking mindset, man.
That's it. Have you forgot how they felt? Have you forgot how you felt when you was in that position and the way that you felt like maybe there was no way out? Have you ever wanted to extend a hand back to him and talk to him the way that you felt like you wanted to be talked to? Because sometimes everybody don't receive it like that with that stern talk. But it's not taxing. When you're dealing with people, it's the principle of why you're dealing with them. Because some people deal with people and give this information for their ego to cater to them. Some people use it to uplift them, and if you're uplifting them, then you have to take into consideration how you deal with them. Because you get more with honey than you will with shit. You know what I'm saying?
Bosco, I don't want to overstep my boundaries here, but ironically, I feel like you're kind of proving 6 point here. And I'm just gonna go ahead and say this shit here because I'm 40. I'm talking like I'm in the 90s. What's Sig basically saying? I mean, I don't speak for Sig, honestly, but Sig's, in other words, what you guys are liking is Sig's like, well, quit whining, make good decisions, do your shit, and you can succeed. And like, quit saying that you're always a victim, so to speak. I know you're not saying that, Sig, but quit saying that. And y'all's response is, well, you're right. Maybe if you talk to us better, we'll get it. And that's exactly what he's saying. It's like he can't even tell you something without having to say it the right way. Like it's crazy.
With all due respect, you don't have a say.
Hold on, Moscow, since I was the one that said that, I just want to reiterate, y'all didn't hear me say that he has to talk to people nice. I never said that. And this is, all white people are up wherever you're from. This ain't for y'all. So this has nothing to do with y'all. So relax. But to the rest of y'all know when we're dealing with each other, and I'm literally not trying to say it out loud for a reason. There is a specific way that you know how to deal with your people. I never said nice at all. But there's a difference with how you approach people from a cultural standpoint. And I really hope you pick up on it down, Sig. I'm not telling you to put flowers on it and put sugar on it at all because we do talk shit. So what I'm saying is understand how you interact with people and how it goes on a social standpoint, and adjust and pivot from there because it's definitely giving shiny suit. I'm up here, you niggas. That's all I'm saying is because you can still get your point across, and I hope you continue to do that. But there's a cultural way that we deal with each other that you're gonna have to tap into that won't necessarily align coming from everybody and their mama, how they deal with their people kind of standpoint. We different. We just fucking different. That's all at the end of the day. But I do think that you can be successful in doing that if you just consider, the people who you deal with. Okay. Doesn't mean you have to be nice.
Can I jump in for a second, please, Spam?
Holy cannoli. Dude, what?
That's your stereo, yeah, dude. I think Brian's looking at that stereo.
Well, I mean, I've been trying to get in for 20 minutes about
just say what you got to say, folks.
About what Moscow was saying earlier, because he was literally talking about until he gets reparations, he will not be able to be independent away from like that. Are you telling me that once you get reparations, you'll be independent from the people that give you the reparations?
No, you don't have to get reparations from them to be independent. It starts with the people first.
But that was the statement you made. See, y'all know the goalposts 100 times. Y'all be able to put in 2 sentences.
Damn. Don't misunderstand.
You're asking for reparations from whom?
I ain't asking for shit.
Bro, you double talking.
No, you
I gotta say something real quick that I've been noticing. I gotta say this shit, man. I wouldn't be me.
Adrian, after you will let Bam go.
Yeah. It's crazy how I see more white people so adamant and jumping into a conversation about black issues. Like, this shit is crazy. Like, we understand, look, we understand what the ills of our community is, and we also understand what the cure is to our damn community and shit, right? And when we call out this shit that we see that black people are doing in our community, it just astounds me and blows my mind how I see more white people that are just so eager to jump into the company.
So you're just white people, not Americans, huh?
Look at it. You see what I mean? I hate when you start drinking. I do.
I haven't even started yet.
Yes, you
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, but anyway, hold on. This black woman asked the black man, how did black people get tricked back? And when the black people was telling her how they got tricked back, white people kept trying to jump in the conversation and say, but it's not that. It's this. It's this. She didn't ask y'all. She asked another brother of her community how the fuck we get fucked up, and y'all literally tried to goddamn white explain it. That, yo, this is how it is. Oh my fucking God. I'm just over here just observing the conversation. And I really do need y'all to get out the way. Some conversations don't need to include y'all, right? Sometimes
what is white explaining?
All right, look, sometimes it's better, there's more value in listening than it is to get your goddamn point across, even in a conversation that does not involve. You will learn a lot.
Your black fragility is showing.
I know, right? Since black fragility. Let's speak about that. Since C said what he said, right? And black people say, well, maybe it's the tone and the delivery. Black people, I have a question. When the fuck did we ever get into respectability politics? Everything about our culture has always been directed in your face and raunchy, unfiltered, right? Unadulterated. Back to when our grannies used to tell us the unadulterated fucking truth, even if it hurt our feelings. But it's the truth, and we know that Granny said that shit in love. She didn't say that shit out of maliciousness. Granddaddy didn't say that shit out of maliciousness, right? They said it out of love because you needed to hear that shit. They was preparing your ass for the fucking world, for the brutal fucking truth of telling you exactly who the fuck you are and what the fuck the issue is. Black people, when the fuck did we start catering to goddamn sensitivities and shit and letting that shit tone police our fucking tone and our message to our people? When did that start? When did that start? I seriously want to know, because black people, we have always spoke to each other in a certain way that got the message across. You may not like how they said it, but you got the goddamn message. This respectability politics shit needs to stop, because it's only going to goddamn breed people with paper skin and glass bones. Motherfuckers who need a safe space because they don't want to hear the brutal truth. This shit needs to stop, black people.
I know Bam wanted to go. Bam, welcome to the stage. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas, welcome.
Hey, look, it is 48 minutes after the hour on the West Coast, 6 a.m. Sig, I want to build with you for a couple of minutes, if you would allow me to. First of all, I appreciate you, brother. First of all, I am extremely transparent. If you click my IG, you can see who I am. It's really easy to do. There's no fake stuff on my IG. And if you get to know me, if you know me, you know the works that I'm doing in the city of Los Angeles, specifically working to eradicate houselessness, which is directly related to economics, and people of African descent are very adversely affected. So, in conclusion, Sid, are you still in Detroit?
I'm in the Detroit metropolitan area, yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Is there a reason why there's no data where I can kind of get a little deeper dive into who you are on your
iPhone? I have a family that I need to protect, and this internet is very dangerous. I've seen some people get hurt, get their careers destroyed, their livelihoods destroyed. So I do keep some level of anonymity, but I do, as far as people that I actually have met on this app, known for years, they know who I am. They've been to my home. They broke bread with me. They met my family, wife, kids, all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Just know that he's a veteran like myself, and he's somebody that I would live, eat, shit, breathe, and die for, because he is a true American in my eyes.
Thank you, Stereo. I appreciate that. So what I'm going to do, Sig, I'm going to put my mobile direct in chat. I'd love for you to reach out to me, and I'm going to close with this. Because I heard you talk about the number of millionaires. I've been listening for over an hour, probably about 2 hours or so. But I want to close with this. I'm a data guy. So 3 months ago, I asked a
did you use? You asked the child.
Yeah, I did it very generically on purpose, and it came back with the same data. I did it a few different ways, but the data came back. All right, so let me give you the answer. It was very, very eloquent. And by the way, that link I put in the chat, you can read exactly what the response was. But I'm going to paraphrase it real quickly, then I want to see his response, and I'm done. So it said, based on global population of Black, African American, whatever term you want to use, melanated, said that according to Forbes, there are around 3,028 billionaires in the world of all race, creeds, and color. Blacks, African American, African descent represent somewhere between 14 and 18% of the population globally. So let's use 15% as our number. So based on 3,028 billionaires, all race, creeds, and color, at 15% of Blacks, quote unquote, African descent, there should be 454 Black billionaires in the world. Unfortunately, there are only 23. Sig, help me to your opinion as why there are so few Black billionaires worldwide. I'm done speaking, ma'am.
So take this with a grain of salt. This is strictly my opinion because I've never heard that question before. I've never dug that deep to even to wander that area. So this is going to be strictly my opinion. Take it with a grain of salt. Nothing that I'm going to say is 100% fact because I haven't researched that. But an interesting question though. I think I would say the reason why is because now you're talking worldwide because you got to factor a couple things, man. Cultures are different. Are we talking American billionaires worldwide? Are we talking from the African regions? Are we talking from the European, Blacks from the European regions, the Arab regions? Like, what are we talking about when we're setting this demographic of how many Black billionaires there should be?
Global, the whole entire world.
Okay. I can give my opinion as to some reasons why. There's a lot of crabs in the barrel mentality. I see what goes on. If we're talking Africa, there's a shit ton of corruption where there's a lot of African leadership literally shitting on African, citizens of African countries. So you have your own African leadership dominating and not giving an opportunity to those African citizens, I would say, in that region. In the United States, I would say the reason why is because of broken families. We don't have enough unified families, nuclear families, where there's, like we had back, in the 1800s and in the early 1900s. We don't have a father leading the home, where there's a mother who's in the nurturing, caring role, and together they are unified in raising their children and educating their children and prioritizing things that actually matter in life. I think we could have been on that path to more Black billionaires if we kept the same ethos we had, I'd say 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, when Black families were together at the highest rates, when we were opening and founding Black colleges and universities and prioritizing financial literacy and education, right, and overall livelihood. I would say, in my opinion, those are the top two reasons. If we fix those things and we prioritize financial literacy, kind of like the example I gave, if we got life insurance and then we educated our kids about financial literacy as to, hey, when I die, this is what you're going to get. This is the wisest way to spend it, and this is how you navigate the system and use it to your benefit. I think we would see more Black billionaires, but at this point, I think it's our lack of education, our lack of drive to educate ourselves because we're focused on a bunch of other stuff that has no relevance and depreciates our values as Black Americans. I think that's the number one cause. But I could be wrong. Like I said, it's 100% my opinion.
Again, based on your data, based on my data, and again, there's very little I can get regarding you, regarding me. It's easy. If you'd like, please text me. Let's talk offline. One of my business partners is
message with your number, I'd be more than happy to reach out with you. So I'm looking at your profiles. Looks like you're a stand-up guy. You do some great community work. Secondly, I would like to know what your reasons are, what you think the reasons are we don't have that 454 black billionaires.
I'll give a quick answer to that. I'm in agreement with you on the insurance piece, as we actually have an insurance partner. Our whole entire family of 300 people, nucleus, are all getting insurance policies. It's a process, but that's in process, so I totally agree with you on that. And then holistically, from a global perspective, if you look at the top 10 billionaires according to Forbes in the world, and let's start with Elon, and then let's go, ironically, Larry Ellison, which most people don't even know who Larry is, and then let's throw, I'm sorry, okay, let's throw Bernard Arnault and his family, who owns luxury products such as Hennessy, Louis Vuitton, which black people splurge on a lot of their family's stuff. The top four are all very collectively involved in, quote unquote, the digital realm. And that is the thing, unfortunately, so few of us are collectively participating in the digital realm. And so that's like my bottom line response is we're not collectively participating in the digital realm. And I'll close with this. Our company is BAM.eco. We are actually an investor in that extension of .eco. And the inventor of the domain name service is a black man by the name of Emmett McHenry. He invented .com as we know it, and he couldn't get our brothers and sisters to back him. There's a book about that. It's called, what's it called? Oh, When African Americans Control the Internet and What Next? I'll put the link in the chat. Things I talk about, I always do receipts so that people can actually read some of this stuff. That's like, really? Yeah, so there's the book, When African Americans Control the Internet and What Happens Now. So we controlled it from a commerce perspective early, and then others, Elon Musk and some of the others, Mark Zuckerberg, they took over, but we were in control, and then we lost it because of not working together in a way to understand what's next. But there you have it. I'm done speaking. DM is on its way.
Oh, ma'am, can I ask you a question before you go, please? Before you go, brother, appreciate you for your wisdom too. I will check that book out because I think to me, this in terms of like a historical standpoint, it's almost like reminds me of a lot of things that took place earlier on with the changes on this side of the world. But I wanted to ask you a question. Out of 454, that number regarding black billionaires, would it make a difference on what type of black, or are you saying that just in general we need 454? Are you saying like in terms of United States and American-born so-called black people? Is that, I just wanted to clarify if you were from that standpoint, was like a global black ideology behind billionaires.
Yes, the statement was, and by the way, I put the link in the chat so you can actually read the question as well as the response. But the question, but I'll restate it very quickly for the audience. The question that I asked the chatbot was based on global black, African American, African descent, all people that would refer to themselves as quote unquote black, melanated, whatever phrase you want to use. I did it a lot of different ways on purpose. And the answer was based on the total number of billionaires worldwide, all race, creed, and color, 3,028, based on black, quote unquote, African descent, melanated people, approximately 15% of the global population, 15% of 3,028 equals 454. However, there's only 23. I'm done speaking. Bam.
Okay, I'm gonna look into that. That's interesting. You said 15% of the global population. I'm gonna look because I think I might be misunderstanding some of your statements. But thank you for sharing, and I'll check those links out. Thanks.
I wanted to ask this. First, I want to say, you're good people, Sig.
You're a good dude, man. To you and Stereo, man, thank you guys for your service. But you're a stand-up dude, Sig. Bam, did you happen to, because I guess you're saying melanated people would be underrepresented in their percentages of the planet. So if they were 13, let's just use, I think you said 15, I agree, let's just use 15. 15% of the planet's population, they were way underrepresented with only 23. Did you happen to, I don't know if you know the answer to this, this is a genuine question. Did you happen to look up what other ethnic group covers up, like, were white people overrepresented? Like, were Asians the one that made up the difference? Like, do you know what I'm trying to say here? Like, if they weren't 15%, they were only 6%. Who covered the rest of the percent? Does that make sense?
Question, and it wasn't my objective in the question that I asked. There are very, very many ways to dissect this data.
Right, yeah, of course, yeah. Right.
Yeah, so my objective was very simplistic based on some of the works that I do, based on global population as per the link I put in that puzzle link. But again, I was not trying to slice it, dice it, all different ways, colors, all of that. But I do understand your question.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know that. I wonder if like Asians are overrepresented or whatever. It's interesting.
Yeah, I was just doing a little bit of digging on ChatGPT, and it's I asked, I said, where are the most black billionaires concentrated globally? United States is the #1 spot. We have the most black billionaires globally. Nigeria is the same, and that's kind of, reading that information, it's like that big ass continent of Africa with all those African countries. Yet the United States, who pales in comparison, has the overwhelming majority of black billionaires. And, my question is, with more melanated people on the continent of Africa, why isn't that the case? So you would think as big as Africa is, as many countries as they have over there, that would be where the concentration is. But the place that black Americans, not all, but where a lot of black Americans run the narrative that there's no opportunity in America. You're being oppressed. You're held down. White supremacy, racism, slavery, redlining, Jim Crow. That the highest concentration of black billionaires is here. And ChatGPT says many of them built their wealth in technology, finance, entertainment, and sports sectors. So Oprah Winfrey, Jay-Z, Michael Jordan, David Stewart, Robert F. Smith. Reading that just kind of really seals the deal that you have more opportunity here than you do in the place where we're more concentrated in numbers. It's an interesting topic, man. I'm glad you brought it up because that's something I never even thought of looking into. And thank you for sharing that.
Sig, can I ask you, I'm sorry, Sig, you're not still up here. I was going to ask, remember earlier in the conversation where you guys were talking about how, I think it was Adrian, some of the communities will, only when they're in positions of trouble or needing some assistance, they will align under the black banner, but outside of that, they're very much disaggregated and delineated into their actual cultures from the countries they originate from. Do you think that would, like, let's say that Africa did end up getting the proportion of black, so-called black billionaires to fit the numbers, would that even really have any bearing or make a difference on the so-called black community in America, given that understanding?
Oh, wait, repeat that last part. I'm sorry, my iPad was cutting out.
I think she was saying that. The number of black billionaires in Africa rises to meet the standards. What kind of impact do you believe it would have on the black community? I think that's what she does.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was ordering coffee, y'all, my bad. But that's right, that's what I was asking.
You're saying what kind of impact would it have if there were more black billionaires on the African continent versus the North American continent?
Yeah, because I'm assuming, and again, that's why I said I have to read what he put there, because it's clear out of my ignorance with the information that he's researching everything. But I took it to understand that would have some sort of positive impact on the Black community. And again, in my mind, you know, I see the quote unquote Black community as more in American, from American terms, just based off historical stuff. But what kind of difference would that make? You know, because if he was insinuating that if there was a proportionate amount of Black billionaires, that would make some sort of, you know, I'm assuming positive impact on Blackness just in general. So I was asking, given the context that was laid out before about the ideology behind Blackness, and thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, and the fact that some of these communities are only Black folk when it benefits them. Thank you, ma'am. Would that have any bearing if Africa got all of their billionaires to fit the order that he's reporting there? I hope I said that right. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask. Thank you. Merry Christmas. I hope I said that right, y'all. I can't multitask for shit. You get where I'm coming from?
Queen, can I say I'm not, but yeah, go ahead, man. I'm not really trying to, but yeah, go ahead, man. Yeah, well, what I want to address is regards to the economic disparity. Let's talk now America, and then let's go back all the way down to Los Angeles. Most of you know that the unhoused capital of the United States of America is right here in my hometown, Los Angeles. By the way, we use the term unhoused versus homeless on purpose. ABC TV is doing a story on us to talk about why we say unhoused, and we're hoping that this story that ABC does locally goes nationally. I'm going to be real quick, because as you know, in the clubhouse, you got to be quick. We recommend unhoused equals unknown. So when you see someone living on the street and you call them homeless, you don't know if their issue is mental or money. So in conclusion, Blacks represent, I'm talking Los Angeles and I'm talking Blacks. Blacks represent approximately 8% of the population here in Los Angeles, okay? There's a city, a little town in Los Angeles, downtown, called Skid Row that some of you may have heard of. Skid Row has somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 people living in it, on the streets, or in the SROs. SROs are single occupancy residences. This bottom line is Blacks represent over 70% of the people living on Skid Row. 8% of the population, 70% of Skid Row. Why did I bring this up? Based on your question, Smooth. Smooth. Sayer, okay. The reason I brought that up is, of that 70%, we've got to determine what percentage is mental, what percentage is money. And we've broken this down here in LA. It's around 90% mental, 10% money. So that 10% that are living on our streets here in LA, that's thousands and thousands of people. We address the money issue expeditiously. We get those off the street in apartments, homes, or SROs. And now we're using money to affect change in our community. So the Black billionaires, and most of the billionaires in America is sports and entertainment, we get them to really affect change in regards to the unhoused, specifically those that are dealing with money issues. We will begin to solve a lot of our issues around the country. I'm going to have my plane there. I'm going to put a link in the chat regarding our works that we're doing here in Los Angeles to eradicate houselessness. I'm done speaking.
Thank you for clarifying that, Bam. And that really goes to what they were saying about you being a stand-up guy. The fact that you are doing that, my standing out. The fact that you are doing that, I just don't give that credence to any of these entertainers whatsoever, because they've had decades to be able to do exactly what you're saying. So I even argue with your notion of that concept, but when it comes to them, what you've always seen is what we're always getting. So people like you and Sig and others that have information that can help the people in a different position, come and do it, because them niggas don't care about them niggas do not care. If they care, the numbers would not be growing exponentially the way that they are and disproportionately affecting that particular community, if that makes sense. So I just want to put some 93 premium gas behind you and your company and your partners and stuff like that y'all do your big one, honey. because we ain't gonna get it with these hiring.
Yeah, I got actually, Bam, since you're in that realm in LA, I do have a couple questions for you because I've done a little bit of research with California, especially in the LA area and the houseless. And I read your thing in the chat. I think that's pretty smart. The differentiation between homelessness and houseless. There have been several reports coming out that are investigating where all this money's been going. Millions and millions and millions of dollars have been allocated to solving the homeless, houseless problem in your area. And they're saying ever since this money was dumped to try to solve that problem, the problem has actually gotten. You're in that industry. What is your opinion as far as the government funding that's come in to help alleviate that problem? What have you seen on the ground? Have you witnessed any corruption? Have you seen the funds being allocated but never showing up? Are you seeing out in the field that you guys aren't getting enough money to resolve the problem? Are your politicians not doing enough? Like, what's been your take from what you've seen?
Long question. Let me give you the short answer. Okay. A small number of business people are making millions and millions on the problem. Because of that, that small number of people do not want the problems to go away. That's A. And then B. Many of our nonprofits run their businesses on making people believe that they're helping the downtrodden, and they also do not want the problems to go away, because once the problems go away, so too does their income. So it's a very difficult situation, however, the squandering, oh my goodness, the federal government is like, enough is enough. The systems are going to be disrupted, and we are not a nonprofit. We do not profit off the issues that our brothers and sisters and people are dealing with on the streets. Everything we do for them is no charge. I'm done speaking, ma'am.
See, thank you, Val. See, Sue, this is what I'm talking about. I think this is one of the big problems that we have in the Black community, and why we have so many problems, because we fall prey to these politicians that promise us a bunch of shit, and really they're taking that money and pocketing it themselves and not passing it down. This is one of the, like, I'm not saying Blacks gotta vote for Trump. I'm not saying you gotta go that far, but we gotta stop voting for Democrats. We gotta start pulling our votes away, because exactly what Bam said is what I've been hearing. Is that you have a bunch of politicians that are enriching themselves while claiming to want to help certain communities in this country, and those communities don't see a fucking dime. But people like BAM, organizations like BAM, again, this goes back to what I was saying about the independence. You have people like BAM, organizations like BAM that aren't taking government money, that aren't falling prey to the bullshit bureaucracy and the politics. And in an independent fashion, they're able to put boots on the ground and help those in their community. And this exactly what BAM's doing and what he reported to. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, we as Black people, I think our biggest ailment isn't the white man, it's the fucking blue politicians. And we gotta wake the fuck up, man. We're smarter than this. We are way smarter than this as Black Americans. We gotta fucking wake up, man. Nathan, what's going on, bro? Merry Christmas, welcome to the stage. I know you've been trying to get in.
Yeah, man. Oh, man. You're that last bit that you just said. You're totally right. It's hard trying to wake up, our community. I used to be a Democrat. Woke up to the gangs of it and became independent. But I get roasted, man. It's hard. Like, I get called all kind of names, every name in the book, trying to wake up people to the Democrat Party. And it's it's been, it's devastating. I don't know Bam, but I appreciate his work because there's so many nonprofit organizations that just take the money and you don't see. I'm results based. When I own my own business, if I perform, I want to see results. I don't have any really excuses why these results shouldn't happen, but we see the results for a couple of decades now, and it's looking bad. The report card came in, they got an F on it. That's just the reality of it, and it doesn't make any sense to me that the Democrats in California, Democrat governor, Democrat mayors, and left-leaning ideology, that these issues that they're having exist. And I think they have the wrong priorities in place. I think they're enriching themselves, and at the cost of us in the community. They need to be. I don't think they have a great economic business plan for the Black community, except for to me, SIG is a disgrace. When we talk about economics for the Black community, this past election, the other election, I'm just hearing, okay, we're gonna legalize weed.
Maybe they did right. That was on the website.
Yeah. Just SIG and Nathan, just y'all could come together, start a weed business. What? Marijuana business? Like that's it.
Point drugs. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Y'all could just smoke all the weed and start a business doing that. It's such a disgrace. It's such disrespect. And to me, I find them racist. To me, these certain type of comments that Joe Biden said, if you're not a Democrat, if you don't vote Democrat, you're not Black, they're gonna put y'all back in slaves. Their selective outrage is crazy to me. They talk about Trump.
I'm sorry. I'm with you. Go ahead. You could go ahead.
Yeah. So all these things, and they say, well, Nathan, you support racist Trump if you believe in these policies. But I'm like, what policies are you talking about? Security, like Ethan said earlier this week, right? And I stated this in ChatGPT in an unbiased way. I said, okay, if we stop mass immigration to this country, asylum seekers, and all this type of stuff, and minimize insecurity of border, what group of people in America, ethnic groups, would benefit from this most? Guess what it said? Black Americans. So this party, it lies. It's disgusting. I remember when I moved to Mexico, started living in Mexico, United States, right when Biden became president. And I was at the border, across the border about 50 times now. And it was the most shocking thing I've ever seen in my life. Words can't even describe it. But one thing that stood out said, why are the Democrats lying? Even if you're a Democrat, you have to ask yourself, why are they lying to you? Why all these lies and manipulation? It's because they don't have your best interests at heart. And I believe in that, bro.
100%, bro. And again, and what's going on, Monica? Good morning. Merry Christmas. And this is the thing, Nathan. Republicans are full of shit too, right? All politics are full of shit. We have to be honest. There's a lot of bullshit in the Republican Party, but I think we have more to gain with Republican and conservative policies than we do with liberal Democratic policies, right? And I saw someone in the chat. They said, let's see. They said, where is that? Oh, you abandoned. Wait. Which one was it? Oh, they said, what if black folks? Okay, Danny said, what if black folks take over the Democratic Party? Detroit, Baltimore, DC, Shreveport, it's all black Democratic politicians. The blacks own these parties in these major cities. Danny, and the education systems are abysmal. The financial literacy rate is abysmal. The nuclear family rates are abysmal, right? right? So we've had blacks that own these Democratic parties in these major cities, Danny, and they still run these cities into the ground. I'll give you one prime example. Everybody knows Bobby Kilpatrick, right? Fucking mayor of Detroit, raped the fuck out of that city. Left nothing but ruins with that city, and fucked over so many blue collar, hard working Black American taxpayers, right? While he carted, shoveled millions into his fucking pockets. So we've had Coleman Young was the mayor before Bobby Kilpatrick, right? He did the same fucking thing. He brought some good shit to Detroit, but overall his corruptness didn't allow the city of Detroit to grow to its full potential. And it's sad what we see now is that once that leadership left and we got some other colors that came into the city, Detroit's fucking thriving and booming right now, right? We haven't seen Detroit thriving like this in fucking decades. So, yeah, we have taken over, and this is what I'm saying, like, we kind of got to get out of this mindset of just because it's black, we think it's in our best interest, because clearly we see it's not. All kinfolk ain't fucking skinfolk. And we got to start uniting not just on race, but on cultural identity and love for the country. Because you have I'm telling you, man, you have a lot of black people that love this country. And again, our great-grandparents and grandparents, they love this country. They were proud to be Americans. They assimilated. They wanted to work. The majority of blacks that are in the North migrated up because of the Industrial Revolution from the South to gain an opportunity for employment. They live very great middle-class lives, right? So I think we need to get back in that same mindset. We need to stop looking at other Americans as our enemies and out to get us, because this is not true. I have learned, I'm sure Nathan can attest to this, I'm sure Van can attest to this, I'm sure Sue, you can attest to this. I've learned a lot of great shit from white Americans. White Americans have taken time out of their schedules to teach me some really valuable shit. And if I had the mindset, because you white and you oppressed and your people were slave my people, I would have lost out on some fucking great opportunities in life. Lost out on some amazing opportunities in life. So I think overall, we got to change our mindset. Stop looking at the white man as evil. There's really good, solid white Americans who don't give a fuck about our skin color. They just look at us as brothers and sisters because we're under the same flag. We got to start identifying those people. So we got a lot of people that look like us, that hold up that black fist, but they're literally digging our fucking graves for us. You know, so we got to seriously wake up, man. More brothers like Nathan, more brothers like you, Bam, like Isaac. Isaac's a good one too. You know, we got to start giving black men a voice. Stop calling them coon just because they step on the scene with a difference of opinion. Like, we really got to knock that shit out, man. Because the real coons are like Bonnie Kilpatrick. The real coons are the goddamn what's her face from Texas, who's just making black people look horrible. The loud Jasmine Crockett, yes. Horrible representation of black women, right? When you look at people like there was a black congressman, I forgot her name. She just got indicted. She got caught funneling millions of dollars of COVID money to all her friends and family. She's being indicted right now. Over $5 million she scammed off of the United States government. You think she gave a dime of that to the black community? No, all that went in her family's pockets, her friends' pockets. But she's sitting there talking to black people, you need to vote for me because we black. Well, bitch, you just siphoned $5 million off the fucking government. You didn't get a dime of it to any black people. Any of those people that got you into your office where you're making $100,000+ a year salary, where you're getting great fucking Blue Cross Blue Shield fucking top platinum fucking benefits, where you get vacations fucking paid for, you get travel expenses fucking paid for on a taxpayer dime. You didn't get not one dime of that $5 million to any of those people that voted you into that position where you're living in the lap of luxury while the people you fucking represent are living in fucking squalor and struggling every goddamn day. We gotta start waking the fuck up, man. We gotta start waking the fuck up, man. What's going on, Mike? Good morning. What's up, Isaac? Good morning, man. Very much.
How many times and how many years have I been on staff? All black men. That black shit got to go. It's over. It's done. We are American. All that black stuff was in the past. That's the 90s and 2000s. Today, America is demanding black men to step up in healthcare in the country. It's demanding. It's no longer asked. And my only thing is, why am I going to listen to a bunch of people that say, oh, no, we don't need the help? No, why not? Can you stand on your own? Is your little neighborhood able to survive the global market? No, it's not. It's not. Because all of this can crash. And there's a lot of countries that'll crash with it. I guarantee you one thing. China's going to be sailing the ocean again. I guarantee you. It might take them 75 years, but they're going to be back at it. Russia is not collapsing. There's too many resources. All these other countries, the world is still exists. America is protection from that. All of it. All of the planet. You have to deal with it. And America is the best thing we got. So me personally, I look at it like this. Am I going to appeal to a bunch of feelings that are realistically outdated and don't really have a place in the world? Or am I going to appeal towards the active protection that the country I live in gives me? As Black men, we need to start asking ourselves the question, are we going to be who the people we grew up with want us to be? Or are we going to be that other part, American, for what we need to be? Because here's the problem. The country is collapsing because it doesn't have men in office. We need to step up and see what we can do.
By man, do you mean like a certain type of man or like actual men?
Actual men.
Yeah, stand-up men who aren't going to kowtow and back down from the bullshit. So we need more men with spines in this country. I guess there's a reason why this shit's falling apart, man. We got too many spineless men just letting this shit fucking go. Because they're too scared to speak the truth. They're too scared of the consequence. Like, I think this is one of the problems that we have in the black community. There's a lot of black people that voted for Donald Trump, but you would never know it. They voted conservative, so you would never know it. Why? Because they can't. Because the minute you speak against the grain, and I agree with 100% of what you said about we're not a monolith, I agree with that. But the majority of black people think we do. Because the minute any type of blacks, like Nathan, for example, who owns his own business, Nathan is a shining fucking example of black excellence and what we can be and what we should be. Yet if he steps into the neighborhood to try to pass on this knowledge off, he's going to be ridiculed and called a coon. And you talk like you a white boy, what the fuck? You hate your black skin, you hate your this is the bullshit that's keeping us down, Sue. It's just pure ignorance, sheer fucking ignorance, man. And there's a wealth of fucking information out there to get black Americans in a better situation. We gotta stop killing ourselves, man. Prime example, Sue, I'm gonna tell you. When we talk about the issue of black on black crime, we need to stop dismissing that. It's a valid fucking point. We can't. On the weekend, on Father's Day in Chicago, we got 7 shoots.
We lost you. Go back to sentence.
Yeah, you cut off just a couple.
70 of our own fucking people. We gotta stop promoting this king. And this is why, I gotta tell you, man, props to Charleston White for calling out this fucking gang culture. And then there's murder rap culture. Yeah, because all we do is praise the King Bonds and the Chief Keefs and the Lil Durks, and all these niggas rap about is killing each other, man. Killing each other and impregnating our fucking women and leaving them out in the fucking streets to fend for themselves. Not marrying these women, not taking care of these women. It's fuck hoes, get money. Yeah, and you're impregnating 5 or 6 of these women, black women, and you leave them out in the fucking streets to fend for their fucking selves. That's a coon. I'm sorry, man. I don't give a fuck what you say to me. That's a fucking coon. You leave black women, black kids out there to fend for themselves, and you don't take your responsibility as a man to take care of them. That's a fucking coon, man. That's what we need to start chastising this shit. Brothers like Nathan, like Isaac, like Bam and shit. We need to stop giving them shit. That's the first thing we need to start doing. We need to start correcting that fucking mindset. Bumping drugs out, yeah, you're right, Nathan. And using drugs, yep, the whole weed thing. Like I said, look at Kamala. I guarantee you the majority of black people that voted for Kamala didn't even click on her website to read what her policies are. And Nathan's absolutely right. One of her policies was to fucking legalize weed, bro. What the fuck? That's a slap in the fucking face coming from a fucking Indian woman.
Cause you don't know what the slap in the face was for me when she said, like, and people took the clip out of context, which I hate. When she said, I'm not gonna do anything specific for black people. The other part of that clip she said was, if I'm gonna do something that's gonna benefit, she said she wouldn't do it just for black people, it would have to benefit everybody.
There you
Which
go.
goes to the other point that was brought up about the fact that there aren't any specific policies, geared towards the so-called, and I keep saying so-called, I can't wait till we have that convo, but geared towards the so-called black community, and all she had to do was say, I listen to Tupac, I wash my greens in the tub with sugar. I mean, that even me.
Smoking weed in college.
Smoking weed in college. All the things that these politicians use to pander to the so-called black community, to me, that should be a wake-up call in and of itself. You're not going to electric slide your way into getting my motherfucking, excuse me, man. You're not going to electric slide your way into getting a vote for me. You're not going to put on a dashiki soul and put a kneel down on your arthritic ass knees and think that I'm going to stand with you in some sort of solidarity. You're not doing that. And until people start looking at it for what it is and start getting sensationalized by like feel-good politics and feel-good speech, because that's another thing, you talking about earlier speaking to the community, niggas like to feel good. Tell it to be good, you know what I mean? That seems to be a thing that, for whatever reason, just really binds up the so-called black community when it comes to politics, and then everybody's sitting here looking stupid in the face years down the line after these policies benefit everybody except for them. So again, I'm gonna take Sting and everybody else on stage. I'm with you when you're right, honey. Y'all been right on money with that one.
So here's the last part. During the last presidential election, there was a change. That change was out of the entire black population, I think over 23% actually voted this time. The other times it was always close to 46%. Always close to 46. It was always down the back. There was a change because I've never seen that before. Out of all presidential elections, most of the time black people go Democrat, and it's not all, but it's usually more than 23, well, no, less than 23% of black people voted this last election. And out of that 23%, the vast entirety were women. Most men didn't vote. So there was a change. And I do think there was a wake-up. It's just, it was silent. So no one knows.
What do you think impacted them to stay? I have my ideas, and I would like to introduce one to you, but what do you think was, that kind of, what kind of things would you pinpoint as things that caused the percentage to go down like that?
Well, I know one thing that caused it, and black men are no longer beholden towards the community anymore. There's not a lot of them in these places. Like if you go to the hood, you're gonna see a lot of women. You're probably gonna see some children too. You ain't gonna see a lot of black men. I don't care where you go now. I was just.
You think so?
I think so. I was in Virginia last Christmas, and I saw it. It was insane to see. And I was in the hood. Virginia, Southern Virginia is very black. Everyone knows this. I saw almost no black men. Literally. Maybe one, two, couple here, couple there. I mostly saw women. Only time I saw a black man is when he was with a wife or a kid. But single black man, not too many of them left.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Not too many. Most men don't have families. So that was kind of what I noticed. And the reason I bring that up, it was about 2 years ago. It was O'Shea Jackson. That was kind of, it was one of his videos. And he was basically alluding to the vast amount of black men are no longer in these kind of hooded or derelict areas. The vast amount of black men are in higher income cities like New York, LA, Dallas. They're in the high income, high employment areas in large amounts. Like we're talking at least over 40 to 50% of black men are in these areas, maybe, and more are coming. So when I heard that, I was like, oh,
all the white women.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, that was fun. But I'm like, that's an interesting stat. And I just paid it no mind. I go back to my home state and I see it. It was one thing to hear it. It was another thing to see it. And then I was like, okay, I really got to do my own research. So I'm asking younger men, like young black boys, they play video games. I'm like, yo, is there anybody around you guys or any age group, like teenage or anything? I'm like, oh no, there's like maybe a rapper or a trapper or anything, but nah, there's not anyone that has a regular job around them that is like black man or anything like that. I'm like, really? Where did they go? So, I don't know, bro. Only time I meet guys like that is when I come online. Yeah, y'all be online. I ain't never seen none of y'all like where I'm from. And that's almost, I would say, 90% of the time, no matter where in the country. Oklahoma, almost no one swear doing anything like that. You go to these hoods in LA, same thing. You go to Atlanta, same thing. You go to Louisiana.
Bro, y'all, you can't say Atlanta. Come on, bro. Now, come on, man. I live in Atlanta. Come on, man.
Not having a large amount of black men in the hood anymore. I'm like Atlanta.
Well, I'm gonna chalk it up to experience. I'm not gonna take away from that, but I just wholeheartedly disagree because I live in Atlanta, so I wholeheartedly disagree.
Oh, I'm not saying
to your point, I think that but to your point, I do think that there are, I'm not trying to take away because obviously if
I'm not saying
your experience matters, but
I'm saying in the hoods, there are
In the real hood.
that's what I'm talking about.
There are a large amount of single, non-married, non-family, or non-children having black men. That's what I'm saying. And that's where I think
I get you.
when it came to the voting, that's where I think the split was. Because before, when Trump got first elected, there was a lot of black men still around. So it kind of made sense that the voting still went with who these people were around. But now, you're going to be hard pressed. That's where I think the split happened.
I think
go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, I think going forward, it's going to be a bigger swing from black men to other parties. Because if you listen to, if you're a black man, you be a young man, right? You're looking for opportunities. You're not looking for, no offense, single mothers. You're not looking for Section 8. You're not looking for these type of programs. So that young man's probably thinking like, hey, I'm trying to start a career. He has a lot of options, right? I think he's more business oriented, more family nucleus oriented, starting a family and things like that. Some men. So I just don't. I really don't think that a heterosexual young black man sees a lot of value in the Democrat Party going forward. And I think that if you really look at the policies, help me to explain it. What would benefit him? Like name two policies that would benefit him. And then you look at the other parties, say Republican Party, you look at some of the benefits that might benefit him. I think he will kind of swing more to the right. I think that the cultural norms has prevented a lot of black men from swinging in the other direction. They feel like, hey, my mom, my wife, my sisters and stuff is telling me like this, and if we get tongue lashed, and if we don't go along with the norms, and I think that the Democrats, this recent election, kind of amplified that and said, hey, if you have somebody that disagree, it might be voting for Trump. Don't even invite that person to Thanksgiving dinner. Don't invite that person to the get-togethers and stuff like that.
That was crazy. That was a crazy time.
Yeah, so they was giving them like pushing that type of thing to just, and we see it here actually on Clubhouse too. The amount of foul hatred slurs that comes from a black man who don't swing that way with Kamala Democrat way, I think I seen more hatred versus like a just outright racist person. The stuff they say is just beyond comprehension. It's wild. Like I can't believe it. It's crazy.
And here's the part of why I brought up the population of white men that I think don't have they don't have the whole black family, black culture thing anymore. Notice who voted. Mainly fathers and people who are married to black women. Who did vote? You did not see the single black man vote. Not by a lot. That's where I think Democrats messed up. They thought they were still dealing with black America during Obama's era without knowing over the past 10 years, that's gone. You mostly have married men and single women that are around each other. But the black man, that's where I think the split happened. Black men got into the rest of America by a large amount. So our voting style changed because our environment changed. Now we're starting, I can't really get myself, so now we have a lot more black men who know how America works, know the consequences of what certain policies would cause. Why would they go against their own interests?
Isaac, are you aware of please don't take these words verbatim, but like a sort of an online movement of sorts, like political movement of sorts of people in the so-called black community, kind of commenting on exactly the type of rhetoric that you're speaking on and kind of encouraging people to switch parties. Like for one of the ones I'm thinking of is Chicago. That's right.
I know what you're talking about. I just don't remember all the groups that are doing it.
It's so many. You don't worry. You ain't gotta remember. It's a whole heap of them.
Good.
And the one I'm thinking of in particular is out of Chicago. Chicago Flips Red. And I don't know that this young lady is like the leader per se, but I see her a lot on social media at the different hearings and committee meetings and things like that, and calling out, especially the Chicago mayor. She's calling out. Basically, she's like a female Sig of sorts in terms of her rhetoric behind the politics.
You must not be on Black YouTube right now, because Black YouTube is having a war.
Well, no. Well, let me tell you where it is. Well, yeah, Black YouTube, but also Black Twitter, because that's primarily where, between Clubhouse and Twitter, and this is my little bag up here from being in these types of rooms, but I wasn't sure if you had heard of, like, in particular, Chicago Flips Red. And then, what was the second part?
I know what you're talking about. There has been, and this was a little bit before the whole election thing, like 2 years before the last presidential election.
Okay.
There was a lot of Black people that are basically saying, ever since this new administration came in, and here's the crazy part, a lot of these are former Democrats. There was a lot of them that were coming and becoming either Republican or independent or even sometimes libertarian, who were saying, hey, ever since this administration came in, things have gotten worse. And they were citing policies, they were citing local changes because of certain policies, they were citing specific signed like things from
legislation and stuff.
Signed legislation. It was kind of crazy. I'm like, whoa, where did all this come from? And the more I looked at it, I'm like, oh, people are finally waking up. Mm-hmm. So I just didn't pay any attention. Now it seems that Black internet is in a state of political civil war. Because on one side, you have the traditional Democrats, always vote blue. And then the other side, you got people that are either independent or completely switched to the Republican side. And they're just slamming. They're just slamming these people with policies, legislations, certain acts that were signed in. And they're going to pass the administration. They get into the cleansing era. And I'm like, I am staying out of this.
Ironically, that's actually how I ended up switching, because like a lot of people, I was like a generational Democrat. My parents voted that way, so you know what I mean. even as a family, everybody say, all right, this is the ballot. Like, where we at with this? But it's usually all on a Democratic ticket. And I think when Biden became president, that's kind of when I shifted and became more. First, I went Republican because I just thought I needed to do an immediate hard flip based off of exactly the type of stuff that you were speaking on. But then I was like, it's raggedy too, so I went independent. But I think in terms of, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say on Hush, when you were talking about the percentage of people that got out and actually voted, I wonder, and I'm curious to see what you think as well, how much of that was impacted by those, like the YouTube movements and the Twitter, the online rhetoric that was, for example, I remember specifically Tariq Nasheed telling people to, vote for a couch, stay home, stay already, don't vote for nobody. We're sitting out until we have these demands met, which, is critical of us. It's like, you sit out, you might as well just allow people to, I'm not leaving. You might as well allow people to just have their bidding. If you're not showing up here for your work. So what do you think about that? Do you think that had any impact as well on the decrease in voter turnout?
I think it had an impact on one specific group of Black people, the horror side of it. Because this is something I do know. The consumers of a lot of this black stuff are mostly lower income. So that's usually the ones that actually watch it, follow it, believe in it, stick to it. And then people that are around them also do it. The moment you start getting into suburbs, everything like that, these people, they know about Mulan 3 regime, they're not paying attention. What I think did cause this sort of, divide. We've all known that still the majority of Black people, maybe they might not vote, but the majority of Black people have conservative values. That's the majority, even in the Democratic side. What I think happened is that Trump's kind of flow or energy this time around started to kind of become a wake-up call, like, this isn't just for white people, this isn't just for Black people, this is for all Americans. We need to fight and take back our country based on these values. That's when I started to notice all Black people, not just like the ones who follow the pro-Black stuff. That's when I started to notice all Black Americans in general really, they started to think about their vote. I remember having a conversation. It wasn't on Clubhouse. It was on an app called Stereo, and the conversation there was essentially, we're not voting for Kamala, we're voting for Trump. And then they were explaining why. And they were like, yeah, we're voting for Trump because we need our food prices down. We need to start getting jobs back. These are the things we need, not as Black people. Here's the first time I heard a group of Black people saying, this is what we need as Americans. I was shocked to hear that. I'm like, Americans? I thought I was on the wrong side of the internet. And then I'm like, no, these are Black people. They're definitely from the hood. And they're saying we need this as the American people. That's when I'm like, this is way different from anything else I've heard. And the more I just started paying attention, I would say Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson, they were more like fans to the fire. If you were to ask me, I think they added to it. I don't think they were solely the reason, but I think the fire was already lit. And for that last little push, both of them and others kind of moved the consciousness along. So by the time the election came around, yeah, it was pretty much over.
Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, I got a question for you, Sooth. I'm very interested in hearing your story. Were you formerly